Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Super Oven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Screens are everywhere. You can be anything you want to be with them. Screens don't replace reality, and they give you the opportunity to live two lives at once, your own and your heroes. See how they become champions and win with them. Winners of the International. OG. Team Spirit. 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai BizNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Screens are everywhere. You can be anything you want to be with them. Screens don't replace reality, and they give you the opportunity to live two lives at once. Your own and your heroes. See how they become champions and win with them. Winners of the International. OG. Team Spirit. 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BizNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu? Seru woy! Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Screens are everywhere. You can be anything you want to be with them. Screens don't replace reality, and they give you the opportunity to live two lives at once. Your own and your heroes. See how they become champions and win with them. Winners of the International. OG. Team Spirit. 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BizNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Asik ya, Wai.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Screens are everywhere. You can be anything you want to be with them. Screens don't replace reality, and they give you the opportunity to live two lives at once. Your own and your heroes. See how they become champions and win with them. Winners of the International. OG. Team Spirit. 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BizNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Screens are everywhere. You can be anything you want to be with them. Screens don't replace reality, and they give you the opportunity to live two lives at once. Your own and your heroes. See how they become champions and win with them. Winners of the International. OG. Team Spirit. 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Good morning and welcome to the penultimate day of the Bali Major. We are live from the Ayana Estate and we are getting ready for some top tier Dota 2. We have got eliminations, we've got a finalist secured by the end of the day. We have it all, and I have it all next to me as well with my panel. I'm joined by Winter, by Jack, and by Fear. Good morning, everyone. Winter, how are you doing?
Good morning. Great. Have my cup of coffee, have my breakfast. I'm ready to go.
Ready to go, Jack? You too?
Something like that. Very similar flow of the morning here. I imagine Fear as well, or
Yeah, of course.
you skip some of those steps, or
I'm just always ready. I'm a robot.
okay.
I don't need maintenance.
Well, it's a good thing. We got a lot of Dota to go through, and we do need some brain power to dissect everything that happened thus far. Yesterday was a very eventful day. We had 4 series, 2 upper brackets, 2 lower brackets. And Jack, let's start by talking about those lower brackets a little bit, because we eliminated 2 teams. And I want to talk a little bit about that. What was your most surprising elimination coming out of yesterday? Of course, it was Beast Coast and Azure Raid that got eliminated.
I think after watching the game 1s of both series, I think both of them were a little bit surprising. I thought Azure Raid really had an amazing draft in game 1 and that they had LGD's number. And I think it kind of just, I guess it kind of fell apart for them. Game 2, I remember there was like a timing that needed to hit on Juggernaut before Medusa got too big. In the game 3, I feel like the draft just basically collapsed when you're mid-Void Spirit is forced into a Midas and has no gameplay whatsoever. It's rough. So I thought that this team had been gradually improving and picking up steam and like getting back into form. So I was hoping to see them continue their run against some of the tougher teams, but they got knocked out. And then also Beast Coast, we saw a really exciting game 1 that they almost threw away the lead that they had, but some really big plays there. And then yeah, that series also kind of got out of hand for them very quickly in the last 2 games. So 2 very fun teams to watch, and sad that they're gone.
Yeah, we had 6 full games, Winter. The trend of the 2-1s continue, other than 1 series. Is that surprising to you with the current meta, or?
Not really though. Like the games have been really close, most of them. Like I feel like teams are starting to figure out like what they need to do and all the small little details. And the drafts have been, I felt very close. Like you don't really see that many games that has a very clear out draft. And just like, and then the last 6 games, you know, we saw Western Europe DPC, so it was definitely a treat.
Definitely a treat. And then we had upper bracket semi-finals. Fear. We had Western Europe go up against Western Europe 2 series in a row. With what we had Liquid drop down versus Tundra. Was that surprising to you?
Yeah, of course. I guess it's not too soon to say it now, but I think a lot of people thought maybe Tundra losing 2-0 to BetBoom earlier on was like, you know, maybe Tundra got a little bit lucky to get in the position they're in, but they come out and prove it. They 2-0'd Liquid right after, just proving that they are still a very strong team. So Liquid getting 2-0'd in that type of fashion, first 2-0 pretty much of the upper bracket. We're not counting that one BetBoom game.
We're not.
Yeah, so first 2-0 of
that one never
the tournament.
happened.
So that is very impressive for Tundra there, especially because they're using a stand-in. They're using their coach instead of Soxa.
Yeah, and then we had Quest versus Gaimin Gladiators, and we can take a look at the brackets as well and see how everything played out, because Quest did end up falling to Gaimin Gladiators in a 3-game series per trend here at the Bali Major, and that means we are going to see a Quest and Team Liquid in the lower bracket today. We can take a look at the schedule after we've seen the brackets, as well as we have today for you 4 best-of-3 series. We're going to start things off with 9 Pandas taking on Team Liquid. Afterwards, we're going to have PSG.LGD versus Quest, Gaimin Gladiators versus Tundra, and then the 4th series of the day is going to have the winners of the first 2 series go up against each other to decide the final 3 teams. That means 3 teams indeed eliminated today, as we have got only 1 day left after this, and we only need 3 teams on the final day, so eliminations inbound. One thing that I also still wanted to talk about, Jack, is at the start of the tournament, the very start, I know it was a long time ago, but people were asking like, oh, who's the stronger group? Group A, Group B? At the moment, we have 4 Group Bs, 2 Group A's left, and the 2 Group A's are both Western European teams. So I guess we were kind of right thinking that Group B was the stronger one.
Yeah, it's often really hard to tell. I think there's at least 1 or 2 recent TIs were just completely wrong with thinking which group was the stronger one. But often what happens is every group develops its own meta throughout the tournament. They have their own answers to maybe the same heroes, and then you kind of put that to the test when you get out of groups, in addition to actually trying to counter the team, of course, that you're directly playing against. And a lot of times, one of the groups just emerges a little bit ahead. Could be just one small mutation, if you will, in like a draft answer or something. And yeah, I think that you're kind of seeing that this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think the big thing is all the Western European teams got through, and then whoever adapted the best to these playstyles, I think, are doing the best out here right now. So it's definitely very difficult, but most times than not, there's like inter-metas between each groups, right, as you mentioned. So whoever adapts quickest to meta or who has the better meta. But I didn't really see it that much in this tournament. This tournament, for me, it's mainly been the same meta amongst all groups. It's, you know, Morphling, there's Medusa. There's been no big special hero for any special group, so I don't know. It's a little bit different this time around because there's just some OP heroes that just haven't been addressed.
Yeah, and we're going to find out how many of those are going to be banned, or are we going to continue seeing people trying to beat them? Because that seems to be a little bit of a trend. How many can you let through? Let's focus on our first series of the day. We are going to have 9 Pandas taking on Team Liquid, and to get this series started, we're going to head over to Snare, who is in the arena.
Yes, indeed, Shiva. We are here at the arena in Bali, and we are witnessing true greatness as a top 4 matchup is about to commence between Team Liquid and the side of 9 Pandas. Both of these squads have met before, and most of the time Team Liquid has had the advantage in that matchup. However, things have been very strange here in the Bali Major. So to witness exactly what's going to be happening, let's see if 9 Pandas have gotten their practice underway. If they have a way to defeat Team Liquid, we're going to be seeing the beast from the east go at it. I bring you 9 Pandas.
We are ready to fall on our foes like a rock fall. Land Pandas are here, ready to rock the stage.
This is a team where, despite some of the youthful members, they command near 20 years of combined competitive experience. They have done everything at this major to ensure they are the final Eastern European team left. So I bring you now, hopefully not for the last time, the beast from the east, the conquerors of Eastern Europe. It's 9 Pandas! Here at the Bali Major, though, land is meeting sea, and we've just seen the land team coming out of things. However, I need a squad from the sea itself. So to bring you that, I give you Team Liquid.
Like water, our playstyles are ever-flowing, ever-changing. But our goals will always remain. Team Liquid, rushing in with raging warnings.
A squad that has shown themselves to be incredibly adaptable over the years, that has more than enough mechanical skill to defeat anybody on the planet. However, like water, no matter how much pressure you put them under, they retain their properties, they retain their strength, and they will be here to show us their adaptability. Give it up, one and all, for Team Liquid! This matchup is incredibly important, as yet again we find ourselves in an elimination scenario. Whichever one of these two teams gets taken out will no longer have a chance to compete here at the Bali Major. However, both of them have shown they have what it takes not only to climb through the lower bracket, but make a run all the way into the grand finals. Let us witness if that's going to be happening for 9 Pandas or if it's happening for Team Liquid. Yet again, here at the Ayana Resort, land meets sea, and we're going to witness which of these two will emerge victorious. To find out, we send it back to the panel. Shiva and the gang take it away and make this as exciting as humanly possible.
Thank you very much, Snare. 9 Pandas versus Team Liquid. We are in for a good one if history is any sign of that, because both of these teams have met before at the Berlin Major. Twice actually in the Berlin Major, because they shared the same group. They tied each other then, and then they didn't meet until the lower bracket finals. On the final day of the Berlin Major, they met in the lower bracket, and it was Team Liquid that made it through, but they had to fight hard. It was a 2-1 in favor of them at that time, and I am sure that 9 Pandas is looking to get their revenge here, as both teams meeting now a bit earlier in the bracket. There is a top 6 versus top 4 on the line here in Bali, and we should be moments away from the draft, so it's time to break these two teams down. 9 Pandas versus Team Liquid, we've seen both of them a lot already. Jack, going into this, do you have any specific favorite?
I feel like 9 Pandas is in slightly better recent form. There's some quirky things about this team. Well, first, like, I talked to some people from the team a little bit. They're not usually a morning team, so that could impact them a little bit here. But I feel like they've picked Dire every single game consistently now for like the last 6 or 8 games, even with priority, which is an interesting trend to look out for. But I feel like they've been playing a little bit better. Liquid, I would say the LGD series, I think they had clearly better drafts in all 3 games, but game 2, I think they kind of just what slipped out of their hands. And then yesterday against Tundra, I think they just had some coordination issues going high ground, and it did not look very crisp. Although then again, Tundra is a strong team, so they can force you to make those kinds of mistakes, or at least be there to punish it. So I kind of like Panda's form here. Yeah.
I mean, I guess we're in for a game here. If 9 Pandas isn't a morning type of team, Liquid has also expressed many times they're not a morning team as well, so we might be treated to a game 1 full of maybe some warming up. We'll have to see, or we'll see if they can just put it to the test. But Team Liquid is a team that has the second largest hero pool of any team at the tournament here. And 9 Pandas on the opposite spectrum. They're one of the teams that has one of the smallest hero pools. So I think as far as preparation goes, that puts Liquid in an advantage, because they kind of know what's going to be coming their way here. And I used to play on a team with Zai. I like how Zai has transformed a lot into, he used to just be like the player on the team and just do his job. Now he's just like the captain, the drafter of the team, and it's very nice to see how the players mature in that regard.
Yeah, did you expect him to turn into that
I would
role?
have never guessed.
No,
Never.
He only did that after last CI, of course, with Matuma retiring. He kind of had to, right? He had to step up there.
Push-ups, by the way.
This is a nice pregame warm-up routine, I guess. But wait, that's Blitz. That's not that.
Why is Blitz just doing push-ups?
This is a great question, one which will maybe he lost something.
I mean, if my coach is doing push-ups, it's gonna motivate me for the game.
Maybe he's like, I will only pick Pudge if you give me 10 push-ups right now.
But yeah, that is a big adjustment for a player to make, like you said, from someone who I think in the past often didn't say too much. He kind of just did his job.
Yep.
And then you have to be one of the vocal leaders of the team. Obviously, a big part in like the drafting and strategy. I think it's mostly he and Blitz that do a lot of that, especially during the game, during the draft as well. So is a pretty big adjustment for sure.
I mean, it's a good thing, I feel like the offlaner is usually the place that where you make the first play. He's gonna rally the support. He's gonna rally the team to take the first tower of the game. So I feel like being an offlaner and being the person in charge of picking the heroes and drafting the strategy, it helps the team a lot. I know the traditional ways you want to have the captain, which is probably the support, doing everything, because the cores have to think about the games. They have to focus on last hitting, playing the game well, so you don't really want to put more burden on the core players. But I on the other hand feel like if the offlaners are the captains, I feel like it can be actually a very good thing in today's game. Especially like we see from Talon, they're not here, but Jabs is the captain, he's doing the drafting, and we see a lot of the plays revolve around him, and him being the drafter like Zai helps a lot.
It can dictate the pace of the game, but it also makes me wonder, does that mean that in certain patches where the offlaner is the pace dictator of the game, you're stronger due to that than other patches, and this patch just happens to be the one where the offlaner can do that?
It's not exactly a patch thing. I feel like it's just a natural way of like playing Dota, where the first move it's always towards the offlane, especially for the support, you make a rotation that just feels natural, because the carry just wants to hit creeps on the safe lane. So you don't want to bring the action to the carry lane. You want to bring the action elsewhere so your carry feels safe.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Usually the mid has a lot of like sort of laning mechanics and little timings to focus on. It's usually the offlaner that sets the pace for the game for your team. And it's also the offlaners, when you see any team have success, like pretty much a requisite. Their offlaner looks like the best in the world or has like a great hero pool for them. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense for the offlaner to be, if you're already in that sort of commanding position where you dictate the game, then you might as well have some control or a lot of input over the draft as well, right?
Yeah, basically you have two types of offlaners. Number one is like, I want my hero last because I want the good matchup. And offlaner number two is like, guys, just pick my hero early. I'm gonna buy you the pipe. I'm gonna buy the soul. I'm gonna buy the I'm gonna buy all the team items.
Just the rich support.
Yeah, but when we lose, don't look at me, you know.
Zai's been a bit of both, honestly. Yeah. But I do like the bans coming from Liquid. They're very targeted. I've seen Kiyotaka on the Storm Spirit, incredibly high win rate. I think he's 9-1 on it right now. Just banning that one out, realizing that, and then they love their Enigma as well. I believe Miro is in quite... He loves the hero, but they also flex it. I think Solo's played it as well, so they're just banning some of the flex and comfort from 9 Pandas. Talked about it a little bit earlier, how Liquid might have a small advantage in the drafting just because 9 Pandas is a bit predictable, but they're good at what they do. So even if you see it coming, sometimes it's still hard to beat.
Yeah, what do you feel about the Enigma coming into this game, you know? Like, Enigma has been like a hero on the rise right now, especially the core, because of how you can abuse the twin gate, you deny the creeps, you pull the wave back, and the other support can gank the carry from behind. And it's pretty hard to deal with that, you know, now.
Yeah, it's definitely very difficult to deal with, and I think when you are a team like 9 Panda that's a specialist with the hero, it makes a lot of sense to ban it out.
Yeah, but as a carry, what do you feel like you can do to deal with that, right?
Nobody likes laning versus Enigma because it's like a crapshoot. It's either you find a way to get on top of him and you can kill him and you can kill the Eidolons, or he just dumpsters you in the lane. And then you also have to deal with the fact of, like, also every carry player doesn't enjoy playing versus Black Hole or like Doom, for example. These heroes that just take your hero out of the game are not enjoyable to play against. So removing it will always give you a bigger hero pool from the carry position. But there's still a Doom, which does similar things.
Yes, hero's been going up in flex value as well. Even though Doom used to be flex, we haven't really seen that much this tournament. And I do think that you're talking about the draft versatility for these two teams here. I think one of the points that definitely favors Liquid is the Morphling, right? Because we've seen them run a bevy of strategies to beat the Morphling, and yet they still feel that it's a strong enough hero to pick, like first pick, or if it's available in the pool. And so I think if you're Pandas, you have to spend a ban on this hero, because if you take it, you're probably not too confident playing against what Liquid has, and then you don't want to give it to them either. This is like perhaps the most prime suited Morphling team out there in terms of players that they have and how much they've run the hero in the past.
Yeah, I think Morphling, Medusa, all these meta heroes that you can think of in this patch, a lot of them originated from Liquid playing them, and to this day, they're still probably the best team at playing all these heroes. So there's a lot you have to ban against Liquid. They have a big hero pool, but even the meta heroes are heroes in which that are consist of their hero pool that they just always win with. And I think Undying is another one of those heroes that if you give it to Liquid, you got to be careful, because this is a hero that they win all the time with.
I mean, when you pick Undying, I feel like if the draft is not centered around like dominating early, the hero can be quite useless in some of the games. Like, the hero has not a very good win rate so far, I think around 40%.
But Liquid has a 71%.
Yeah, but Liquid wins a lot with it. I think Liquid and Gaimin, they win a lot with Undying because of like how fast they can play with the hero. If you cannot abuse the tempo of the hero, then he becomes a liability in the game, because he doesn't really offer you too much if the game is not active. Like, he doesn't really want to be in a game where there's split push going on, everybody's farming, and he's just like, oh great, I guess I'm just going to break some smokes, you know, because you have no purpose in the game. And the 8-pick Primal and removing the Clockwork, that's something that should be starting to be quite common right now, since Primal's, that should be his like worst matchup on the support there in the game, which stops him from doing everything, like the battery assault and the hook shot to cancel the polarize.
Every time I've seen Clockwork versus Primal, it feels like Clockwork comes out with the W on that matchup.
Yeah, we've seen it get pretty ugly, right?
Yeah, it gets real ugly.
There was the FY Primal Clockwork yesterday. I very like sensible sort of first phase from Liquid. And again, like, they're picking the Primal on 8, they can protect it with 2 bans. The heroes that we've seen commonly against it, because the Ember Spirit, it does okay in the lane and doesn't really care too much for the early mid game, where you can just go and rotate anyway. And then the Clockwork we've seen just ruin this Primal's gameplay early on.
I'm trying to think of a third hero that can like ruin Primal, but those are the 2 big ones that come to my mind when I think of Primal. A lot of people have the Ember response to it. It always feels like you can pulverize the Ember, and the big thing about Primal, especially in the mid lane, is once you get level 6, you just spam that on the enemy mid laner, and it does a lot of damage. It's just, even if you don't get the kill, but versus Ember, if he has Flame Guard up, doesn't really hurt him that much, and more times than not, that setup stun, you're trying to follow up on it, but it's very difficult, and Ember is very evasive, and he'll be able to remnant out just in time. So the stun duration isn't quite long enough there. And they're going to ban the Queen of Pain, which I couldn't think of any other ban myself, to be honest, to protect what they have. So they're just going for a bit of comfort here, taking away Kiyotaka's Queen of Pain.
When we're thinking about protecting heroes, we got the Naga and the Tide banned out against the Broodmother, making sure that Miro has a good lane. Skywrath ban coming out there as well. Does that tell us anything about what 9Pandas might be planning?
Spirit heroes are all banned. Generally, you think about the spirit heroes when you're thinking about Skywrath, the Silence. But I guess Skywrath is also like a partner with the Primal, because when you are roaming around with Primal, you need like one of the supports to just follow you so you can kill anybody. Like the best two heroes, in my opinion, to do is either Skywrath or Lion.
Yeah, I definitely agree that Skywrath is one of the supports that we're going to see more and more of in the POS 4 position. I believe Antares, we were watching the other game yesterday, and he was playing that Skywrath. Like, this is the difference maker for 9Pandas winning against Beast Coast, him playing that hero, as compared to his Rubik, which was less inspiring, I would say. However, you are playing versus Primal Beast, and we've seen time and time again, if you can steal that Pulverize on Rubik, you basically just get like a free meat hook plus dismember in one button, and it can be very, very silly.
Yeah, there's good options to steal so far too, right? Like potentially also the Tombstone as well. And I think for Antara's hero pool, I mean, we've seen for the most part it's like often like a Skywrath or a Techies, or maybe they want to leave Liquid with just that option out of the 4, and they like playing against that in this situation.
Yeah, but to be honest, Techies feel like he's been just falling off right now. Like he doesn't feel as strong as before. I mean, his laning is still okay, but I feel like later into the game, he doesn't really give as much anymore, like compared to other position 4 heroes like a Rubik, Disruptor, or even like a Bat Rider. Like in a lot of the games, I feel like the Bat Rider support actually gets a lot of fun because of the Firefly, and you get a Blink BKB at a very, very good time, and you actually just impact the game a lot more compared to Techies.
But it does make me wonder if they have enough Disable. Because, yeah, you got the lasso that's ult. Can't really rely on your Primal Beast to always be close by.
I mean, it should be enough. Like
better rely on him.
Yeah, the Primal is going to be the one you're going to be centering the play around in the early game. You need to help him get the runes, and Primal is arguably probably the best mid hero to take the runes. He can abuse the haste, he can abuse the shield rune, he abuses the DD, basically all the runes, you know. And so all you need to do is get the runes for him, and the supports are gonna follow him, you know, no matter what. And he's gonna make plays around the map. So it doesn't really matter that he's the only stunner and you have a Bat Rider and Undying support duo. You don't really have much going on between the two supports. But it doesn't really matter as much.
Yeah, the only issue Primal Beast has had is scaling, I think. I think this hero's scaling generally hasn't been good, but a lot of people are bypassing that and going for the Heart of Tarosk build, which has helped him scale quite a bit. And I think the fact that Pulverize will just always go through debuff immunity now helps this hero a lot in the later stages of the game, so you don't feel very comfortable buying I wouldn't want to play any hero that buys BKB this game. You're playing versus a Bat Rider, Juggernaut, Primal. So now you have to, as a carry position, even though there's lots of carries banned, find one of those heroes that doesn't want to buy it, and that could be one of them right there. Wind Ranger, oftentimes played mid, will probably be played mid. We saw Kiyotaka play this earlier against Beast Coast, against the Bat Rider mid matchup. Probably won't be seeing a mid Bat this game. But still, going back to that comfort, Kiyotaka did pop off on the Wind Ranger, and expecting to see it go mid again.
I mean, I'm quite surprised they actually go for like the Jug against the Pugna though. Like normally you wouldn't want to do that. Is that just because of the lane? Are they picking the Jug just for like a good lane? Because Jug is like a really stable carry for the lane. You have the spin, you have the healing ward, and you're playing to like group up as 5 with the Undying Tombstone, and just regardless of having to deal with the Decrepify, you don't really care.
I feel like some of the value there might have been trying to steal that. I feel like it would be scarier if 9Pandas got that, and it does give them this tempo option, which is kind of how they've tried to play a lot of their games. Get to that 3rd or 4th item fairly early on and try to end the game from there with Aegis. I feel like it kind of fits how they've wanted to play, and I think it would be scary for Pandas, because with second pick, then like 9Pandas can counter pick 2 of the lanes, right? And they can potentially get like a better carry matchup as well. So
10 seconds.
I feel like whenever Medusa morph and Naga are all banned, you're just going to see some different interpretations of the game from all the carry players, because we all know those are like probably the 3 best carries in the game right now if it's a good game for it. After that, I don't think anyone truly knows. It just comes down to your preference and what you want to play in certain matchups. And I think in this situation, Mickey feels that, you know, Undying plus Jug is always good because we talked about before, Undying always wants to have a purpose in the game. And I think these 2 heroes play really well with each other. One drops the Tombstone, one drops the Healing Ward, and now you can play again around any objective in the game, whether it's Roshan, Towers, Barracks, whatever it might be. So those heroes work well together. But there's no specific hero that I think Juggernaut just hard counters on 9 Pandas right now.
Yeah, with that overall last pick, I mean, they could go... I feel like they still have a lot of options for 9 Pandas. They have the Illusion route. They could go... I think there's still a Bloodseeker in the pool. Like, what do you guys think this last phase is going to be here?
Liquid has to figure that out, and they have to pick like a hero to preemptively counter that. Like, I feel like they're probably going to pick like some... I guess like some... They need like a very, very hard carry. I feel like with Wind Ranger, you're gonna need a lot more like damage source, and Mars is like a good offlaner that when you don't know your matchup, you're gonna be doing fine. You know, like Mars, Doom, all these kind of offlaners. Doom is more like the greedier side, but Mars is more like the faster tempo side.
Yeah. As far as 9 Pandas, I'd probably just say give me Terrorblade here.
Probably, yeah.
There's, I mean, Faceless Void and Sark would have been great, but Liquid know that too, so they banned it out. But Alchemist?
We keep seeing this hero.
He likes it, yeah. I mean, he likes the Alchemist here, but the only issue I have with the Alchemist compared to the last time we saw Ramses play this hero is he's not guaranteed to have the space to farm, and he's playing against a very high tempo lineup. You got a Jug carry, you've got a Mars, and Undying on the field here, especially with the mid primal. They're going to be playing really quick here, so this pick is... And also, Juggernaut doesn't mind playing against the Alchemist either, because it's a free Omnislash target. Normally, Jug doesn't like playing versus Slark, Void, Morphling type heroes, so I can just press a button and just get away from the Omnislash. You don't have that option as an Alchemist here, so I definitely like Liquid's draft more here. I think this Alchemist isn't a gotcha pick at all, and it's going to be a little difficult to get away with, a bit greedy.
A bit greedy, but perhaps the timing works out in 9 Panda's favor. We're going to find out what's going to happen here in game number 1 of this best of 3 series, together with ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Chief. Yes, looking forward to this. Team Liquid against 9 Pandas. Fogged, we're once again getting 9 Pandas going with the Ramses Alchemist, something that's done them pretty well in the past in their run so far here at the Bali Major. Do you think it's going to do well for them here again, or do you feel that Liquid... This might not actually be the lineup that you want to play Alchemist into. Liquid, have they got answers?
Yeah, I think Liquid's got a fast-paced draft. I'm with what Fear was saying for the most part in this game. I really like how Liquid's kind of covered their bases, and even though Mars, in some hands, has looked kind of, you know, a little hit or miss. We'll talk about, you know, some spears that have been missed, of course, a lot in this tournament.
Yeah.
There has been some big hits from some of these Mars. Like
Yeah,
Sacred, he owned on this hero a lot of times, so yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to just see how this one's going to play out, because I think everyone's looking at Liquid yesterday, and they're like, what happened? You know, losing the Tundra with Ayana as the stand-in, they definitely made some mistakes. They had a pretty big lead in the first game, in the second game there, and of course some over-aggressive itemization perhaps from Nisha did hurt him. But let's see what type of connection we have, because there definitely was some disconnect from Liquid. It felt like yesterday. And 9 Pandas, this is a very comfortable draft for them, as you said. You know, playing with this Alchemist Ramses, he loves it. Let's see if they can make it work.
Yeah. I mean, from sort of 9 Pandas' perspective, what do you think, or at least maybe from Ramses' perspective in particular, what do you think sort of made him make the call to go with the Alch here? If, like, to us, we're kind of seeing reasons why it's not good, what do you feel that 9 Pandas are like, we don't mind about it. We're going to make it okay. We're going to make the space. We are going to make it work. What do they doubt that Liquid's lineup's going to be able to do in terms of punishing an Alch?
He has won, I think, all the games on the Alchemist.
It's been pretty good, right?
I think I see 4 wins. Yeah, they've won every game. So I'm pretty sure that, besides just...
It's just they're like...
I think he's just like, I like this Alchemist. We play well with it. He has a space creator with the Broodmother. So I think he's just looking that they're going to be able to pressure the map a lot. And then this Alchemist is going to get to... He's going to get those like 4 minutes, those 4 crucial minutes that he needs in the game, even if the lane goes poorly, that he's going to catch up. Because we have seen Ramses do that a lot, right? I think the other day when they were playing versus...
Yeah, he died, what, 3 times in lane, and then he was like 1,000 GPM and won the game.
It was versus Aster, I believe, right? Yeah, it was Aster, XXS playing the Doom, get some kills. XXS made some like little bit of a weird rotation. I know Brian harped on that one a lot. And Ramsey's got 3 minutes, and he had Radiance. So perhaps he's seeing that they can't pressure him a lot. But Liquid has a very, very strong early game tempo lineup. Everyone wants to play to fight. It's not really this like sit back and farm draft by any means. But 9 Pandas, they do have a draft that also fights back, so this should be a fun one.
I'm looking forward to see, indeed. I mean, because Liquid, for themselves, when they're coming into a draft, you'd imagine, right, like this Alchemist is not a surprise.
No,
it was
shouldn't be.
Last pick. They were more than prepared that this would be a very viable option.
If he can,
to end their lineup with.
If the Alchemist gets to early, if he gets like a free, Radiance and stuff, and gets an early BKB, there can absolutely be problems for Liquid for some damage. But I don't think that's going to be the case. They have a Bat and a Mars in the lane, so I imagine they're going to play quite pressure heavy to look to slow down this Alchemist. But we'll see. Because yeah, Ramses, I think he's actually made some magic happen where I thought the Alchemist looked. I thought it was underpicked in this tournament, but I think he's just made it look pretty damn good.
Yeah, I think people felt what the nerf and such to Greevil's Greed was kind of enough to make other carries better and not really to consider the Alchemist. But the reality is, he got quite the buff before that nerf came into place.
Free spell.
It's a free spell, so it's still arguably in a better place than it once was. And Ramses definitely identifying that and using it very, very well with the wins that he's managed to get with this hero.
I think one of the big difference makers, or one of the players in particular that I'm going to be looking at, usually we look at these big core players and everything like that. I'm looking at Antares. I don't know, I really like watching him. Maybe I'm just obsessed lately with some of these 4 players, but Antares for me, like his Skywrath, I feel like he sets the tempo a lot of these games.
Yeah.
This Rubik, he has a lot of good spells he can steal this game. He has like these Tombstones, these Mars spells, even the Primal Onslaught, even the Primal Ult is Fear was talking about. It's pretty much like a hook and a dismember kind of in a way. And he's playing versus Jug, right? So if he can get some of these steals, it could catch Liquid off guard as well.
Let's see.
Let's see.
I mean, top lane, I feel like the thing is, Ramses in the games that he's played, as you talked about, the game against Astra, I mean, in a lot of them, right? He doesn't care about the matchup in the lane. If you are going to have this sort of duo that might be able to bully the Alchemist a little bit, it really doesn't affect Ramses' gameplay.
No,
it's only if you're able to sort of take that one lane into kind of taking multiple towers across the map and really speeding it up that things could get hard for the Alchemist. If this game hits some sort of 30-minute timing, he's going to be fine. And top lane, and he's certainly going to be fine if they get kills from this Zai. He's able to put the stick in time, so he will survive.
Solo.
He's getting kind of trapped in here by Boxy. So we'll still manage to make it out of there.
I think they gotta be careful. There's another Blood Grenade Verify.
The setup for maybe Zai getting in with the God's Rebuke. Ramses will throw the concoction, but the Rebuke is there. Zai will claim first blood. He's got the spear. He can look for a second kill. He's got the setup on the solo. Double kill for Zai.
Oh, and kind of the dream to get it, because if you look at his itemization, I think he is gonna buy this. Helm of Iron will. Way more valuable than a Ring of Health when you're playing versus an Alchemist, playing versus that Acid Spray.
That's smart.
That's really, really smart.
I mean, does that mean are we going to get the legendary Armlet Deso build? Maybe not the Deso, but maybe the Armlet?
Maybe, but I feel like Crimson, I think he could actually just go Crimson Guard.
Just go Crimson.
It's a godly Crimson game versus Brood, Windranger, Alchemist. I mean, these Alchemist definitely does do decent versus it, but Brood and Windranger don't want to play versus it. It'd definitely be really different. Nice. It could just be a casual Helm until he decides until later on, but we'll have to see what he likes to do.
I want to see if we get that the actual Giga Chad Armlet Deso build. But bottom lane, McKay, it's got to be okay. He's got the level in Healing Ward as well, so he'll be fine.
Yeah. He's doing really, really good on the last hits, actually. But even though Miro's last hits are a little bit slower, Antares actually has 5, so they actually have 11 last hits bottom. It just looks a little weird because the core doesn't have them all. Yeah, big double kill up top. This Pugna overall has been an incredible support, as we've seen, just to be able to, do very good in the lane to be able to get these cores online. But yeah, there's a very, very aggressive lane that Liquid's picked themselves up here, and the kills can continue up here. Level 2 Firefly's about to be online for Boxy.
Let's see if they're able to find the setup to go again.
And mid looks pretty even. I don't think Windranger can really pull the Primal Beast by any means, and Primal's just going to get these last hits, and Windranger should get the last hits herself as well.
On top. I mean, yeah, Solo definitely has to be careful.
Yeah.
If they can kind of knock him back and set up for Zai, this Pugna's going to get smashed pretty hard by God's Rebuke.
They're level 3, I believe, on the 2 of them right now on Liquid too, so definitely could look to make a move. Boots now on Boxy. That could be the call to make the go soon. No Blood Grenade on them, though. Ramses.
Picking up the concoction. It's a good bit of harassment there into Boxy, but Boxy's prepared, has the salve still.
Any movements early that we're going to have? It looks like Antares is going to get at least some stacks started. He is going to check the bottom rune. So they might be able to deny Nisha a little bit of that fill up at least here.
Boxy. For Firefly, but not quite able to get in on top of Solo and Ramses.
Maybe no. Going to. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'm really looking forward to see what Zai is going to build. Right now, it's like the casual helm is just incredible since he got those double kills. So
yeah,
he's way more valuable in the ring, as we were mentioning.
No,
for
sure.
Acid Spray.
Yeah, between that and the stick, he's not going to get bullied out of the lane.
Yeah. Go for him again here, but he's way too tanky.
Yeah, he really doesn't care about this whatsoever. And that bottom lane, Mickey, level 2 Blade Fury, will manage to chase out Miro. So far, the side lanes of Liquid going pretty decently. Getting kills here and there.
It's a very aggressive lineup. I mean, they're going to look to be getting kill after kill after kill with this, and I don't think we're going to see much of a slowdown from the side of Liquid. Yeah, I actually really love that I see people get someone by home. I don't know. Maybe I'm just obsessing on it, but so good versus Alex Stun and Acid Spray. Boxy, he's actually, instead of now playing the lane, he's just going to steal the stacks. So I think he actually made this stack himself. So he actually double stacked here. And he's going to get a courier snipe
yeah, he is.
also.
And that was quite the delivery, you know. The full treads basically taken away from Ramses.
Cool.
A minute with that snipe.
Yeah, is he going to be able to finish this off? I mean, he'll have to work on it a little bit, but he has the Tranquil Boot. I mean, this is Boxy. We're going to see him disassemble, reassemble these Tranquil Boots probably like 10 times in the next few minutes. But
yeah, and they can be efficient like this because Zai, he can perfectly find that corner zone.
Yep.
He does not need any sort of backup.
And the lane's going to push out into his favor as well, too, in a moment. He's even more armor, it looks like. We'll wait for that for a second. Mickey in trouble.
So he can get away with taking him out here. Any backup coming in for Mickey? Insane, he can't save him on his own. The three of them take him down.
It's an important kill. The Alchemist is not getting killed, so he is getting that farm, and the Jug is getting slowed down from this move.
We're going to see if they have a chance for Insania, but he's got too much strength built up. They won't waste any more time chasing the Undying, so they can resume just putting pressure onto this tier 1 tower bottom.
Nice move. Very, very small one there from Solo, but a really, really good one. Just continue to punish Mickey.
Key attacker trying to make a move with the focus fire onto Boxy, but Boxy, he's away. Solo will TP over towards the mid lane. DD Rune grabbed up by Nisha. Gotta watch out for the moves that this Primal Beast could make.
Watch out for these Wisdom Runes in the next few moments, 30 seconds. As Phase Boot, Helm of Iron Will, more than enough armor. He's going to stay up here, but Ramses has gotten away with, not dying at the Lee Sin lane. He's top 2 net worth ahead of the Jug by a small margin.
Yeah, I don't think Ramses is going to be too phased by the outcome of the lane. Sure, it was great for Liquid, great for Zai that he got that double kill at the beginning. But yeah, Ramses still able to hit creeps, so Liquid, they've got to continue to do much more than just that kind of lane pressure on this Alchemist. If Ramses gets the space, gets the farm, as the records have shown, he will carry the game.
But we will see, because the pressure definitely will ramp up, especially with Primal Beast and this Mars. Imagine Nisha is going to be pretty active, as we too tend to see from this hero. It is a lot of damage, That is the one thing that they do have on the side of Liquid, to be able to burst down this Alchemist. A ton of heroes that can just commit fully, even through Chemical Rage. Ramses
gonna try and make a go on him. Have the concoction to throw back at Boxy's. Ticking down low, Ramses. They'll find him. TP coming in. They'll punish Boxy. Here. Not going to be on the mark there. Doesn't catch Solo. We'll start to back away.
Nisha now swinging over. Ward doesn't spot him just yet.
Got the DD popped.
He wants this Rubik.
If he gets his hands on any of these heroes, they're gone. He'll charge in, and indeed, Antar is incredibly dead. It's Anisha's trample.
And straight back to the mid lane. Good pressure hit there. Zai, even though he misses that spear, he's really killing it up here. Another small armor item. Phase, Helm, Soul Ring. So triple little mini armor items. Solo.
He's going to try and fight Zai here.
It's a bit bold.
I mean, Zai's going to have stick charges and a rebuke in a second. There it is. He doesn't even need it. Just runs him down. The right clicks alone. Zai claims another. 4 kills already here for the offlane Mars.
Taka cannot get out. Ooh, Liquid hitting hard in this early game. All about that early pressure, early itemization that they're looking for to shut down this Alchemist. Boxy now 6 already. He is halfway to a Blink Dagger on this Batrider. And the bottom lane, they did get that 1 kill on the Jug, but it was just the one. And Miro, he's the bottom of these cores at the moment. Playing versus this Undying Jug wasn't the easiest for him. 7-2.
Feels that the overall plan so far from Liquid, it's
looking good.
It's working out.
They gotta it's just you have to keep the pressure up, keep looking for Ramses, keep looking for this pressure, but yeah, their lineup is designed around doing that. As they're gonna continue to fill up Nisha, make sure that he has that. I say continue to, they actually failed the mill. They failed the fill on the bottle. Whoopsie, Insania. Did he not TP from Fountain or something? Oh, whoopsie. Nisha will find himself a bounty. Boxy actually finds Solo, and he's got Lasso.
Also the backup of Nisha coming in. And indeed, Solo, another kill to be found here for Liquid.
Getting the ball rolling.
I mean, Kiyotaka's trying to make the move up top.
I feel like for him, it's a difficult game to get involved relatively early versus these side lanes because of this Mars pick. The Mars Primal, yeah, they have this, he'll farm in the matchup, but he is under kill threat constantly, it feels like. They have, I mean, if he gets on top of him with Primal, with Mars, this is a squishy Wind Ranger.
9 Pandas. So if they bring any attention towards this top lane to try and push back, I mean, Zai, he'll hold back for now. The rest of his team, Liquid, they're refueling back in base. Nisha will head back and look to see where he can set out towards with the next TP.
I don't think they'll give too much attention. I think this is where they look to play opposite side of the map and then draw attention away from Ramses. That's usually what at least they see from 9 Pandas, to give him that space to catch back up.
Nisha's going to come back in on the mid lane. It's mid area. Farm some of these stacks.
Maximizing, going to Blade Mail. Cool. Good luck ever focus firing him.
It's not going to be a target the Kiyotaka wants to go for.
No, not a target that most of these heroes are going to
want. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, who is going to kill this Primal Beast when it comes running at them?
It's going to take later items, in particular the Alchemist, once he's got some type of timing. Liquid speeding things up. Another smoke. Nisha wants to look up top. They want to find Ramses. I imagine at least get a ward up on the top side pretty soon, just so you can get some information of when Ramses is farming up here. And probably look for an soon tower push. Because their lineup doesn't really take towers that naturally on the side of Liquid in comparison to a Broodmother.
See if Nisha can grab him. We can find this out. They know that Ramses is going to be playing this top area. That's pretty much what he does, of course, every game. Yep. This out, he's very effective with it.
He's trying to just maximize. Chemical Rage is popped. He'll see them. Smoke wears off. They'll get TP rotations. But Nisha, he'll steal some of the stack. And they punish Nisha.
And they might have a chance to. The Shackle Shot won't latch. Nisha able to onslaught away.
Oh, farm the zombies. Oh, Ramses is just going to kill the Tombstone. I thought he was just going to stand there and hit zombies for some time, but...
But does that still work, or is it just not visual bug? Where it says the plus gold on the zombies, are you actually getting it? It's not just a visual bug.
How do you not get plus gold?
I thought it was a visual thing.
Oh, you get plus gold.
Oh. Well, then yeah, what's he done?
Why is he not farming the zombies?
Farming the zombie.
Whatever. He wants to hit creeps. Rotation made. Neither team gets a connection onto it, but Ramses survives. Relic, soon to be finished.
2k lead still. For Liquid, they can look to probably go for this tier 1 tower in the mid next.
They've got a blink on the Bat Rider.
Straight in, no hesitation. They'll just go for Antares. Kill off the Rubik.
Nice jump. Oop. Arcane, Solo, will be able to take that one away. Might pay with his life. Actually, do they have onslaught in 5 seconds or not?
Sania, he's actually getting caught with the Shackle. Nicely done there by Kiyotaka as him and Solo turn and take out the Undying.
Nicely done.
A little bit of punish in return. Zai, with the space that he's had top, he's going to be able to get that Blink Dagger done already. So
double blinks.
They're very much ready to jump. And with the two of them, Zai and Boxy, find kills anywhere on the map.
Very much ready to jump, and Mickey, he's keeping the same pace as an Alchemist pre-Battle Fury, so he's going to be able to keep up with Ramses at this rate. Liquid keeps up this pressure here with their blinks, and imagine, yeah, they're going to just continue looking to play a little more aggressively than you expect 9 Pandas to play. At least until 9 Pandas, they have the Atos on Kiyotaka. Feels like them being able to set up kills is quite difficult. Miero's going the scaling route as well, too. Okay, so they're going for triple scaling cores. No aura is going to be coming out from this Broodmother.
Yeah, we see, yeah. Miro was doing this the other day.
Yeah.
He'd like to go this route in quite a few of the games.
I think I see it. It's like each player has their own way, right? Amar, I don't think we'll ever really see him go auras, but a lot of other players, they will take that back foot there. Especially if they see something like Alchemist, so we'll see if this ends up working for Miero.
This is a pretty scary movement coming out for Liquid. The 3 cores grouping up together. I say 3 cores, Boxy feels like a core Blink Dagger timing that he had. They do also have Mickey with them, or at least around this tier 1.
Oh, and Ramses, he actually TP's down. He's got buddies near him, kind of, but they might just him.
This is a pretty good effort for Liquid to get Ramses very easily. I mean, I don't think he expects sort of that smoke movement to be there on the high ground, but at the same time, a bit of a risky spot to farm in after Ramses, for the most part, this game has been in very safe areas.
And they even steal a stack, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was a double or triple Ancient. Boxy.
Look at the lasso, onto Solo.
I do have damage.
Into Pulverize. Solo will get the Netherward down, and he'll try to stand his ground, but the spear comes in. Solo will fall.
Zai.
Miro and Antares are attempting to fight back here.
Stolen Tombstone.
Bringing Zai down a little bit low. Miro With the life steal, Zai backs off.
Oh my
He's
goodness!
With a 3-man onslaught, pushes back 9 Pandas. Spear from Zai connecting onto Miro. Blade Fury from Mickey. Miro running through the webs, but he's caught in the corner. Miro, he's gonna live. He's gonna live for now. Let's Zai's able to get the jump in a second. He's got Blink in a second. Can he find him in the trees? He misses the rebuke. He misses
the spear.
Miro will escape.
But did everybody live after that charge connection onto everybody? All right.
They did right, because it hit it was Miro, Antares, and Kiyotaka, I believe, got
all three
smacked by that, and they do indeed all stay alive. Miro with that TP out.
That connection was massive. It was like 700, 800 damage or something like that. It split across 3 heroes, but they reset. Liquid, though, they cleaned up the tombstone. I think I saw Insania actually focus firing the stolen tombstone. Able to get that one down.
They're going to try and smoke back at them here, 9 Pandas.
Trying to hit them.
And Antares backing up the cause as they'll move down to the bottom.
Trying to take advantage of some of these cooldowns, the Mars ult in particular, and that lasso, but doesn't look.
Yeah, well, we'll check that fight again here. You'll see Nisha come crashing through. It's a lot of damage.
Hey, look at how much it actually did here. Oh my! Nobody died there. I cannot believe none of the heroes that are not.
Kiyotaka and Antares are able to split, and as we saw, that great escape from Miro down the tree line and out with the TP.
All right, that could have been a huge. I mean, that could have been huge for Liquid. That's a lot of gold. We know how much kills are worth right now, so 9 Pandas.
Top lane Zai pushing out pretty far.
He is very deep.
So if Ramses and Antares can get him with the 2 of them, I mean, Zai's going to have the arena and the spill, opt to hold back Antares.
He's got a TP, he's got...
And Miro's coming in from the side. Zai, he's not even going to be able to clean out the spiders.
That's a big kill there. That's a dominating streak, right? Tons of gold being
And now with the
there.
8 toss, they're going to get another catch. Insania is found. They have the lasso. Nisha, has he got enough damage? No, Kiyotaka's able to try to get the shackle shot.
He's getting healed.
But a beautiful close range angle. Nisha's going to opt for the TP out, but they've got ways to cancel it. As the telekinesis is there. I mean, they're hitting back hard, 9 Pandas. This is a big concern for Liquid. They needed to build this lead, keep this lead. These sort of moves, these sort of losses, it's only going to mean that this game is going to go into the hands of the Alchemist on 9 Pandas.
That was, I mean, Zai a bit too far up, split up from the team, and 9 Pandas surviving after that go down bottom. Everything kind of going their way now, 11-6. Ramses, his timings are kind of ideal now.
They are.
2,600 gold, I mean, treads Radiance.
The saving grace for Liquid, even though they're having these blunders, is that Mickey is...
He's really far.
He's super far.
Yeah.
Level 12 on this Juggernaut. He's close to this Alchemist. You've got a decent timing on the Radiance. So Mickey should be online to sort of hit this timing where he's going to push and fight with the team. And maybe despite those few kind of bad fights that Liquid has just taken, they can get things back on track when they start to involve the Jug in the plays.
Yeah, because he still has the the opportunity to be able to get that big Omni Slash. Fear was talking about it before. This hero playing versus Alchemist, you can't actually just straight connect onto him. Of course, there will be a decrepify though, so does have to watch out. But that's what the team is for, right? They have multiple different disables to go for that catch. Kiyotaka, speaking of catch, finds Boxy.
He's getting some good shackles now. Kiyotaka didn't have the easiest of starts. I mean, just sort of with how good of a game Nisha was having on the Primal. Yeah. But now it's getting to the point where he's starting to have a bit more impact than Nisha was in those last few moves.
Absolutely.
Kiyotaka making these plays, getting these setups. And starting to be a little too slippery for Liquid to easily connect on. As you said with the draft, Zai, a lot of pressure on him to actually get the catches on these elusive heroes like the Wind Ranger. And if Zai's not around to do that, these heroes are probably going to run away most of the time.
Yep, absolutely. Kiyotaka, it's the solo kill and everything puts him way far ahead. He's 13 now.
Yeah.
Nisha has been getting, I think he's been stealing a bunch of stacks and stuff like that. He's 3-1, and he's actually like a full level and a half or so behind Kiyotaka. They still have ways to catch Kiyotaka. He has to be careful.
These moves have to succeed for Liquid. Zai.
If Kiyotaka is able to keep himself distant from either the Bat Rider or the
Zai should have a shot at catching him here. If he wants to go,
he's first.
He's going to get ATOSed. And the Shackle as well is going to connect onto the 2 of them. Ramses, he's ready to join the fight, but he will get lassoed. They're focusing down Zai. Zai still alive for now. Miro continues to come in with the BKB. They'll take Zai down. He'll get the arena off. But there's no real fallout for Liquid. Liquid have to start bailing out of this one. Nisha, he'll charge away. Ramses, and Concoction down onto Insania. They're going to be able to push forward and take down the Undying as well.
Double BKB timings coming out here from 9 Pandas. They don't even have to use Ramses. They have the vision on the high ground.
I mean, that was an awkward fight. Yeah, well, just sort of the last moments as well of this observable that they had there. And indeed puts the whole move to a stop, and a move that really felt like it really needed to work for Liquid. They're now down 4k gold. Ramses, as we're seeing, getting involved in the fights, picking up some golden XP for himself with his Radiance BKB. Liquid's starting to slip up.
They sure are. I mean, they're the ones looking for the hunt, but 9 Pandas, they're prepared for it. That's multiple times now that they're just there with the numbers. They're ready for it. And now
out again.
The game it's kind of on Mickey's shoulders after these last 2 blunders.
Yeah, coming in, I think they had about 30 seconds left on their observer board, 9 Pandas, and it sets up for Kiyotaka to easily turn. Excellent angle. They're catching the 2 of them with the shackle, and at this point, Shorzai gets the arena out. It's just too late, and it's too deep beyond this tier 1 tower. I mean, we're still 19 minutes in, and despite Liquid's early lead, they never took this mid tower. So this spot of the map, it's not easy for them to fight in, as we're seeing.
Yeah, Izai, it's like if you get initiated on yourself when you're trying to get the initiation like this, the fight's over already. You have the double blink daggers, and you're not getting the initiation. That's the whole reason that you built these. So, yeah, these BKBs paying off massively for 9 Pandas. They don't have to use Ramses, as we said before. 4K lead now. Mickey's got some heavy lifting to do.
Yeah, next fight for Liquid cannot go. You know, they cannot afford to have it go as badly as the last few.
They have to.
This game's going to very quickly slip into very, very difficult territory for Liquid.
They have to get the clean initiation. That's pretty much as crucial at this point here. Have to get onto Kiyotaka. He already has his Gleipnir finished up too. Still fragile in a way if they do get on top of him, but seeing that is starting to get more and more complicated in this game. Solo already has Glimmer King too, so they've got already a double save function. I believe Antares also has a Glimmer, so.
I think that Liquid's best shot at going for the next move is just going to be around Mickey's next.
I think so.
Getting this nullifier at this point feels almost necessary for them to try and go into a fight and get these kills. And 9 Pandas, they're aware of it. They know that Liquid's going to fall back and after those last few failed team fights, try and get their next big items online. They want to punish this. So smoke comes out from 9 Pandas. Now it's their turn to go on the hunt for Liquid.
Their lineup, as we stated from the beginning, it's tri-core, right? It's triple scaling with the way they're itemizing from Yarrow. So I feel like sitting back and farming for Liquid, yeah, Mika is happy, but I don't feel like Nisha and Zai are going to be very happy with that.
They're just going to jump onto this tier 2 maybe to go for Nisha. As they're in with the jump, they get the opening stun. Nisha, not a chance.
9 Pandas came here to play. The supports will steal some Wisdom Runes from the side of Liquid, but hemorrhaging a lot of kills here now. Nisha's momentum. Similar, yesterday he had a bit of a tough day also. Today it's started out kind of good, but then, yeah, quickly 9 Pandas now massively in the lead. And they scale incredibly hard with this core. These 3 cores. They can even look to force a Roche potentially pretty soon.
Yeah.
Liquid's fight. No, I'm actually curious to know why Nisha went Blade Mail and then Vanguard. And that instead of just going for the BKB, this Vanguard feels like it's kind of not really doing much of anything at this point. And it's just delaying his BKB. I guess we had similar yesterday where he did go double dataless and stuff, didn't go BKB, he went Manson style and stuff like that, so 9 Pandas, they're punishing it.
That's the Roche pit. Gonna get this Aegis very, very easily. It's, yeah, for Liquid, with the game in this state, it's a lot of pressure on Mickey.
All Mickey.
What can this Jug do? He should be on track to get the nullifier, at least before the big push comes in from 9 Pandas.
I like that they give Kiyotaka this Aegis. He's the one who's fragile. They have double BKB on them.
He's going to get the catch on a Mickey top. Mickey, he'll go for the TP out. Will be okay. The focus fire not going to deliver enough damage quick enough to kill him in time. So Mickey will survive.
Forced to TP back though. 9 Pandas, 4K lead. A lens now on Antares. They're big. And the BKB for Nisha is very, very delayed. Him team fighting, I feel like he just needs it. Mars, I think Zai already has it finished, so his timing is pretty good, but your mid laner at this point, a little bit of a liability. Boxy's actually at the same net worth as Nisha after these last few moments.
Lysania!
Oh my god.
Nearly dying on the way out there to the damage of Mirror and his Spider army.
It's close. And a really nice talent. I think Ramses takes this one every time. I think most people I saw took the damage per Grievous in a lot of situations, but he always seems to take the acid spray talent. I really like this one. When you grouped up, especially versus something like Mars, just drop the acid spray in the arena. Everybody gets this nice little 6 armor bonus if they're standing in it. Be pretty good.
Pushing the waves in, this mid-tier 2. See what sort of a defense Liquid can put up out here, Zai. The blink before the Gleipnir connects.
Liquid just so heavily on back foot.
Tower's gone.
They can't make blink initiations or anything like that. They can't jump into 9 Pandas at this point with these BKBs. Boxy's doing some creep cutting shenanigans.
Trying to keep the game going for Mickey to get his items. That's the nullifier done. He's looking to cue at the butterfly next.
Okay. His continues to rise, but the Primal Beast net worth has completely stopped. Nisha needs space to find this BKB to be able to do anything in the fights. And Pandas, they're feeling their strength. They're stalking a DD spawns top. A nice one for Kiyotaka. All right, Liquid. Looks like they are going to potentially group up here for a smoke. They have to get some type of godly connection. And Nisha's not, for Nisha, it's not easy for him to run in here. Still no BKB. So Zai, Boxy, let's see who they're going to be able to grab here. There is an Aegis on this Wind Ranger, and not an easy fight.
This is a tough call to make here for Liquid.
Absolutely. I mean, Mickey.
Because chance of execution successfully it feels low.
Sure does.
When you're smoking into this Aegis, but Liquid, they want to at least try and see how things are different when Mickey's involved in the gank, in the fight.
I mean, I'm sure Nisha is probably sitting there like, man, I really need this BKB, guys. This downtime is not good for me. They will just sit on high ground, maybe hoping that 9 Pandas is going to run into them there.
Yeah, I think sort of the way that 9 Pandas is off the map, it's just sort of scaring Liquid.
It is.
They're very much worried about getting jumped themselves. And 9 Pandas is carefully farming for the majority outside of the vision that Liquid have.
These items are coming quick. Ramsey soon has an AC. They're already starting to get more and more answers, perhaps even versus this Juggernaut, who is the only real damage dealer soon, it feels like, on the side of Liquid. This armor is going to kick in quick. The Acid Spray armor, the AC, all these auras. I say all these auras, but the mini auras. Solo will get the shard.
It's top lane.
Kitaka has Agamemnon now already, too. Oh boy, he's got the DD. This fight does not look easy for Liquid.
It's a difficult one.
Zai.
Boxy able to find any sort of jump on the side. The telekinesis onto Mickey, no follow-up, so Mickey will be fine.
Okay.
Force from Boxy gets Mickey back to safety.
I think Ramsey is probably telling his team, like, if you guys want to fight, I'm not there for a couple seconds.
Key attackers, he's in with the DD.
Okay.
He's looking towards Mickey. Mickey will be able to get that healing ward out.
Here comes Ramses. I think his AC is being delivered on the courier.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid have to retreat.
Yeah, they gotta run.
Yeah, Nisha's out with the TP. They'll just completely back out of this area. They don't want to fight now that they know that 9 Pandas have turned up with the full 5.
They might catch them, though. Like, look at 9 Pandas' movements. I'm pretty sure they're looking at Nisha, and he doesn't have BKB. Like, this is a free kill if they see this Primal Beast.
If they can get the jump on him. Ramses.
For a second.
Picking up the concoction. They'll know that he'll be there on the high ground, but Ramses, he's not going to risk it. He's not going to throw himself up there.
They're being pretty aggressive here, though, on
Zai.
Pandas.
He's considering going. It's a hard jump. He's stepping up. He's going to get caught by the telekinesis. A bit too much hesitation from Zai. They're able to turn towards him. He'll now get the BKB off.
They found Solo.
They're going to go straight for the Pugner, but that's all they'll probably get from this one.
Kiyotaka, though.
Maybe they can find the Wind Ranger. He's not going to get caught in the arena.
outside.
And the Flame Break is going to knock him a bit further away to safety. Kiyotaka is going to continue to run. Boxy trying to come with the focus fire still there. Boxy's going to go into his death.
And the Omni, it's actually just on like spiders and stuff like that. It doesn't even get on Miro.
Mira's able to put the BKB, and Taras was able to turn with the Stolen Pulverize. They're just going to be able to kill off Nisha as well.
Oh, man. You get Solo, but you lose so much.
They've got the Shackle on Insane here. They'll find the Undying. I mean, 9 Pandas, I mean, with what we've known and what we've seen from this team in their previous series, I don't think they're letting this game slip away from them. They've got the lead now. I don't think they're going to let this one go away.
And they're just still hunting. They still have the Stolen Pulverize. So now, I mean, Solo's probably like, my death for giving a Rubik Pulverize, so much. 10x worth it.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like they were so close to catching Kiyotaka, but they couldn't quite get him. And he was able to run.
He still had, actually, no, I think the Aegis timed out, I guess, at the end there or something like that, but they tried to go for him, but I think they would have had to get him twice. 9 Pandas, they feel their timing, they feel that strength, and they're hitting it hard. And Liquid went for they went for like these blinks and stuff like that, but they just haven't found the connections. And let's see if they can make anything happen now with Nisha having a BKB. But it's so late now at this point. So I feel like sometimes you see these primals, they have BKB at like 15, 16 minutes. It's 28 minutes already.
Where do Liquid go? And as we saw, what Mickey turning up, it's just a bit too much for him to deal with.
They'll have to...
With the Omni Slash, and it's not getting the kills.
They have to get some, like, godly repositioning.
Zai is going to get jump. Boxy will try and help out with the lasso, but Miro is very, very tanky here.
Shield rune.
Indeed, they can't kill that. Zai, he's out again, dead for 45. 9 Pandas. They might even be able to catch more. They get the Gleipnir connection onto Boxy. Kiyotaka trying to hit him with the Shackle, but Boxy's out with a blink.
Wait, did he just focus fire creep? I think he did by accident.
I think he must have actually.
I think he focus fired the range creep.
It's 30 seconds. He's chilling.
That's kind of funny. 9 Pandas, yeah, they're fully have hit their stride quite some time ago, of course.
Yeah, just back-to-back fights that Liquid tried to force and were unsuccessful in doing so. You're always going to pay the price when you're up against a carry that's just going to really relish on sort of the momentum that's shifted into their hands. Ramses,
and you're
full
playing
farm now.
You're playing a tempo draft overall for the side of Liquid, and you completely lost the tempo versus a tri-core scale that itemized for this type of timing here. And I mean, I feel like they actually got more than they wanted on 9 Pandas with the way that they itemized versus what Liquid did, just because of that mid fight in particular.
Yeah, he really does have three carries that he has to out-carry now, Mickey.
And yeah, his offlaner Zai, who did have that spectacular game, has totally fallen off completely here. And Nisha's game just, fell off a cliff, really. I feel like, the Vanguard purchase is something he'll look back on, but...
Yeah, I mean, because it always feels awkward kind of getting the Vanguard and the Blade.
Vanguard,
Two sort of similar items that... Full Snowball, fantastic, but if you start a fall behind, it doesn't feel great.
No, absolutely. I mean, maybe he was thinking like, oh, I can just, if we snowball, I can get Crimson Guard, right? And then it's like, maybe that's the thing that we were talking about from maybe Zai thinking it too, perhaps, but it just didn't happen. That mid-fight just really snowballed. 9 Pandas out of control with getting these timings. Ramses near level 20. And Kiyotaka is level 20. And he actually does have now that protective item. He's going to have his BKB done.
McKay's progression continues. Yes, the Ag's complete. Opted to go for that rather than getting the butterfly after the nullifier.
Okay. Pretty much completely reliant on just playing around Swift Slash and Omni Slashes then. Because if not, you're just going to get hit by some of these misses. And you're playing versus a Radiance, you're playing versus a Wind Run, and you're playing versus the Bola of the Spider too. So you cannot just stand and attack. Like, you're literally just completely playing around being inside of invulnerable form.
Yeah, 9 Pandas, they'll easily get themselves this next round of Roshan. Aegis and Cheese is going to be theirs. Ramsey's just a few hundred gold of having the completed Abyssal Blade.
Miaro actually, I think he bought the shard on the Spider, right? Or did they get it from the... Because I know Solo got the first Tormentor, but... Oh well, he bought it either way. I like this shard a lot. I talk about it most of the time. Tons of damage. It's like a free rapier once it full ticks up.
So take the Cheese Mira.
Yeah, and now an Aegis on Kiyotaka plus the BKB.
A smoke's come out from Liquid, but of course Roche, it's already been taken, and 9 Pandas, they're not kind of leaving any sort of gaps. They haven't split up, they're just staying as 5 as they head towards the top. Kiyotaka's charging ahead quite far from the rest of the team.
Fiero, maybe they get Solo. Looks like they probably will. That's awkward.
All right, he's able to glimmer. He should still be found here. They'll catch him with the spear. They'll kill him. Can they get any more, though?
Stun on 2.
It's going to catch the 3 of them as well. With Ramses stepping in. Kiyotaka steps forward. They take out one. Mickey's in with the Omni Slash, but it's onto the illusions. Will be back onto Mira, but it's not enough. Mira's able to put the BK. Turns to Zai. They take Zai out. Mickey Blade Fury attempting a TP out, but the physical damage is too high. 3 dead on Liquid. They just cannot fight 9 Pandas. And Taurus, he's also going to be able to catch Nisha on the escape. It's 4 dead. As it really feels like that this one, Liquid, they've lost any chances of getting it back in their favor.
Done and dusted, for sure. Get Solo, instant buyback. They don't really need him for the fight anyway. Everybody just connects. And then they get like a 2-man concoction, a 3-man lift stun.
Yep.
And then Mickey, he gets shackle shotted, and I think Insania clicks grab ally, and it grabs himself instead of Mickey. I mean, either way, it doesn't matter, but little things, little small things that end up going even more poorly there for Liquid as 9 Pandas. They smashed this game.
They did. No, I don't think they were ever worried. It was one of those games, again, where Ramses, sure, early levels in the lane, dies a couple of times, but yeah, just the 3 deaths, and then he gets the farm on, and the rest of his team making excellent moves. And getting away, as you say, we're going for this kind of 3-core, the carry build on the Brood. They had a great time.
The fact that you win these like early fights when you're going for this type of itemization, it really hurts Liquid. Like, they're all about tempo setting, and there's no way to recover, exactly. So
there's just no option for Liquid to stabilize the game after they let it slip away as much as they do. Kiyotaka he just runs into the 4 of them.
No fear.
Takes out Insane. He's going to get lassoed, but he doesn't care. BKB's up. He's getting healed up as well by Solo. Kiyotaka continues to stand his ground. There'll be a buyback from Nisha. Zai is in with the arena. See if they can punish 9 Pandas a little bit here. Solo's getting low. They'll take out the Pugna. Can they find Kiyotaka? He's ticking down to the Firefly. They'll kill him the once. Killing him a second time, though, that might not happen. The damage is being done to the base. Zai, he's out of the game for 50. No buyback on him. The racks have been taken. They'll get the grab onto Nisha. He's out for 75. And they'll call it GG as 9 Pandas will take game 1.
First 10 minutes, Liquid looked good. After that, total dominance from 9 Pandas. Better macro play, better read of the map, and just, better fights overall. a really good execution by them, and Antares kind of ends up being the better Primal Beast.
There's a lot of great grabs, right? A lot of great pulverizers from him.
Yeah, I think he actually got pulverized like every single time, it felt like. It's obviously almost impossible to cover it. You just steal it freely every single time if you don't get on top of that Rubik, but whew, Liquid, they're gonna have to, if they're gonna play tempo, they have to play clean. 9Pandas, they didn't play tempo, they played a farm game, win early game, and they just smash in these last 10-15 minutes.
It's seemingly difficult really to have a good strat against 9Pandas, because like, what do you feel it is better for teams to do against them? Do you want to try and play this tempo? Because the alternative, right, trying to play the farm game, it feels right now that when it comes to farming, Ramses, he's always going to be a step ahead. It doesn't matter what hero you're on compared to him. He'll get his Alk or his Terrorblade, and he will out-farm you.
Yeah, it definitely feels like there's some problem. Maybe we're going to see that Alk get a little bit more attention. Perhaps that's something that's just... It's a hero that sometimes just like... It used to be the old days of like the anti-mage, just like where's the anti-mage? Where's the alchemist? We have to kill the alchemist. We have to kill the alchemist. So, you know, perhaps there's going to be some slight adjustments, but either way, 9Pandas outplayed, and they kind of just crushed Liquid in this one.
Yeah, very solid stuff from 9Pandas. Looked incredibly difficult for Liquid the majority of this game. As, ladies and gentlemen, 9Pandas will take game one of this best of 3.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Fogged. 9Pandas with one game up against Team Liquid. 9Pandas were very cool, calm, and collected. It doesn't matter that Team Liquid had the upper hand in the first 10 minutes. They knew exactly when their timing was going to be, and they were able to wait it out and then just smash Team Liquid down when it was their time, and that's exactly how this game happened. I'm joined by Fear, Jack, and Winter. Winter, this game, it felt like Team Liquid kind of crumbled.
I feel like after watching the game, then we realized what was lacking in terms of the draft. You know, when the draft was like completed, it wasn't very obvious. But during the game, it was really apparent that the Primal he didn't really have enough damage. Like from the supports, the Skyrath ban was actually really crucial from 9Pandas and the Bat Rider, Primal, and the Mars. The three heroes, they kind of do the same thing. You know, they want to go around, they want to kill people, but there's not really an obvious hero that's unloading the damage when they're ganking. So Mars had a really good game. Like Zai, he won his lane, he was top net worth, but he didn't really have anybody to play with. So he was running around the map, he didn't have a partner. Undying doesn't really give you the damage, he's like just there, chuck his tombstone down. Yeah, sure, you know, but you don't have that instant burst to kill the hero once the Mars jumped in. So there was that period where after the laning phase between minute 10 to minute 20, where Liquid didn't really have anything to do, you know, and Jug was like farming, so he's a really slow hero now because of how you want to build the hero with battle free, you want to get your level 20. And the Alchemist, on the other hand, once he got the Radiance, he was participating, he was making a difference for his team, and that's when Liquid slowly lost control of the game.
We saw LGD have a similar struggle, I think, when they also had this Primal Mars as their 2 cores. Like, especially with the Bat Rider, it feels like you have a ton of initiation, a ton of like ways to start the fight, but then again, like Winter said, not enough damage follow-up. And then finally, like, changing sort of how you look at these heroes, Juggernaut, Alchemist. Traditionally, Juggernaut has been a faster hero for a long time. It's been with that Maelstrom build, right, into like maybe like Spin, Shard, Blink, that sort of thing, lets you take skirmishes early on. And Alchemist has traditionally been a hero that needs a lot of protection or resources, but obviously there's more camps to farm now. Obviously you get Greevil's Greed ticking in your favor sooner on, and then Alk just, it's much harder to completely shut this hero down and not have him hit this like 20 to 25 minute window where he has a Radiance +1 item and can be a factor on the map. And so nowadays, it kind of changed a little bit. It feels like Alk is often a faster hero than the Juggernaut, and right around the time that Liquid started running out of damage, as we saw with that fight bottom, was the Delta split on Pandas just barely escaping. They started to run out of the ability to finish heroes off before Juggernaut gets his items up that he wants, and then Alk enters the fight. Wind Ranger obviously doesn't need that much to start contributing and being active, and that's when the tide really shifted.
Yeah, I feel like 9Pandas, we saw once again, Fear, that I think Antares and Kiyotaka, they are stepping up to the plate big time.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Antares had a great game. We talked about the Primal Beast in this matchup and how the interaction where if you still pulverize, it doesn't just slam them in place, it brings them to you. And when you have additional cast range on top of that, it makes Rubik the superior Primal Beast in this game, just by virtue of how the hero works here. And it just came down to what everyone else said here. It's just, you hit your timing a lot faster on 9Pandas here. Juggernaut is just, it's not the same hero as it used to be. I need to reevaluate how I think about this hero. It's like, oh, Jug's kind of like a tempo hero. He comes online quickly, but that's really not the case with this hero anymore. You're playing for that level 20 talent and around the Omni Slash more than the spin, so he just wasn't involved in the early fights here for Liquid, and that's what Liquid really were missing. They were missing the damage, and Juggernaut kind of had to provide that, but you don't want to be stuck in a situation where you need your carry to do the damage. He's supposed to just close out the game for you. So I think after reevaluating this, 9Panda's draft was just more well-rounded here, and they just came online quicker. And I really like how Miro, he just didn't really go for ores this game. He could have, I think, however, but he just turned into a core. Kyotaku was a core. Ramses was a core. I think the idea of Liquid trying to punish this and playing a fast tempo type of lineup is good, but maybe this Juggernaut wasn't the right pick to make that happen. I think having this Mars as well with the Primal, maybe not the best thing if you want to group up more. I think Liquid just could play faster and abuse 9Panda's like greed, because this is what this draft is. You got to carry Brood, you got to carry mid Wind Ranger, and you got to carry Alchemist. You got to be able to punish us somehow.
I think this game also tells the other story about Liquid being the team that picked the most heroes, and 9Pandas is has a smaller hero pool. But in the game, it shows that maybe when you have a lot of heroes that you play, you don't really truly understand your lineup as well as the team that only plays a specific amount of heroes. And they felt like, oh, the Juggernaut is supposed to be able to punish, but 9Pandas, on the other hand, felt like with the Elk, they should be able to hold the game. And because the Brood actually decided to go for a carry build from the early from the get-go, so it just gave me the feeling that 9Pandas knew that the Brood is going to be able to be greedy this game. The game won't be, they won't get ran over by Liquid in the early game, and after the mid-game, you have a Brood and Alchemist which went greedy, and you'll be able to just outscale the Juggernaut at the end of the game.
Those are two sides of the Bulba coin, right? If you pick if you have this sort of flow chart of
Storm on both sides.
that too. Like if you have a the Storm is frequently picked or banned. It's like there's like a pool of heroes for each position and each player that you like coming into tournament. And it's like if this isn't here, this is here. And if it can oversimplify things, but that can be in your favor if you're executing well, if you have a strong grasp of the current meta and how teams are playing. And I think for this last pick, I think maybe for Liquid to execute their strategy, they needed this last pick to be an aura carrier that doesn't care about the lane. And as you mentioned, they picked the Mars because this hero gives you certain tools regardless of what the lane is. But ultimately, those two tools were overlapping in this draft that they had.
Yeah, we had a first phase Broodmother coming out as well, which, I don't know, Miro gets away with it quite frequently, and he doesn't really seem to get punished.
It's really hard to punish a Broodmother nowadays. This is why the hero is so strong. It's a lose-lose situation when you play versus Brood. It's like, I have to counter him in the early stages where he's strong with the Bola. He can also lifesteal it back. His webs give him a lot of regen, so it's kind of hard to harass him. And then when he gets level 6, can I play a hero that can deal with the spiders as well? And it's almost impossible to like be able to do both. You can like usually get out of the laning stage against Brood, but then you have to like focus on your own farm. But yeah, I mean, just Brood is just a strong hero right now. We're seeing a lot because you just can't punish it in the laning stage.
Yeah, we're going to find out if maybe Team Liquid wants to solve that issue by banning it out, or potentially we'll see it again. Maybe we'll see it on the side of Team Liquid. If you want to know what's going to happen in Game 2, you got to stick around until after this break. Welcome back to the Bali Major. We are live from the Ayana Estate, which is also the largest integrated resort in Bali. It's got nice beaches, jungle, it has a fantastic rock bar, and currently it has some Dota being played as well, as we're heading to game number 2 between 9Pandas and Team Liquid, where 9Pandas is 1 game up. This is elimination on the line, so Team Liquid, they really want to win this next game to force out a third if they want to keep their tournament lives alive, but we'll see what happens. Game 1 did not look so convincing for them, but a lot was riding potentially on holes in the draft, and we are going to see what kind of holes are left behind in the current draft for game number 2 as we are heading to that in a second. I'm joined by Winter, Jack and Fear, and we are looking for adaptations. Jack, where would you like to see this next draft go?
I think that third pick might have been where things turned. They went with the Bat Rider. We were talking about like there's a good ban on the Skywrath and needed a little bit of damage there as follow-up, and then I think once you take the Bat Rider and then again you're forced to blind pick your offlaner into something that needs to have a lane, and let's say you don't go for an aura carrier, maybe like an underlord or something like that, or an option that is more likely to be counterpicked by the opponent's 18 or 24, then your draft can get into a weird position. But I thought that Liquid still did execute the lanes very well. Obviously they came out with a pretty nice advantage early on, that early double kill from Zai top. So they had a playable game, but you have to, as you guys said, you have to continue to be crisp and sharp from that point. You want to turn that into a win.
Yeah, just to throw out some random stats here. On the last game there, 9Pandas, they had second pick, and they had Dire.
Yep.
And currently right now, Dire has a 51% win rate, and second pick has a 53% win rate. So they had the winning side and the winning pick, and they won the game. So that could be a trend we can keep an eye on this game.
This game, I can tell you that Team Liquid had the priority, so they most likely chose that second pick, whereas 9Pandas is known to choose Dire. And they'll get first pick with that one as well, as they are the ones to ban out the Broodmother. Team Liquid goes back to banning out the Enigma. Of course, previous game, Morphling and Medusa were banned out by 9Pandas. So we'll see if Team Liquid wants to try to ban one of those. Team Liquid previously, together with the Enigma, they banned out the Storm Spirit, which is now, for now, still in the pool.
I mean, that's the good news, right? That the main reason why they lost the first game is draft. Whenever it's draft issues, it's easily fix like in between series, but because if you have like issues like within the game, the macro game stuff, then it'll be difficult to fix. So I'm pretty sure they've already come to a conclusion that they needed to change something in the opening picks, and right now they have I guess because they have a preference this game, they chose to be on second pick, and yeah, hopefully they get to adjust that and just come up with a better opening, like 6 and 7. I think for the second pick, the most difficult part is to come up with your 6 and 7, and after that in the second phase, everything will be much easier.
Yeah, I've really been enjoying 9Pandas drafting depending on what side they're on. They're shifting their bans entirely, and it seems they have a good read on, depending on what side they're playing, they're banning accordingly. So the last game they banned Morph and Medusa on second pick, which makes me believe that I think they want probably more for Medusa while on first pick, and the reason for this is they like to abuse getting that overall last pick as a carry when they play the second pick, but they realize if you play a hero like Morphling, like Medusa, and maybe even some games of Naga, these are like the 3 heroes in the meta that you can just pick them early, and you'll have a fine lane regardless. That's kind of their mentality going into this, because these type of heroes, if you get them right away, you don't have to worry about that last pick getting counter-picked from your carry position. So they're just going to pick the Morph right away. And the logic that I'm going with, that I think 9Pandas has as well, is kind of like proving itself here too. Like, they really value this Morphling even over the Medusa, thinking it's the counter matchup, which I would agree. But on first pick, they want Morph Medusa. On second pick, they want a last pick Ramses, and they want to ban out the Morph and Medusa, so the other team can't just have a stable offlane. Yeah, and because they are banning the Pugna, tells me that when they are second pick, it feels like they favor the team having second pick, opening the draft with like a Pugna plus Storm, So, I mean, the hero is also really good without the Storm. Without the Storm, he's still a really strong laner. You still provide your heroes with your team with a lot of like push. You're really good in the lane.
If your first pick, like you said, you leave like either one of the best carries in the pool there, right? So you're guaranteed to basically take one, or get your first pick of the litter on that and the draft around that. And then if you're second pick and you give up one of those heroes, then I think you're in a lot of trouble in the draft, because they can play that lane into anything and they can counter pick your other 2 lanes. Yeah. So I think that makes sense. And then Liquid, we've talked about this coming full circle from the start of the tournament. They seemed as equipped as any team for both playing with and against the Morphling. And this is a pick that we saw very early on in the tournament. They would use immediately against the Morphling, the Visage. Usually goes into that lane, provides some early pressure against the Morphling, and then sort of hits these like aura and timings that are a little bit faster than the Morphling. Liquid has chosen often a very timing route in dealing with the Morph. In addition to like scale, which we've seen a few times when they run like a Drow or something, or a Slark. But we've seen Necro, we've seen Visages as their first phase answers to Morphling, and here they go for it immediately this game.
Yeah, you probably see there's a high chance that they're going to pick Drow if it's not banned in the second phase. So I do feel like whenever you're playing against Morphling, you need to understand what is Morphling's strength. He's really good in the lane, and after the lane, he actually just needs to farm. He wants to get to the stage where he has Aghanims, Manta, plus another item, like maybe BKB or something else that he needs to. So before that phase of the game, the Morphling is actually not that strong, and Visage is one of the few heroes that can actually abuse the fact that the Morphling is not ready to fight, and you can just take the map or even get a set of racks at minute 20 to 25. So I think that's probably the best route right now. I feel like to deal with Morphling, you need to try to do damage towards the game before he actually hits the Aghanim's timing.
Yep, and I think if you're Liquid on the opposite side of the coin here, you also want the carry matchup to be good, because it's really hard right now in the meta, and you don't see many teams just try and end the game early. It kind of just feels like you had a good laning stage, things kind of just fell into place just through one team fight or something. Then the game might randomly end around that 25-minute mark, but nobody ends up like playing the game like we have to end the game at like 25 minutes and build a draft constructed just to do that specifically. So you do want to feel comfortable going into the late game here. And to do that, if you're Liquid, you need to make sure you have probably last pick carry. Because, as I mentioned before, a lot of carries just can't be blind picked. We saw the Juggernaut in last game. It wasn't blind picked, but it has the same effect. Like, there's some heroes that just go farm, and they feel like they don't have a lot of purpose. But if you lose your lane, and that was more prevalent when we saw Beast Coast get eliminated, they pick a PA, right? This hero, a lot of the carry heroes, if they lose their lane, they just can't farm very quickly. So they need to see their lane matchup, and it also has to be good against Morphling.
Yeah, but don't you feel like if they leave it to the Aura last pick, everything good might be already banned out? Like, I feel like with the Visage, you're probably thinking with either Drow or maybe a Luna to fit the whole draft, you know, and I guess right now, because they banned the Dusa and PL, so you're probably going to still be able to get one or the other.
I think
that's just the state of playing carry right now. It's like, it feels like your options are very limited for the carry pool if you don't see your laning matchup.
I think Liquid has more confidence against this morph precisely because they can go either the scale or tempo option, and so that's too many bans. Because you can see like pandas are, obviously there's like Medusa being the other obvious carry, but they're starting to ban illusion heroes, right? So that's one route that gives you some amount of scale against the Morphling, but there is also tempo, there's also something hits a timing, there's also these Slarks, these Drows, there's a lot of different options. So I think they don't feel quite as bad about getting overall last pick against this morph because they can kind of have a different approach to dealing with it.
But can you get a draft in the end that fits the whole lineup? You know, I feel like that's what happened the last game. You know, they opened up with a decent opening, but they couldn't finish the draft with picks that made a lot of sense with the overall strategy. And right now, that's my concern with Liquid. If you leave the carry to last, can you actually find a good pick that rounds up the whole draft? Because right now, Naga's banned, PL's banned. Like, Naga and PL are probably the few better heroes that if you're talking about late game against Morphling. So right now all the heroes are banned. So it means that you kind of are left in the pool where you need to pick a carry that fits with the Visage and you try to play for more tempo and early game. So you're not going to scale against the Morphling.
I think outside of Slark and Drow, there's not going to be a lot of very comfortable carry picks going into the Morph into late game. But that's your other option, is maybe you pick some Luna or something, get ahead early and hit a timing and just be like, we're not going to play this late game against you. We're just going to end the game before you're ready.
Yeah, we saw Beast Coast try out obviously they love the TA and the SF.
Yeah.
Both would be a solution potentially as well.
Yeah, actually I like that you brought that up. TA is like a hero that will work with the Visage, and you get Roshan, you take the map, you're really fast paced, and I think that really fits the criteria here when you're playing against Morphling. You want to end the game early, you have the toolkit as TA, and you also have the silence with the traps, which can be really annoying for the Morphling if he's rushing Axe after Manta and he already used his Manta in the fight, especially when you have global. So then the TA trap with the silence could be effective against Morphling here.
Right, so there you go. There's plenty of heroes you can last pick then. And I think you do want to last pick these heroes because you need to pick the right one
Yeah.
that has the best lane. You can't just blind pick it. Like, you probably don't want to pick TA anymore. There's a Darkseer in the game.
I think if your last pick overall, you always want to have that piece of the puzzle that solves it.
Yeah.
And the only position at the moment that they can do that with is the safe laner.
Yeah, they might pick their carry now since they are showing the Darkseer. And Darkseer is definitely one of those heroes that limits your hero pool even further. So you're going to want to pick something that can do well against in the lane.
I guess you know the full lane, because, well, either Spirit Breaker Darkseer or Rubik Darkseer, really.
I mean, that's also the problem with picking a position 5 silencer, right? It doesn't really open up your carry pool, you know, because you, like when you pick Drow and when you pick Luna, you kind of want your position 5 to be like some Spirit Breaker, Clockwork, somebody to soak up damage in the lane for you. Like a silencer and Drow, or silencer plus Luna, the lane just doesn't feel the same. And right now, 9-pan, let's see the silencer, they just pick Darkseer plus Spirit Breaker, because silencer doesn't like to play against the Darkseer Spirit Breaker lane.
Oh, there's an anti-mage, there's a faceless void.
But if you pick those heroes, then I feel like the Visage kind of feels awkward in the game. You know, we might see a repeat of the first game where the offlaner, the Mars, didn't really connect with the rest of the team.
What other hero would you like to see against the Darkseer?
Yeah, I guess you don't really have an option that fits the lane and fits the game.
Bloodseeker. But then you're playing Bloodseeker into Morph if you're on a Ultra Timer, and Bloodseeker is not a hero that will scale against it. And it's not going to hit buildings either, but it will win its lane quite hard.
So you have to win your lane, you have to ball together with the Visage, and you have to try to end the game ideally before what, minute 30? Or at least, you know, take a set of racks before minute 30. So that's going to put them in a lot of pressure on the time.
There's like two sides of the coin there. Winter was like, he wanted the more tempo, so I was thinking, yeah, Bloodseeker, it's going to feel great in the lane, but it's not going to win you the late game. But it will give them the tempo. If they wanted to win the late game, there was like an anti-mage Faceless Void that could have went that route, but they want to play more for the tempo. They want to play around the Visage's timings, which means they're going to try and punish 9-Pandas this game.
And they get the counter pick there mid lane, as we are looking for a hero for Nisha and Kiyotaka.
I feel like your Taka just needs to be on something like maybe like a puck. You know, you just try to push out the wave. Your hero is very elusive. It's very hard for them to kill you. So you're constantly shuffling out the wave and delaying the push from the Visage. Because he doesn't really need to be on like a greedy hero anymore. Because you have Darkseer and Morphing. Those two cores are already very greedy. So ideally your mid hero needs to be like a cheap hero. Doesn't need too much resources. And
you just delay the game.
Yeah, you're delaying the game and playing for the other cores.
I'd like him to play Ember on Liquid here.
They could just go for
not
something
Liquid,
like
sorry,
9-Pandas again as well.
Not against Bloodseeker. I don't think that's a good idea. I think whatever they pick for their mid laner should be able to play in front of Bloodseeker's face and deal with the Rupture.
There's a Huskar ban, right? So that's just the Ember.
I think
yeah,
Ember
but that also has
really
to mean, like, that's the most obvious, hey, you really should ban out Ember here. Unless Team Liquid has something planned to go up against the Ember.
Ember, Storm, Queen of Pain would all... Storm is... It's not banned? It's not... It is banned. Okay, so Ember will get banned. Storm will be banned. You can blink and then move a little bit when you're Ruptured, which makes it very difficult to play against. So I think they banned it last game, didn't they? The Queen of Pain?
Yep.
Really early on, so...
Yeah, in the second ban phase already.
It's a fine co-op game. I don't see why they wouldn't go for it.
I mean, but DK is not bad. So you might get hard counter in the lane. I would actually prefer still like Puck. I mean, sure, if you pick Puck, they can still pick DK. But I think as a Puck, if you lose your lane, if you're comparing Puck and Quap, like both heroes losing their lane, I would prefer to be a Puck. Because I'm still useful if I have a hard time.
There's the Templar Assassin.
Wow. That's totally different from what I expected. It's like a greedier pick overall. So they have like TA, Darkseer, Morphing, very, very greedy cores. And I guess the idea is like they want to try to put more pressure in the laning phase. So you play the map more, you push out the waves faster, the traps, you cut waves, and by doing that, you delay the timing, essentially.
Rupture also is one instance of damage, so if you get Ruptured on TA and then you blink away, it's just going to take one refraction charge. So TA doesn't mind as much playing against Bloodseeker. That's exactly what I think they needed. They need something. This is the greediest thing they could have done against the Bloodseeker, but it's the same thing. Something that can just play in front of the Bloodseeker's face just a little bit.
So what early timing mid hero crushes TA mid?
It's time for a Venomancer or what?
Time for a Viper? Yeah, something along those lines. That would be very...
Maybe if they all commit to that option of like we need to end
Bat Rider's in the pool if they want to go that route. I feel like Bat should be impossible to play against.
How about tiny mid? You think it could be an option?
Put the tiny mid, get
Yeah.
Boxy to play something else, maybe?
Nah, just play bat mid. It's a TA. Come on, you're going to win that lane. You're going to be high tempo. You'll be initiation. You've got a silencer.
The decision is made. We'll see a Death Prophet.
Wow.
Now that adds tempo to it.
I mean, that's also a good matchup against the TA. I think it kind of fits the overall idea that they have drafted so far. They want to be fast-paced. You win your lanes, you push towers. That's basically a very, very straightforward idea. That's what DP gives you.
Is it enough?
I think it is, like they have very good tools to group up and end the game. The silence is so useful against the Morphling before he gets like a BKB or a Manta. And I think that even though it puts them on the clock, but they have the right tools because they're going to have superior lanes.
So if Team Liquid's going to win this game, how long will the game last? Because they have a high tempo, but when you say high tempo nowadays, how high are we speaking? 14 minutes, 30 minutes?
I'd say you want a decisive advantage between like 25 to 30 minutes at latest. I think anything beyond that, if it's still like close after that, you're probably in a really tough spot.
I think they just can't have like 2 high ground pushes that fail in the 25+ minute mark, because if that happens, they're going to just give all the gold advantage from the laning stage right back, and then your lineup is going to have a hard time against this TA and this Morphling.
So we do feel like Team Liquid is going to win all their lanes?
I think so. Their draft is looking quite good in this game. As everything Winter said, it's exactly what they needed. They can push even more tempo with this DP. Should win its lane. It looks good.
All right, pushing tempo for Team Liquid, and with that, maybe pushing into a third game of this best-of-3 series. Will it happen? We're finding out together with ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, GVS. Game 2 here, ladies and gentlemen, of Team Liquid against 9 Pandas. Fogged, we're getting the morph coming through once more.
We are.
9 Pandas, they pick it nice and early. Liquid, this is going to be their approach against it. As you said, we have been seeing the morph being beaten recently in some scenarios. This game, this draft, do you think Liquid's got the power to do it? Or could they fall to a 2-0 to 9 Pandas in this series?
A possibility if they cannot stay clean and stay aggressive, but I mean, I feel like every time I'm watching Liquid, they're going for like just winning all 3 lanes and then trying to just dominate the game after that. But they've definitely slipped up a lot. Quite a bit of mistakes in these. I mean, I guess it's just like since yesterday, right? Going for these tempo kind of drafts and making mistakes, which in this type of game, if they make too many mistakes, this is going to be a strong scaling draft from 9 Pandas. So they go for Death Prophet. So I think maybe they were identifying also in the last game, because besides what the panel was talking about, where there's like, where's like that big burst with the Mars combo, how could they take buildings? So I think this time around, they were like, okay, we're getting a Visage, which is good with Morph, good versus Morph, and takes buildings, and we're even kicking up the tempo more. Nisha's going to play Death Prophet. So they're looking to play super fast.
I mean, where does sort of Death Prophet sit at the moment in your eyes? Why don't we see more of it? You know, when is the good time to go with the Death Prophet?
I think it's undervalued, actually. I'm not sure when you ideally really want to fully go for it right now, but I guess if you can get some type of good matchups and you don't see the most burst damage on the enemy lineup, because they're now looking at 9 Pandas, I guess their burst, it takes some time to get online. It takes till they have some itemization from the TA, itemization from the Morphling like that. So, yeah, I don't know. I think this hero is actually quite underpicked because it's got a ton of buffs. I think all the 7.33 and onwards or something like that, it got buffed. And I didn't see nearly as much of it as I was hoping to, but let's see. Let's see what we can do again. Let's see if it's going to work. See if tempo is going to work. Greed versus speed. Will Liquid get the speed to work this time?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you were saying what during the draft as well. You like to see the Tiny picked up when it was by Liquid?
I like the Visage Tiny lane. I think now we're seeing the two of the better answers in particular versus Morph. It's like the Enigma Tiny or the Visage Tiny. One, you can get kills. One, you can slow down the farm. This one, it's a kill lane. I've just seen these Tinies actually just catch every Morphling off guard. Like 3 tree throws, a blood grenade, a hit, and then a soul assumption, and these Morph tend to die. That's all going to be what Liquid wants to do in this early game, is get that early advantage. And let's see if they can. Because I'd say top, they have that advantage. Mid, they have a pretty good matchup. Bottom, this, even though there's a Bloodseeker, the Silencer might make this lane a little bit weak versus Darkseer Spirit Breaker. We'll see.
Sure. Well, overall, you do feel that Liquid's going for a similar time.
Yeah.
If they don't get the lead, push the advantage, this Morph TA likely to outcarry.
Likely to carry, yep. Absolutely. Unless they have like a very substantial lead, I would say by 20-ish, 25. This could be difficult for Liquid, but yeah, let's see if it does go down. I'm going to keep watching Ramsey's top because you blink and you miss it.
Sure, he can die quickly if he's not careful.
And that's perhaps also why they do like having, besides just the Bloodseeker versus this Darkseer versus the Morphling matchup where you're just keeping this Morphling at like 10% HP. Killbot.
They are. They're able to take him out here. 9 Pandas. They should lose solo in return. Mid-game gets the kill.
Can we get a bash cam? Was that 3 bashes? I'm not even sure. He got 2 or 3 bashes. I'm not certain, but they do get that kill as we, that's the lane to look at least for the side of 9 Pandas in the early game. That Darkseer Spirit Breaker, it's very impressive.
Miro should be fine. He has a surge. He's just waiting for the curse to end. So I say that Mid-K can get another hit in. He can't quite. Miro,
Blood Right.
Gonna have to dodge the Blood Right. Mid-K, he's able to get in and get that final touch. So they've got that early kill, 9 Pandas, but Liquid, they'll get a second kill for Mid-K in this lane.
Yep. I mean, Bloodseeker is going to be that strong answer, of course, versus the Darkseer. It's just the silencer that definitely can give up a ton of kills down here. Let's see how mid goes. I'm curious how this matchup ends up going nowadays, too. Used to be okay for the DP, but my goodness, Kiyotaka.
Yeah, he's going to do good. It's a great start, Kiyotaka.
Yeah.
First few waves, he's having a fantastic time.
Man, Kiyotaka has been on the rise, and I would say that Nisha has definitely been faltering a little bit more than people would have anticipated. Say that, but Kiyotaka now maybe going...
Verifier, one more hit! Oh,
Tower armor.
9 HP.
Tower armor saving him for sure.
It certainly did. Meanwhile, back down bottom, Solo. He's going to be able to get back in, take out Insania again. McKay, can he find the trade kill?
What are the bashes?
I mean, if Solo gets a bash, it could get pretty messy pretty quickly. You got to watch out for this Darkseer Spirit Breaker combo.
Level 3, almost on Miro. Okay, back down. I mean, Solo, careful.
Bashes in a row there.
Solo might just die here now.
Charge. And indeed, with the curse upon him, Solo will pay the price.
That's a fun lane.
Yeah, they're playing pretty reckless down here. And
top?
It should be okay. It's still, even if it's early, he's able to shift enough strength, quick enough Ramses, so they won't be able to burst him.
You say that. I got to keep eyes on it there.
Some sort of random tree coming.
One soul assumption and a tree. Yeah, could just bring him down. They will get the Rubik. Tons of aggression coming up from these lanes. Ramses is doing okay though.
It's getting rough. 19 for 4 against the 9 and 2. Just Kiyotaka on an absolute roll in the mid lane.
That is interesting. And Nisha's going to do the build that people did
bottom
on DP for a long time. We'll have to wait for that. Too much aggression.
Got Solo zooming around here, trying to get in under the tower to look towards Insania. How squishy the silencer is. Charges back up. It's going to be another dead silencer. Insania. Or maybe, yeah, the bash is there. Insania's gone. They're having a lot of fun.
Another one.
There. Solo.
I mean, look at Antares.
I mean, he wants to join the fun. All the action's happening down here. I see Solo look to try and run Mickey out the lane as well.
7
kills.
Back off. 7 kills in 3 minutes. Mickey is getting zoned off the wave.
He is. It's not easy to step up, especially as they saw Antares showed his face down here as well. It's not a fun place for Mickey to be.
Nicely done with the glyphing the wave, right? I feel like we see that so much from these Darkseers. Glyph, dive the wave, they'll get a successful one, but now, will they get something back? You'll get the surge off.
Yeah, they're able to split and avoid the blood right.
Okay. That Prophet a little bit behind, but you see Darkseer, they're getting kills, but he's behind on last hits. Zai, Roxy.
Living on the edge there, both Zai and Ramses. I mean, they tried to abuse the fact that Boxy had left the lane, made the move over towards mid.
Look at Antares' inventory. This is the saddest Rubik on the planet, but it's all about playing with the Morphling. So double salves and raindrop just to throw onto Ramsey so he can continue farming. Ramsey's 18-6, getting slowed down a little bit.
Hold on, they tried to go for Miro again. It's going to be fine. In terms of regen, of course, just sitting on the ring. He's out of mana.
Kiyotaka's not going back to the mid lane. As good as he was doing, this is where the matchup becomes just dominant for Nisha. Pushes him completely out. Level 5 is hit.
Solo surged up, looking for a lucky bash, won't find it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Kiyotaka is literally just completely full jungling. I guess the wave's going to push now into the mid lane. He'll get these next 5 hits. And they're actually setting up with the charge. The dive, I mean, Boxy's here. Flipping the wave.
Let's see if Liquid get away with this dive, because TPs will be coming in from 9 Pandas. The avalanche onto Solo, but Antares has turned up. I don't know if Liquid's going to get away with this. Boxy's in trouble. Nisha will get a kill on Solo, but they'll lose Boxy in return. He easily pops the Exorcism to try and turn this into more. Now for Antares, chasing him down. Further TPs to be coming in from 9 Pandas, but not before Antares goes down. Nisha
he might keep going. Kiyotaka could be in trouble also.
Miro's going to turn up, offer the surge to allow Kiyotaka to keep a safe distance. Back in action also, Solo's going to be TPing over towards the mid. Can they punish Nisha? Solo,
he's got a siphon in a second.
They've got enough damage. The meld hit comes in. Nisha trying to keep alive with that final siphon, but that is his last one. It's going to be enough, though. As Nisha able to walk away, he's actually going to turn back in. Manages to pick up the power rune, get that illusion rune.
He should full heal off of it as well, too, pretty much. How much the Ghost end up giving him.
That's good stuff there for Nisha. Had that slow start in the mid, but off the back of that, making that aggressive play, hitting the 6, he's back on but exactly back where he needs to be as a Death Prophet in this
Absolutely.
Rally.
And I feel like this is one of those like examples here where it's like, you haven't played versus this hero much, and it's like, oh my god, Spirit Siphon's still broken, everybody be careful. They do have a Rubik, though, so remember, that's something we're going to have to always look out for as game does progress, too, is there is a Death Prophet, but it is picked into a Rubik for these spell steals, and into a Morphling. So Morph, I feel like he's one of those heroes that can actually utilize Death Prophet Siphons amazingly. Even though you're not shifting into this like Agi or anything like that, just playing off of the DP spells is very nice for a Morph. 6-4. Slight lead. Only slight, though, for Liquid. But this mid tower, it's going to drop very soon.
I mean, they just continue to pile the pressure onto Key Attacker. Going with the Siphon. Caught by the trap slow. Up top, Antares tried to head over towards the Wisdom Rune, but Boxy still grabs it, and he'll also grab the kill.
Farewell, my friend. Nisha will get charged, but Solo's not going to complete that one. Wisdom Runes was a 1-for-1. We saw Antares attempt for the little steal there. But yeah, mid tower, it's going to very, very quickly soon drop. Let's see if they look to make multiple rotations. Because right now the supports, they're kind of struggling. Solo, he's doing okay, but Antares, he's playing like a full 5-position Rubik at this point. Kind of, I guess he has to because Solo's playing the Spirit Breaker with the Darkseer, but this is not going to be that Antares show that I think we saw last time from the Primal Beast in particular. It's going to take more time for him to be that flashy Rubik.
Just super hard for them to make any move onto Nisha in this mid lane now that he's got the treads. He's level 7. As the 4 points in Siphon, and Exorcism is going to be back online in 5 seconds.
Yeah, now the bottom lane is kind of broken as well too, right? The Darkseer has to jungle. They find Solo.
The toss back. He's going to look to charge away. So with the curse upon him.
Kitaka.
A few more hits. The stick charge is going to keep Solo fine for a little longer. And indeed, in the mid, they get the big kill. They take out the TA once more. And Senia, can he get the curse on Solo? He can.
He can.
Solo, he's going down as well. Liquid starting to push the game towards a similar point that they were at last time in game 1 around the same minimum, where they were building this early lead.
And their lineup this time, as I was saying, it hits towers. Last game, they couldn't really hit buildings whatsoever. Like I think you said it once or twice. It was like, this mid-tower, like they pretty much couldn't hit it.
Yeah, I think it was 20 minutes in, that's barely touched the tier 1 mid. Yeah, this time round, of course, it's well and truly gone. Just 8 minutes in.
8 minutes in, and Vizai, he's got the familiars already finished up. He's doing the build that I think we see popularized now with the Solar Crest, because you just get these little cheap stats with your crown, magic wand, double branches, and everything. He's got it done already, so the pressure is probably going to continue to go up toward top next here from the side of Liquid. And Mickey, he already has Maelstrom. Like, even though they lost some hero, they lost a Silencer and stuff bottom, it is a Bloodseeker versus that Darkseer, and he's been able to just keep himself all the way at the top here. So Liquid, this time around, much better, at least in the tempo. Just can they keep it up?
Definitely set up much better for success this game, even though they did have a comparable early game lead in that first time round. The factors here this time with the draft definitely seem more favorable.
Yeah, as long as we see, as long as DP, we'll see what the hero overall, how it ends up working into like the later stages of the game, especially when he's playing into, giving siphons to both Morphling and Rubik and stuff like that. Nisha gonna be going down this Witchblade route. I like it versus the TA quite a bit. We'll give you protection and offensive potential here. 2K lead at the moment. 45 seconds until they have Exorcism. Nisha very likely to just, I think that's when it's just the call to maybe invade the enemy jungle, that top jungle, and also take the top tower. But that's going to be pick your poison, because if you do go top, then it's going to be Kiyotaka. He's going to farm off these Ancients, which I imagine are both going to start getting it very stacked up for this TA. Solo actually misses the stack on the secondary one, but it happens. And now he's going to check to see if it's blocked.
Which would be nice powering to be able to hold Venetia. The Arcane.
It's a really good one, yeah.
And looks like they will be able to. I mean, 9 Pandas, they're not heading over towards the river. Nisha will have an Arcane ready to go for that next Exorcism.
Arcane straight to the top rune of that
Arcane, Exorcism, push top tower. Sounds pretty appealing. We'll see if that's the move they want to go for.
It's going to be fully spotted, of course. They have wards, as well as traps to see.
I don't think they care if they get spotted, because they can just push this tower, and I don't think 9 Pandas will want to do much about it.
No.
They don't want to fight into Exorcism right now.
No, they need... this lineup is pretty slow, honestly, from 9 Pandas. Having a TA in the mid lane, having a Morphling, it is quite greedy. Especially with the Darkseer being lane versus that Bloodseeker, he's slowed down as well. So yeah, this tower, it's going to drop. Nisha Not even going to use the Exorcism for that. Nisha actually looking like he wants to potentially set up for a kill with it. Yeah, he's TPing bottom.
All right, yeah. Play a bit more aggressive here with the Ghosts as the Ghosts are out.
Viero.
The rupture upon him. He's going to try and keep his distance. Look for a deny to the neutrals. Not going to get it. Nisha's in with the Crypt Swarm. Another kill for him.
They're snowballing pretty hard, 10-4. Top tower, it's dying to familiars. Bottom tower should die to this Exorcism too. A lot of map control going to kind of be gone here from 9-10. 9-Panda. Some nice rotation here from Nisha. Witchblade's done. And that was the end of the Arcane Rune, right? If I'm not mistaken, for the Exo. So he'll have it up very fast. And he used his TP, so his TP will be up faster too. So this one feels a lot more difficult for 9Pandas to slow down. They don't have ways to fight back versus this early game right now.
So they're going to try and charge in, but there's really no fight to be had. I mean, well, maybe with Miro, they're going to try and go.
Okay, Exorcism's ending.
Can they kill Nishi? He's still got 2 more siphons to survive with after this one. They're going to try and burst him with Kiyotaka focusing down the Death Prophet, but the heals
Mickey.
Too strong. Ramses wavefong's in, but he can't quite finish off Mickey.
Uh-oh.
And now Ramses, he turned up to a tough fight. He's going to get caught by the Bloodbright. Mickey gets back in there. They bring down Ramses. They bring down Solo. This game, too, it seems to be falling on to 9Pandas to make the mistakes.
Sometimes you play versus the DP. You haven't played versus it in a while. The siphons come out. They do not have the damage. I'm actually surprised they went for that play. Kiyotaka now. He's ruptured.
He's got TP.
See?
He's going to catch him. Just in range with the tip of the Avalanche, as they'll be able to set up to take out Kiyotaka. And maybe more. I mean, they've got eyes on towards Antares. Antares will be able to turn with the stolen Avalanche.
He's going down, probably.
Yeah, Zai's birds, they're upon him. The stun's coming in. Miro's going to offer up the surge, but Antares, he's already gone. 14-4, 6K lead here for Liquid.
Much better execution from them and a much easier way to, as you said, I think just being able to take these towers is really quite indicative of how much pressure they're able to apply. They're even now invading all over the place here because all 3 towers are gone at 12 minutes in. They're even going to stack and farm inside this enemy triangle. Just kidding. Insania blocks it. He says, Nisha, nice try with your efficiency. And 9Pandas are going to need quite a bit more time here.
Yeah, it's going to be a much more difficult game for 9Pandas to recover when in terms of like when you look at the carry, right? Ramses this time, he's not on an out on this Morphling, and a Morphling that just turned up to a very painful fight down bottom. So
everyone's struggling.
Needs a lot of space, a lot of time to really get his game back on track. And yeah, with the implications of Liquid's move so far, it doesn't look like Liquid's going to give 9Pandas that chance.
That is the fastest Mjolnir. I'm calling it. That's the fastest Mjolnir ever, right? 13 minutes.
Let's get up the stats. Or did we already have the stats?
I didn't see the Mjolnir one. What?
There's a 12-minute Mjolnir.
12-minute Mjolnir? Who the hell got a 12-minute? That game must have been a stomp. That is so early. That is actually insane how far Mickey is. And they're going to keep this pressure up. Top tower, probably on the horizon here. Glyph is actually on cooldown. Yeah, they can probably just go for this one if they know that Glyph is down. Tanking up, too. These heroes are not squishy by any means on the side of Liquid. 9Pandas.
Ramses, they're going to look for it.
Actually shows himself.
He's going to be able to find him. He throws out a sort of a nuke into the creep wave. He tries to go for a CS with the adaptive strike. It costs him his life.
Oh, and this is just getting too much here for 9Pandas to handle.
I think so.
This global play, the blink now for Boxy super early. Everyone on Liquid is having a good game, and almost everyone on 9Pandas is having a real rough one. Even Kiyotaka. Boxy. Maybe they can punish him at least.
They're going to try.
But the toss.
He's going to go straight for the TP out. Good call from Kiyotaka. Won't manage to save himself. Of course, back in the river, they did not have the damage to kill Boxy off. Solo's going to charge back in onto Insania, but this Spirit Breaker ain't killing any of these 3 heroes. They're just going to turn and kill him. Another kill for Mickey.
How the hell was there a 12-minute Mjolnir? I'm still like, what the? What would it have been? Maybe it would have been a Bloodseeker.
I mean, that must have been some sort of brown. It was definitely some brown
boots, probably.
Mjolnir rush,
yeah,
right?
Something like that.
Pretty wild, but indeed, yeah, we see here, as soon as he reveals himself, Boxy's quick with the jump. And of course, at this stage of the game, Ramses, he's only got that Yasha, does not have the Manta. So you get a catch on him, you're going to be able to blow him up.
Another one.
They'll find Kiyotaka. Ramses is going to turn into the Tiny, use the Avalanche to try and hold them back, provide some sort of protection. The refraction's back up, they've got the charge and the wall down onto the 2 of them. This is a decent attempt at a fight back from 9Pandas that will get them the kill on Boxy.
Siphons.
He's still healing up. See if Solo can stay on top of him. No, he's going to back away from this Mickey. He gets it to get the double. He's now ready to swing across and look to help outside to find more. They're in onto Antares. The Rubik's going down. Triple kill for Mickey. They have to run. Ramses and Solo, they've got no part to play in this fight. As once again, Liquid coming out on top. Only Boxy going down there.
This Death Prophet pick seems perfect, honestly. Nisha, he's 5-0-5 this time around. Tower's dying, pressure's being given. He's being the frontliner. He's tanking for his allies. They threw everything onto him here. He just Spirit Siphons. And Tara's actually stole it, but it doesn't do nearly enough there. This one is... So it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely seeing the strength of coming
Another
into
one.
and do this mid lane solo. Is he going to be able to run? Get the charge off.
But he's low HP.
He's going to be all right.
Okay, he'll be able to get away.
I mean, Boxy, he picks up the invis ring. He might stay on the hunt for him. Let's have a look if Boxy can do something sneaky.
Ooh, Solo, careful where you're clicking. Okay, he'll be able to get out.
Yeah, Boxy's actually going to head back over towards the mid. They might
He wants
get
bigger ones.
jump on key attacker.
Yeah, he wants a bigger target.
Antares.
Level 12 on Nisha. Exo's back up. Feels like he has no cooldown.
And Boxy can get the toss back. It should be a surefire kill. Antares hiding in the trees. They're going to look for the jump onto the TA instead. They get the toss back. Nisha got the Siphon and the Ghost up. They're in on top of the TA. Is there any way for Key Attacker to separate himself? No. He's going down. Antares to fall as well. 2 more dead. The Exorcism out. The tier 2. I'll put the fortification. But they should be going down pretty soon as well as Liquid. They keep their foot on the pedal.
2 minutes. Way too much pressure. A Yule's, a Witchblade. They have so many. The 3 cores are just absolutely massive. Even the support's catching up to those cores with this pressure plays on all these kills. They're getting to 21-5. I mean, Mickey's going to have BKB Mjolnir before Ramses even has his Manta.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And yeah, definitely not slowing the pace down by any means. Having this natural tower push, it just continues to give them the map to be able to swing over, continue to pressure, and just give no breathing room to 9 Pandas. There even Mech yet? Okay, Mech just coming out from Mira, incredibly late as well. All these item timings have been delayed so much this game for the side of 9 Pandas to try to be able to fight back. Mech, seems like that's going to be the call for them to attempt to fight around.
See if they can catch. If they can get one of these cores on their own, maybe they can get the kill.
And they're playing, Exo is on cooldown.
Okay.
BKB is about to be delivered.
I mean, they're underneath the vision here. Boxy's going to have the eyes on them, and he's in with the jump. He gets the avalanche onto the 2 of them. Mickey just commits in. We'll put the BKB. See if they want to get back in to chase for more. Looks like they'll respect 9 Pandas, and 9 Pandas are able to split.
I mean, maybe if the BKB literally doesn't get delivered at that exact second, they perhaps could get Mickey there, but still a difficult kill. You can feel 9 Pandas kind of grasping at straws this early game from Liquid. It's been their cleanest one.
Well, we have seen them lose some advantages in the past, but yeah, this game it's going to have to be like another level of mistakes really for Liquid to let this one slip away.
It'll have to be a pretty big blunder on the pushes in particular. Maybe it's could be with some type of like maybe some big steal plays. I think a lot of that is going to be like Antares if he gets some crazy type of exorcism, maybe that it gives him some type of enough damage. But yeah, difficult. Or Rupture. I mean, he does have a good one.
Ramses, he's got a fair bit of strength build up, and he has got his Manta done. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
They still catch him.
I think the Blood Right hits.
I think
I think he Manta into the Blood Right.
Manta the DP silence, and then the Blood Right hits, or vice versa.
They're going to continue. Exorcism's back up. They're going to go for this end.
Boxy, there's another grab. He's in. Gets the toss back. Another kill.
Oh, this one field might be done and dusted. There's no glyph even for this tower. It's dead. That's Rax at 19 minutes.
Yeah, we've had some quick games at the Major. This one's definitely going to be up there if this continues at this pace.
Nisha's going a bit of a different item choice here now, too. He's actually going to be going for the Aghanim. It's cool. I mean, it's cool with Exorcism. It does make your spirits do more damage, so. He doesn't even have to use Exo. This tower's just dead to the Visage. They just going to go top?
They could.
I feel like
top
they
lane's
just go
exposed
top.
as well.
They're actually going to back it up. That's actually a bit surprising. I thought that they were just going to keep going because they have Exo, but maybe Nisha's saying, I'm 100 gold from Aghanims, and then just saying that he's going to go for it. Or maybe they take the super safe route and they go Roche.
They could.
Especially because, like you said, they did end up, like, you know, that yesterday, especially versus Tundra, after having like a 12k plus lead, ended up losing it, so maybe trying to be as safe as possible.
Yeah, I mean, this is, obviously, if they lose this game, they're going home.
Yes, and you know what? It is daytime, so it shifts to bottom. They have the tier 2 to push down bottom too, so. Let's see if 9 Pandas can mount a fight. This feels like it could be their last one.
It could be. If this goes badly for them, they're probably losing the base, probably losing the game.
Boxy.
Not a bad start. If they can kill the Tiny quickly.
They have detection.
He's going to be able to still get the avalanche off, and indeed that jump's not going to go well at all. Boxy's fine. They'll get a nice 4-man vacuum, but there isn't really any follow-up.
No.
Ramses, he's been ruptured at the side of the fight. Mickey did pop in a pretty early BKB in this team fight.
Ramses.
He's trying to back away. He's got the manpower to remove the first silence, but they're in on top of him. Ramsey
Too much
will get
damage.
taken down. They will get Mickey in response. Can they get anything more, though? Miro and Antares falling low. Zionisha still pretty healthy as they'll push on to take down Solo. Miro's going to get followed down by Insania as the curse is upon Miro. He's up to the high ground, but Insania will finish him off. 4 dead on 9 Pandas. They get Mickey, but it's just not nearly enough. They still lose more. They've got eyes over towards Kiyotaka. He's trying to hide, but they've found him. The sentry down. They'll toss back the TA, get the team wipe.
Team wipe, and then a Wisdom Rune. Nisha beyond godlike. This time it's flawless from him. Okay, now they're all dead. Maybe don't go back for the rush.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, as you said, Nisha having a few games recently that were a bit shaky. He's making up for all of them and more here. 10-0-10.
With a clever pick. I gotta be honest. Like,
I think they weren't ready for this pick, right?
No, I really don't think so.
And I think we definitely saw, that the power kind of bringing in a hero that players and teams, they're not too used to playing against.
Another
There
setup.
a lot of moments where they underestimated what this DP could do.
Yeah. And a great lineup to really play around it, too. Playing around the Visage, it's all about just pressure, pressure, pressure. 20 minutes. There's been literally no space for 9 Pandas to farm this time around compared to the last one when Liquid just couldn't take the buildings. Yeah, a much better approach. And a much cleaner one.
They'll protect the bottom set of Rex in the tier 3, so Liquid, they'll back off. They could look to go back towards the Roshan. We saw last time 9 Pandas attempt to bring a fight down here. Did not go great. Ended in getting team wiped. They might try again because it's sort of all they can do in this position. True. We'll see. They're grouping up down bottom.
Exorcism back up in 30 seconds. Liquid being patient on the high ground here. And when they see a target, they might just strike. They see Kiyotaka.
Foxy, he's ready with the jump once more. They get the toss back onto the TA. Kiyotaka's gone. 9 Pandas, they just have to run. So if they get the opportunity, Mickey's ready to look to chase them down. Antares will manage to telekinesis back the Bloodseeker momentarily, but this Bloodseeker too speedy. Mickey gets the double.
They might just lose more. Boxy. It's on Solo.
He's going to get the catch.
Another one.
Toss into the Bloodbright. 3 dead. None of them with buyback. Not that it matters. I mean, they're sort of the position they're in, the low levels. They will be back pretty shortly.
And now you don't go for the Roche. You have Exorcism again, so now you go for the push. No glyph. Rax is quickly going to fall, and they're just going to pop the X zone. Probably go for the Megas. They call it.
They call it. Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. 23 minutes in, Team Liquid. They take game 2. As this was quite the shake-up for 9 Pandas. They were not able to stop this push, this advance at all from Team Liquid. And for a team that has suffered some mistakes in the recent games, recent series, this was flawless for them.
Yeah, this was a true definition of speed versus greed. The greed, it never even got to start getting online there for 9 Pandas. I think Liquid, they rounded off things, identified the mistakes from last game, and this one just looked way better. That DP last pick, yeah, like you said, definitely caught them off guard, completely there. This Visage tiny lane went well versus the Morphling. And bottom, you got some kills on the Silencer, but Mickey, he pushed the Darkseer out of lane. Miro was like level 5, I think Mickey's level 7. Gets absurd item timings with 13, 14-minute Mjolnir, as we mentioned from before. A cleaner and a very well-executed game from Team Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely. This was very impressive. And the question is, if Team Liquid's going to be able to find a similar style of draft, do it again in Game 3, or if 9 Pandas will be able to have a bit of a smarter response. Because this game 2, this draft, 9 Pandas, they just didn't get to play their game whatsoever, getting completely smashed across the board. But indeed, we're getting the whole excitement once more here at the Bali Major of a deciding Game 3 coming up around the corner as Liquid, they stomp this Game 2, and it's now 1-1 between Liquid and 9 Pandas.
No lack of damage this time around for Team Liquid as they are able to tie the series, and we are indeed going to another third and deciding game here in the lower bracket of the Bali Major. I'm joined by Fear, by Winter and Jack, and we're going to break the game down. We did say that Team Liquid have a very fast-paced lineup. We actually, Fear, I feel like we kind of nailed this one.
We did. I mean, the last draft, we got a couple things wrong there, but this one went exactly how all of us thought it would go. You're going to win your lane with the Bloodseeker versus the Darkseer. You're going to do well in the mid lane with your Death Prophet as well. The one lane that I wasn't entirely sure was going to go was going to be the Visage versus Morph, but in paper, Visage should do really well. They won all 3 lanes. They had the tempo. They grouped up, and I think 9 Pandas made it a little bit easier for them just by last picking that TA and putting them even more all in that situation where they're probably going to get ran over.
I mean, I just felt like they just needed like a hero that can hold the game together. You know, you have the Darkseer, you have the Morphling. It's already greedy enough, and like adding a TA just means that you're risking so much, you know, with the whole draft. And you don't have the overall last pick, so you don't know your lane. And you could always argue that, oh, we didn't expect the Death Prophet, you know, to come up, but you're putting yourself at risk of all these counter picks by picking TA when you don't have the overall last pick.
Yeah, I wonder how much effect that has. Obviously, the priorities change again for the third game, so curious how that will play itself out and how big of an impact that has. Jack, Team Liquid in the lower bracket, they do seem to level up when they're with their backs against the wall.
Yeah, and I think if there was maybe one thing you consider in this series as 9 Pandas, it's don't play against the Morph and don't play the Morph. I mean, it's hard to say you'd be afraid to pick a hero that's been the hero of the tournament that you've had so much success with. But I just feel like Liquid has so much up their sleeves against this. I feel like they have a lot of different options, whether to scale or to tempo against it. Like, even if it's not a Death Prophet, you know, it could be like a slightly different game, like a Lone Druid or something like that. Like, very similar type of playstyle that they can use against it, especially when they pick something in the first phase, whether it's a Visage or Necro or something else that gives them a tempo advantage. So I feel like just very well drafted and executed from Liquid. Even if top lane didn't go as well as it needed to, you have this Visage hero, he has stuns, he has burst, and he's not an easy hero for Morph to immediately go in and kill, which is what Morph wants to do, especially in these early fights, just be able to quickly take a hero out of the fight, basically. And yeah, it's just too much overwhelming early game momentum on the side of Liquid.
Yeah, speaking about too much, this time 9 Pandas had too much of a late game, and during the break we were talking about how it's really important that you have to strike a balance within your draft. You can't have too much late game, you can't have too much early game. You want to have like a balance, like an early game, mid game, late game, everything is there, so you don't get abused in the draft by your enemy team.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I think in this game here, it's happening over and over again when I see 9 Pandas lose. It's most of the time on first pick. They seem to have a really good grasp on how to play the second pick, but whenever they pick this Morphling, I feel like you need to make this hero, if it's your overall first pick of the game, you have to believe in it, and believe it's going to carry the game. It is one of the strongest carries in the game. You don't have to pick more carries with it. Just make your whole draft about the Morphling. I really did not enjoy the Kiyotaka TA in this game with the heroes that he currently had. It felt like
I don't
nobody
think he did either.
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, right? But I just think it should be fairly obvious at these points to these teams. Like, you're first picking Morph. Your strategy is to pick this carry. So you have to believe it's good, go all in it, pick a supporting cast around it, and hope Ramses can carry the game. But Kiyotaka, he's not playing for this Morphling. He's playing for himself. And then he fed on top of it, so now everyone's going to feed, because now you're just going to run all across the map as Liquid and just take over the game.
Yeah, they had a stellar performance, and they must have been over the moon. And on top of that game, I'm curious what their in-game comms sounded like during some of the fights.
There is another consideration.
I'm trying to farm my global. Try to help him. I'm hitting. Yeah,
I'm for it. I'm for it.
They fucking died. They're dying.
Stunning doctor. Come Morph.
Yeah.
Are we some stun?
Well, any XP and I get global.
They're dying. He's dying. Can we run in more maybe? No. I've stunned in 5. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. I get him. Maybe I saw that. I'm just going. Crossing to the bird. Sorry.
They're TPing on looping.
Morph is here. They're gonna.
I'm running. It's gonna be 5-5.
I'm running.
It's easy fight. Just take it slow.
I'm for sure dead. I think it's kind of scary here, guys.
No, it's good. Keep fighting. Keep fucking fighting. What the fuck? They cannot fight us.
Yeah. Okay, more?
Yeah. Yes, blink, yeah.
This way. I'll catch him.
We're catching him. Here.
That seemed to be having one overarching thought there within those team fights. Keep fighting. I'm going to go in. I'm going to go. It seemed like that was the entirety of the comms, and it makes sense because that's the type of draft they had. They played it very well. And Jack, you were about to say something right before we listened to that one.
Well, I was just going to say the other possible option there that some teams would do, like maybe like an Aster or someone else that I don't think 9 Pandas has done, is if you think that the Morph's been adequately countered out of the early part of the draft, you try to flex it instead and run it mid. I don't think this team has done this though, so I don't know if that's, again, I feel like they should not play or give up this hero against Liquid.
I mean, it goes back to you have to believe in the Morph. If you first pick it, you can't be like, oh, it's not a good Morph game. You know, yeah, no shit, it's not a good Morph game anymore. You first pick the hero, right? So you have to believe it's good and just really just make your draft about it.
Yeah. Anything surprising coming out of the comms? I felt like it was quite straightforward with the game winter and how the game was going.
Yeah, that's what you want to hear from your carry player when he's telling you, let's just go, you know,
let's
he's feeling strong, you're like, okay man, let's go, you know. You don't want to hear like a a 50-50 communication.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what I want to do. Should we go? Like if the carry player is asking you guys what you guys want to do, then something is wrong.
That's bad.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, when the carry player thinks they're ready to fight, they're ready to fight. Now the question is, Team Liquid, this obviously was a strat that worked very well on second pick. Will they go back for it, Fear, you think? Like, can they, if they don't have second pick?
I think they have to toss the coin again to see who gets second pick this game.
All right.
Might determine the series.
Toss the coin! I'm curious what this coin toss will give out, and I'm sure you are too, but if you want to find out, you've got to stick with us until after the break. Welcome back. You're watching the Bali Major, and we are in the middle of our first series. We're heading to a third game as the players are getting ready to play it. They're sitting down in the wondrous DX Racers chair. They are an official sponsor here at the Bali Major, and you can get your own one as well. And better yet, if you are a US customer, you can get a 5% discount if you use the discount code the Bali Major, or Bali Major, not the just Bali Major. There you go. I know you can figure it out. Make sure to check that out, and you can enjoy the same world-class comfort. And comfort is what we're looking for 9 Pandas here in this third and deciding game. They did get their comfort of Dire. I know there was some talk on the panel just now about who got priority. It was Team Liquid that got priority. They chose second pick. 9 Pandas chose Dire and therefore get first pick, which is the same position as the game they just lost. Winter, that might spell some problems for them.
Back to the drawing board. I think what they could do as first pick is like, if Undying is open, you can open with Undying, and then you try to play like a faster paced game with the Undying. Try to either match the pace or try to outpace them. And I feel like if the bans are going to be the same, they ban Enigma +1 in the previous game, so you can potentially open Undying plus Medusa right away. If you don't want to play that fast and you want to have late game, that's an option too.
Yeah, we should be getting in there soon. I mean, do you think that 9 Pandas will just... Okay, they learned, they banned out the Morph this time around. Enigma still banned out by Team Liquid last time and was paired up with an Undying. And the Brood Pugna were banned by 9 Pandas, so one of them will probably make it through. depending on what Team Liquid prioritizes. And I also wonder that if 9 Pandas has first pick, will they go back to the Medusa on the first pick?
I think they want Pugna first pick.
Pugna first?
That way they can go into Dusa or Storm. So
there's no way Liquid will let them have that.
they're gonna let them
Surely.
have
Team
what,
Liquid's
the
turn to
Pugna?
ban.
Yeah, well, they
their
ban
own.
that out themselves.
Yeah, not a huge fan of that ban. I think that could have been a strong tool for them, but we'll have to see.
They must have something planned.
They do, for sure. I'm curious on what it might be, because from my perspective, that Pugna would have been really, really good for them. They're not going to get it. Maybe Undying is their plan. I think that's a pretty good opening as well.
Maybe they just figure that they'll get either Dusa or Storm here, guaranteed.
Yeah, whichever one Team Liquid chooses to ban out.
But what if Liquid pick Storm Dusa? And I don't think they should overall first pick Medusa. I think that's a mistake. They can only pick it on the last pick of the phase, so...
I mean, you're saying if they pick Undying, they pick Storm Medusa, then can't you just pick Anti-Mage right away?
Panda's our first pick. I want them to pick Undying here.
Yeah.
Liquid will pick 2, then they can pick their Storm or Medusa, then ban for it.
They can't pick Storm anymore.
That's true. But they could pick Medusa there. I haven't been a big fan of just overall first picking the hard carry.
They sometimes overall first pick their Brood.
Yeah, they like doing that. They sometimes like first picking their Morph too, but doesn't mean it works.
True.
5 seconds remaining.
That's fair.
So I want to see an adjustment, not just slamming your head on your keyboard and doing the same thing over and over again. That isn't really working.
That's Brood.
Well, just outplay him.
Don't worry, Miro. I believe in you.
I mean, they've gotten this far in this tournament doing the same thing, right? So it is good. They have one of the smallest hero pools. They believe in the heroes that they pick here. Will it work as later on in the tournament? We'll have to find out. Their tournament lives are on the line here, and they're going to make sure they don't give away that Medusa. Just taking it really early.
I mean, do you then pick the carry matchup right now, either PL or Anti-Mage right away?
The thing is, the Anti-Mage, I much preferred in the offlane against the Medusa, not necessarily carry versus carry. Because it comes online a lot faster, sits in the Medusa's face, lanes against it, and the carry Anti-Mage oftentimes is much slower and hits its timings way later, so that power spike that Medusa normally does have is still very relevant. He gets to the Butterfly, the Manta +1, and it feels like Anti-Mage just isn't ready at that point and can't really deal with the evasion. So the Anti-Mage versus Medusa matchup, it's still good in the late game, but you still have a huge window, especially if you have an Undying on Liquid here. And because you did open up with that Brood, you kind of locked in a lot of ways your offlaner, so this Medusa pick does make a lot of sense.
Well, they'll go for the Snapfire with it. What kind of impact will that have?
Little Shredder the Tombstone, I guess.
Yeah.
It secured a pretty good lane for them, at least as it presently stands. Again, I don't know. Some teams will flex this Brood. I don't know if 9 Pandas has done that much this tournament. I feel like that hasn't really been the case.
Not for them this tournament yet.
So yeah, they've secured that lane for the moment, and they don't have to commit their carry pick just yet, with leaving Liquid that much more draft capital to deal with it.
It goes back to the first pick core. Is it a mistake? I am starting to feel like it's not giving them many advantages, we'll put it that way, but it goes back to comfort. We'll have to see what he can do with this Broodmother. We did see a game where the Broodmother was like, I think, was that against Parker, where he was getting solo killed by spiders in the lane or something? The lane matchup can go really well for you, so there's always that.
Yeah, but the Dusa is Undying though, so not entirely sure how well that's going to go for you. Like, I feel like that Dusa, regardless, he's going to be able to stand the lane free farm. Like, I rarely see like Dusa get dumpster in the lane. I think the only game that I saw was the AR game where the Clockwork was solo killing the Dusa in the lane, because the lane just went so well for the Clockwork. But apart from that game, I just feel like every Dusa I see, she's been just free farming in the lane, and you can't really pressure her that much.
We need 9 Pandas to win this though, because I can't have our Eastern European team going out, China going out, and now we might as well be just watching Western Europe DPC.
That's
true.
Hey, you're already counting out PSG.LGD? Come on.
I'm not counting them out. That is a possibility. I just don't want to see it, and it could start here, where some of the other regions get to play more Dota today, more than just today.
True.
There's the Anti-Mage ban. So just maybe with the Darkseer ban, there's more of an illusion path they're looking for here. Maybe we might see PL, we might see Naga. Those are like the more popular ones. Perhaps Terrorblade. Even the Shadow Demon has been picked up a lot against Medusa, although I wouldn't say it's anywhere near like hard counter, but it does help as the game goes on.
I mean, I would say like even though PL feels amazing against the two heroes, the Tombstone and Dusa, but PL always runs into the problem where the early game is very weak. You know, you get bullied in the early game, the enemy offlaner gets like a really good start, then the PL doesn't really get to the stage. You know, he's very similar, I would say, to Anti-Mage, where he's really strong against their lineup, but it's late game. You know, and oftentimes getting there can be a huge problem for Phantom Lancer.
I want to see a Ramses sniper. Bust it out.
Yeah, that would be cool. Against, you can kill the Tombstone, you can kill Dusa.
Obviously, you're going to want to pick that much later in the draft here, but you have a very limited amount of heroes that can just hit the Medusa. Haven't played a lot of Sniper recently. He used to be a little more popular, but against Medusa, it is a good hero. Heroes that can just like hit Medusa from afar are definitely valuable.
I think also go the Void plus... Oh, remember, they can't go the Void anymore.
Yeah.
So the Void plus like range damage combo as well, but not an option anymore.
Not anymore.
10 seconds remaining.
I do like the Shadow Demon as well that you talked about.
Remaining.
It's really good. Oftentimes, even as a pos 4, you don't need to put him as pos 4, but it can trade versus the Rubik or the Undying, so the lane shouldn't be an issue either. Disruption, you get your own Medusas. Follow that up with Ramses playing some hero that can just hit the Medusa. I think that's the most important part without committing. PL, I brought up Sniper again. I don't know if that hero's good though.
I mean, then the question comes down to do you pick the mid lane or not? Because if you're picking Shadow Demon, I would assume that if you want to choose,
yes sir,
you want to choose a hero to pick, you have to leave the carry last, right?
Yeah.
So they're going to go for like Silencer plus Pangolier. So the Pango is a diffuser builder, so another hero that can sort of deal with the Dusa. And Silencer, I guess they're trying to get a lineup which has overwhelming team fight here with Global Silence plus the Mortimer's Kiss, and they're going to rely heavily on the Pango to do the initiating. But the problem with that is, because you're picking Pango here, you're going to run into like some counter matchup, like some Ember or whatever they're going to pick here. And that would mean that the Pango is going to have a slower start, and it means that the draft gets a little bit more unstable for 9 Pandas.
And now that Team Liquid knows that they're going to be up against the Pango in the mid lane, in all likelihood, they secure themselves the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, it just feels like Liquid is just going to have like 3 advantageous lanes with how the pick order is playing out right now. Ember's going to have a good lane, Dusa's going to farm against Brood, and in the last pick, they're going to be able to see what 9 Pandas is going to go for and decide their lane. So the laning phase is definitely going to be already very, very good for Team Liquid. And overall, the Dusa is also going to give them the stability to go through the mid and late game. So I will be very, very happy with how the first 2 phases of draft has ended for Liquid.
It just feels like getting a Morph for Medusa on second pick just feels really good right now in this tournament, in this meta. And like you said, I think we're starting to see some of that. The game could get pretty rough. I think for 9 Pandas, though, I think one of the advantages, I guess, of Pango here with the supports they have is you have a lot of kill threat at just about anywhere you go, which I feel like 9 Pandas already leverages quite a bit when they win. A lot of games that they win tend to be over very quickly, so they can try to get something that's less of like a late game scaling counter for the Medusa and just try to play faster against it, kind of do some liquid themselves on their own, right?
So probably need an Elk again. I need like a faster hero.
Yeah, I could see that work. I think for 9 Pandas, just they're in the situation in the draft. I hate to go back to it, but like I feel like one of the OP things about first pick, if it does have any merits to it, is that 8 pick, you pick and you get 3 bans to secure that hero. But when you just overall first pick your hero, like they're banning for a Snapfire, it feels like that doesn't really feel good.
That's why it's pretty common in the first pick where whenever you 5th pick a core, the 8th pick should still be like a hero that's a core that will allow you to abuse this 8th pick. I oftentimes feel like 8th picking on support doesn't really feel very good because of going into the ban phase after that, and you really want to abuse that 8th pick.
Yeah, for sure here. And we will see what Ramses does want to play here. Still super down with the sniper.
Yeah.
Fusel Blade Sniper, let's go.
We obviously saw a lot of heroes banned in the previous games in terms of cores, one of them being the Naga Siren, still in the pool. Is that an option here, or is that too, I don't know, slow?
I don't really like Naga too much versus Dusa. It goes both ways. I think everyone has their own opinion on that matchup. But I feel with the Naga, you have to just win fairly early, and then you just can't group up ever against the Dusa. And Dusa is one of those carries that loves to just group up and end. So I feel that puts you on like an incredible timer. The Alchemist idea I did like. I think that one's really good. You can play really fast, come online, and it just comes down to outplaying your opponent. And that's really fast if they want to go. You were talking about fast heroes. He's the only player that's doing this right now, playing the carry Nature's Prophet. Yeah. But they're going to be everywhere on the map with the Brood. Pango likes to move across the map. NP will join them. This is definitely playing to not play against this late game Medusa and shut her down.
I think we last saw this during the group stage, actually. They were like the only team you mentioned that would last pick this, right? And try to have these really fast, decisive rotations early in the game.
So what's against it?
Yeah, I feel like they just need to pick like some underlord and win the lane. Any hero that can just win the lane, slow down the MP, and the game is going to be pretty straightforward for Team Liquid after that. Like underlord fits the bill because he wins the lane and he defends the towers.
Objectives, yeah.
Yeah. And he can also be anywhere on the map.
Yes.
Anyway.
So it basically fully counters what MP is doing in the game.
Is it too slow though? I don't know. It might be. I don't know.
If you do well in the lane, I think it's not slow. But I feel like whenever Underlord gets an advantageous lane, you get a lot of merit from the net worth that he's gaining because he does a lot of things for you. He's going to defend the tower. He's going to be pushing out the lanes. Okay, this is also a lane counter towards Nature's Prophet.
So it's the Lima Major counter to when NP was super OP and picked every game.
And he's also really good against the Silencer and all these backline supports with the Snapfire.
Yeah.
And also the Brood, you know. So I think this is actually a fantastic pick here for Liquid to round up the draft.
And I think the reason why they picked this here is just using that past experience, right, of knowing the matchups. Before, nobody could beat Nature's Prophet in lane, and still might be the case. He got nerfed a little bit. Then they decided, how do you beat Nature's Prophet in lane? You just kill him. So Primal Beast can get on top of him and kill him really easily, and then when he gets that Vanguard, he just doesn't have to worry about the treants anymore.
Great handshake that was.
I think either way, we're going to get a really fast game. Either Liquid is just going to run away with the game from the lane, or Nine Pandas is going to run away with the Nature's Prophet ganking the other side of the map and just end the game really quickly.
We have Broodmother on Ramses this time.
Wait, what?
Mero is playing Nature's Prophet.
Off-lane Nature's Prophet? So they're trying to dodge the lane matchup? I guess that's why they're doing it?
Think it's going to be enough?
Does that make it better?
Might actually be good enough for them. Because if they get the advantageous matchup, they are the ones going to be dictating the play, not Liquid. And that might be a problem for Liquid.
I think it's the wrong patch to do this for 9 Pandas here. It can work, but it's very risky. I would have rather Ramses play the NP, but they've just got to play fast regardless. We'll see if they can do it though.
Will they be able to do it? That's something that we're going to, of course, find out in this third and deciding game. It's everything on the line. If you lose here, you are left behind on top 6. And when you've come this far to play the final day at the Bali Major, you want to continue on. Winning will guarantee top 4. Also, keep in mind that winning here will have you play more today at the very end of the day. Let's see who comes out on top. 9 Pandas versus Team Liquid, game 3 with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The deciding game 3 now between Team Liquid and 9 Pandas. Fogged, we're getting the Prophet coming through, and as the panel discussed, as we saw the way that the heroes were grabbed, it is going to be switched around. Mirror to take it to the offlane, and Ramses to play the carry Brood. Do you think that's the right approach? And overall, will this lineup work?
I got worries.
From 9 Pandas against Liquid.
I got worries, because that was definitely Ramses asking for Nature's Prophet. Then Primal comes down, he's like, you play it.
I'm good, yeah.
This doesn't look wrong. This doesn't look great for Nature's Prophet. We'll have to see. I haven't seen this hero played in offlane at all since pretty much the early tour when when it was a completely different kind of hero, it feels like, when they're playing around like the root and everything like that. Let's see if 9 Pandas can make something happen, because this one looks really hard. Again, Liquid going for a very strong early game kind of draft here. The Primal to answer the MP. The Primal good versus all 3 cores, actually, versus Pango, versus NP, versus Broodmother. Could be some difficulties, but let's see if the switch-up does end up working. It's a risk the 9 Pandas is trying to take here versus Team Liquid's very strong lanes. Oop, solo.
Might have a chance of getting him.
They have a lift skill, they've got Blood Grenade. Yeah, he's down.
So this is going to be first blood for sure.
Blocks.
Who they're able to give it to. If Zai can grab it. Nah, Foxy's just going to have to take it. First blood.
Hey, Foxy's probably, damn it, why'd I skill lift? We didn't even need it. Oh, well. Now he's going to, maybe he'll cliff somebody. Ramses, don't walk near the cliff. No, is he actually? I mean, the lift is still going to do a decent chunk of damage here. They'll have another onslaught.
They might have a chance to kill him.
Getting close.
Couple more right clicks.
Towers.
Oh, one more. Oh, they needed another one.
Zai's going to die now.
Be able to kill Ramses, and indeed Zai under the tower hits. He'll go down in return.
I think I've seen Zai die to a tier 2 twice, 3 lanes in this tournament, actually. All right, whoops. Well, that happens. Who got the last hit? It was Solo.
Right, let's look at some of these lanes. So this off-lane Prophet early on, is it going to do anything to slow down Mikkei's farm?
It's good versus the Undying. That's the one thing at the least, right? So even though they did flex it, it maybe wasn't the ideal situation that they wanted to have with the way that they picked it and everything. This lane actually doesn't look, I mean, on paper maybe doesn't look as bad versus the Undying, but maybe versus the Dusa it's still kind of bad. We'll have to see. You do have merit as the game progresses if you do hit some of your talents and stuff like that versus the Dusa, but greedy, to say the least, here from 9Pandas.
Yeah. I mean, are you going to be able to put much pressure on with the Treants, or is Mikkei just going to be able to farm them?
I think he might just be able to farm them. That's, I don't know, I'm curious about the Treants overall. I feel like it's just gotten easier and easier to kill them.
Your attempt was pathetic.
And I mean, all the lanes, I feel like, I think Liquid actually just has pretty solid stuff across all 3.
Top
I think they
lane
always
Ramses.
do this, though. Top Ramses.
Oh my goodness, it nearly goes down, but will survive.
Repercussions of that early start here, having level 2 already on Boxy. Ramses has to be careful how low he stays. Solo's going to do work here to body for him. They're out of regen up top. I think actually both sides are out of regen. Zai very close to his ring of health though. In mid. I was wondering, I don't even have time for it. Solo.
They're going to get back in with the trample, but it's actually going to be Boxy dying, and Solo, he can keep the distance from Zai. So Zai won't be able to get a kill in return.
Nisha, he should have a really good time. I was telling you before the game actually went, the Kiyotaka, he does go a different build when he plays versus these melee heroes as the Pangolier. So he actually always grabs Lucky Shot. So let's see if that's going to be able to help him with this matchup. I don't think so. I know Nisha's super comfortable in this one, and Fox even trying to maybe annoy Kiyotaka. I mean, he might actually just be able to kill him.
Nah, he's going to have Swashbuckle up soon enough. But he's definitely going to get kept very low. Swashbuckle is available if necessary, and yeah, Kiyotaka, he's going to walk back to base.
Okay, I mean, he's got his
by the
bottle.
looks of it. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, he can stick around. But this is space that he's pushed back from the lane. I mean, you see on the CS already what Nisha 12-5 against the 6-0 in this mid matchup, and he's got a full wave coming in as well. So he's going to be even further ahead. This is going to be quite the difference in mids.
Set him up for success though. TP mid, yeah, bottle refill him. Ramses, he's going to absolutely struggle inside of this game, at least for the start here. But I think I've seen these Broods recover pretty nicely. Not the easiest one to recover. I think Liquid has a really good pressure draft here, but Liquid this time, they don't have tower. They don't have the best ways to hit towers. That's something that I do have to watch after what happened in that first game in particular, not being able to really pressure so much here.
Sure, but I think this time around they got the Medusa, so
they got the group up.
They're not looking to speed up, right? They can slow it down and rely on this Medusa to carry. Another attempt on Ramses, but he's been pretty good at surviving through them each and every time. Once again, he will. They can't quite kill the spider.
Made his way. I mean, Nisha's going to have a full free game. That's for sure. But bottom, Miro is handing his own. So the NP matchup versus the Dusa, it's actually not too shabby. Even though the Snake Bans does give you so much because you are that, of course, that int hero. He's doing great because of that Undying. You know, it's an Undying what likes to play versus strength melee cores. And versus the range is difficult. Ramses, again, it's just constant aggression.
They don't quite at this point have enough to completely take it down. And Solo,
he's dead.
He's going to get Boxy. Killing spree for Solo.
Solo's killing it.
It's a few times where Liquid are making these attempts top, and they're not quite working. This will start to hurt them if they keep slipping up with these efforts.
He'll be okay. Solo, I've seen most of the time Solo has glaives. I think in this lane he's probably, damn it, I wish I had glaives right now. Now Solo though, another action, he's gonna die.
Yeah, they're in on top of him with the trample. And indeed Solo, not a chance of surviving.
That one's fine though. He had
Maybe
to
they
reset,
can get Ramses as well,
yeah.
and this time they do. They needed that Liquid. They've tried a few times to take it down, not with success, but this time they'll get the double kill for Zai.
And if I'm not mistaken, he buys the Ring of Health and he has Arcane Boots coming. So that's actually the dream when you're playing Rubik, having that. I think there's a couple of these 4 positions that really like to have those Arcane Boots on your 3 position to spam out. Looking at mid, I mean, Nisha, they keep filling Kiyotaka's bottle, but no, looks like Nisha's gonna get his fill. Nisha, is he gonna die to the blood grenade?
He should be alright here.
Nice try, Solo.
Kiyotaka's actually still very close. Nisha, he'll spot him out now with a Sleight of Fist.
And now Solo's in trouble again.
Flame Guard's back up, and Boxy and Insane, they'll run down the silencer. Kiyotaka trying to kill Nisha. He's not going to get him. Nisha's going to live.
He's going to
Jack's
reset.
going to get taken down. Indeed, the 6 is hit. Remnant's out, back to base. He'll be back in the lane with full HP.
And top
lane, they're going to get round
solo.
again. Killing spree for Zai.
Solo kill, and he's going to potentially get away from Miro as well. Liquid, the early game dominance continues.
Yeah, this is some big stuff. I mean, yeah, mid lane is just such a huge difference right now.
He is level 6. Kiyotaka level 4. He did go 2-0 too. He tries to go this kind of trade build. I've seen him do it before with the Ember Spirit. Absolutely not working. Nisha, a master of the matchup. Panel said it. There's quite a bit of counter picks that Liquid set their draft up for.
That's a hot start.
Seeing it. Mike? Got a mango and wand.
Yeah, they can't finish him. Mike knows he's fine, and Miro and Antares, they know not to push this. They can't kill him.
Yep. Power rune. Are they going to be able to help Kiyotaka get it?
I mean, they have to.
Keeping
Such
it low.
I mean, Nisha might be able to kill him. Slight fisting him with a couple of remnants. This is a kill if he wants to, but he's going to play it safe. Doesn't quite know what's behind Kiyotaka. So we'll opt to sort of just pressure him so they can look for the power rune. Antares will manage to deny it.
They will put a ward behind the tower to at least scout behind there, so they will be able to potentially go for the dive on Kiyotaka. But I think that was scouted. Miro looking to get involved. Boxy cancels his TP.
Boxy, he will die, but this might set up for Miro to die in return. Zai goes forward with the onslaught. They have the pulverizer. Zai hits the 6, and that's going to be 1 kill. And with the Remnant back towards the mid, Nisha, they're going to clean up more. They get Kiyotaka. It's 2 dead around the mid lane for 9 Pandas.
8-4. So many kills coming out here. This Pango has no game, Owen. 20 lasted 0-2. Nisha's already 7. Got the max slight. Not an easy game for the Pango by any means through recovery either. He's versus Dusa where he can get defusal and stuff like that, but there's some big problems that's going to really kick in for this Pango versus a Primal Beast who's having such a good game too.
And just sort of your eyes on Miro to see what he can do in terms of impact as an off-lane prophet.
He's going to have to make magic happen.
And he's going to go for this Ags rush.
Oh, he is still going to do the Aghanims. Okay. The root can be very, very good versus the Primal Beast and the Ember Spirit, and I guess he wants to be that true offlaner this game. He's not going for the scaling build to try to give space for his Pango and his gadget back up. I guess that's the approach he wants to do.
It's hard to...
It's tough.
It's tough because, you know, it's a lot of money invested on an 85-second cooldown spell.
Yeah. Okay, the body blocks are there. Still got wand. He is fine.
And he knows it. He's not worried at all down here. Meanwhile, Nisha, it's again with the pressure of the supports. They take out Kiyotaka. Sort of 0-3-0, 3 deaths on the mid Pango. I don't know how this Pango's going to recover his game. This is one of the roughest starts that we've seen Kiyotaka have.
And they, as you mentioned from before too, like they're putting the attention with the rotations and with the wards. They see anywhere he wants to go. They set up for these kills. This tower, they know to have the natural push, but with these kills, they're getting pretty much the same tower timing that they got last time with the Death Prophet. Liquid looks like they've woken up after that first game.
Yeah, it does. This game 3 start is looking hot once more.
Just the recovery outlet for this Pango is just, it's so difficult with the matchups he's again, because the Dusa matchup, it goes both ways. If you're ahead, you can do a lot to Dusa. If you're behind, rolling into a Stone Gaze and stuff like that, you might just die. And you're playing versus Pulverize. You're playing versus immense control and physical damage. Liquid, they want more. They have a shield rune on Nisha. He is snowballing.
Yeah, Zai. He's going to have the setup onto Miro. Nisha and Insane ready to connect as well to guarantee the kills. Miro will try and hide in the sprout, but they'll cut through the trees. Nisha takes him out, and Antares also found by Nisha. Double kill for the Ember.
He secures them both, takes the last hit away from Zai. He's like, Zai, you're farming fine. You've got all the kills. I want to have the more enabling. It's just going to be swinging around the map, and there's no one to really move around on the side of 9 Pandas yet in order to kind of salvage any of this. They're just stalking Kiyotaka.
Yeah, when you sort of have, you know, the off-lane prophet, who's your front line? Who's going in first on 9 Pandas? Maybe it would have been your Pango, but Kiyotaka, he's so far behind, and he's going to be even further. They catch him with the Pulverize. He's dead once more.
Even if he does catch up, there's always going to be that Pulverize, right? That's always going to be there to just grab him even during the roll. He is soon going to be surpassed from Antares. I feel like the supports now on 9 Pandas have to do everything, but they're just, I mean, they're literally just running at them. Liquid now giving all the space in the world for Mickey to keep that farm going. And mid tower dropped, and they potentially are going to swing toward top. It's already pretty low.
Nisha could dive for the kill.
He's thinking about it.
He's not going to go for it. I mean, especially getting hit by the curse from Solo. But you could tell he was tempted. He's not afraid to dance around these 2-3 towers.
Kiyotaka again.
He's got the Rolling Thunder.
Chains.
They'll catch him with the chains. He should still be able to get off the ult though, Kiyotaka. But indeed, he has to ult and run. Cannot get in, he cannot play aggressive with the Rolling Thunder, he's got to just back off.
And when you have this advantage on an Ember Spirit, you're just getting every single rune. So he's got Shield Rune, he's perfectly fine, and now he's going to find a DD. He's playing versus like no stuns as well too, Owen. There's like a Pango Rolling Thunder, there's the Global Silence and the Cookie and stuff like that, but these are not the easiest things to shut down an Ember who's snowballing like this. It's like, for 9 Pandas, it's like slow the game down, but you're playing versus a Medusa, so you're stuck between a rock and a hard place here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And Torres absolutely needs 6 at the least, just so they have some type of kill threat on the map.
Has been denied.
But my goodness, this must be the poorest Pangolier I think we've seen.
Yeah, that's pretty well. What, 10 minutes in, and Boxy's going to overtake him in farm.
Yeah, 0 for Boxy and Antares. And Antares didn't really have much of a game either. Down he goes.
As indeed, the man in question looks to be dying on maybe. Oh, yep, that'll do it. Nisha pops the DD in a slight to take him out. Top lane Ramses is trying to go for Zai.
Zai is very tanky though, Vanguard.
Ramses can't continue to push for this, especially with the fact that rotations are coming in for Liquid. Boxy and Insane are heading up there.
I mean, it's unbelievably fast the way they're playing. 13 kills in 11 minutes. They have the curse, they have the lift potentially.
You're going to find him. He's able to get up to the high ground in time. They'll drop the tombstone.
I think lift was on cooldown actually for a second there, but for Boxy. Couldn't quite get it on Ramses. Zombies chasing spiders. Spooky.
Yeah, the timing that they're closing in on any of their cores, it's going to be the Ags on Mira. I just don't know how much of an effect that's really going to have.
Zai already has Lotus, so he has the counter for the silence, and he has the counter for the root that's going to be coming out too. I mean, it's insane timings that they're hitting. That has to be one of the earliest Lotuses I think that we've seen. Maybe not the, what is it? How it is the fastest? Yeah, so makes sense. Very good pickup this game. Solo still level 5. They're just getting ran at. Kiyotaka.
He'll get away.
But only just that.
He'll come back for one final pass by across Nisha. They do kill Boxy with Mira TPing over.
Can they get Nisha at all?
Nisha would be the big grab if there's any chance of closing in upon him. They've got the Sprout, but Remnants are still there. Nisha's away, dodges the curse.
Potentially, if Solo's 6 there, they could maybe get Nisha, but so underleveled on these supports with the way these lanes have gone down. This defusal timing is going to be so slow. Mickey now getting another tower. All 3 towers about the same time as they got them last time with their push lineup. But smashing this early game and not slowing it down. Even going to start stealing the stacks. Nisha's Maelstrom is pretty much done. It's just going to be farm. I don't know when 9 Pandas is going to be like, all right, we're good to fight. It's going to take quite a bit of time for them. So I think for now, just probably have to just farm it up. Try to get some type of recovery outlet. Maybe it's when the Ags comes on Miro. Maybe that's going to be the call.
Maybe. And of course, yeah, I did forget he obviously reduced the cooldown. So it gets it down to 1 minute cooldown.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard you said 85 and I was like, oh, I guess they changed. I forgot about, yeah.
You get the 25 down on it. It's, 2 seconds to 3.8 second route. It's catch, which they are going to need. They're going to need as much as they can.
They do.
To threaten this Ember Spirit, to threaten Nisha. Yeah, they need a whole lot more though. And yeah, sort of eyes full to Kiyotaka to see if he can find that defusal timing.
And what it's going to even do, because this Medusa is going to be pretty large already at the point that it comes out.
Top bottom half of the map.
And they're flanking on Ramses.
They're on the hunt for him.
No, for blocks.
He's going to have TP backup coming in. The slight aim with the onslaught. Backup's there, but Ramses, he's out.
Can't fight it.
Can't lifesteal against that amount of overwhelming damage coming out from Liquid. They even popped the global as well in an effort to try and set up that fight for Ramses, but it's just in vain. They don't get anything in return. Liquid are fine.
Good flank. The positioning from Zai. I feel like I've seen this so many times lately just because of these new top sides. It's just like a Rolling Thunder just comes from the right side. A charging Primal Beast just comes from these angles you just don't expect them to. Boxy. See some treants here. They're not going to care to go for it here. Kiyotaka shows up bottom to try to finish up his defusal. He actually is going to have it done. It's a naked one, though, completely naked. And he's quite squishy. But let's see if that's going to be timing, because they will have Ags, I believe, is done on Miro in a second, and they're going to have defusal on this Pangolier. Let's see if that's going to actually do anything here versus Liquid's ball up that they're just moving from lane to lane to lane with.
Nisha, he's ready to catch them on the retreat. He's able to find Solo on his way back to the tier 2.
It looks like they were both stopping to
I was going to say, it looked like
blast
Nisha was going to let Mickey get the kill, and then he was like, all right, I'll just take it instead.
Just get some comms of that moment there. It's like, you take it. No, you take it. Well, I'm sure it's just Mickey just going, kill him! As we saw it from the earlier comms. Very aggressive. Look at Zai's positioning. I mean, another immense flank that he's potentially setting up here. Smoke comes out, hits the break. Around Mickey, though. He's low on mana.
Get the Stone Gaze off, but the kisses are going to hurt if Mickey's not able to dodge enough of them. Zai's going to come in and provide some backup, but Mickey's caught in the Sprout. They'll take the Medusa down. Ramses is able to start life-stealing. They found Boxy here as well. Maybe they can look to try and chase Zai down. Nisha's done and swing across towards the backlines, has the chains onto Kiyotaka. He's able to get the shield crash off. Kiyotaka attempted to stand his ground against Nisha, but the Flame Guard still up. Finally, they'll be able to get the damage to go through it. Kiyotaka jumps forward. Nisha, one more slide of it. It will find.
He might die, though.
Steps over towards Ramses. Nisha, he's going to get caught in the Sprout, but he's been able to step down to the side of the Sprout. Did get reflected by the Lotus Orb. Triple kill for Nisha. He gets another slide of fist off Miro. He's away with the TP. As 9 Pandas will lose 4. I believe they only end up finding the 2 there from Liquid. Maybe the 3 actually. Did Boxy die or did he TP? He did die. So
he did die.
They lost 3 themselves on Liquid, but still able to take the majority of the kills back the way against 9 Pandas. And yeah, Nisha surviving throughout it all. He's 9-0-5. They've not been able to get him once, and with the way they lives through that fight, gets the triple. He's just a recipe away from the BKB now.
Insane timings. He actually, and that last slide of fist was pretty amazing. Highest amount of hero damage at 16 minutes. You can see why with the way that he's playing.
Get the setup on Kiyotaka.
That's a global. It's wasted.
It's too late. Kiyotaka's dead.
Another one.
Rise over towards Antares. Liquid, they're back on track to just getting these kills as quickly as they were earlier on. As soon as the action kicks off and Pandas are back in play, they lose 3 once more. And Liquid, they lose nothing this time in this engagement.
Nisha's just completely popping off. Versus no disables. Yeah, he's just jumping any target
It didn't die at all last game.
Nope.
So after a rough game 1 from Nisha, yeah, game 2 and now into game 3, he's been completely untouchable so far.
He's fully woken up. Level 14 as well too. I mean, these are ridiculous timings he's able to get. Mickey, the one, I mean, does give up a little bit of a death down bottom. I think they're just a bit too far up, but they strike back hard.
Pandas, what is their next move? We'll see once again the replay. This first slide catching Kiyotaka just on the edge, honestly.
Then the reflected Sprout
it helped back Miro.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Miro wasn't able to step forward, get any more hits onto Nisha. And yeah, Zai joining him, being that phenomenal front line to just hold them at bay and make sure that Nisha is able to live. This time round though, Nisha?
He's got a remnant.
He has. And he's also got Boxy by his side. They won't be able
Miro.
to have maybe Miro can. The telekinesis is there from Boxy. Stops Miro from being able to continue to punch into Nisha, and Nisha will continue to live.
That was actually close. Kiyotaka looks like he should be able to find Insania here. But here comes Nisha again, cleaning up the supports. Boxy.
There's going to be more kills for him. Yeah, Solo, he's gone. Antares, he's going to turn with a little shredder, take down Boxy, but Zai's on top of him. Ramses, an attempt to fight Nisha, but Nisha's got his BKB delivered. Zai with the pulverize, and the root is going to hold back Ramses. Another slide in a second could cause issues.
Here comes Mickey.
To lifesteal up, but he cannot survive this as Ramses down for 45. They've got to run once more here, 9 Pandas. The chase from Nisha. Remnant over towards Solo. It's going to be more kills here for the Ember. Beyond godlike now at just 18 minutes in.
Jesus, 13 and 0.
He
wants more.
He's going to be able to find Miro in the tree line. As Miro, he'll Sprout himself, trying to hide. The TPs are coming in from 9 Pandas, but Zai, the pulverize is there. Godlike for Zai, takes him out. The jump forward with the shield crash. Zai, can he charge?
He's so tanky.
He can. He's going to go back in over towards Kiyotaka. Zai still surviving through this, and he keeps his distance from the Pango. Mickey finishes off Kiyotaka, and Taras, he's desperately trying to kill
still
Zai,
alive.
He can't. Zai survives. He's also beyond godlike now, as everybody's dead on 9 Pandas.
I think they passed him over a healing Lotus. Maybe he dies, but nope. How many godlikes is that? Godlike Zai, beyond godlike Nisha. Mickey is like, please guys, give me some kills. I have only 2. But Mickey, he's still almost top of that net worth on this Dusa. Liquid, yeah. Beat down this game again. Ramsey's trying to find some places to farm, but they're not stopping. It's 29 kills at 19 minutes.
Boxy he's got the setup. Nisha's a bit low on mana, so might not be able to chase this time. Ramses, he'll manage to survive that attempt.
Lucky to get away. Mickey confidently standing on the triangle. Butterfly, it's done already. Nine Pandas are smoking because they have to utilize these ults. They have to get something going their way. They have to try something. They do have the 3 at the ready with the global.
And Nisha's still very low on mana.
He's got a dispel.
This is going to be a very
BKB.
kill, but indeed BKB's up. He's able to turn, get the chains off onto Kiyotaka and Solo. Onslaught 4 from Zai. They're both dead again. Double kill for Zai. Ramses, he's chasing Nisha. Can he finish it? They can.
He gets him.
They'll finally end Nisha's streak. It's a lot of money going the way of Antares. Can they kill anything more? Because Mickey, he's turned up. He will get trapped here by the Treants, but he has the Stone Gaze at the ready. Zai, they just don't have the damage to bring this Primal Beast down as Ramses falls. Double kill for Mickey. It's his turn now to pick up a bit of the action. Triple for the Medusa. Everybody dead on Nine Pandas once again.
You know what? They got Nisha.
They got Nisha.
They do get that pesky
something to write
Ember.
home about in this game that overall has been incredibly rough for Nine Pandas once more after that game too.
Oh, and I mean, I didn't see if it popped up on the screen there, but this might be one of the highest kills we've had at the event
he's
too.
just dancing around Kiyotaka.
He's got the grab.
There's the Rolling Thunder.
They got the steal.
The grab. Insania was able to swing by and grab all the bounty runes. He's dead again.
I actually don't think I don't think I really get to see the Rubik who doesn't have the cube. Wait, what the hell, Boxy? He's actually just a normal Rolling Thunder.
See it again is Zai with the side steps, couple of dodges, picks him up, slams him down. There's no messing around from Zai. He's having quite the game. 12-1 of 16.
That was pretty. Whew. I mean, there's no time to even like look, because every time that you look, Liquid's just immediately running at heroes. Nisha immediately respawns back toward top. Somehow, as a 13, 1, and 11 Ember Spirit, he's actually the 3rd core on his team. Shows how good of a game Zai in particular is having, and Mickey just able to get that space with his team.
He has all the space in the world.
Sure does. Level 18 as well, so that's pretty crazy the time that he has on his levels in the XP. They're just gonna go Roche. They have this Undying, so free grab there. Nine Pandas. That was, I mean, that last play, that was their big hit. Yes, they get Nisha, but the hero that gets the kill, it was unfortunately Antares. It wasn't one of the first.
He gets, what, about 1,000 gold for himself, and then about 900 split between the others.
He'll have a solar crest. He's keeping up with Kiyotaka's farm the entire game. He's actually higher level than him, too.
Nisha hunting with the Invis. He's going to start some action. It's just a dead Pango. Kiyotaka gets completely splattered.
This is the roughest game I've ever seen from Kiyotaka Depressed Kid. He is 1 and 10.
I mean, what is this down to? Just sort of early misplays in the lane? I mean, how did this go kind of so badly so quickly for him?
I think Liquid just, they made this Pango pick. I think they knew this was coming, and they immediately just snap picked the Ember Spirit. They have this Primal Beast too. I think they just have the answers for it, honestly, Owen. The way that they set up that drafting, Panel talked about it was a counter pick after counter pick after counter pick. Nine Pandas, they had to deviate and swap stuff around. Like we said, the Nature's Prophet thrown into the off lane. Did pretty good, but I don't believe that was their initial idea, because Ramses has been the only one who's played it.
It just hasn't been able to have the impact that he'd hoped for as the carry Spider this game with that change up.
Yeah, and Nisha, this time, yesterday, he maybe was getting a little bit ahead of himself, never went BKB. This game, he went second night of BKB. No hesitation. He knows they're snowballing. The only way they lose is if he just feeds kills.
Yeah. And top, Ramses. Is he able to sneak away through the webs? They know where he is with the Slider Fist. He tries to heal up. The telekinesis is there. They're popping global. It's going to give the chance for Ramsey to strike back a little bit, but Boxy, he TP's out underneath them.
Can they get Nisha? They might actually be able to if BKB's down.
They have to try for the Rolling Thunder, but the chains will cancel it. Mickey's in with the Stone Gaze. They can't continue to chase. Kiyotaka, he has to use the Rolling Thunder just to run.
And they actually feed him a Lotus, so he's back up for mana.
Kisses aren't going to do much at all at this point. Quick will walk it off.
Mickey covering his buddy there on the escape. Now Nisha's going a very greedy item. Now he's going Octarine. Incredibly greedy item for the Ember Spirit. But this game, I mean, they have the backup of a Medusa in this draft, so I think he can do this.
Yeah, he's the perfect fallback if anything crazy goes on.
Yeah.
You know, even if they make a few mistakes here, Liquid, they're still going to be far, far ahead in the lead.
Zai, a full heart now. Itemization on point. Lotus Orb, Kaya Sanj, natural into heart. Where's the damage? He's going to be 4k HP already on this Primal Beast. Versus super under-farmed heroes on 9 Pandas. Kiyotaka far below Antares now.
They're up to the base now, 24 minutes in. Zai, he's ready to go into the base. He goes straight up underneath the tier 4s here, Zai.
I mean, look at his health.
He's feeling pretty unkillable. And rightfully so.
He literally is just walking at him.
Touch him.
Look at this.
Go back in under the tier 4s, grab Antares, take him out. Ramses is trying to get in the backline, see if we can threaten the supports of Liquid, and will manage to get Boxy. Nisha, he's going to get Mira. Mira tried to TP in aggressively to fight this. Nisha standing his ground. There's going to be a dead Nature's Prophet. Nisha, can they find him? Sleight of Fist is back up the chase as well. He's able to walk away from the spider. Nisha's going to be fine for now. Another Sleight of Fist comes to play.
Oh, Ramsey's got him.
Finally gets it, but it costs Ramses his life. He's dead for 70, no buyback. I mean, Pandas, they get some kills. They get 3 kills, but they don't get Zai. They don't get Mickey. And they may just lose this tier 3. Ramses does have buyback available if he wants to consider it.
But they can't push Zai off. I actually think Zai could just stand here getting hit by 3 or 4 heroes at this point. Especially with the backup of Mickey. Heroes are going to respawn. Still sticking around. Mickey low mana, but he's got Aegis. They're going to try.
Let's see if they can take him down once. Curse upon him. This is coming in as well. Dead Medusa the first time round.
He's got Stone Gaze.
He does. And Zai, he's just straight in onto them. Goes forward onto solo.
Raid boss. They don't want, they're like, don't ignore Zai. Why is he, Antara's hitting him? Good joke.
What do they do about this?
They're gonna go kill Insania, or attempt to.
They can't. Out, but Insania's been able to make it over towards the safety of Mickey and Zai. Hard for them to even get to the support. The top ranks are gone. They can start eyeing up the mid lane.
Sure can. Zai, what a boss. He's actually even just a right clicker himself, level 21. He is keeping levels with the Dusa. Boots the Bearing now coming out for him on top of everything too. They're just keeping the ball going. And 9 Pandas, they have to try to fight versus this monstrosity.
Look at Zai and the Sprout, but
they just tickle.
And nothing to be done at all there. And now, in fact, the stolen Sprout.
Ramses, they see that he's trying to go for a flank play. They've got vision of him.
They just go straight for him.
No,
onslaught forward. Ramses, he's going to be going down. And he's out for 70, and I believe did buy, I don't know what it was, if it was finishing the mantle, the Blade of Alacrity before he died, so he does not have money for buyback. Not that it would probably matter at this point. As Liquid, 22k ahead, they're going down the mid. Zai, he's once again just stepping up under the tier 4s, not a care in the world. As these mid bracks, they will not be defended by 9 Pandas. They're going to be able to grab Antares. It's going to get forced away. And the stolen swashbuckle tickles him. Mickey takes the kill. The chains are going to put a stop to the Rolling Thunder. Pulverize as well. GG is called as Liquid will take game 3 and will knock 9 Pandas out of the competition.
At least Ramsey's got to play as Alchemist in the first game. He had some fun on that one, but these 2 games, I honestly, a pretty big draft win, it felt like, from Liquid.
Broke them?
I think the draft's broken, but I think that the way that they played has been a big thing. Because I think Liquid, in most games, when we've looked at them, when we talk about them, their drafts tend to be pretty good. It's just sometimes execution, sometimes things start to falter a little bit. This time today, Liquid, it took them 1 game to warm up, but this one, they were on fire. It wasn't even just warm. 45 kills, 27 minutes, 3 towers dropped pre-12 minutes. I don't think you could ask for more with this type of draft.
Yeah, this game 2 and game 3, they look borderline impossible for 9 Pandas. At most points of the game. Yeah, as you say, this time. Nisha did end up dying twice, but if you consider his KDA over game 2 and game 3, it's insane. And Zai, yeah, did die once, but still 16-1 and 21. Not much more you can ask for from your offlaner when you're playing the sort of snowball style that they ended up doing. Maybe not intentionally with their draft, but just because of how well they were playing at the start, right? They were like, well, hang on, we could just close this up in 27 minutes.
I mean, like I said, Kiyotaka, how many deaths did he actually end with? He actually still ended up with the 10, but I rarely see Kiyotaka have that rough of a game. He literally did not get to play from start to finish.
Yeah, that was a tough one indeed for Kiyotaka after he'd had some very impressive performances in the mid in this run, but unfortunately for him on this this knockout series that they will be finishing their run with was not his finest moments. 9 Pandas, huge struggles in this game 2 and game 3 as Team Liquid will take this best of 3, 2-1.
2-1 for Team Liquid. Give it up, Bali, for the Dark Horses. No longer Dark Horses, but what a victory. What a game. That was incredible. And honestly, y'all have just had crazy games back to back to back to back now the entire day. How do you guys handle those emotions when everything is so insane inside the game?
I don't know how crazy I felt like these games are. I feel like everyone's just cheesing every game pretty much. Like, one team picks Brood, you find whatever the hardest like cheese counter is to that. So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel that intense to me. I'm just playing on dying, clicking decays on mid laners. Like, I don't really know, but no, I mean, Dota meta right now is quite interesting. I feel like, you know, last DSL, or sorry, Dream League, we had like Huskar, Brood, Medusa, Undying. Like, every game is gross. Like, it's disgusting to play.
Very disgusting to watch even. Like something that actually you guys do. We all talk about how versatile your team is, how many different heroes you guys pick. But one thing I've noticed is that you guys also itemize very differently. Game on game, it's very rare that cores especially will pick up the same items. Is that a deliberate decision? Do you guys specifically talk about what's needed for the game, or do you just like derive the idea of having standard items to begin with?
I mean, Nisha is kind of allergic to normal item builds, so I don't know. Like yesterday, he has a Battle Fury, Maelstrom, 2 Daedalus. Like, you know, he's cooking. He just does whatever he wants. So, and as long as it works, no problems. When we lose, you know, you give him like the maybe BKB is good here, but yeah, no, we mostly let people buy whatever they think is good, and as long as it works, it's really nice.
So one thing that you guys have also done pretty much since TI and even during that tournament, y'all have become sort of kings of the lower bracket. You literally have not lost the lower bracket matchup since then, once getting to the playoffs, right? What is it about Team Liquid that makes you so resilient under that much pressure when elimination is on the line?
I mean, Miracle said it best, right? I don't know if I can quote him on stage, but I think everybody at home knows what he said. Yeah.
Okay. Go look out for the Miracle quote if you know what's up. So top 3 is just in reach, right? I think you guarantee top 4 at this point in time. Europe has been a little bit too strong, in my opinion. What do you think Europeans are doing right now, or the region overall, that the rest of the world should be learning from to catch up?
I think the rest of the world plays Dota like honestly. They enjoy playing the game. They like actually want to play Dota, you know? Whereas I feel like Europeans just want to cheese and play as little Dota as possible. Like, we don't want to play like team fights or, you know, you look at Tundra, they don't fight for 45 minutes, yeah? You look at us, we're just picking cheesy heroes. You look at Gladiators, there's a Huskar against an Ember. You know, they don't want to play Dota. Like, nobody wants to play Dota. And I think hopefully Valve can fix that with some updates, so we can get more high quality, you know, Dota games without these Huskars, without these Broods. Just some honest, you know, like Puck versus Quap mid or stuff like this.
Well, you guys have not only been winning, but you've been ruining all of our pubs. Thank you for that so much with the cheese. But congratulations on getting yet another top 4. And as kings of the lower bracket, probably we'll be seeing you later on. We'll see you later tonight and maybe tomorrow. So good luck, have fun, and thank you for your time, Insanium.
Thank you.
Give him one more round of applause for Team Liquid. Top 4 guaranteed. They'll be in action later on tonight. We'll see exactly how far they can go within the tournament. Back to the panel to discuss the cheese and the disgusting Dota that we've just witnessed.
Thank you very much, Snare and Insania. We indeed are going to witness Team Liquid later on today. Again, we don't know their opponents yet, though. That will be decided in our next series. But first, let's close this one out and talk about how that Game 3 went so horribly wrong for 9 Pandas, who are now eliminated from the Bali Major. This game, we talked a lot, especially compared to other games here, about pick priority and getting second pick, and what do you do with your first pick, and obviously if you have second pick, you have overall last pick, and Liquid with overall last pick smashed that out of the park.
Yeah, this could have very well been just they won because they won the coin toss. It's very possible. It seems 9 Pandas really plays well on second pick, but on first pick, sometimes it just happens. You're good on Radiant or Dire, you're good on first pick or second pick. They're really good on second pick, but on their first pick, a lot to be left desired there. The first pick Brood, they end up giving it to Ramses. The first pick Morphling going to Ramses. Just first picking his hero, but on second pick, he's getting last pick. Big difference there. And I think they tried to be a little bit cute here by putting the Brood in the safe lane to dodge the Primal Beast lane, throw the NP to the off lane. Neither of those lanes really worked for them, especially not the Brood one. Zai just went out of control on this 24 pick Primal Beast here. So very unfortunate for them. And of course, we have to talk about Kiyotaka. Absolute disaster in the mid lane here. I don't know what happened, but he decided to go for a 2-0-2 build, all in on trying to trade with Nisha, lost the lane, and now he has no way to farm. Then he's getting ganked. He just couldn't play the game, and unfortunately ended up with not being able to do anything.
I mean, he had a wrong mindset for the game. I feel like the moment you pick the Pango, you can't really expect to try to win the lane. It's more about like getting your levels and helping the other cores, you know. And I felt like he was trying to play for his own game too much, and he lost the lane because of that, and he couldn't even help his team, so he was totally helpless the whole game.
I thought that was the idea of the last pick, Nature's Prophet. If you're choosing this tempo route, then you need your mid to work together with you, be able to go around and get kills and actually push the pace. And this hero basically, I mean, at some point he's behind the 4 Rubik on the enemy team in net worth. He basically didn't exist for a long time, so that was rough. And then credit to Liquid for the draft. I think they put together 2 really nice drafts that fit how they want to play and dealt very well with 9 Pandas for these last 2 games. I think in this game. And again, this is maybe the power of getting a second pick Morph or Medusa, is like you're not really worried about that lane. They can just go ahead, get a team fight hero coming out of the first phase, and then just counterpick the other two lanes if Pandas allows you to do that, which they did. And yeah, there's not much, even the lane swap didn't really help them here. Free primal game, as you guys were talking about, and it was just a one-sided beatdown.
Yeah, it makes me wonder how much worse it would have been for 9Pandas if they kept the same lane setup that they initially could have been thinking about there. But this was a very rough one for 9Pandas. Definitely not the style that they wanted to leave the Bali Major with, I think. And on the other side, Team Liquid in the lower bracket, they do manage to turn it on, Winter, when it matters most.
Yeah, that's a sign of a true strong team, you know. When you're back against the wall, you have to figure out what's wrong. You have to be able to solve the problem on the spot. Like I said in the previous panel, I think the problem previously was just mainly like the draft priority, the selection. Those are very minor things that you can really adjust on the fly. It's not like a big problem for the team, and they were able to fix it, identify the problem, and right now, yeah, we're here, right? We're here, and they have already moved past 9Pandas. We're gonna get to see them again, you know, later today.
Yes, we are. And at some point also, Team Liquid, they knew that they had to play tempo. They kept running at, well, they didn't have to play tempo. They were playing tempo because they could, basically. They kept running at 9Pandas. Mostly this guy kept running at 9Pandas. We have chosen Zai as the MVP. That was a little bit of niche in contention. And even though Primal Beast overall last pick, I think it was said, Fear, this was the best Primal Beast game ever.
Yeah,
Still deserves it.
We started the day off talking about Zai and what he does for the draft and how he's more of a leadership figure, and we're going to end the day with him going 16-1 on Primal Beast, so I guess he had a pretty good day at the office here. It was a really good Primal Beast game. They brought it back from, like I said, it was the Lima Major where this was really popular, to pick the Primal versus the NP, but all their heroes did nothing to Primal Beast this game, and Zai exploited that to the max here and just had a phenomenal game here.
Yeah, the previous mic check, the comms that we heard from Team Liquid, it was all about going in and continue fighting, start fighting. I can catch that guy, I can catch this guy. I would imagine that for this third game, the comms are fairly similar, but let's find out.
We're kind of stronger. I'll kill all, I think.
Focus Brood, he has lifesteal.
Nice. Holy shit, bro.
Yeah. Well,
that's my bad dive.
If we can get back to this ward before them, I think we can like do the same map setup.
Okay.
Yep.
Tipping here for...
You just saw this last one, not a
Mango has roll.
Try to connect.
Face run on Brood. I think we tried there maybe.
Run down. I'll kill him. I'll kill him. I'm here helping you.
Yeah, kill Pango.
Stay for Pango.
I heal you. Cock.
Holy dude. Wow, my carry.
We want to go high ground, yeah?
Yeah.
I would love to kind of be able to click creeps to get to this beforehand.
Same. I would love to get this.
Yeah, that was, I mean, that was themselves just feeling themselves like, okay, I'm killing them all. Easy. I can get that guy. Get that guy. It felt so smooth. Of course, we listen into team fights that go well for the team, so you always get like the one-sided way of communication, and we have no idea how things are when the fights don't go well. But Jack, this was very much as expected, I would think.
Yeah, I think agree with what Fear said as well. He gives Zai the MVP edge over this, you know, because of the drafting. And game 2 and 3, I think it was quite good. And it feels nice if you can overall last pick your hero in the deciding series of the game and just take over the game. So yeah, nicely done.
Nicely done. We can take a look at the brackets and see what this series has done for us here. I know what it has done to 9Pandas. It has eliminated them from the tournament. They get left behind on top 6, which is definitely not a bad result. But we do have to put it slightly in perspective because 9Pandas, of course, at the Berlin Major came top 3. So a little bit of a less good performance here, but definitely a team that we'll see a lot more of. Of course, 9Pandas already qualified to the international based on points. And we'll see them again in action very soon. But we'll see Team Liquid in action way sooner because they are going to play again today. Winning here means they have another series to play because we need to find out which team moves forward to the final day here at the Bali Major. We have got PSG.LGD versus Quest coming your way for that deciding series to see who Team Liquid will face later today. Winter, for that series, do you have any bold predictions you want to share with us?
I think obviously Quest is going to be the favorite for that series from their previous performance, but LGD on the other hand, they're looking better compared to the previous rounds. They're starting to figure out what heroes to pick on Shiro, especially. I think he has been the main talking point for the team, where sometimes he just doesn't really know what to do, he doesn't know how to itemize, but on the right hero, I think he's going to be able to guide his team to victory.
How about you, Jack?
LGD, I think, beat Quest 2-0 during the group stage. I actually like LGD during this series, other than wanting Chinese Dota to continue to survive, as Fear said, so it's not a Western EU DPC rerun. I think LGD has a bit more draft versatility up their sleeves. I think over the course of the tournament, they're starting to figure out where the holes are that have been very exploitable by the Western European teams that they faced. Quest, meanwhile, I think they came in with a pretty unique playstyle and sort of hero pool, especially for Amar, who plays basically the heroes that he wants, even if it's offlane Slark and some Bloodseeker. Like, that's something that they're comfortable on. I think they might have a little bit less versatility in LGD, and I think that might decide this series.
All right, well, we're going to find out what is going to happen in LGD versus Quest. Now, we're going to take a tiny break, but I've got perfect activity for you in your break, because you should definitely check out the new H&M summer collection so that you are well prepared for the heat to come. And the heat here will continue with Dota 2 action following a break.
Hello. Massage, huh?
Yes, indeed. So welcome.
Thank you.
Come hang out. It's good to see you again.
Likewise.
Haven't seen you in a bit, so take a seat. Let's get our massage on. Get comfortable, Zai. Be chilling.
Yep.
So, how you feeling, fam? Have you gotten a massage while having an interview before, actually?
No, first time.
Have you been to Bali before as well?
First time at Bali as well. But it's an interesting combination for sure.
You know, you've spoken about how important it is to take these breaks. Maybe the previous break went on a bit too long.
I mean, let me just say, I'm happy that we're going to this tournament without the added pressure of having to collect enough TI points. But we'll make do.
What does actually stress you out?
I mean, it's Dota. I mean, Dota is it's the one thing that's like, it's a big stressor. So, like, for example, before coming here, I was quite stressed because we were trying to get back into shape. So something like that is stressful. Something like gathering points for DPC, for TI, stuff like that is stressful.
By the way, are you aware that you have a record for the most top 3 finishes at a TI?
I am aware. I don't know if it's my favorite record though, because it's like
a bit of an awkward question. Which one hurt the most of those losses that you suffered in the top 3?
I think the Tier 10 one against Spirits. Like, it's one of those games that you're like reflect back on, and you're just like the ones you don't want to remember. There's like a couple of mistakes that are just, but it's like, you know, you play 50 plus games, I'm sure, but you're always just gonna remember like this one game that you lost, because it kind of just throws a shadow over all the other stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like every time you lose a game, there's like at least, you know, 5 people messaging you somehow, and it's just like, you know, saying not so nice things, because I mean, I think most of them are tied to betting and
bets,
gambling. Yeah. So when you lose, like even like a million match or whatever, like some match that really doesn't matter, they still bet on it, and then they get upset that they lost. And then
what else do you think you'd be applying your creativity to?
Well, I played piano when I was a kid, but then I ended up quitting because my piano teacher just had me play classical music, and I thought it was extremely boring because I was like 8 or 9, and classical music wasn't so fun, which I kind of regret to this day. But I think that would be my go-to instrument if I started picking something up again. Apart from that, I'm like a big radio enthusiast, just the concept of radio, and I think it's super cool.
What's next? Eventually the Dota road has to end, right? It has to come to some kind of conclusion. What after that is going to be happening with you?
Yeah, I don't know, just doing nothing, I guess, for a little while, and try to figure out what, you know. It's also something that, you know, I'll just postpone until the time comes. I've kind of decided not to, you know, ponder on it when I'm still playing.
Tell me, outside of Dota itself, just for you as an individual, what kind of people do you find inspire you?
I don't know, I think Dota-wise, I feel like what maybe motivates me the most is, I think sports is...
Ooh, which sport?
I mean, I mainly follow football, which maybe doesn't have too much...
Which team?
I don't even know if I want to say it. I'm going to get hit.
I'm listening. Now you gotta say it.
I support Man U.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm a Chelsea supporter. All right, we're done. Producers?
We're done.
Cut, delete everything. Manchester United, What's the expectation in the team?
TIA's around the corner, so you want to kind of start getting into shape. So, you know, we're playing to win.
Play to win, baby. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah.
Well, Zai, thank you so much, fam. This is super relaxing. Thanks for joining me for this massage. And you can get more if you win your games. If you don't win games, no more massages for you, okay?
That's fine. That's a good deal.
Screens are everywhere. You can be anything you want to be with them. Screens don't replace reality, and they give you the opportunity to live 2 lives at once. Your own and your heroes. See how they become champions and win with them. Winners of the International. OG. Team Spirit. 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Welcome back. You're watching the Bali Major, and we continue here in our lower bracket. We have PSG.LGD versus Quest. This is a series where both teams, they are top 6, and that's really nice. PSG.LGD guaranteed going to TI. Lovely. Quest, they have their goals set a little bit higher. They've only really started doing well the second half of this season, and they're doing very well at that, which is great, but that also means that they didn't get any points out of the first half of this Dota 2 season, and they need more in order to make it to TI. I'm first going to introduce my panel before continuing talking about the series, though, because we have a full new panel. I wasn't happy at first, so I requested everybody to be replaced. I'm joined by Aurora. We got Resolution. We got Brian. Hey, Brian.
Were we what you had in mind?
Well, you'll do for now.
It's the best she's got. Okay. There's only 6 of us. So
Yeah.
if you didn't want those 3, then I guess it's us 3. I mean, I'm really excited for this series. I think I always love watching LGD draft, and I've also had my skepticism about Quest drafts. So my question is, what's the blueprint for dissecting Amar the Friendly's lack of a hero pool?
I think it's not really just a Mars problem. I feel it's okay from the last game they played against GG, right? The last fight, it felt like Amar totally know what he's doing, and even the itemization is like perfect on point. But it seems that his teammates are not really on the same page. They just don't seem confident in what they are doing at all, and that might have been just them not getting the heroes that they are very, very comfortable with. Like, I just feel Amar can do whatever he wants with whatever hero he meets, you know.
I mean, I think it was more about Gaming Gladiators in that particular game you're talking about, the last game, than about the Quest Esports, because I think Quest didn't expect that much pressure coming up from the Gaimins, and they didn't have like much experience dealing with it either. But for this series, it's gonna depend on like what Amar is gonna have. Like, I think he has like a very solid 3 to 4 heroes that he's like really good at. But if LGD is gonna target that, especially like with the Timber, yeah, I mean, you can talk about TPC.
What we see here is that Quest needs top 2 to make it to TI.
Yes.
They will knock out Bet Boom. Everyone else is gone if they have the Dota sign next to them.
Yes.
And that means they're still in the tournament, everybody. And we see that the top 3 teams in the DPC standings are still in the tournament, along with LGD in 6th. So looks like some pretty consistent performances from all these teams throughout the year. I think the only real shocker here in terms of the team that got eliminated earlier would have been EG. They're sitting at number 5. They've done pretty well all year, and they kind of just bombed out here.
Yep, they did. And with Quest Esports, I mean, there's a lot of pressure behind them, and I think also a lot of eyeballs, because this is a new team this year, and they have been doing well, and they're also the only team that still has all the pressure on them, which is why we tend to talk more about them than their opponents. PSG.LGD definitely deserves some talk about as well, but we'll do that in a little bit, because there's one thing that I wanted to bring up regarding Quest Esports. Noob, everybody knows him. He's been around in the Division 2 scene forever, I feel like, you know, made a name for himself as a, I know it's no longer the case, but as a tier 2 mid laner. And he kept his name. You know, everybody knows him, he kept his name, is nice. Then you got TA 2000, and I think that not a lot of people will know that it's the same guy that has been in the tier 2 scene in Eastern Europe forever under the name of Naive. And I kind of feel like how much impact does rebranding has on your image, because people are like, this TA 2000, he's fantastic, he's crushing it, you know. Why
He's not naive anymore, right?
He's not naive anymore, because Naive was stuck in like, okay, that's a carry, but he's a tier 2, tier 3 carry, Rezo. And now he's TA 2000 and everybody is praising him to the moon.
He's not naive anymore. He's a confident, man now. He's a TA 2000. He's not afraid to admit that he's from the year of 2000, and he's gonna come to get your ass here in this tournament. But yeah, I mean, I think it's like the story goes. How you gonna name the ship? I don't know what's the name of it in English, but we have in the Russian language. It's like whenever you name the ship, it's like the way he's gonna be on the sea, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you know it's better words, but
I don't know. I know
what you're going for.
Yeah. So I think it has a big impact, like whether like how you gonna like translate yourself to the audience, like whether they're gonna call you the noob or they're gonna call you like the pro, you know. So maybe there's
time
something.
for a rebrand for noob as well.
I think so. Yeah, I think it might be. I mean, you've seen in Nightfall, you know, he's been an epileptic kid, but now.
I was gonna say, Depressed Kid had me for about one tournament until I found out Kiyotaka was the same person. But hey, I was like, who is this guy?
Right?
He
But
kicks
it
ass.
has an impact. It has an impact.
The
It's-
only one guy that kept his name and still winning tournaments is Duracha. Because Duracha in Russian means like, you know, dumb little guy.
Oh, does it actually?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's living up to his potential, a name fulfilling of. Nah, he's doing well, of course. And we're going to find out who is doing well today in this lower bracket series. But before the series can start, we need to get those teams on stage, Snare.
We do indeed, Shiver, and the teams are waiting in the wings to try to get themselves in action because this is a top 4 matchup. It matters a lot more for Quest because they want to take their destiny into their own hands and qualify for TI directly from this tournament. But getting there is no easy task as they have to face off against the giants of PSG.LGD first.
我们有统治 DOTA 的能力。虽然还没被加冕，但我们依然坚强如山。这一次，冠军将是我们的。PSG.LGD is coming.
PSG.LGD, a squad that not only carries the hopes of China, not only carries the hopes of Asia itself, but their whole world is hoping that they can break the monopoly that Western Europe has on the Dota scene. Give it up, Bali, for the last remaining challenger, PSG.LGD! But their opponents, who's trying to make a new name for themselves, while also trying to get into the upper echelons of Dota, it is Quest Esports.
From the ground up, we've returned. With renewed focus, we will emerge. The Earth will move under the footfalls of Quest Esports.
From the ground, indeed, they have emerged. They have built themselves up from absolutely nothing. And here they are at their first major on the cusp of getting top 4 in Bali. Noobs no longer, unknown no longer. They now stand proud as Quest Esports. Of course, their quest, their primary objective here in Bali is to qualify for TI. They can only do so if they get top 2. The grand finals beckons. However, PSG.LGD has been here before many, many times in the past. They have claimed major victories themselves. They have taken players on that squad have won TI, remember. The coach as well as Nothing Innocence, excuse me. We'll see if they can do it here again in Bali. We will see if China will have a representative and maybe Western Europe has something else to offer except just pure dominance every single event. We're going to be finding out though what happens in the draft, what happens in the game. And to break that all down for you, I send it back to the Shiva squad. Take it away and tell us what's up.
Thank you very much, Snare. PSG.LGD has got nothing but Western European teams to trample on their way to that final day. We'll see if they manage, though, because one consistent talking topic when we talk about PSG.LGD Aurora has been that their playstyle is not that suited against the Western European playstyle.
Sorry, I was just so happy thinking about how Snare called us the Shiva squad. Thank you, thank you. But anyway, I
Gonna
think...
tell us what's up?
But anyway, I think LGD and Quest, they kind of have very different play styles to begin with, so I wouldn't really compare like head to head. But it's just, I'm always curious how LGD is communicating in between the team, you know, because they always have this 4 protect one, but then Shiro doesn't really want to play that kind of hero. He wants to be on Clings, he wants to be on Monkey King, that can kind of connect to the team and join the tempo. But for some reason, sometimes they get the draft where the carry needs to hard carry them. He needs to kind of just scale and farm and, you know, carry them all together in the late game. I just kind of want LGD to play on more of the 5-man thing and not just 4 protect 1. But for Quest, I would say it's quite a lot on armor. I think Rezo mentioned. It's just he needs to be on the heroes that he is fully confident in. And I agree with that because even if your matchup or your opponent draft a lineup that is against your hero, you still have the tenacity, you know, you still know what to do with your hero. But maybe that's just me. Maybe he is more than that. We'll see, we'll see.
I mean, to me, the other weakness that Quest Esports has a noob hero pool, because it seems like if some Snapfire Spuck are gonna be banned, he needs to come up with something new, and it was like Tiny, which was pretty well for them, but I wonder if they have like something else instead of that too.
Yeah, I think they realized in game 1 versus GG that like the Lina pick was nice in terms of the lane and the overall, like it was a good Lina game, but the problem is it doesn't fit the recipe that Quest has been cooking with this entire tournament, which is just Noob being a melee guy or Snapfire that runs around the map, ganking for his super tanky cores, who are basically forcing 3 or 4 people to gank them, and he's counter ganking and punishing. So when he picked the Lina, we definitely saw that exposed, and I think PSG.LGD taking Timbersaw is like the #1 hero in consideration because Quest's drafts look like infinitely better when Amar's on Timbersaw because they know he's going to win his lane. They have like one of their limited players taken care of in the first pick, and I'm almost surprised Quest gave it up because...
I mean, I think they have to go for the Doom right now.
Doom?
For the Amar, yeah. It's like his second best hero, and it's quite nice against the Timbersaw in the game. Oh, they go for Dusa, even without Undying.
You think that we might be seeing an anti-mage on 8?
Could be potentially, sure. Especially if there's going to be...
That's probably factoring in the potential anti-mage right there.
In the previous panel that I had said that if you want to pick anti-mage against Medusa, you probably want it on the offlane, and with Timbersaw already picked up, that doesn't seem to be an option anymore. They still go for it though, never mind me.
I think it's totally fine to pick your carry and offlane in the first round. I think a lot of teams have been kind of baited to be like, I'm not going to pick 2 cores in the first round. But if you overall a first core, this 4th overall pick, slot number 8, is like the easiest position in the entire draft for first pick to protect. So a lot of times people will be like, this is a first round anti-mage. I would consider anti-mage less exposed here than he would be in the second round because you can protect it with 3 bans. So it's almost certainly going to be carry though.
Is it going to be like Doom, Mars, and Slark?
I mean, I think probably physical damage offlaners are what you go for. So potentially against a Mar, he doesn't play like Legion. He plays Slardar. These are
Slardar. Slardar is a good one actually for him. Yeah, but he hasn't touched that hero for a long time.
Slardar is one of the unpicked heroes at this major.
It's just like whenever people pick something like anti-mage, I'm totally down to all-in counter it, and so I wouldn't be too surprised. We also saw Amar take Razor earlier this tournament. Didn't end up working out, but it was against the Medusa, so he's not afraid to just hard counter pick the carry and go a bit off meta.
No, I mean Razor is horrible here, right?
Well, I'm saying like he did the Razor against Medusa, so I wouldn't be surprised if he does Slardar against anti-mage.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I thought the Timber AM combo here will look better on Quest instead of LGD because I think I mentioned I would prefer LGD to play on a 5-man kind of draft, but now it seems like they're going to split and somewhat just not really going to 5-man.
So you're a non-believer in Shiro, huh?
I mean, he's just not the guy that shines well when he has to 1v9, you know. Although he doesn't really need to because there's a Timber this game, but in my experience, AM and Timber, they are pretty greedy. They both need attention, and although Timber can kind of just be on his own later on, but it's a different case here because you can't really kick out the Medusa from just farming the lane, and then this SD is very, very annoying. So I would kind of see how Quest is going to arrange this SD rotation, so to say. Like maybe they would prefer to pressure this Timber more than the AM, because I still feel like if you don't stop this Timber from advancing, he's going to be a very, very big problem, and it's not even the anti-mage that you have to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's nothing to say to make sure the map is pressured, and on top of the supports, they have to make good rotations.
I personally would much prefer Quest to pick on the anti-mage early, and then just one of their picks addresses Timbersaw later. Like, once you get 1 or 2 items on all your cores, you don't have this unkillable Timbersaw. Because if you do get to that point, then it doesn't really matter if anti-mage is stunted, because he'll have all the space in the world from this Timbersaw being up in your face. So I think if they draft to punish the anti-mage early and then just have one hero that will help them kill Timbersaw later, it could be like a Lesh mid, something like this, but maybe not the best versus anti-mage. I'd be happy with that. Because with Medusa, I'm not really thinking I want you to like gank for me. I'm not going to help you a ton against Timbersaw. I'd rather just trade farm. And even if I give up my tower, I'm still farming the Radiant jungle. I think Medusa, I haven't mentioned this on panel in a while because the Mighty Mines, baby, the bottom camps, they give you 1.5 mana regen. So I don't really mind getting rooted back to them because on Medusa, that's effectively like 6 HP regen in the early game, which is a ton. And they go for their Elder Titan. I don't know how much I like that against Dusa.
I don't like it at all. I'm not a big fan of Elder Titan, like, ever. I think he lost most of the games I've seen him
He
play.
has not been winning. He was like 3-6 last
I don't know why they keep going for this. And it's not even like giving you some good laning, right? Like he's gonna play against Shadow Demon or Rubik. They can just easily, like, while he has the Spirit on, he just like put in Disruption or like lift him away and not take any damage.
He's 3-8 right now at this tournament.
And also he's securing the lane for anti-mage, and you know you have 2 melee dudes for the on the top lane as well.
Give him the Slardar, baby. This is the best Slardar game.
I think so too. Yeah, this Elder Titan comes up to you, you just hit him back.
Yeah.
You have 2 melee dudes in your lane. This is a perfect Slardar game. It gives you extra damage for the Timbersaw. You have the last pick for the noob.
Yeah, I thought LGD is going to somewhat send the Timbersaw mid if they, you know, just don't want to pick the big hero at all. But since Ember came out, the other fish, I'm so sorry, BSJ, but it is your favorite hero.
I mean, it's like maybe he thinks Slark is just a better hero, but this is an offlane Slark for the viewers at home who have not kept up with Quest. I just would have liked Slardar a lot more, but I can understand maybe they think it's just a bit nicer of a hero in the meta. It is nicer against Ember Spirit specifically. Once you get the Ags, Ember really hates playing against this.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly, it's a free Slark game, right? Still.
Is it? I feel like Timbersaw ET is like really annoying for you. Just the amount of damage that's thrown on the ground.
But like they don't have any like hard disable. They have like a lot of AoE damage, yeah, but they don't have like very hard disable to stop the Slark.
You should be able to kite the fights pretty well.
Yeah.
I think Quest's idea now is just we want to play a long fight even though it's not a good thing against Anti-Mage and Timbersaw, but if you have Diffusal on this slot, I can totally see it because I feel it's very difficult for Ember to play this game right now. You generally want Ember to be able to kill at least 2 heroes on the other side, right? Like sure, there's SD and there's Rubik, but Rubik is one of the support heroes that has like decent stats, so it's not that easy for Ember to kill him. And he probably have to like commit everything, and it's not that great if you have to commit your Ember for the Rubik, because then you have a problem with like the Slug Leash and the SD Purge, or like, you know, just it's just very hard for Ember for me.
I like the Disruptor ban a lot because Slark being able to kite the fights is what I think enables this hero to have impact as an offlaner in this game. Disruptor's really the only 5 I think in the entire pool that.
Have you seen his Star games?
What about
Was he like really having a great impact in those games?
I mean, so there are 2 versions I saw when I looked at his itemization. Is he won his lane and went the Diffusal Lyco Saber off lane Slark, and he actually owned. The other one, he had a rough lane and he just queued up the Midas and was literally another carry on the team, but he farmed by himself all game, and they managed to make it work both ways. So this is I wonder how they're going to do this. Are they going to do 5 ET or 5 Coddle? I'd say you probably want Coddle Timber to stack Ancients, right? Like you probably want Coddle bottom.
Yeah, I think it's position for a Coddle.
Okay.
Normally is why playing the Olive Titan anyway, right?
Yeah, it is. It's just when we've seen like Liquid, for instance, the player, like Insania, will play the hero, but then go offlane.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they pick the Pugna instead of the Coddle, though?
I think this Coddle just solved the problem I mentioned earlier, where the Ember feel like he doesn't like kill anyone on Quest side here, but this Coddle just giving him the answer, like, okay, you can slide and I'll give you your chakra and then you slide again. And that's a lot of damage. Like he doesn't even need to go in, but like he can drop this SD and Rubik's HP to like what, 30% left. And Slug doesn't really have a great HP pool early either, so he's also gonna suffer from that.
They just last picked Pango and Ember. That's like a well-known unfavorable matchup. I think this is once again exposing Noob's limited hero pool by 24th picking into a counter. It is really good against Pango, or against Anti-Mage specifically. Anti-Mage hates playing against mana burn, so they have potentially 2 Diffusal builders now. One thing I really want to highlight about Coddle is there's going to be times where Anti-Mage would normally die on the map by getting Diffusal mana burned, and they don't have the damage to actually burst him, but he just can't blink away. And Coddle can significantly change that and keep him alive in crucial moments. One thing I like about the Coddle as opposed to Pugna is a Pugna Decreption to save you, which they have the natural counter of Shadow Demon Purge. But in the case of Coddle, he's Blinding Light to save you, which nothing on the side of Radiant counters. So I'm heavily leaning towards LGD's draft because I think Quest is really showing their limitations in this one.
Earlier this tournament, they played in the group stage together, and PSG.LGD was able to 2-0 Quest. Let's see if they can make a start of the same one, or maybe Quest will have learned from their losses since then. We're heading over to ODPixel and Fogged for game number 1.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Quest Esports against PSG.LGD. Very interested to see how, in particular, I think the carry matchups are going to be this game. Of course, Quest Esports, they're not afraid to slam that Medusa out. First pick for TA 2000. The response from PSG.LGD is going to be the Shiro anti-mate. I mean, with all things considered, is this going to work? Is this going to be enough to beat that pretty much unbeatable TA 2000 Medusa that we see?
I mean, it's a lot of comfort from Quest. It's comfort from LGD, but LGD, I would say, have a little bit more of these kind of counter picks. Just, is ET going to actually work? ET just has not been having the great tournament. Yes, versus Medusa, it's kind of double, right, the way it works, because your aura isn't really the greatest in a lot of functions, but Stomp is a effective full stun.
Put him to sleep.
Put him to sleep, ignore him, go for the rest of the targets. Let's see, I'm going to be looking at lanes a lot, because like they said, the Pango, it's picked into the Ember Spirit, and let's see how he's going to be able to do. Noob, he's a master of it, so maybe he's got some tricks up his sleeve to have that matchup go better. But yeah, super comfort from Quest, and I think we're in for a pretty exciting one.
Always fun to see the flare of the Amara off lane Slark. Recoveries have been made. You know, we saw sort of like the Midas route you can go if you have a rough lane. You know, Amara's got it covered. If he stomps the lane, great. If he doesn't, there'll be a backup plan.
I feel like it's like this offlane Slark cannot keep winning, right, Owen? Like, this is gonna grief so many games. We have 4 Slark being played by Soxa at times. Now 3 Slark. It's gonna just be, I don't know, this is gonna ruin pubs for sure. Amar definitely abusing it. Likes to abuse in particular, I guess, the night vision as well too. It is very annoying, right? It's like this anti-carry. He's just an anti-carry, right? I think that's just Amar in a nutshell. And it has been since the birth of Amar, it seems like. He just plays Viper, plays Razor, plays all these heroes, even Monkey King in the offlane to just try to shut down the carries, so see if it does end up working.
So you're on this bounty rune. Might get the
Got
chance.
the numbers. Yep.
Why you Smiles in trouble? Noob and Amar coming in with a wraparound. Why you Smiles going down? Of course, Amar's got the point in the passive, ready to get that permanent agi. He'll get first blood.
Nicely done. And already, I mean, maybe this is just for the first blood, but Noob takes shield crash immediately. So what we saw from Kiyotaka, he skipped it in the matchup. He actually went 2-0-2. So we'll see if that's actually the approach or if it was just for the first blood. But yeah, Amar, he'll net the kill. Means he's going to start out with a pretty much full Wraith Band. He's going to have extra regen up here too to be able to trade with this ET and this anti-mage. And it looks like PSG.LGD is actually setting up for a first blood onto him.
I mean, yeah, they know that he's skilled passive first, obviously, so there's limited escape from R. If Planet's able to get some good knockback with a Blinding Light, maybe they could try for a kill.
They'll go for Omar. Yeah, it's a free kill.
And indeed, nothing that Amar can do to help.
Ooh. Planet took it though. I thought he was going to give it to Shiro.
Well, you know, he spent the time hanging around for that gank. He's like, you know, I'm going to add to this top lane with Why You Smile. I'm taking the kill.
But he didn't even throw his blood grenade. Why You Smile did. I mean, they have 2 blood grenades up here still, so...
They kind of want to go again. I mean, Planet will have the Blinding Light again in a couple of seconds.
How long are they going to stay up here? You definitely don't want to keep splitting that XP the entire time, but potentially just want to get another kill so that you can set up this...
I mean, maybe this is their answer to the offlane Slark. They try lane the offlane Slark, make sure that he's pretty miserable.
Jawade's saying, I used to play back in the day. There was tri-lanes every single time 10 years ago.
Yeah, they're going to break it now. Planet's going to go down bottom.
Don't blame them. They tried for that secondary kill. If you can push, if you get a kill on Omar there, then it's a Slark alone in that lane for like a full 40 seconds, so it could be difficult for him. Good attempt, though. Sentry ward placed. While you smile, he'll be able to get the D ward while he sends his spirit over and acquires the damage. And Neo, a couple denies, of course, since he was playing versus that dual lane at the start, but he's still got these 6 last hits. I'm going to be looking at mid overall quite a bit here too. It's, as you said, Ember favored matchup. Let's see how much Nothing to Say is going to be able to do to put the pressure on like Nisha did.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of support movements, you know, who could be swinging by the mid lane early?
I guess for Quest it's a little easier. I think for LGDs they probably want to keep these lanes a bit more passive. Until there's levels, more levels I would say, because then Planet can use like the chakra combo kind of stuff like that, but yeah, not just support yet. Iori, Planet trading.
so far on the top, Shiro's farm's been slowed down a little bit.
Just a little bit.
But, you know, so it's the same for Amar. It's definitely going to be a lane where, I mean, I feel it shouldn't be too easy for Amar this lane, right? Because ET kind of set up, if you're trying to trade with these two, once a few levels there on Shiro and Why You Smile, they're just going to punch you back.
Yeah, I think the level 3 it's always the big thing for the Elder Titan, right? So once he's 3, this lane, it probably is going to get a lot harder for Amar, because then you can just trade. I actually was, I was wondering if he was going to go for the Aura, as they get aggro actually up here, up with level 2. I think some good damage onto Y.
They are, but Stomps at the ready.
Okay.
Of course, at this point, level 2, no point in the Dark Pact yet. We'll see him almost certainly take it at 3 Amar, so he has the way to play around that sort of move.
And then we see why he did take the stomp, just in case of the aggressive play. But I did think he might play around Aura a little more.
Anima, yeah, he actually sticks with his maps, and we're taking the second point in the Essence shift, so he can continue to have the favorable trade against the 2 melees in this lane.
He does have 2 Wraith Bands, since he did get that early first blood, of course.
He's ready to punch him.
Yep. I mean, maybe that'll be enough to trade versus even a level 2 Astral Spirit, since there's no Aura on the ET. Let's see. Noob, he's not too bad. 17-1 to 22-4. Ending his own, but nothing to say, is absolutely free farming. I think he's gotten every single last hit, if I'm not... maybe he missed like 2 or something, or 3. But almost every single last hit for him. Support movement. Kaori, I mean, they're both actually doing the same thing. Kaori, he's going to go stack. I think these 2 heroes are probably 2 of the better stackers. Shadow Demon probably the absolute best stacking hero in Dota. Kato also pretty damn good, especially once he gets the point in the Illuminate. Get the setup here. Might be able to set this up here. Can they get the kill with the Blood Grenade?
They can get some sort of block off with the Swashbuckle from Noob, but it's under the tower. It's a little hard to continue chasing there, so
close.
Planet will be allowed to escape.
Very, very close. But Planet, he's got a salve, so he's actually going to just be able to pop that one swing, and maybe he's going to look to play around the top lane now here, since Neo, he's gotten level 3, so he's over the hardest part of that lane bottom, as Timber saw, so he might just be able to be left alone. It's a Medusa Shadow Demon lane. They don't pose really any kill threat onto this Timber saw, so yeah, I'm curious to see what Planet's going to do now that he's got, you know, the map is kind of his oyster. Let's see where he looks to pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that your top lane might need some help, because the way they've been able to hold the lane, Amar's getting a lot of denies. Shiro, he's dead. Down. Between the pounds, the telekinesis is enough to get him. I mean, they can't fight Amar right now.
Oh my God, Amar.
Sure, he's out of mana, but they can't trade with him with the stacks that he's built up.
How does he always do this?
He's just denying so much from Shiro. Shiro is starting to really lose out on the XP front on this top lane.
13 denies. I mean, that lane positioning
it's going to continue.
Miserable.
It's going to be another whole wave that he's able to take away from him.
And the stats definitely paying off.
Yeah.
Those double Wraith Bands, just the early game. It's very Amar. He does this on his Monkey King too. He goes double Wraith Band so that he can trade with these carries. And I mean, nobody else in the world really does this, so I think it catches people quite off guard. He's holding the wave in position too.
Yeah, he's going to be able to deny wave after wave away from Shiro. This is pretty devastating for the AM's early game.
That is quite brutal. They got to get some pulls back to try to reset it. But even a pull isn't going to reset this. He's going to lose every single one of these creeps. Oh, Amar. How we've missed
this is just it's going to be super quick. This double Wraith Band into treads. It's going to be online so fast.
Planet just feeding some mana to nothing to say. Probably just going to keep, just like the stacks and the movements around for Planet to see if it is going to be effective. Kaori doing similar though. How many stacks is that? It's massive ones on both sides. Even Omar getting some at the ready. I think Kaori has, is this 2 quad stacks on the bottom side too? You can see. Yeah, I believe it is. Holy moly, the stacks are aplenty. I don't think I've ever seen this medium camp with this many units inside of it.
I mean, PSG.LGD, I guess if they join up with the Ember and the Timber, maybe they can take some of these stacks.
Perhaps, but look at Kaori. He's actually solo stealing the stack that Planet's making, or attempted to in the Shadow Demon.
So he's making all these stacks.
He's going to take
taking theirs.
This is so smart by Kaori. Look at this. He pops the first 5 stack of poisons. He's got Mango. He's going to get a second stack. He's going to kill all this.
I mean, they've got a lot of focus around mid. 3 heroes sort of looking towards Noob, but they're nowhere near being able to pressure him.
Woo, and he gets them all. Level 4 Shadow Demon. Very cool play. Planet's going to walk over and be like, what? Mustache?
I mean, yeah, in terms of the economy game, they're going to get hit super hard, PSG.LGD.
That was very, very cool little play. Definitely harder for PSG.LGD to go over to Sephiroth, but they even have to TP both heroes to secure this Wisdom Rune. Because the Shadow Demon, if he's versus the Coddle, he'll just be able to disrupt him, so.
And top lane, Shiro just can't really come.
He can't walk up there.
Only just hit level 4. Meanwhile, Amar, he's already halfway towards level 6. So this Slark, there's no, you can't put a melee hero up here at all. Nope. Even if the Timber comes up, Amar, he'll be ready to fight him. He's with the sort of lead. And Kaori
gets out. No way.
They're bringing so much attention.
Shiro's, and he's like, get me out of this top lane. He's going for TA 2000.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very needed move if they get away with it. And TA2000.
He's got Wand and a
And he's got
Lotus.
They're going to be able to turn. Shira's in trouble. He's dead.
Oh,
this is a devastating early game for PSG.LGD. They're getting destroyed.
On all fronts. Oh my goodness, Noob. He's done well in the mid matchup. Rotation hits, Slark top net worth, Dusa not even close to dying. He had Healing Lotus in 21, TA2000 just baiting him. And Shiro's feeling lost, it feels like.
I mean, and they're this ahead already, and they have all these stacks to go through. We see the Kaori getting out away from, the two supports trying to deal with him.
Oopsie.
Even New turning over as well to see if he can help out get the kill, but he could not. Kaori escapes. They lose heroes themselves. They lose the big heroes. They lose Shiro turning up to the bottom lane. Shiro's still level 4. Amar on the other side of the map, he's nearly level 7. He's going to get great timing on the defusal. TA2000 is also nearly level 7. This is, he's got a mountain, he's got multiple mountains to climb his Shiro if he wants to get back in this game as an anti-mage.
He's going to have to climb the back of Nothing to Say in particular. Nothing to Say is going to have his back broken a little bit here. He's got so much weight to carry. He's still having a good game though. He actually took mid tower that entire time that the Pango was rotating, and he does have a Coddle behind him. So Nothing to Say still can get very enabled here, but this AM is going to have a very, very tough recovery. And the thing about the Slark too is, it's actually good for all through the course, right?
And
if he gets this defusal,
Green melee's the punch and the pounce.
That'd be nice.
The pounce is going to be very annoying.
Yeah, versus that AM, versus that Ember Spirit in particular.
Nothing to say. Doing his best to push his efforts in and at least interrupt some of this farming area, get some of the creeps himself in the stack.
But yeah, what a start. I mean, Quest.
Yep.
Playing these lanes seems like to perfection.
I mean, yeah, Mars is
going to hit him.
He's got to be a bit careful, but he's got one charges and Shadow Dance.
They've got NTS though. He's up here.
Here we go with the rotation. Goes straight for Corey. Corey's going to be able to turn with the disruption and hold him back for now. New chasing out Omar, and Noob's here with the turnaround. They lose the Shadow Demon, but Noob, he's got the Rolling Thunder angle onto the two of them. Amar's still going, chasing out the Timber. Neo will get another Timber chain off, but the pounce is up. He closes the gap. The Rolling Thunder catches Neo. Wow. As Amar and Noob survive. I mean, nothing to say. He's really doing everything he can, but it seems like it may not be enough as Quest just continue to get more out of these trades.
And the thing is, too, it's like, if Nothing to Say has a good game, he's going to be pretty good versus the Pango and versus the supports and stuff like that, but the Slark, he's good versus him, and the Medusa is good versus him. It's difficult to itemize to deal with this. This is an incredible start. Quest hitting on all cylinders. And yeah, a double defusal is going to be pretty frustrating to play against, even as this Ember Spirit. Yeah, you've got Chakra behind you, but if you're just getting hit by these swashbuckles, if you're just getting hit by this Slark very early with these timings that they're getting, he might just run out of mana in the fights over and over again. He's got it done, Owen. Amar, top of the net worth. No Midas this time around since he's had a good lane. Wow. Quest is always impressive, feels like. Hit a bit of a brick wall yesterday versus Gaimin Gladiators, but this morning, things are looking hot.
Yeah, it feels like PSG.LGD, they weren't ready for this.
And I mean, Shiro's like, I don't know where to go, guys. It's a level 9 Medusa. I'm level 5. He can't lane down here. He can't lane mid. Can't lane top. And he can't hit neutrals. It's rough.
It hurts to be this anti-mage right now.
Yeah, he's got to just...
Not fun for Shiro.
He's got to play for like the super safe, easy farm that like comes under towers for him here for the most part. Okay, yeah, just tons of pressure as Kaori just continues to get stack after stack after stack to boost this Medusa. Medusa's had a good lane, and this Medusa is set up for absolute success with these ridiculous stacks. And Noob, even though he was in this quote-unquote tougher matchup, he's done excellent, honestly. 2-0-3, only 600 behind. Defusal is pretty much done because he's farmed some stacks.
I mean, see, Amar and Omar, they want to mess around with Nothing to Say.
Yeah, he's got a defensive remnant down. Omar will take that. Thank you. 4K lead already.
But for the lineup with a lot of carries, you know, a Medusa and the Slark, both with 6K net worth at 11 minutes in.
And there's a Shadow Demon too to make that Medusa even better. Double defusal's done. Yeah, this is going to be very difficult for all three cores. I mean, for everybody, the supports too. The mana pools, they're going to look very small. 12 minutes hit, gets another one. Shiro is man-avoiding neutrals, by the way, so this is like, that's, I mean, that's, we've seen this, you know, that's the Eternal Envy thing versus like the Rubik's and stuff, so you don't give it away. I mean, with Link, but it's the best thing he can do to farm. He needs any type of enhancement.
Yeah, and it's also just it's a pretty rubbish level 1, so it's never going to, unlikely to make a difference in a fight. And as you say, Shiro's not going to want to turn up to any fights anytime soon.
Hell no. I don't know who's going to want to turn up to fights for PSG.LGD at this point, besides Nothing to Say with his Coddle behind him. It is level 3 Chakra, but Quest, they know that they have this big timing here. Double defusals ready. They've got Omar with this Remnant too to get the catch if they want to. A brutal start really for PSG.LGD, and they're gonna. The thing that gets to your mind also is like Shiro's probably like, I'm not farming very quick, and TA2000 is just sitting back doing whatever he pleases.
Shiro.
Well, look at that one
Goes up in
swashbuckle.
the mid, and indeed just one swashbuckling, and he's sad. He's going to feel very sad.
Very sad.
Feels bad. It's not fun for the poor old anti-mage. Shiro having a rough time.
It's literally all on Nothing to Say at this point with Planet. And it's definitely not a game where an Ember Spirit is going to be able to do the craziest amount of stuff, because even if they're addressing 3 or 4 heroes, it's a TA2000 is just going to be... He might even do like the 1 level per minute when he goes and farms all.
I mean, they're both fuck hard. TA2000's free farm in bottom, Amar's free farm in top.
This is brutal. And then there's... How many stacks is this? This is a 6 stack on the Ancients as well, too, that Omar had prepped from earlier. So TA2000, he's going to go over there. And I think this Medusa is actually going to be like level 13 and a half or something like that. These timings going to be crazy.
They're going to try and make moves mid. Should have a chance of getting Omar.
Yeah.
And Noob, he's got the Rolling Thunder. Anybody else ready to come across and try and help out? Noob,
oh, he wants a rune.
He's going to roll past the entire team and pick up the power rune. Easy illusion rune there for Noob.
Thank you. I'm gonna go watch the stacks because I don't get to see
a lot of XP,
a 6x ancient stack. That's just too juicy.
So we're going from like, well, a quarter of the way through level 12.
It's gonna be like 10k net worth.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Take him a little bit of time. But LGD,
they can't
contest it.
No, there's no way they can get anywhere close to this.
No, not at this deficit.
TA2000, yeah, to dunk, can easily tank the Ancients, clear this without any threat to his own life.
I'm not looking away. I'm going to continue looking here. Nothing's happening anyway.
Yeah, he got about over a full level from that.
Actually only 1,000. I don't know. I don't know why I thought it was going to be that much more gold. But either way, I mean, he's 13 and a half. He stacks it again, stacks the hard camp. The freest Medusa game on the planet. 7,000 gold lead. Pretty Slark also, who's now got Echo Saber Diffusal, level 12. Quest, they're probably keen to fight, but they're probably also we're not forced to fight because we just destroyed these lanes so hard.
I mean, Amar's ready to kill.
He wants to kill people.
Yeah. Diffusal Echo, he wants to get some of these permanent Agi stacks.
And there's a free one bottom for him.
Yeah. ET can't do a thing about this one.
Oh boy. This could be a quick one. Well, maybe it could be it's one that gets stalled out for a long time, but Quest has answered everything here in this early game.
Yeah. I mean, Quest has been, they've been pretty good at, like, when they do have the Medusa and it has a free game, they've been pretty good at still closing the game stats.
That's true.
25, pre-30 minutes.
I mean, the butterfly into Aegis timing and then just go high ground, right? And you're playing an anti-mage Timbersaw draft. Yeah, you have Coddle to kind of spam stuff, but
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
not really the most effective versus a Medusa. And a Medusa Shadow Demon at that.
Radiant's middle tower
It's free. It's taken away. Can they cook Kaori for it? Probably.
Yeah, he's completely on his own.
Give Nothing to Say every kill.
At the same time, though, Amar,
he gets him. Okay.
He's able to get in, kill
Alone.
Shiro once again. He's up to 5 permanent Agi stacks.
I mean,
he's having the time of his life.
Amar has been, I gotta be honest, a little bit of a changed man this tournament, not offensively tipping or anything like that. I thought for these type of kills, when you're solo killing an AM as an offlane Slark, you might see something like that.
He just feels bad.
You know what?
You know, he doesn't want to. He doesn't.
That's
want,
true.
You know,
Don't fire them up too much.
Far.
Yeah.
Too far. He doesn't want to go too far.
That's fair. Rotation. I mean, yeah, hug. Nothing to Say. I feel Brunner's 3. Use Why You Smile on Planet to amp up this Ember Spirit, looking to get some kills. Try to shut down perhaps this Pango a little bit. 5v5's impossible though for PSG.LGD. And the other farm.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
15 on Dusa, anti-mage, level 8. Don't think you get to see a level discrepancy between carries that massive too often in Dota.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, Amar with the shard, the depth shroud, he can save himself, save his teammates.
He's not at risk of dying. Almost, he can play super aggressive.
I mean, mean, he's not going to be able to burn enough. Oh, actually, maybe with the stun of the Rolling Thunder, they can finish off New. He's caught in the combo. Another bounce with the Thunder. He's down to low ground. Doesn't matter. Noob with the swashbuckle kills him off. Nothing
And
to
NTS?
say. He's trying to get caught. Ori, can he get the side of fist off? He's going to get caught by the pounce. He's leashed. His
He's
man is
gone.
burned. He's out.
All right, Amar. You monster. 11,000 gold lead. PA2000 solo sieging the mid-tier 2 while they're
Another kill
diving.
to be found here. Plan is
stacks.
gone.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know how much more of this game PSG-LGD is going to want to endure.
They might, honestly, they might just call this pretty soon here. I'm sure Shiro's telling you. They may be talking about things, but Shiro's going to get his Battle Fury and try to just get some farm and stuff like that. But Quest just, they're hunting and there's no one now to give space.
Yeah, they're having the time of their life here out on the main stage here, Quest. In this game 1.
TA2000 walks in, he goes, oh, you guys were stacking some Ancients, thank you, I'll take that. More records being broken, I'd imagine. The Butterfly, it's 80 gold away. Manta, Butterfly, level 16 Medusa, 18 minutes in.
You've just got an Invis here. No Rolling Thunder, so can't really make any acute play to try and set up onto nothing to say.
LGD has to hug his 4. I feel like Neo, NTS, and Y and Planet can't really move around separately anymore.
I mean, Amar's just on the
Amar's just hunting for Shiro, and he's gonna probably catch him.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
Hello, Shiro?
That's it. Dead anti-mage!
Oh my god, I mean, they're tipping Amar. Did you see what he did there? Tried to plop a branch down to break the pounce, Shiro, trying desperately to get away from this
I mean, you can't
fish.
do that right, yeah?
Yeah, but
if you get it right,
it's just dead. And then
push yourself out of it.
Amar just leading the charge.
And he'll go for another one. Looks for Neo. Neo will manage to get up with the Timber Chain. I do put the ults for this to both Shadow Dance and Stone Gaze. Death Shroud will keep Amar safe. Here's the backup move. In with the 3-man Rolling Thunder. They might just type it. They do. GG is called 19 minutes in.
Holy
I mean, we talk
shit.
about games where one team doesn't get to play the game, and this is the definition of it. PSG-LGD, they didn't get to do anything here.
I mean, tip Amar for sure. He broke the game. He literally broke Dota in this one. Wow. That could be tough to recover from. I mean, Jiawei, he's probably going to have some words for them afterwards, but he's probably also looking and being like, we did our homework and it didn't work.
In a game this quick, I think the team will have some words for Jiawei. They'll be like, why did you give us this? We couldn't do anything.
Hey, that definitely could be true. Oh, man.
I mean, if it ends this quick, I don't know if there's much you can do with the play.
I mean, Quest just speedrunning. That was remarkable.
Wow. And indeed, another game that's making a pretty good case for the off-lane slot.
He keeps winning on it.
So start queuing it up. I think, Amalia 9-0-3. These guys, when they win, they win.
Was that one of the faster games? That was the fastest on the...
Yeah, we had like a 40-minute one in the groups or something, right?
But playoffs, I mean, by far. This one, I mean, super speed
minutes in.
I think that, what else can I say? This was just absolutely flawless. From the support play, too, I have to give so much the commends to. Omar, Kaori, I don't even know how many stacks they had. I feel like it was like, we lost count of it, so absurd play across the board.
Okay, well, that was a game. It was game 1.
It was.
FIRST Esports completely and utterly destroyed PSG-LGD. We'll see if PSG-LGD can piece themselves together for game 2. But that game 1, FIRST Esports, ladies and gentlemen.
Now that was a dominating performance from Quest, and we're gonna break it down and await game number 2 of this best of 3 elimination series, by the way, and hope that PSG-LGD comes back with a better plan, because Brian, it did feel like PSG had a plan going into this series. It just fell flat.
Yeah,
as flat as something can fall.
I mean, as we all knew, Quest just really had their number. And just outdrafted them completely.
Yeah.
I mean, Brian could not be possibly wrong in his life talking about the previous game draft. I mean, outstanding performance from Amar. Like, honestly, like after being trial lane, still winning the lane horribly. And I think this Elder Titan pick has been like the same thing. It's just underperforming so much, and they keep going for it. I think like it's just time to let it go. Let it go.
Let it go.
Yeah.
Well, I just think, I mean, I agree. LGD's draft is a little bit like, actually, it's not a little bit, it's quite questionable. I think when you already pick the Timbersaw and AM, right, you want heroes to secure their lanes at least, even if you can't find the right mid to late game hero that pair with your core as well. I just don't think Coddle and ET are the choices that you should be prioritizing, because I can see the Coddle Ember, definitely, but it's not what you need, because none of these heroes can actually touch the Medusa like, don't even talk about Slug. Yeah, I think Ama just performed too well, and you know, like they don't know what to do with him. But it's the Medusa. Like, sure, you have the AM, but like, can this AM actually play Dota? There's no way, because at one point the Medusa, like Rezo mentioned, she was 2 times the level for AM. Let's just.
I think we can ignore the existence of Medusa for the sake of this draft, because she didn't participate in this game. Like, nothing.
TA2000, he hit the towers.
I'm saying, like, TA2000 did
hit the
absolutely
towers.
nothing wrong, but I feel like he could have had half that net worth and the game would still be over.
Fair.
Like, they're literally 4v5ing, as you mentioned, Aurora, like, off panel, and I mean, this Slark, not only did he bully the anti-mage out of lane, but he also single-handedly farmed the top half of the map where nobody on LGD could enter. And that's exactly what Quest has been doing, and the second they try to enter, you see what happens here. They're like, this guy can't control this area, kill him! And
I mean, there's just an insane amount of pressure that Mark put in this game, because he was going, like, after he secured the top lane, he didn't, like, rotate with the diffusal, but he went for the diffusal Echo Saber, he got some wards, and he was just, like, running around during the nighttime after 15 minutes, and just, like, trying to completely remove all the vision from PSG.LGD side, and, you know, the 2 pickoffs and the Shira as well, just solo killing the anti-mage. It's just like, there's nothing you can do about it. You have no vision, you don't know where it's coming from. He's like double the net worth of your carry hero, and what do? You just call the GG at 19 minutes.
I want to talk about Kaori though. I mean, I know this team gives a lot of love to ATF, and that's rightfully so. He did very well, T2000 did very well, but come on, Shadow Demon. The stacking, the taking of the enemy stacks.
That was hype.
The escaping the enemy supports where they thought they had at least one secure kill. That guy had them running around in circle.
Absolutely. That's like the highest impact you could possibly have on a hero like Shadow Demon level 3 through 5.
Yeah.
You know, when I saw him moving around the river, usually as a support against, there's this Ember on the opposite side, right? You're not going to just walk so close to the enemy side, but the entire game he just disrespected the Ember. I feel disrespected. I'm like, hey, you're support. There's the Ember on the other side. Can you please not, you know, just walk it like it's your base? But then at one point he did get punished. He was trying to deny the Haitian, which arguably I think is the right choice. Because if this Ember is having the Haitian, he might be able to do a lot of things. You can cut waves, or you can kind of like initiate easily. But yeah, I just think, you know, the game is just over if your support, you know, like can just walk it like it's your home.
Yeah, I just feel like PSG.LGD after this, Rezo, where are they going to go? Because they thought that they had a plan, right? With the Timber first pick, making sure that they did not give that away, and it just failed.
They still have these weaknesses of like having weak lanes, and they need to address it heavily, like against Quest Esports especially, because this team is like very, like I think they're talking a lot about the lanings and these little mechanics that, you know, like, put them through ahead, like in the early game, and they also like know their matchups very well, especially ATF, like he knows their like Slark against Anti-Mage, the Timber against anything else, pretty much, like he knows them very well, so they need to make sure they have a better laning this time around, for sure.
Will they get that? That's the question that we're going to see answered after a break. Welcome back. You are watching the Bali Major, where I want to give a special shout out to BizNet, who is our official internet partner in the Bali Major 2023. And we are in the middle of a series that is Elimination Series. Quest is one game up against PSG.LGD. Will there be a game 3? We're finding out, as we need PSG to step it up. Better lanes is where it starts, and that means it starts with the drafting. Which one do you think is a favorable, Aurora? First pick or second pick for PSG.LGD, specifically against Quest?
I think for Quest, you can't give them first pick. They were actually the one having first pick for LGD, but the thing is you can just ban the team also and kind of just work around with it. I just think it's not about having the pick order yourself, but like it's about understanding Quest needs certain heroes to be able to execute what they have, like their play style. So you kind of just don't want to give Quest what they want, and it doesn't matter what you want, but like also at least one better laning, you know?
At least one lane.
Yeah.
One lane, one. Sounds so simple.
I feel like the Ember did okay. I feel like Ember did okay.
But the mid lane is not enough to compensate the side lanes, you know?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, yeah, nothing to say was like 4-0, but there's nothing he could do in that game. Absolutely nothing.
I mean, I feel like with the problem with LGD is when I get baited by their drafts is like you see the big picture. They always draft for the big picture. Their 5-unit as a whole makes sense, but then you look at the lanes and I feel like they just forget that the first 10 minutes of the game happen sometimes.
I mean, I think mostly it's not about the cores, it's about supports. The way the draft day support. Like, the cores are fine this game. Like, animation against Slark, it's fine if you have a decent
If you have like a
support
Lich or something.
lane. Huh?
If you have like a Lich.
Yeah, if you
some
have a
ranged
Lich,
nuker.
you can just man-fight the Slark with him.
Skyrath, yeah. Just something to poke the Slark down, so as long as he's sitting at like half HP.
Yeah,
he doesn't
and I think it's especially important for supports to have like some catch mechanic or like some damage, you know, because we've seen like a lot of disruptors, Clockwork in this patch, even like Spirit Breakers, they have like this catch and this ability to play the map better, especially like when you have like this anti-mage Timbersaw type of core. They need somebody to start the fight for them, and it can't be just only on Ember. Only Ember is not enough usually.
Only Ember not enough. Sorry, nothing to say. Need more. We need more coming out from PSG.LGD. They'll be first pick again this time around, and Dire again. So we have the exact same scenario last time. Last time they banned out Broodmother and Morphling, where Quest banned out Undying and Broodmother. Wow, I wrote it down wrong. They both banned Brood on my notes, so that's definitely not how
that's
that
not
happened.
possible.
That is not possible, but that doesn't mean I have no idea.
Yeah, there you go, 2 Broodmothers. Close one.
Close one. We do have the Timbersaw banned out by PSG.LGD. They don't want to give it, they don't want to pick it.
I respect that. Like, sometimes you just have to acknowledge the other team understands the hero better than you do.
Yeah.
It's not a time to showcase, so you just have to eat it and ban it.
5 seconds.
Yeah, we saw Liquid do the same thing yesterday against Tundra, I believe it was, where they just didn't know what to do to deal with one of their picks, and they just gave up. They're like, we'll just ban it this game. Don't know what to do.
I like how Amar just performs like insanely well under the pressure. Like today is like the most pressure they can get, right? They're like, if they keep wanna, you know, having this hope for the TI, like this is like an elimination match. It's like this is where it gets serious right now. You make mistake, you're out.
Yeah.
And he's been like performing super well, and especially like even yesterday, he was like playing Broodmother. Even though it was like a horrible Broodmother game, he was just still like outstandingly performing that game.
As the youngest player in the tournament as well.
He is?
18.
I feel like straight up, for better or for worse, this guy just doesn't give a shit.
5 seconds remaining.
Like, you feel it in his pubs, you feel it in his games. Like,
he cares about one thing.
It also
owning.
Oh, I'm saying like he's just vibing. I feel like this guy's in his own universe. Like I'm not saying he doesn't care about winning. He's not trying. I'm saying like. There's no extraneous thoughts going on in his head. He's just playing the Dota hero, and that is something to be valued, and it's honestly very difficult to achieve. So I wonder, you know, how did he achieve this Zen at age 18? It doesn't really seem like Zen when you're in a pub with him, but to some extent, being able to just pick whatever and trust yourself to vibe on it, whether or not you're in a Monkey King offlane, a Slark offlane, I definitely respect that.
Having that confidence, for sure.
To me, it seems like from the outside, he has like a lot of testosterone going on for him. You know what I'm saying? And he has like this amount of confidence that, you know, not a lot of other players have the same way he does.
I agree.
It allows him to play the way he does on the edge, and on never really, well, very rarely falling on the other side of the edge, that is.
I mean, he does have a history of, you know, like getting somewhat blamed for only having a very small hero pool, right? But I guess the way he tackled that issue is, if I still want to play the heroes I want to play, then I guess I'll be super confident. Doesn't matter what matchup I have to deal with, doesn't matter what kind of draft I have to play it in, I'll just do well. I think that's not a bad approach at all, and if you achieve it, then great, you did it. But otherwise, it's kind of like what other people usually do. Oh, I guess I have to learn a new hero now. But he didn't learn a new hero, he played Brute, and
He kind of did.
Yeah.
A few heroes he had it. Like, from his time in Enigma, he learned how to play Slark carry, and he translated that knowledge into his offlane right now. And I mean, on top of that, he learned how to play Broodmother, which is kind of nice.
Yep.
Also, he wasn't playing Doom as much before, right?
He was not. He definitely learned that like 5 months ago. Because
there's like 3 new heroes on top of his usual hero.
Oh, I mean, I don't doubt in like 2 or 3 years from now that he's going to be a very well-rounded player. A lot of these pro players, the reason why they have such in-depth hero pools is I've learned that the way they approach the game is that there's always going to be 3 or 4 heroes that are really strong in your role in a given patch, and they just spam those heroes. Like, they're like, this is the meta. We have to play these heroes if we want to win these games. So you give that 5 years.
Yeah.
That's 20 different metas. Suddenly, your hero pool is very vast, and you can kind of just call upon your previous knowledge. It's like, yes, heroes get patched, buffed, nerfed, but at the end of the day, a good Primal Beast game is a good Primal Beast game, right?
Yeah. To me, he's very similar to Queen we talked about, right? Where they choose like their specific pool of heroes, and they improve not like in terms of these heroes, but in terms of like overall general mechanics of the game. And that's what makes them so good and so stable, in my view.
And that's what makes PSG.LGD ban out all the offlaners. I mean, you kind of, at this point, you have to have a pool of 7 heroes.
Wait. Why did they ban Beastmaster?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not an Amar hero.
We're still worried about it.
That's kind of...
Is Primal Beast an Amar hero? Oh, no, that's for the mid laner. That's for Noob.
That's for Noob.
Yeah.
Does Noob play Beastmaster? Do they know something we don't know?
Maybe.
Could be.
Maybe
I mean, Beastmaster is very good against Naga, don't get me wrong. But I feel like this Quest Esports team, they're not going to go for that.
At some point, I almost think you have to call their bluff on LGD and just say, like, we don't think you can actually play these heroes. We'll just ban what you normally play.
Maybe call their bluff at not a potential elimination game. You know, you can do that in the first game of a series, but not in...
I feel like they didn't call their bluff at all game 1 in the sense that, like, I liked LGD's draft when I saw it, but Quest Esports picked exactly what they've been picking.
That's
the entire tournament, so they kind of just let them have it.
What if they're just thinking, okay, supports, I need you to win the lanes, I need you to play annoying supports. What heroes do you not want to see? Okay, Beastmaster then.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, the thing is Amar is infinitely more likely to play Doom. You just mentioned Doom, like, a minute ago, Rezo. So, they go for the Visage against the Morph, something we've been seeing a lot of. I mean, Morphling doesn't deal well with a lot of shit on the ground. Like, he doesn't deal with the Pugna Ward, the Naga illusions, the Visage birds. So, I would love to see Quest address that. Like, I would even be fine with Pango again. I would like that a lot.
I'm not a big fan of Spirit Breaker pick, just because it's a free morph into morphing, and if you don't skill Bulldoze, the hero is not the same.
Just don't skill Bulldoze.
Which you don't, which you do have to, you know, not skill, because morphing, getting that Spirit Breaker morph is actually gonna be super powerful. But I'd rather prefer like something that Liquid did today earlier when they picked Visage and Tiny against morphing, and it looked very, very solid against the morph overall.
I think they can't even like fight this silencer in the lane. I don't think they will be able to touch this morphing. It's just the silencer is gonna stop their advance.
What's the idea behind this Mirana? They have no setup for Arrow thus far. She's not the best against summons. Like, Starstorm is, in theory, an AoE nuke, but you can't really go that close in a game like this. Maybe to kill the Pugna Ward?
Kill the Pugna Ward, maybe build some Euls against the Spirit Breaker.
Some utility out of... Oh, yeah, the Euls. You do want a natural Euls builder.
Yeah.
Maybe... I guess if they pick a mid laner that they can rotate to, Mirana will have a purpose in the game. She doesn't mind stacking in the early game, too, but they don't really have, like, the best stack takers.
LGD has to ban the Ember.
They ban the Pango themselves.
Yeah, I think they have to ban the Ember.
Yeah, otherwise you got the nice Ember Mirana combo.
And also, like, it's a very good game for the Ember.
Unless they want to pick the Ember themselves. because they get
10
picked out of the
seconds
ban
remaining.
phase as Quest as overall last.
Yeah, they could do that.
5 seconds.
I
Seems
think
nice
LGD
for them
would
too.
probably prefer that approach. Feels like there's very few top tier mids right now in terms of hero pools.
Radiant team
I wouldn't mind seeing Noob on like a off meta hero this game. I know he likes to build his Ato's rushing mids.
What is that? Is it tiny? He still has snap.
I was thinking something like lane dominator that creates a lot of pressure, something like a DP.
10 seconds
Like we saw Liquid do that earlier.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure they're gonna go for snap just because they have no setup
5
from the
seconds
supports.
remaining.
They have like no stuns right now. Only Doom with a blink. Will do it.
Turn to pick.
Tinker.
Oh, the
Radiant
Tinker ban.
team pick.
The respect ban.
And instant Wind Ranger pick. We've seen Wind Ranger quite a few times in the last 2 days on the mid lane.
Yeah, we saw Kiyotaka own with it yesterday.
Yeah, I did not own with it today.
It's definitely a hit or miss hero. Very polarizing in regards to the impact that she
10
has.
seconds remaining.
It's very similar to Slark last game, where you either occupy a certain part of the map and just nobody can kill
5
you because of win
seconds
run, and then
remaining.
you just solo kill anybody who comes into your wake. But on the other hand, if you fall behind where your damage is lacking, they're no longer afraid of you. So maybe they can't kill you, but you're just kind of stuck running to your base all the time.
I was wrong, by the way. He did own on it this morning. It was the only game that they won.
Oh,
My bad. All right, so what lanes well against Mirana that we would like to see Noob play?
against the Wind Ranger?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. My bad. Yes.
Uh,
Ladies, you know, with... Yeah.
I got you. Bow and arrow ladies.
Bow and arrow ladies.
I mean, in general, any hero that has this... Okay, melee hero is kind of okay, but not in a way against the current Wind Ranger, because she is universal hero and she can buy sets, but...
I'd love to see DK here.
Yeah, the thing is,
Rest.
you want to contest the CS. If you're a range hero, you almost always lose to Wind Ranger because her attack power is really, really
Yeah,
cheap.
tiny.
There we go.
You wanted the tiny.
Yeah, I love this Quest Esport lineup. I think it's a free Morph game. I think it's a free Doom game. I'm not a big fan of Mirana support, but it's their preferred zone, I would say.
The only setup they have right now is like the Tundra Classic. Tundra used to do it with their supports, but you have the Avalanche toss straight up in the air for the arrow. It is a decent setup because it is a lot of burst if you manage to land it.
The only thing that's going for LGD lineup is that they have a lot of vision mechanics. They have like burst, they have Naga Illusions. Is going to be like super easy to take good, favorable fights against Quest Esports.
Maybe-
And the Quest, in order to push the lanes, they have to show actual heroes to do that. So maybe because of that, LGD will have a better, mid game.
Is this not like a similar recipe to Liquid versus, or not Liquid, excuse me. This was Gaimin Gladiators versus Quest yesterday, where they
Yeah.
had the Brood, the Terrorblade, and
Yes,
Quest
yes,
just
very
couldn't really
similar.
make their moves. So just based on that game, I think this looks a lot better than game one. I mean, that's not much to say there, but
And the lanes are also stronger for LGD this time around. So it might be 1-1.
It might be 1-1.
It might be 1-1. Very likely it's going to be
Alright.
1-1.
So it's about PSG.LGD getting ahead on the lanes. Or should it just not lose the lane?
I think if the lanes go even, that
just even,
it's
yeah.
easier for LGD to play the map than it
Okay.
is for Quest.
That should be manageable. Aurora, you agree?
I mean, the Mirana has the other thing that I think is really, really useful here. You mentioned about the vision game. I think she has this Moonlight and she allows her teammate to just pick a fight where it's advantageous for them because they don't have the better CC, right? But if you have Moonlight, you can kind of like notice where the heroes are and you want to just kill them off and then reset and they're like one hero down because you have a Doom, you have a Tiny. So it's not that, I would say, not that sad for Quest, but yeah, the lanes definitely look stronger on LGD side.
Okay, we're going to find out what's going to happen here in game number 2. It's time to head over to ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, game 2 here between Quest Esports and PSG.LGD. Fogged.
Yo.
Question is, at the end of the day, is PSG.LGD going to be able to make this one last a bit longer? Because
Yes.
that game 1 was rough.
Yes, this will last longer. There's no way that this one can be faster than that one. This one's going to be a bit more greed, I would say, from both of the sides. Amar's not playing one of these super bullying offlaners. It's a bit of a different style, a little bit more farm, so should have a little bit of a closer one, should have a little bit more of a slowdown. LGD, they should be able to actually get to play their draft.
Yeah, I mean, and because overall, do you prefer PSG.LGD's draft to this match, or do you still kind of like what Quest Esports got away with?
I mean, Quest, they're just magicians of playing like some of these certain matchups and stuff like that, but LGD does have some good stuff going for them there. My worry is the thing of like Rezo, what he was talking about, just this Morphling's game versus the Spirit Breaker, because he can just get this bulldoze constantly. But if his lane is tough, definitely gonna see LGD have a bit more success. Yeah, he'll have to pop that attribute shift right away. Very early aggression, so PSG.LGD trying to make a little bit more of a statement here. They have this Visage to actually slow down this Morphling. I mean, TA2000 had the freest game ever last game, so this one should be a lot stronger for LGD in the early game.
See if they can try for this kill instead. Where's the bashes? Might not even need it. They don't. All right, clicks alone. Planet will find first blood.
Oh, and look at this approach, and instantly taking out the range creep. Okay.
Okay, try and get that creep wave pushed in under the tower.
Cool. Yeah, should be an infinitely better time here for PSG.LGD. Stronger lanes and ways to actually play early. There always can be this difficulty, you know, the anti-mage when you do open it in the first two and make it your carry. Teams can identify and just shut it down. We saw Quest do exactly that. Let's see how bottom goes. I haven't seen the Spirit Breaker Visage approach versus the Morphling, but the Visage overall we've seen has excellent success versus it. Spirit Breaker, though, is not the same kind of monster as like a Tiny, where he easily just gives you the soul assumption stacks every single time. Takes a little bit more time.
Sorry.
I'm wondering how this mid matchup is going to go, too. It doesn't feel like the absolute easiest for a Tiny.
No, you are going to get sort of just constantly clicked here by nothing to say.
You have 0 armor. And the first 2 waves, very nicely set up here for nothing to say. He's got double range creep to put some extra harass onto Noob. But able to secure some denies. He body blocks him, so prevents Noob from actually getting the last hit in the mid lane.
And we did, you know, last game, all things considered, nothing to say. He was trying his hardest.
Yeah.
He played the first few minutes that kind of lasted in the game decently, right? He got his items, he got his timings. It was just way too much for him to do anything about.
He was dealt a crappy hand, you know. There's only so much that he could do with it. So far, TA2000, not really feeling that. He actually, looks like they pulled the lane kind of behind Kaori. Yes, he's going to die for this because he steps up too far, but TA2000 is getting these last hits, so 8 and 4 on him. Kaori will be the sacrifice. Probably going to see the same build out of these Visage that we've seen popularized. New's actually he's actually changing it a little bit. He's going to go for some early Wraith Bands, but every game I think I've seen it's just like Wand into Wraith Band, or Wand into Solar Crest. Surprised that he didn't go the Wand though. This lane definitely spams spells onto you. You want to be able to keep that soul assumption going.
So up on the top lane, will we see Amar and Amar be able to put pressure onto Shiro, or is Shiro kind of cool against these two?
He should be fine. I think the Mirana pick is the little bit of the weird one for me. I mean, Omar, he's really good on, like, his 4 position is excellent, but the Mirana overall, not really the easiest hero to apply pressure versus a Pugna. Pugna just outtrades you pretty easily. It does feel like Shiro. Shiro, nothing to say, gonna have a really, really good time, but Game2000 is actually just not gonna slow down here. This man, he's definitely a master classer of the Morphling. He's gonna have some pretty good targets to shift into as the game progresses. Spirit Breaker, Wind Ranger, Naga Siren, all very, very nice targets.
This bow shoots so quick.
Mid lane, it's pretty close, really.
Yeah, actually pretty close.
Noob's doing perfectly fine.
First few waves were a little bit funky because nothing to say got that bit of an advantage onto him, but yeah, now he's able to stand his own. But not like he's gonna ever pressure, nothing to say until not in the laning phase at least. Of course, in the game, Tiny does have a good matchup to be able to burst this Wind Ranger potentially. The laning phase, nothing to say, should just free farm.
Yeah, what do you imagine the build will be for Amar this game? Is it going to be sort of like Vanguard still going for the Midas or something else for Amar?
I would imagine so, yeah. I think he's probably still going to do his own typical... I don't think this is an Aura, man. I don't know. Never really feels like it's an Amara kind of thing. He's got the playmaker from the mid lane too, right? So I think he ideally is going to go greedy. Because Noob, he's going to just go for Blink Dagger and then just constantly run around the map. Noob will be able to get himself the top rune. Nice toss back.
Bottom lane, Neo's starting to sort of get bullied back by Kaori.
I gotta be honest with you.
He's not really getting any sort of chance of looking at the wave.
I'm a little weirded out that he didn't go for Wand. He's just getting spammed. The Wand stacks, they've helped quite a lot here, so. A little bit different approach here coming out from Neo, but definitely seeing TA2000 thriving off of it. Literally free farming, 24-10.
No slowdown at all.
No. He's got raindrop now too already, so the first 3 minutes actually are usually the toughest for a Morphling versus the Visage kind of lanes. He's been able to do excellent, and they might actually go for a kill here. New.
I mean, they're just trading damage so efficiently in this bottom lane. It's too much for really Planet and Neo to deal with. They're being kept incredibly low.
Maybe it is the effect of also just the Spirit Breaker compared to being that big explosive tiny kind of thing in the lanes, but yeah, I think I actually don't even know how many spells they span down here, but I'm sure he'd have at least 10 stick charges on this Visage.
He's got any regen coming out his way. It's just down to the last tango or two here.
But this is a lane that's supposed to put pressure onto the Morphling, and he's just not.
It's not, yeah. 28 and 14, tier 2000. It's as if there's no heroes against him in this lane almost. He's getting everything he wants.
Nothing to say in Shiro, though, are absolutely free farming in those other 2 lanes. So I guess it's just going to happen. Just a little bit of a sack here for them. Planet will get a courier.
However, will do indeed have that bit of a gold lead this time around. PSG.LGD 5 minutes in.
How many of the bounties? I think they got both of the 3-minute bounty runes, right? Yeah. Planet and Why You Smile got those as well, too. So those do add up in the early game. Early rotation coming down. Why You Smile. Feeling like he has no purpose up top anymore versus his Vanguard Doom, so maybe trying to apply some pressure on the Morph. Neo.
They're just going to get aggressive onto Neo, and they'll be able to get him.
He is dead.
Corey should go down in return, but getting this action that TO 2000's able to be favorably involved in.
I feel like that should not happen.
They have good supports around as well. Right? Why You Smile made the effort to come down here, drops the ward behind the tower, but he's not able to get back across and do anything to save Neo from going down.
I mean, a Morphling who's just free farming and then he just gets experience from a kill here. Kaori does get the last hit, but now it's there's no pressure that's coming onto TA 2000 in this laning phase.
Yeah, no, this is definitely one of the rougher sort of laning phases that we've seen Neo have.
Yep.
Just not able to do what you want a Visage to do.
Why is he not going? I really don't get why he's not going the wand. Oh well, I might have to look away from it because it's going to get me a little upset. But I think every Visage I've seen, it's wand, triple branch into crown, and you just go for stats. A different approach. And I don't feel like it's paying off for him.
I see Planet. He's trying to see if he can get away with the 7-minute Wisdom Rune steal.
Oh, the neutral creep is hitting him. Omar, does he see it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's going to have to charge Planet, so we'll manage to secure the Wisdom Rune.
Kaori looks like he has stepped up to try to steal it. Might pay with his life.
Noob, he is heading over to this area, but won't quite be able to get behind any of them here with this. This by the looks of it, unless they do themselves try and make a move with TO 2000. Yeah, okay, they'll know now.
Could just linger around here though. I mean, New has stepped up.
He's
New.
They saw the tiny, right?
I don't know if he did. I think he may have been on the side. I didn't get to see. I toggled a little bit too late. Okay. But New, he'll be able to.
They'll know now. Yeah, New. He's into the trees. They're really putting. Look, I mean, you've got Planet and Nothing to Say coming down to this bottom lane. They want to do something about them all. They're going to hold back on the charge. They don't feel they can get in underneath the tier 1 tower. I mean, sort of similar to some of the movements early in last game from PSG.LGD. A lot of resources, 4 heroes heading somewhere, but not getting anything done.
Noob. Maybe having the setup. They have the arrow, the combo.
They've got the full combo. Is it enough? Not quite. Nothing to say. He'll be able to head off, and Power Rune is up top.
Oh, it's a good one.
Yeah, nothing to say. He's not going to risk going for it, actually. He's worried about what else could be there. So Noob, he's still going to be able to walk up and grab it for himself. It's a big one, the Haste Rune.
It's like the best rune I feel like you can find on Tiny is this and DD pretty much in the early game. I mean, those three are always the best. DD, Haste, Arcane runes. But this one I really like on Tiny because you can set up on these lanes. And Amar, he's free farming in the top lane. No pressure on a Morphling. Shiro is free farming.
Yes, the Naga's having a good game. Yeah. So potential here for Shiro as opposed to what happened last game. Noob. He's going to get in with the setup. They have the full combo here. Nothing to say. He's going to be going down surely.
He just came back.
And he's back out.
Ooh. That's a big kill. I might be able to get another one too. Noob has another avalanche in a second.
Let's get the tree back up. He's got enough damage to take down Planet. He wants to keep pushing in under the tower. We'll get bashed.
Can't quite persist.
So he'll head back to the creep wave, head back to the pressure he's putting onto this tier 1.
Amar, Shiro has to stop sending illusions into the top lane. I think Amar's
more gold to him.
He's just farming them. I think I didn't see how many it was now, but I think I just saw at least 6 to 9 of them just get cleared out from Scorched Earth. But we don't feed those over to Amar. How many was it? What's our number there? Yeah, it's quite a bit. So 6 in those last few minutes. It's not the most of a gold, but yeah, either way, it's like you want to be using these to farm, not to do nothing. If you're just feeding your illusions off cooldown, you're not going to be able to get that accelerated net worth that you want versus a Morphling. And again, look at mid.
Nothing to say. He steps up, he gets caught in the avalanche. The toss is there to follow up as well as the arrow. He's going to tick down low to the curse.
He should be fine.
Still, he's going to have to probably take
back
the base again, yeah.
He just got back out here. Oh boy.
Having the supports hang around like this, you know, Omar and Kaori, it's causing issues for Nothing to Say. He was having a pretty good start, pretty good lane against Noob, but starting to slow down a bit with this pressure that they're putting on mid.
This is just really big brain stuff, really, from Quest. They're just like the only person who can actually pressure the lanes, and anybody at this point is Nothing to Say, so...
It should get Kaori here.
Should get it.
Straight in with the focus fire. We'll be able to get a bit of revenge for the pressure the supports of Quest Esports have been applying to him mid.
But Owen, those 5 kills, it's all on Kaori. So... That doesn't feel that great.
We've seen that story before with Quest, right?
Yeah, he's good at dying. He's good at making the space for his cores to get these absolute free side lanes. And it is those free side lanes right now. TA2000 in the Doom, cruising. Kaori puts himself down bottom to protect. They might even be able to get planted.
They go straight for him. Easy damage.
And the birds.
TA2000 is perfectly fine.
He just summoned these.
Are they going to be able to farm them? Nah, yeah, TA2000 doesn't try.
Thought he might. Max waveform. Cool. That's some insane burst damage.
I mean, we saw, I think Planet was kind of caught by surprise how quickly he went down on the Spirit Breaker.
I like to see the difference of what players do, because sometimes it's like a 0-4-2 build or something like that. So prioritizing putting more points in waveform for just magical burst, because I guess he can get involved a little bit early to get some kills too. Like he can even threaten like the Wind Ranger and the Naga early on if he does see an opportunity. Hey, they're farming. They're absolutely free farming on Quest. Shiro's still farming, but I feel like it doesn't feel great if it's just him. Versus this multi-core scaling lineup that Quest has set themselves up. Noob has Blink Dagger. I feel like for Quest, they're going to accelerate things here while they have this Morphling free farming.
Yeah, they've got great heroes to hunt with. Even if it is just Noob and Omar.
Kaori again.
Best heroes.
Sekio being the one to tank it. 6 deaths. And they will be able to get a tower off of this.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Mid tier 1 income.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Planet's going to hang around to put the fortification, see if they want to bring anyone over to try and hold this tower. So against the push of the Tiny and the Mirana might be something that they don't want to sign up for right now, PSG.LGD, especially as Noob indeed will be ready to jump.
They're going to try to set up on top. They're going to need probably the 4th hero. Yeah, they're getting the charge coming in. Shut down Amar. Their rotations.
But the net to set things up. TP's going to be coming in immediately, but Amar completely surrounded.
Not tanky enough.
Not a chance for him there. They get themselves, outside of the core. He kills finally a big core kill here for PSG.LGD.
I think his Midas is up too, so I know you always like to see that.
Feels bad, yeah. 20 seconds of inefficiency.
It was honestly like the bash comes into play massively there. There could be maybe a situation where he stick Lotuses and then it hurricanes himself and see some kind of weird stuff. Probably still dies, but maybe they get some type of trade, so gotta love these bashes.
Down on the bottom half of the map now, Nothing to Say. He's got Neo and Why You Smile with him.
Okay. Noob has his Blink Dagger, so he's gonna look to strike down here. They have a ward set up.
Yeah, they see all of this.
Oh, this could be a trap that's
They
being
use
set.
the Moonlight.
They've set the trap on LGD.
They're not going to expect this Moonlight play down here. I mean, Neo's in trouble. The scan does hit onto Noob, so they know that Noob's swinging over. As
they're on top of
They
him.
start the action. Corey's going to put the global. See if they can burst through News up to the high ground, but they'll get him. As Noob, he might even be able to set him on a Why You Smile as well. Why You Smile's going to head into the pit, try and aggro Roche. He's looking for the denied to Roche, and gratifies himself. They'll get him as well. Noob swings over, gets the double kill.
Heads up move from Quest.
And they're going to know now they ping that ward, but even so, not a bit of a risky move to make it around this cliff.
Hey, that ward is already worth it, even if it just dies right there. You've just set up TA2000 and Quest. He has his Lincolns already done pretty much. He didn't have any difficulties in the lane, and now in mid game, this Lincolns is incredible. This game, playing versus Charge, you're never going to be usually set up on. Playing versus Focus Fire, Shackle, etc. Very early pickup for TA2000.
Radiant are scanning.
This does not look easy for PSG.LGD.
Nope. A bit of a risk here to jump in for the Arcane Rune. They'll want to punish this.
Can they finish him off? NTS is kiting him.
They've got him.
That's a big kill.
Yeah, Noob's taken out, gets punished for the jump forward to grab the Arcane Rune.
That's his Atos, so nothing to say. This is exactly how they want to enable him to be able to get these aggressive plays. Can they set up for a tower too here? Should be able to.
Yeah, I think with Noob out for 15 seconds, Quest, they won't have the resources to put towards mid. TA2000 is going to want to keep farming bottom.
It's 10 seconds for the Tiny. Huglet Blasts. Looks like they should be able to finish it, yeah. All right, good hit. Space being made for Shiro. But you got a TA2000 problem.
And Amar is still farming very, very decently. Only died that once. Outside of that, he's going to be okay. He's just going to try and get this Octarine as soon as he can.
They're just playing it greedy. Yeah, he pretty much has it done, right? He just needs, one more small little component for it. And, they'll find a courier, looks like.
Oh, I'll give him an extra bit of money, and that did have a lot of cope here on. So,
well, he's not close to anything like that.
It wasn't
just
close.
yet, but
It's always nice to have that bit of health from mana.
absolutely.
Yeah. And he won't get it.
Shiro is getting some very, very good farm. Quest.
I mean, they used the Moonlight, but they should be aware. I mean, this was popped while Samar was still on the wave, so Shiro should be full retreat.
At the ward, they see him. They see the real one.
Yeah, Shiro's... he's sticking around.
It's a little deep now, though. Omar's trying to get on top of him.
Yeah, heal song.
And they're TPing in to go for a kill here. They've got the charge on Omar.
Looks like they'll settle for just the Mirana. They won't be able to fight for, but they will be able to get something. As Omar,
nice kill.
Left behind.
Give it 10 TS.
I mean, he was trying to see if he could lead in for more, maybe get some control of the familiars. Corey has been split from the rest of the team.
Ooh.
He's going to have to hide and hope that he gets away with his TP. He will. They won't have eyes on him.
Very good movements in these last 3 minutes or so from PSG.LGD. Getting some very, very necessary.
Well, they're going to see Noob. He's going to step and take the watch. He's going to get a bit of a nasty surprise. There's a lot of heroes here waiting for him. And he is incredibly dead. Caught in the net, completely surrounded. Bash is coming in. Shiro tries to turn back in to take the kill, but it will end up just going the way of Neo. Still, though, a dead Tiny. It's slowing down the flow that you want to be hitting with this mid Tiny. No Noob at the moment. He's lowest at the cores.
Back-to-back deaths with his blink reveal. Is he going to pump up Shiro's mana? Yeah, I was like, Shiro's low. Come on, White. He's going to fill up his Naga Siren back up the full. And continuous push around these towers. LGD getting the ball rolling. They take these towers quick, too, with the Pugna Visage. And Noob, that's 2 times now where he dies, and it's almost immediately that these towers do get taken out.
Yeah, it feels like very quickly this game, if Noob sort of has another move like that where he dies, it's going to be all just sort of on the side lane, the one of the 3, right? Amar and TA2000 to really make the magic happen this game, because this Tiny could start to feel pretty weak if Noob suffers another misplay.
Another catch, nothing to say. I think that's like 3.
Power shot!
Raindrop!
It's going to save him.
That was real close. He was about to say, he's really accelerating the momentum. His Maelstrom was going to be pretty close if he was able to get that kill, too. Still lingering around the top side, too. Amar and Kaori don't want to lose this one yet.
I've got global backup. Of course, Doom is also ready to go. The Octarine, it's not going to feel too bad to throw it out.
I like how they're sticking together here, these 3.
They're going to bring more numbers in. They want to try and take this fight. They will still lose the tower. Here's the familiars.
Oh, TA2000
turns up. The charge. See what TA2000 can do. Turn into the Spirit Breaker. Go straight over towards Neo. Wave form towards Why You Smile. Find him hiding around the trees. He will. They take down the Pugna.
It's just 1 kill, though.
Neo's going to be able to back off in time. And Planet, he's away with the TP. They get the tower. They only lose the support for PSG.LGD.
Great disengage. TA2. I think as soon as TA2000 turns up, you just have to get the hell out of there. And yeah, a clean disengage as Shiro. Manta Orchid's done. You can start getting involved in all these fights too with this team. There's some still really nice rotations, and I'm liking that they're sticking with those 3 heroes on the side of PSG.LGD, the Pugna, the Spirit Breaker, and the Visage to continue applying pressure. Noob shows mid. Noob
is trying to farm this dangerous spot of the map. I mean, they're bringing in the backup.
Ooh. They don't see him?
Wait, what?
They ran out. Oh no, no detection. The net ran out.
All right.
The dust in the backpack.
Noob is
Planet.
Woo.
He does the face palm and the sorry because the dust in the bags.
Well, Noob, he's going to feel pretty lucky about that one, getting away from that 3-hero attempt in mid. He just walks out of there. Had to keep walking because Corey's in trouble. Noob will not want to show himself unless he feels strong with TA2000 by his side. He might try for the jump back in.
He's thinking about it.
Get the wave form for TA2000. Instantly close the gap onto Planet.
They want another one.
Noob, the jump forward, get the avalanche. Arrow won't connect. Neo.
Mars here.
And he's going to have a bit of a nasty surprise with the Doom on the high ground. Neo, he'll still go down as TA2000 cleaning up the kills. Double kill for the Morph.
Man, Noob really pushing the limits there. A third death would have been
away like that. That's pretty wild.
A third death would have been pretty brutal.
Yeah.
Like he gets his blink, he gets a timing in this.
We'll see it again
loses
here.
Everything.
I mean, you know, you can farm this dangerous spot on the map when you know you've got the backup of a Moonlight Shadow, and you know the enemy, they didn't have detection ready to pop.
And you know what actually also saves him probably? The 10% magic resist on the occult bracelet as well too. All the little things, of course, coming into play there. But yeah, no detection is definitely the bigger thing that saves him. As Planet, I don't think we'll see that one happening again.
No, they've got to be prepared.
Gotta have dust.
As we've seen now, Omar, he's been good to go with the Moonlights. Setting up aggressive plays and not hesitating. I mean, if he hesitates a moment longer before pressing it in that mid situation, that would be a dead Tiny.
Glad we're gonna get to see the full, you know, it's a much more even game. We're gonna get that full clash of the Naga Siren versus the Morphling.
My patience is rewarded.
Yeah, very close to being even on the farm. I think
they're like very close with each other. Yeah, only 700 apart.
The big factor is going to be that this game, you know, obviously one side Quest, they have Amar on the Doom and TA2000 on the Morph. These two heroes are going to scale at a very comparable pace, and on PSG.LGD, the scaling is going to be there for Shiro, but unless Nothing to Say can keep finding kills, keep finding action, he's just not going to be able to farm nearly as quick as these other three cores. So could fall very quickly into a position where a lot of it rides on the shoulders of the Naga Siren.
I think most
Quest,
of it
they've got the resources a bit more split.
Yeah, I think most of it is. The good thing, though, I would say, is that the supports on the side of PSG.LGD also scale quite a bit harder, right?
Okay.
Like the Spirit Breaker and the Pugna compared to... Like, Silencer's going to be great, but Mirana, it's always a little bit awkward, your itemization. You're going to go for Yules, which is great versus that Spirit Breaker and the Wind Ranger. That's actually probably the best choice for him. But yeah, the Spirit Breaker's getting quite a bit of farm. He's kind of transitioning into a mini third core with the Shadow Blade.
They're going to go with a smoke. Straight towards Corey. They're getting the Avalanche to hold them back. Corey does have Global if he wants to pop it. He doesn't need to. They rely on the Moonlight Shadow to separate from PSG.LGD.
They wanted to just get a quick one. They don't want to chase too much further. Won't be able to find it. Full Gleipnir on Nothing to Say. And they have quite a bit of a timing here on PSG.LGD. I mean, Shiro getting very close to his heart. They can look to group up together.
Yeah, I think he's going to want to.
Yeah, I think so too.
That timing. Heart, Orchid, Manta, you can threaten kills, you can join fights, you can feel pretty unkillable, and you can try and get these tier 2s. Try and make some space as well to open up the map for PSG.LGD to go for the Roshan.
Could look for that Rosh really, really soon. Solo Crest plus the Visage, plus the Naga Siren. If they can control the area, looks like that's going to be the call right now for them. Accelerate it a bit. And they'll kill it very fast. Quest, imagine they're just going to split up, get that farm to continue. I mean, this is such a farm-heavy game. You can see Amar, he took the Philosopher Stone. I mean, it's all about just getting gold and gold and gold on the side of Quest. How many Philosophers did they get at least? They got 2. All right, PSG.LGD, Aegis on the Wind Ranger. He can actually play a little bit more frontline now at this point, too.
This is good timing for them to play up.
Very good timing.
This stage, you know, they did the hint of the creeps. It's only going to fall less and less in their favor. We're already seeing this 2K lead for Quest Esports start to show its head. So PSG.LGD, if they want to slam this down and make sure they continue to maintain control, they've got to push the issue now. Yep.
Got to find something big, get these towers, so Shiro gets even more of the map to control versus this Morphling. Because he's not that far ahead. He is ahead, but only 800 in comparison to the Morphling. Sometimes you do see these Nagas like 3K ahead or something like that to have that big differential, since you do farm that much faster with your illusions. So it's impressive that TA2000 is keeping it that close. Top, they're set up for Omar. Need to know that he's here. Can't get him though. Noob hasn't found too much of his blink either, but he has kind of stopped looking for plays and farming a bit more. And he is keeping up with Nothing to Say. Push down bottom. Tower should just die to the familiars.
Yeah, they'll definitely want to continue to go for the tier 2s here. I mean, on the mid, Shiro's going to be bringing in the wave. Look to try and just take these towers at a point where Quest are going to be more focused on splitting themselves up on the map and having Amar and TA2000 continue to farm.
Constricting the map is really good if you're forcing them to split up like that too, because you're playing with the Spirit Breaker on PSG.LGD, so that's where you can start to get those pickoffs. Wind Ranger, Spirit Breaker, probably 2 of the better ones at looking for pickoffs on these sides. West. Lingering in the area here. Too scared to go for Noob. TA2000, it's going to be time for him to fight in about 100 gold. So Aghanims, it's about to be there. He's got the level 18, so level 3 morph with the talent. See the clash of these two these two cores, what's gonna happen with it? Because Shiro, I think, almost immediately is gonna, maybe he will actually continue for the butterfly, but we'll see, because they're gonna have some Lincolns that need to be purchased versus this Doom and this Morphling. West, feel like they might smoke here.
PSG.LGD, they're already preparing themselves.
Okay. BKB, quite a bit of timings here coming out for Quest. They have multiple BKBs and this Morph Ags.
Ooh.
NTS.
They get the opening route onto Tier 2000, but Tier 2000 is able to put the Manta. Nothing to say, he'll back away. Doesn't want to continue to push into this bit of a surprise that Quest Esports hit PSG.LGD with. In fact, they just back off straight away over to their half of the map. They don't want to take this fight.
Look at his damage on the Wind Ranger. He actually has 95 damage when he gets morphed. Immediately just has to run. That's with Aegis. You can see that they're like, oh my goodness, yeah, wait a minute, be careful. Close game.
Neo's going to show again in the mid.
Nice try. 20 seconds more fun. Cooldown. DD on the Wind Ranger.
They still want to try for this push mid. PSG.LGD.
West is in the area.
They have the Aegis, and Shiro feels strong. Noob.
Toss.
He's going to try for the jump. We'll get the BKB off, but nothing to say. He's in with the focus fire. They take the tiny out.
Deleted. DD rune.
The song's there. They're looking for the setup, trying to get some sort of angle. Let's see if they can focus down the squishes first. They can. Kaori's out. BKB popped by Amar. So get the blink off as well. So the rest of the three of them will manage to escape. Maybe not. As the root's there, the silence as well. They'll get a third kill out of this PSG.LGD. Now, the push, they can bring the wave in down the mid. Maybe see if they can do some damage here to the high ground.
I think
Hero's dead on Quest.
I think Noob thought he was going to be quite a bit tankier there, but the DD on the Wind Ranger just rips right through him. I think Morph still on cooldown, wasn't able to turn into and steal the stats at that moment. The push is commencing. GD. Getting in a big timing here, and they see Amar bottom. The charge might just be able to get him too.
Yeah, they're going to go for the CPs to try and punish this. They know that Amar, BKB, it's on cooldown.
There's the focus fire again.
It's back up. There's going to be another catch here for PSG.LGD, starting to really get into action here at this point of the game where they got their core timings. This was the time to bring the fights to Quest Esports, and we're seeing exactly why.
Ain't nothing to say. He is heavy lifting. In these last, 12 minutes or so, I feel like he just keeps getting pickoff after pickoff after pickoff with Planet. And we're seeing the itemization at Lincoln's. It's going to be done for nothing to say. Planet's also building for it since he's getting some good farm in the Spirit Breaker, so they will have Lincoln's to protect. And Shiro, he's going to go for his own itemization. Almost a butterfly. Showing some struggles here now with Noob. Every single time he jumps for something, it's actually turned on them.
It's been a tough game for him. Has not been able to have sort of that jump surprise impact that he'd hoped for. Nope. And it only gets harder as the tiny PSG.LGD getting as much farm as they have on their cores. No longer really any target that's a clear jump for Noob. He's going to have to play for sort of crazy high ground defenses, get some sort of deep toss back on one of them.
Which they do have potential for, but it does feel almost necessary at this point. Tier 2000 to carry this by himself, definitely looking a little bit harder now, even though the Doom is so farmed. Seeing how much damage NTS dishes out. None of these heroes actually look tanky.
Shiro, they're going to make a bit of an effort to...
He's got buddies.
He's with them and...
Oh, Arrow's actually going to hit him. All of LGD's going to rally around him.
Yeah, they're immediately going to group up around Shiro, so West, they won't be able to push and chase anything, and at the least, you know, they know Song's on cooldown for a couple of minutes.
Oh, and they're not finding any kills. I actually can't remember the last time the Quest got a kill. I think it was like 9 minutes ago or something onto Niu. It's just been LGD for quite some time here. Space being given for the Link. Yeah, Lincoln's 1 done. I believe Lincoln's 2 about to be done, and Lincoln's 3 probably soon on the horizon with the pace that this Naga Siren's able to find too. Yeah, Quest want to hit before that.
Oh, they do. They want to go before these items, go before the Songs back up.
They have to get some type of clean initiation from Noob with a global follow.
They need a core kill.
They sure do.
Core kill is not going to feel good for them. PSG.LGD relatively grouped up.
Ooh.
Tricky to get past this tier 2.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're not on the high ground anymore here, but and the tier 2.
They're smoked up themselves, PSG.LGD.
Ooh. Who are they gonna see? They see Noob. They see Noob for a second. The charge is coming out.
They're gonna start focusing towards the tiny. Are Quest able to do anything with this information? That's the question. BKB will come off.
He's gonna get shredded.
Yeah, the focus fire from Nothing to Say leaves him no chance, and now it's just full retreat for Quest. They can't take a fight without their mid, especially in this deep area of the map. The rest of them, they'll back off.
Great awareness, the disengage, just quick, like little movements like that get you that wraparound perfectly there to find the tiny, again, that's 4 in a row it feels like onto Noob. Every focus fire has been successful. And that was Quest, they were trying to hit and get some type of timing fight before all these Lincolns do come out, but I think that is going to be them, right? At least 2 of them done, almost the 3rd. And a full Hex now on Niu. Extra forms of catch now for this Morphling. They're just causing more and more issues for TA2000. I think they know that this noob Tiny is just having absolutely no game. Yeah, it's just the Morph that is the issue at all now.
Yeah, and maybe a minor, because Amar's farm is still very, very good. He's got 3,200 gold. Queuing up the Shiva's Guard.
I mean, he hasn't had... Oh, they're going to see that one.
That was indeed on the mid wave.
That is a fresh one. The brand new BKB immediately gets used.
If anything, sort of fortunately for TA2000, it is around a time where Roshan will potentially respawn. So maybe PSG.LGD don't just go straight to do anything about it. The BKB's on cooldown.
It's a long respawn. But then they could have just rushed if it was fast, right? Then BKB to fight it, but yeah.
Yeah. I think PSG, they're not going to rush anything before they've found.
Oh, no, don't do him like this.
The impact move. Oh.
Well, it happens.
Bullying.
That's... we haven't seen it do him either, right? This game?
No, I don't. No.
Nope. 30 minutes.
It's been full farm mode for a month.
Yep.
Which is paying off, literally. He's got a lot of money. Yep. He's nearly got a Shiva's Guard. They'll actually go for the smoke beforehand.
They're going to try again.
Because they know potential for Roshan to be up. They do not want to let PSG.LGD have this for free.
But they do not have BKB more
30 seconds. It's definitely going to be a bit awkward if they find themselves in a fight and TA2000 hasn't got that backup ready to press.
I feel like they have to catch Nothing to Say. I feel like that's got to be the initiation. He's doing way too much.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Well, that's the first doom.
It happens to the best of us. As, yeah. They're I mean, they must be feeling the pressure this game. That's one of those mistakes that you only make if things are feeling kind of tense.
I mean, nothing has worked out for them in this game with, like, literally, Noob bought Blink Dagger, and the game went downhill after he got the Blink, just because he wasn't able to find
I think, if anything, they sort of kind of confused themselves then, right, because they were smoked and moonlighted, so Amar didn't realize that the smoke hadn't come off him, because he was invis as well, so he assumed he was just invis, so he's like, okay, my smoke's dispelled, so this is real.
Justified.
But
anyway,
I mean that's definitely what happened.
That is definitely what
he was moonlighted and smoked, so he didn't realize that the smoke had not come off him. He was like, I just look like this because I'm still moonlighted. But indeed, the smoke had not come off him.
And you know what? Silver lining. Doom's going to be back up almost when Roshan is, I guess. So could potentially still look to take a fight there.
As you know, and at least for TA2000, he'll be able to have a bit of a laugh back.
Yeah,
because when TA2000 put the BKB in the mid, Amar was like spamming the laughter voice lines. So TA2000 probably gets a little giggle back at him. He's like, bro, what are you doing?
They have some. They're definitely like very close friends. I've actually seen them like hanging out quite a bit here, and I love the way that they definitely give each other shit for problems. It's definitely a team that does that.
Yeah. But yeah, they're definitely fortunate that the Roshan was the long respawn. They might actually still have a bit of time to go for another move like that, Quest Esports. Roshan's going to be back up now, of course.
Shiro, he's still deciding. He's just switching between Lincolns and Hex. I think he might feel like the 2 Lincolns that they already have on the Spirit Breaker and the Wind Ranger might just be enough, and just getting more and more control to just make sure this Morphling doesn't even do anything anyway. Rosh, what's up? Should be able to just set this one up for free.
Yeah. Doesn't look like Quest Esports are going to try and make another move out on the map in time. They'll just try and stabilize things around the base, keep their mid lane and their top lane pushed out as much as possible, and prepare themselves for the inevitable high ground defense against PSG.LGD. It's going to be coming in now as the Aegis is claimed on Shiro. Nothing to Say will grab the cheese.
I'm always just like, it looked like the Wind Ranger was going to take it, but then, yeah, he just snatches it away. But maybe that was the initial.
They got a charge on Amar, but yeah, they'll stop that. They know that Amar's got backup around. And he is a hard kill. BKB, Shield Guard.
To an extent. If the Wind Ranger's there, definitely not.
I mean, yeah, if Nothing to Say is here, he's going to kill anyone. It definitely feels like that. There's little things they can do to keep him off of his targets. And yeah, Aghanims for him, just 250 gold away on the Wind Ranger.
Sells his bracer. Big timing. PSG.LGD with this one. Potentially even, I mean, he doesn't have the slot actually on Shiro for the Hex, so can't actually buy that one. But they've got everything they need, it feels like, to still look to dominate these fights. And Noob, he has not progressed at all, really. It's like BKB Echo Saver, yes, but in terms of what this provides him inside of these fights, still feels rough for him. Last tier 2. Claiming the high ground. Wisdom Rune in about 30 seconds as well. And my favorite, the Dragon Scale Naga Siren. Probably gonna send multiple illusions all over the place to whittle stuff. Does lose his stats.
Radiant's top tower is under
Quest considering a jump.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
Set up with the Moonlight. He's gonna be spotted though. Noob, he'll be able to get the BKB off. Turns with a quick combo. They try to burn through the ruin range, but nothing to say. He's able to get away, and they're able to reset with this song. They want to get back in. They might with the Aegis and Cheese. They're still feeling pretty solid, but Global comes out after the song.
Okay.
Gonna make things a bit more awkward for PSG.LGD if they want to get back in on this. Planet at
2000.
He'll get the BKB off. They'll charge across him. He's able to put the mantle. They force him back to safety. He's trying to escape this TA2000. They'll probably have to bail. Let the supports die. Corey get caught. Amar, he'll also get clipped off to the side. He didn't manage to get the BKB off. He's caught by the chain stuns. Amar's out for 70.
Awkward jump for Quest. PSG.LGD just played cool. A great song again from Shiro. And they used a bunch there too. They were trying to go for this fight, but super awkward with the initiation.
They can push the base now, get the damage done. PSG.LGD, they've still got the Aegis and the Cheese. This top Rax is in trouble.
There's no BKB Tiny, there's no BKB Morphling. How do they push them off of this? Maybe trying to find an angle for some weird kind of toss-back play, but...
Planet, he's just straight in. He's going to charge straight across over towards Corey. Corey's able to step back. Nothing to say. He just goes in and finishes off the kill. Doesn't get caught by the sun. This is a pretty deep one. Nothing to say. He's going to pay with his life.
Oh, that's a huge kill. They got to run.
Oh, they get a bit too deep with that one. I mean, to step forward now outside the base, they might be able to get more. They get White. Smart. That's the gem on the deck as well.
They're going to look for more.
They certainly are. They're going to keep this chase going. See if they can find Shiro. He's got the song back up.
Great song. Oh, the arrow! Oh my god.
Oh, goodness, it nearly caught him, but he'll be able to get away there.
You kind of scared the crap out of me. Oh, that was close. Get out.
Well, and the barracks actually is still taking quite a bit of damage here from the illusions, but they won't quite die. So the melee racks stay alive.
It's expensive buybacks, though.
And
it
we'll
was
see that again. As indeed, very close. Okay.
Could have been closer, but very close.
Could have been closer, but close nonetheless.
It still got us off our seats there.
So yeah, melee racks remains alive. They do actually use the 2 buybacks.
2 buybacks.
Amar and Corey buying back in that sort of situation. But it does push back PSG.LGD, keeps the game going here for Quest.
Amar just can't get these Doom connections over and over again. Just unable to versus these just the coverage. I mean, Shiro, an excellent performance. Every single one of these songs.
Yeah, Shiro's doing phenomenal. He's, you know, the way that he's pushing with the team, he's been farming in the early game. Very few mistakes being made. This is Shiro kind of full force here on his Naga Siren, 305, perfect farm.
Probably telling Zhao 8, never pick me, the anti-mage in the first 2 again. Just pick me on the Naga Siren, because this hero, it's risen toward the latter half of this tournament, and it's had some really good success and some really good answers, in particular to the Morphling.
Quite indeed the comparison between what he was doing on AM compared to what he was able to do this game. Very, very different stories here from Shiro.
We get the, do we have the bounty rune indicator as well too, if we could get for it? Because I feel like I've seen them pick up, I want to say a majority of them. I mean, most of the map control has been on the side of PSG.LGD, but even in the relative early game, around like the first 18 minutes, I was watching Planet and YU Smile claiming pretty much every single one of these, and that does accrue quite a lot. It's 11k gold lead. You know, they have 7,000 gold from those bounties.
So PSG.LGD want to try and go for another push. Of course, they no longer have that Aegis or Cheese, so...
Aegis is 10 seconds also, it's taken out.
Yeah, it's going to be gone before the next move.
For Quest, it's all TA2000, right? If they can get that supporting cast to buff them up. I've been clicking around seeing like where the drums and the spirit vessels, or the Solar Crest in particular, because you want to throw everything you can onto TA2000. They will have a Lotus Orb that's finished up on Omar from earlier.
Oh, we've got the Axon Shiro here.
Axon Shiro. So looking to, I mean, it's this like flank surrounding of these illusions plus this visage that comes in. Raxes continue getting whittled down. Full Aghanims also for the Spirit Breaker. Support scaling.
These BKBs are no longer going to make Quest Esports feel as safe as they may have before. Lots of ways to mess around with them through that.
Charge is 8 seconds. He can just use it pretty freely to just break these Lincoln spheres. Or TA2000's Lincoln sphere in particular. Quest looking to try to catch something out here, but look at top. Illusions.
Yeah, Amar's going to have to head back to deal with that one. Now
Shiro.
smoke comes out from PSG.LGD. They know that Quest are likely to have been split up by the fact that they've had to go back for that defense.
Shiro did commit for his Aghanims. He's got this net through these BKBs as well.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
They might be able to get a catch here, Noob. Big wraparound. Look at Nothing to Say in Planet. Might find him again. And this is a gem on Noob.
Noob.
Hello.
He's going to get caught. He does get the avalanche off, so slows down a bit of the opening damage, but focus fires there. BKB, it's not going to save him. That's indeed gem. It's the deck. The Planet's able to grab that one. Corey.
Another one. Oh my goodness. All right, that was way closer than the arrow.
That was close.
That one was 0.1 probably.
Corey gets out, but now without Noob for a minute. Of course, SpenUp does not have buyback. PSG.LGD, a minute until we see when Roshan's back up, so they may just continue to hold the map until that one.
Nothing to Say has just had it
safe.
Completely out for Noob this game. It just be a pickoff. 5 pickoffs, it feels like. 5 times this game, and it feels like it's been the determining factor of why PSG.LGD have just been completely controlling the map.
Yeah, and their 2 supports, as you anticipated, you can see on the goal, they are scaling an absolute treat.
They can just continue to itemize to now deal with, the Morphling over and over again. Another Lincoln's being queued up even on the Pugna, if he wants to go down that route. Might just be able to go for a Hex also.
TA2000 is still
big, but
still getting all his items. Sells the treads, picks up his next few items. He's got the completed Silver Edge, the completed Satanic.
Just can't focus fire these targets easily, especially not versus all these summons that are kind of just wrapping around. He doesn't have MKB either. He doesn't have the slots to be able to answer all these problems of the win run and also this evasion that's coming out from Shiro. How's Amar doing? I mean, it's just farm. Actually queuing up Boots of Travel too. They're just getting whittled down. The Raxes are dropping. Top melee. Yeah, Shiro, he did the, so he was using ninja gear to set up, and then he swaps the dragon scale back into his inventory, just so he can whittle down these Raxes. These illusions just having that extra little burn effect. It adds up. Quest is feeling forced to go out, otherwise they're just going to get megaed.
Yeah, and they want to take this fight before PSG.LGD has the freedom to go for Roche.
It's a full Satanic on the Morphling. He will show himself. Trickster Cloak now up on TA2000.
Moonlight.
Passing in the night. Nothing to say with the DD.
Noob's going to try and drop him. They're going to see if they can burst the win range, and they can't quite.
Song again.
Shiro, he's ready to turn this around. They've caught the 3 of them. They're getting the familiars in position. Shiro, illusions are out. They'll try to go for TA2000. TA2000 spots the BKB, gets clipped by the charge through from Planet.
LGD's disengaging. They don't want to fight this.
They don't want to. They respect the power of Quest here.
Quest has the vision advantage. They got that ward on the high ground. They saw that pesky Pugna. Even though a beautiful song from Shiro disengage, GD doesn't want to take the fight around.
Yeah, I mean, sort of surprised they didn't want to. I mean, what is it that they're so scared of from Quest right now that they really respect in that situation, even if they have that song set up?
They didn't get a pick off in particular, right? Like, usually I feel like every single one of these, they just kill Noob right at the start of the fight. This one not, so they're just wanting to play it as safe as possible, wait for this Pugna to come back.
Yeah, I guess they feel they don't need to fight, right?
Probably.
They know they've got the lead, there's no need to take any risks. They can continue this, kind of chip pressure with the illusions down the lanes.
To say again, getting gone on.
This time, it does connect.
Shield ruin, it's taking him up.
But not going to be enough to survive as TA tears him apart. They head over towards Planet. I'm starting to see why they didn't want to fight this, Fogters.
He got the Doom.
They're getting destroyed. This time, Amar, there's no funny business with the illusions. He finds the real one.
Oh, it took them 25, 30 minutes or something to find this one, but they have swung at least that fight here. They've got a big momentum swing. Raxes, I believe, bottom did drop, mid almost did too. But
mid's nearly gone.
They did get the
but
big
not quite.
pick.
I mean, that's a huge fight. Triple kill for TA2000. He's closed that gap on Shiro. Roshan's up. They're going to be able to take this as well.
My God, Quest.
We'll see this again. I mean, nothing to say. I guess he felt pretty invincible with the shield run, and he did tank a lot of damage.
The win run was on, but once it wears off...
he just gets completely annihilated by TA2000, and then just the snowball. Amar, good awareness, heads over towards Shiro, is able to catch him.
Oh, did I see that? Okay, wait. I need to click Amar. Does he have... He does, okay. I was like, what broke the Lincolns? He does have the Purge. because they had thrown a Lincoln's onto him from earlier. And another catch, perhaps. Lucha travel too. It's on Amar. They're looking for another one.
They're probably going to get it. The Shiva's guard's there. Why you smile? He's up on the high ground, trying to heal up. But he will not survive. Noob and Amar get another.
And they get the Roche in the meantime, and that's the third one too, right? Was it? Yeah, it was. So, an Aghanims. Oh my goodness. Give that one to Noob. He's been struggling.
I think so, right? I mean, he's got the Iron Straight. He's picked up the Silver Edge.
Actually,
he's got the Echo Saber.
Maybe you give it to Amar. But Amar is so farmed.
Oh, Amar's
is probably a little bit better because then he doesn't have to worry about the Lincolns and stuff like that. They might be debating and talking about it.
I think
you might give it
to Amar.
Okay.
I think
but Noob's never going to be able to farm it. Amar's going to be able to farm his. So maybe they're debating about it, but we'll see. I think you probably give it to Amar.
And you might be right,
You know?
regarding the
I mean,
farm situation. Yeah,
we'll see.
yeah, he's printing money anyway, Amar. But yeah, we're seeing that whole lead from PSG.LGD. It slipped away.
It's totally gone.
And
now TA2000, he does have the Aghanims, or sorry, the MKB. So he ate his Aghanims. Sure, he doesn't have slot for it right now, but now hits level 25. PSG.LGD. Gotta be careful in these next few moments now.
No, they're going to be shaking up real bad up in that situation down bottom.
They still can get the
quite
Megas.
the hit.
Yeah, they still can finish off the Mega Creeps, though. I'm just watching these illusions.
I mean, they've got to deal with this push coming in on the bottom. Quest.
They have to look to take a fight at some point, LGD, if TA2000 is going to do this.
Yeah, they've nearly got that mid-melee racks with this Dragon Scale push.
I mean, Dragon Scale so cheesy.
Is the Dragon Scale going to get it? No.
The next one
this will. So they finish up the melee racks bottom, but they're losing their own racks here. They've finished up the melee racks mid, but they're losing their own racks here on the bottom lane. The toss back onto Planet.
Lincolns.
They will protect him.
It's all right.
Damage has been done, though, as that bottom set fully taken out.
Holy moly. TA2000, he's just spending his gold. He's like, I'm critical mass, baby.
He's doing it all. Hasn't died this game. 8-0-5. Despite all the pressure, despite the situations where they've been losing their own barracks, he hasn't taken any unnecessary fight.
Still clicking around. Where's the Aghanims? Did he just sell it, I guess? I guess that maybe they talked about it and he just... Wait.
No, because where's his money then?
No, that thing where you consume and then you get the gold back, right?
Yeah, but if he did that, what did he spend the gold on?
MKB.
He already had the MKB.
No, he bought it.
Oh, he had the MKB when he had the Aghanim still in his backpack.
Am I drunk?
Yeah.
Maybe you confused me.
It went some. Is it on someone's courier or something?
No.
Wait, I mean, maybe he did do that then. But yeah, I don't know what he spent his money on. He already had all these items.
Pretty sure he did the thing.
Oh, he's in the base. He's in the base. What are you on about? He's on the floor in the base. Amar's gone back and he's picked.
Wait, what? I checked the base. It wasn't there. Okay.
It was on someone's courier, so he forgot to. Yeah, but no, it's all.
Don't worry about
Amar has been indeed. I was like, given the permission to take it.
I was like, I'm so confused right now. All right. Stupid casters. Amar. Yeah. That's I was thinking that they might still give it to Noom just because of that farm thing, but it's definitely more valuable on him in the moment when he's able to take the fights versus these Lincolns.
Yeah, I mean, now he's just super massive. He's taken the top net worth, as Amar will be very happy to know. Most farmed in the game right now.
Only by a little. T2000 is probably going to pass him.
Contending for that top spot, absolutely, and he didn't need the boost at the.
And look at this.
Aghanim's blessing.
And now T2000's like, I'm going to be the illusion answer. But they're still, it's whittling. It is whittling and whittling and whittling.
I mean, they're making progress towards the mega creeps, whether Quest like it or not. You know, this melee rack is probably going to go down.
We're probably going to see this move from the game afterwards, too.
The Dragon Scale.
Dragon Scale was buffed in 7.33C just a little bit, but I mean, I actually wonder. I mean, I'm not going to even say. Do we have a stat to see how much afterburn damage on towers? I'm just kidding, of course, but it's done a lot.
It really has. 500 HP left in the melee. Rest will look to heal up. But if they get any sort of pressure, any sort of opening, someone's going to get in there and get the mega creeps up from PSG.LGD.
Yeah. But now it's still going to be now up to PSG.LGD taking the actual full team fight now at this point. That everyone on Quest has gotten quite a big injection of gold after that last one. They'll find Amar here, isolated.
Get back up. I mean, Noob's in with the jump. They get the burst on towards Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say is going to start falling pretty quickly as he's dead. They lose the Wind Ranger, and now Quest, they can chase for more. TA2000 turns out, quick burst up towards Why You Smile, takes him out. Shiro will go for the song. Has got the TP, so he'll escape. Planet will manage to walk away.
The Rax was getting pushed.
They have to pop modification.
Yeah.
The next time round, the Megas, they feel inevitable.
Nope. They'll find another catch. It's on Planet.
And the gems on the ground. They'll be able to grab that for themselves. Now look, maybe push down a lane. See if they can even force out some of the buybacks from PSG.LGD. Shiro, he's making quick moves down the mid.
That was without a Doom, by the way. He doomed the Lincolns that time around. They didn't need it. They were able to just stick onto Nothing to Say.
Illusions. They're coming for your base. They're coming for your barracks.
Kaori's like, Don't leave it don't leave it to me.
I think this might be the Megas, unless someone's able to get down it quick enough.
Nope.
Okay, don't clear them.
They're quick. The bots too, Amar. He detonates them.
They're living on the edge. Living on the edge here, Quest. But they seem quite firmly rooted on the edge here. As yeah, they're killing the heroes, no problem. They're holding on and they're growing the lead. They're now up a 12k advantage.
Creeps, I don't know if Creeps are going to win you the game this time around, PSG.LGD. You're going to have to try to win a fight here at some point, even after you get these Mega Creeps, because they can fight them. Yeah, they're super prepared for these illusions. Might start seeing some wards be placed a little bit more outside the base too, just to catch when they're coming in. TA2000, how's his buyback looking? 600 gold, everybody in the game has got buyback. What's the next item for Shiro? I guess it would be that Hex after he eats his eggs. Still curious why he did buy that Aghanims in the fights, but I guess it was just for some of these BKBs, but... Op, nothing to say. Has to be careful here. Amar doesn't get him. Oh, Noob sees him.
Could get the info to get back in onto this. Yeah,
he gives the info that Amar was charged.
Yeah. We'll be fine mid. Amar, now we've, you know, where do these builds continue to go? I guess he'll get rid of the Midas, get the refresher. TA2000. They're the upgraded bots to look towards next.
Thinking about top. Can't quite get it.
And nothing to say he's finally got his BKB.
He's held the gold for quite some time. I guess he really wanted to just maybe have some type of buyback for a play, but yeah, held his gold forever. TA2000, I think he spent his gold again. Bots too?
Yeah, bots too. He just brought the fully upgraded bots.
He has to answer this. Look at the birds even starting to get set up. New wants to get involved with the split push that comes out from the Naga.
I don't have any creeps now because Quest are doing a really good job of making sure that backdoor protection is consistently there. Keeping all the waves shoved out.
They want to fight. Shiro, they see him. Noob's in.
He's in with the BKB. He's able to jump forward, get the catch onto Shiro. Illusions will block the arrow. Noob, his BKB running out. Nothing to say he's going to try and temper the focus fire, but Noob gets forced back to safety. He's able to put the silver edge. He's going to be fine.
He's actually all right. Immediately, the Visage Birds and everything start looking for a chance to maybe try to push, but nope, they catch him. Quest doing a great job here, covering this last little Rax. PSG.LGD definitely very hesitant to actually take any type of straight-up 5v5 engagements. They want to try to look for that next item, but is that next item going to pay off?
Yeah, quite a bit of a snipe there, unfortunately, for Corey. Will lose his courier.
That was a full Hex, huh?
Yeah, pretty much had it. It's just a little bit of gold away from the Void Stone, so that'll be put on hold for nearly 3 minutes.
Somehow been able to farm quietly. I guess that's just the impact of the Philosopher's Stone in particular on him.
I mean, what is the game plan for PSG.LGD? They must be feeling this right now. Like, how do they break out of this position? They're so close to getting the Megas. For the majority of this game had the lead, but the last few fights, Quest Esports have been too much for them to deal with.
The fights just look complicated. They look quite difficult, as Noob is quite a force to be reckoned with at this point. And now Planet, he gets spotted.
And he's gone. I mean, they can make these moves with bots 2 on Amar.
Oh, they have 80 seconds too. There's no buyback actually on this Spirit Breaker. And TA2000's in Spirit Breaker form. So if they find someone on side lanes, they can beat 3 heroes almost instantly there. So much farm. Amar got the refresher pretty much done. The bottom racks, they're whittling it. But they can't finish it.
They're not quite getting it. They're not quite getting it. I mean, Quest, they're just proven to be too good at turning up in time to defend this.
Hey, I mean,
I don't think these sort of pushes are ever going to get it. I mean, they're going to have to go for something a bit more full-on, a bit more heavier if PSG.LGD actually want to force these Megas.
Oh, and this is where Quest thrives. They want a 2-hour game.
53 minutes in, they're just getting comfortable now.
These are going to be some crazy, maybe 10-on-10 fights that might kick off pretty soon here. Quest.
They're finding around the vision to get the ward down on the cliff. They are going to have Amar get caught by the initial Hex.
They're on Shiro.
Runners out. See the bots 2's coming in from TA2000. They'll take out Why You Smile.
Shiro.
It's coming out immediately from Why You Smile. Mar's going to opt for the BKB TP out. He's away before the net comes in from Shiro. Look at the silence of the TA2000, but he still has the BKB. Shiro keeping his distance.
Nope. He'll find Niu though.
Shikori getting chased down by Nothing to Say.
And TS might get set on them too. TA2000. What the?
He turns the Rim Rage. He turns to the Rim Rage. He gets the shackle, but the song's there.
Arrow
is going to connect this time. As it catches Nothing to Say, avalanche from Noob as he's able to fight on with the BKB. Wave 4 from TA2000. They can look to chase down Shiro. Shiro's able to put the illusion to dodge the shackle shot. The illusions are out as well.
He can't
but
run.
He's completely surrounded. Shiro's going down as well.
Oh, Holy shit, did you see this angle on the shackle? What is that? TA2000.
Yeah, he's in his element here on the morph.
Oh my goodness, these fights just looking ever impossible. They're too tanky. Amar, he finds the real hero. He finds Shiro. The fight's like panic quickly from PSG.LGD.
Let's check this out again on the replay.
Oh my god, I mean...
move around there, you know, we saw PSG.LGD hesitating, they knew with 2 arrows down, that's already going to be hard. TA2000 turning into the Wind Ranger, shackle shot against them, arrow to follow up, no escape for Nothing to Say, and no escape for Shiro. This has got to be rough for PSG.LGD. It felt like they were in a great spot. They took so much from Quest Esports, but they didn't take everything.
They didn't take enough.
And now Quest Esports down the mid.
It was what? It was like literally that one kind of go. It was like 30 minutes almost of LGD dominance in the one fight. It's like a 9-10K swing.
I got a cheese pass over to TA2000 as well.
They might look to close.
They might get some buybacks
at least
coming
some
out
buybacks.
for them. I mean, they could certainly put the pressure onto the tier 4s. Here they go. The first buyback to come through from Shiro. Corey now having his Hex delivered. And they'll settle for just the melee racks mid. Progress to be made here by Quest.
So much damage done. Where's the damage from PSG.LGD? NTS completely has stagnated after having such a good showing in the mid game. As you said, just one fight from Quest. A decisive one around Roche. And speaking of Roche, it's back up. Refresher shard.
Yeah, and it's really just sort of been a switch around in terms of impacts from the mid. You say, Nothing to Say having the good opening, the good start, but I think Noob, he went from something like 2, 5, and 3 to now like 5, 5, and 13. Yeah. Now these last few jumps, just getting him with the BKB, being able to play around the Song of the Siren and stopping it from being a successful defensive spell for Shiro, it's got them these huge kills.
And you can't not highlight that TA2000 has not died this game. 11, 0, and 8.
And he knows it. He's like, well, I see it as I'm not dying. I might as well treat myself to a rapier. He's doing it up.
He's been spending his gold consistently. Like, he's very confident that he doesn't have to go for these buybacks after they got that first big fight. The catch. Boom.
They're in the
Shiro.
Shiro, is there any saving him? There is not. He's completely surrounded. Shiro's out of the game for 2 minutes.
That's without TA2000.
I mean, at this point, it's just falling apart for PSG.LGD. They'll try for Corey. Corey will get chased down onto the high ground. They've got the silencer, but they're losing their Wind Ranger. Nothing to Say. Taken down. He at least has the luxury of buyback. And why you smile? And Shiro, they do not.
They're even looking to cut off the Spirit Breaker, who is attempting to charge to the mid lane. 90 seconds. No Naga Siren. New, good luck cutting these waves. Good luck pushing them out with the familiars. They might just run down mid. Got them actually drawing on the side lanes. All right, so they may be worried about bottom. So push out top, push out bottom. But 80 seconds, no Naga Siren. When he respawns, Doom's back up. Amar has 10,000 gold.
TA2000 still ahead of him.
Okay, so they're going down mid. They're shoving the laves with the 2 Boots of Travel heroes. They're buying back on Kaori. They're ending this.
What can they do 3 versus 5? I mean, PSG.LGD, they were barely able to do anything. 5 versus 5, 2 heroes down. It's not going to be easy. We'll see Nothing to Say. Step forward. He's caught by the avalanche. The Hex for Corey. They got the lockdown on and Nothing to Say. Jump forward. He's out of the game. No buyback for him. Same to be said for Planet. Okay, Planet does have buyback.
But that's it.
They'll tap out. It's over. GG is called. Quest take this game too. I mean,
wow. That was amazing. That really was such an amazing game.
They do it both ways in this series, right? The question like, well, we'll give you a nice quick game, we'll show you complete domination, and then you know what? We'll give you a bit of a late game comeback. 57 minutes in, PSG.LGD not able to close it up against them. They got so close. That melee racks, that was for so long. Quest were able to keep that up, make sure they never got mega creeped, and then it just got to these fights at the end of the day that PSG.LGD, they could never take them. I mean, Shiro's farm, it was very early to mid game. I mean, he ends 3, 3, and 6. He wasn't able to do nearly enough with the amount of money he had in comparison to just these cores on Quest Esports.
I mean, it all felt like it did come down to one fight that Quest was able to find after losing a ton of map control for what felt like 30 minutes. Right at that 40-something minute mark it was. They hit, and they hit so hard. They get that. They get the Roche. TA2000 spends his gold, then they get back-to-back-to-back catches. Damn.
Yeah,
Quest is such a treat to watch.
12-0-11 on TA2000. I mean, this guy's morphling. can't ask for more. I didn't die, of course, the whole series.
I cannot believe
when you had that first game 1-0-5, and they couldn't even kill the carry once this series, folks. And even in a game that was 57 minutes long.
And they tried to counterpick it too. They tried to go for some type of pressure stuff in the lanes.
This was first pick carry both games. First pick carry both games TO 2000, and they can't kill him. Not even once. Not even once. I mean, Quest Esports, they might have been knocked down into the lower bracket, but they're going to be they're looking to go far. I think this could be quite the low bracket run for these guys now, because this series is insane.
This series is insane, and I really do. I love watching all these teams, but hope the Quest makes it to the finals.
Yeah, with performances like this, they're going to be quite the scary team to be up against. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Quest Esports today 2-0 against PSG.LGD as they'll be moving on.
2-0 from Quest Esports. Bali, give it up for Quest Esports. What a team. What a victory. What a game. Y'all are just making a habit out of these insane comebacks. Like, talk to us about it, right? The last time that you had a crazy game, y'all said, guys, we're younger than them. We can outlast them. What is the conversation like this time around?
I mean, first of all, my team is such a beast. They're so confident. Like, they always think what to do, and they speak it very they're very vocal about it. So I always know what to do. We always have a plan, and we always go for it. I mean, in that 2 hours game, we didn't really have a plan, but this time it was better, yeah.
So this time around, you guys were dealing with a lot of rats, a lot of split push, some dragon scale, Naga Siren shenanigans, which are really, really annoying. So what was the plan? Talk to us about that. Who said what? How to deal with this kind of annoyance in the game?
4 of us saying, Ammar, please deal with base. Ammar saying, guys, help me, please. I can't deal with base. That was the conflict. And then we just managed to not let Naga take the racks, and we went from there.
So this is, for most of you guys, your first big LAN, right? And now, obviously, congratulations, top 4 experience.
Thank you.
How have you guys prepared for that, for the kind of pressure that it takes to play the best teams in the world, but also not be scared? Have you had a conversation on what to do mentally to prepare for this?
To be honest, like we said earlier, we didn't really have high expectations. We're just coming to play our Dota, enjoy, have fun. But it turned out we are kind of pressured, not sure how. We're dealing with it like every match. We're improving, and we're dealing with it mentally and Dota-wise. And yeah, I hope we keep improving, and we might have a chance to go to TI.
Yeah, speaking of which, y'all are top 4 right now. If you win 2 more series, just 2, right? Then all of a sudden you find yourself participating in the international. So now what, right? If you don't win that series, obviously you're still going to be good for the qualifiers back home. But come on. Are you scared of any of the teams that are left?
I mean, EU teams we respect a lot, because in our eyes we respect them and we think they're the best teams. We respect everyone equally, and we will. It's more about us than about them for us. If we play our Dota and we play good, we will win anyone. That's Dota, I think.
So one last question, right? Your team is one of the most aggressive teams, especially like Kaori is always playing super far forward from the rest of the squad. Do you guys ever panic when you click on him, you see 0-10 at 15 minutes? Do you ever say, hey man, maybe play a little bit more safe, or do you just trust that no matter what, he's going to make it work?
No, Kaori is such a beast. He can do whatever he wants, and we just trust him, because he's a really good player. So we just trust him, whatever he does.
Whatever he does, it seems like y'all are just trusting each other no matter what. Congratulations, and 2 more series before we maybe see you at the international. You still have to play 1 more tonight, so good luck, have fun. I'll let you go prepare for that one. Bali, give it up one more time for Omar and for Quest Esports.
Thank you.
Whew. Guys, panel, please tell us what the hell we just witnessed.
Thank you very much, Snare and Omar. Some top-tier arrows coming from his Mirana in a game that at some point seemed like PSG.LGD had it wrapped up with a bow, with everything, and then all of a sudden they just dive a little bit too far. A Wind Ranger dies here and there, and it is comeback time. Quest Esports playing the late game like pros that we know they are, especially in that late game as well. I'm joined here with my panel. We got Resolution, Aurora, and BSJ. And we're going to break this game and this series down. Aurora, looking at that game, we have to start talking about the pressure that Naga Siren applied and the way that Quest was so hell-bent in making sure that she never took that final racks.
I mean, I was just thinking maybe they don't have to take a fight and just take the racks, but sometimes it's not that simple, you know. Like you can try and mega creep them, but if they are a stronger team in the late game, they will still kill all of you and they will still be able to end your game. But the thing is, I'm just thinking, why didn't Nothing to Say just farm? Like he was losing his patience. He was trying to take a fight, but it didn't seem like they are on the same page again. They were very patient in the early Dota phase. They were not giving Quest any chances of killing them at all with the Moonlight Shadow. But then later on in the game, where they only needed to secure one more Rex and they will be in a better position, they lost it. So I think it's more on just they're not in the same page, and yeah, of course, Quest, they noticed that this is the only way they can get further.
I mean, this is the type of game that makes me... I always get reminded how much I love Dota when I watch towards the end of these really big tournaments, because I think you kind of forget what it feels like to see... That looks miserable to play when you're watching Quest. Like, they're in the freaking horror movie where the walls are closing in on you and you're about to get squashed and you have to consistently push them away, and it just gets heavier and heavier, and somehow they persist, you know, the perseverance as a team and the communication in these stressful moments, and I just basically Dota is a beautiful game when you see 5 people trying their hardest to win, and that's exactly what we saw here. Where one team, you mentioned, they got a little bit impatient, they got frustrated, it got to them. You can see it in the game. You can see like their game plan collapsing on the side of PSG.LGD. Like they did not stick to their guns, and on the other hand, Quest outlasted them, so I admire that a lot, especially coming from such a young, inexperienced team.
Yeah, I mean, it's an insane patience from the Quest, just holding on to the strikes and knowing what they're playing for. Like, they have this insane understanding of the late game scenarios, and they know what they're playing for, especially at TA 2000. It's really important to have that clear vision from your carry player, that he was just spending his items, his gold non-stop. He was just buying new items over and over again. He never had like more than 4,000 or 6,000 in his inventory, and he never like even kept buyback. He was just playing off of his limits, and this is why they could just like take any fight they want, and he was confident that he would not even die in these fights. But I agree with the Aurora point that Nothing to Say had actually like he had the responsibility to farm in this game and like at least like get this BKB, because in the fights like he could not even like hit one single hero because he had no like survive mechanics, and he had only Lincolns, but Lincoln's not enough against like, you know, Tiny, Mirana, and you know, some global silence as well. It's just like you need to be able to hit heroes and make sure at least one hero dies from Wind Ranger.
Yeah, these team fights as well, they were very back and forth, but you could tell that Quest seemed to be, I almost want to say, communicating a little bit better. You could tell they were on the same page, Brian, in these fights, whereas PSG.LGD felt a little bit more split in them.
I feel like what they did really well, maybe it's not necessarily communication, but it's like a mutual understanding of their win condition, like how they're going to take the fights, what the fights are going to look like. I mean, it's like, for instance, on LGD, since they're abusing the wave clear from the summons and the illusions, you would theoretically want to take every fight 5v4. You'd want to be at the informational advantage. Quest is busy, you know, dealing with their base while you're killing one of their other heroes. And on the other hand, Quest, it's their job to make sure that doesn't happen, make sure that there's these brief windows where they killed one wave of Naga illusions. It's going to be another 20-30 seconds before another one gets there. That's the exact window they have to hit. They have to itemize for it. The Boots of Travels 2, the Silver Edge on the Tiny, even the Silver Edge on the Morphling. These are items that are allowing them to hunt even the Dagon on the Mirana so you can kill an extra illusion. It's just communication, whether or not it's like synergy of game plan. You can just tell for such a newer team that they're able to align their views on these situations. This is probably stuff that happens outside the game, I would imagine.
I mean, Dota is a game, is about team fight, right? At some point, you have to win a team fight in order to win the game. And at some point, I feel like LGD's game plan turns like, we're gonna red them, we're gonna make a mega creeps. But even if they made mega creeps this game, like I don't think there's a way that they can still win this game after that, because they still need to, you know, kill their heroes in order to kill the throne.
And they were not able to kill this hero right here. TA 2000, 12-0. 11, not dying a single time in an almost hour-long game where they were behind for about 42 minutes. That's when the team fight happened. That turned the game on its head, and that is incredible performance from TA 2000. So well-deserved MVP for him. And I can only imagine in those team fights we're talking about a feeling that the team is on the same page. But does the communication within the team reflect that?
I will doom. It's not oh my god.
Look at Naga, guys. This is Naga. This
Yes,
is Naga.
yes.
Chasing.
No sleep.
Oh.
Trying to. Not on time.
Yes, yes. Oh.
Naga, I don't Naga. Morph.
Yeah,
Fine.
yeah, I'm tipping.
Need detection.
Under dust.
Nice! I arrow. I got him.
Yeah, I'm coming. In place.
Just tip it.
Guys, we have good ops. We can go from gate and look.
Yeah, let's go. I will go for already.
We need to base, guys.
Some heroes can go base, guys.
Look.
It's real? No.
Yes.
Kill
him. Coming.
Fine, let's
Guys,
push.
we need lanes. We just need creeps.
And.
Need creeps.
This is gonna attack.
No buyback.
I arrowed. Get the other guy. Nice.
You might have noticed that the webcam that said TA2000, you might have recognized that was the same guy was standing on stage. That was Omar. So the webcams were swapped, but the one you heard talking most was Omar. So it's very fun to hear how he drives his team, because it's not just saying that he's going, it's also the way he's saying it, right? Because you want to go in. He just has a very upbeat.
I mean, I was hyped about his Marana Arrow battle cry. he's like, we found her. I don't even know how to express this, but you guys know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very important to have someone like that in your team where even if they might not be the best player, but they offer this kind of strength to the team. Like, okay, we may not be having the best games, but we still need to try, and that's the exact person that Omar is. And you realize that the other players, they don't actually talk that much, but it's because that they are focusing on their gameplay, which is good, because like when you're team fighting, you don't want to have like chaotic communication. You want to be able to recognize what do you need to do in the team fight in split second, But having at least one person to be able to just tell you to keep going when you can keep going is very, very important.
One victory screech person.
Yeah.
I mean, here in the Elmar interview, the guy just straight up won my heart. He has like a very good principles, and he's praising his teammates as well. It's like it's very good to see it, especially like. I think when he's playing it with the ATF, it's important to balance, these personalities out, and I think they're doing a very good job in that.
Yeah, you can see the gleam in his eye when he was talking about the international, which is still on the horizon for them. If they make it top 2, now they have not gotten there yet. They have gotten top 4, which is already incredible. From here on out, though, maybe it's somewhat more peaceful as they know every single team, because we are having a full Western European top 4 here at the Bali Major. It is insane, actually. Incredible, and it is PSG.LGD that was the last one to fall just now. They will be left behind in top 6. And that means in the upper bracket finals, Tundra, Gaimin, Gladiators. And then later today, as you heard, Quest will play again, and this time against Team Liquid, who earlier today already had a series as well, knocking out 9 Pandas. And I'm curious to hear, what are we expecting from the upcoming series? Because I know not all of you are going to be on the panel for that, but Tundra Gaming. Ryan.
I mean, I've believed it all year, and I'll believe it again for this event. It's going to be GG versus Liquid in the finals.
What the? Okay, are you going to just kill Quest Esports' chances just like that?
Sorry.
Wow, okay. Quest Esports in the finals, Rezo, yeah or
I
nay?
believe so. I very believe so. Yeah, they can do that easily. If they can keep continuing having the same energy they had in this series. I mean, you saw the game they won just now. Like, it was insane pressure all the way around, but they managed to deal with it still and managed to get on top.
It's going to be good Dota either way. Like, I'm excited to watch these teams, but I'm also a cynic.
I mean, don't come for me, Liquid fans. I love Team Liquid, but the thing is, Team Liquid is already qualified to TI, and I really want to see Quest Esports in TI, so... Liquid, you can be the big brother. You can be the big brother and let your little brother have it this time.
Maybe though. I mean, we'll see. We have seen Team Liquid be a little shaky here and there. Of course, going the full distance with 9 Pandas as well. I just hope that the series will be a good one. I'm going to be a cop-out one, but I mean, you saw Omar on stage. Literally, just an inspiring road they've gone through, and they are very excited to have the shot here to play for their slot for the international. And you've heard it so many times before where some teams are just more hungry than other teams, and a team that's most hungry wins. I think Quest is the hungrier team here at the Bali Major. We're going to find out though. We have 4 teams left remaining in the Bali Major, and they're all staying at the wonderful Ayana Estate. who is the official location partner, of course. Ayana Estate has got secluded beaches, a rock bar, Dota 2, jungles, and not just within Dota 2, also within the estate. It's the biggest integrated resort in Bali. Make sure to check that out. Perhaps you could do so while we have a little bit of a break, because when we're back, we have some top-tier upper bracket finals Dota coming your way.
I'm so confused. Oh, behind the thing.
You guys are really funny, by the way, not walking on.
He told me that.
Good troll, guys, good troll.
Okay. Why don't we have a seat? Don't sit like this. I feel like we'd make a good YouTube like review team.
Oh, it's tofu.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Go. You have to start. It's like made for you.
We'll just go.
He doesn't need utensils.
Like, I'm honestly hungry.
How would you rate it out of 1 to tofu?
1 to actually, that makes sense. Tofu. Out of all the choices here to try, you went for tofu. The tofu was cold, sadly, already. But there's like some peanut sauce. It's actually good.
Steak, whatever, I guess. Whatever looks interesting to you, I guess.
All right. Does someone actually know?
Whoa!
Don't be so aggressive, man. Come on.
I have no idea what anything is.
Well, I can tell you this because I prepared this. This is the finest. It looks like fish. It looks like fish though. It seems like tofu is the one that's actually going in, you know?
Tofu's hungry, dude.
He is hungry. We have to do something with it, right?
The most honest reviewer. Okay.
Good. Actually, yeah, we need an
It's
intro.
edible.
It's spicy also.
Spicy?
What? Then grab the chili from there. I feel out of place, dude. Not eating right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Why are you not eating, Artur? Tell the viewers.
Well, I'm not eating because I'm trying to maintain a strict diet of 1 meal a day, but I wish I had the opportunity to try this food cooked here on this table. It looks absolutely beautiful. Best food in Bali. So meaning...
It's actually really nice.
Well, I imagine it is.
Genuinely really nice.
No, I mean, all the food I've had here is just... It's been pretty top tier.
Not only the taste is great, but the presentation is also top.
That's true. So meaning you only eat once a day, you probably eat a lot when you go for breakfast, right? Yeah, I think food is pretty good. You don't want to miss out on that. Absolutely. I have a large variety of food, so I never get bored.
You should try this. This is really nice.
Is it water?
No, it's like watermelon, I think. Tofu, when do you start streaming?
I'm not sure. Like, I think streaming is honestly pretty cool in a way, but I think it's a big time commitment as well. True. Like, I don't want to do it just casually. Plus, I'm sort of a pro player, so there's actually not much time for me to.
But what if you just stream like
stream?
a camera of your face while you're doing other things?
Like what? Cooking and eating?
Yeah, cooking, eating.
Do you cook streams? I can cook.
You can cook?
If needed. I see.
What about the finals?
I mean, I didn't cook during the final.
I meant the game. I meant the game. It's the game.
I don't know. The games were actually pretty hard.
Unlike all the other finals you played this year.
We got rolled over a bit. Those games were actually hard. It's not like who else did we play? Liquid was kind of easy. What else did we play? Thank you. Make here. Do you guys want to have some or?
Yeah, I want to have some. Can I have some of the?
Of course. Take it all. Oh my god, what? That went right in my ear. Oh my god. Hey, yo. Bro.
You getting gagged?
That's massive, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm scared of bees, dude, so if it comes here, I'm out.
I'll clap it, don't worry.
Just don't hit a bee, it'll sting.
No, dude, I'll get it. One shot.
Yeah, I mean, it smells... What, this one? How does it smell?
It smells like some sort of meat.
That's fair, so some meat
That's fair.
wrapped around the stick.
Oh yeah, it's fine.
Looks like chicken satay.
I want to try this.
Not sure what it is. Let's click on that boss line.
I'll deal it by answer.
Hello, good afternoon. This is all the Balinese authentic Balinese food. That's why we have the satay. This is the
satay always
squid skewer.
Oh, squid, okay.
So
Maybe he
what
doesn't
this,
know either.
what
This
meat?
is mixed satay. We use the snapper. Satay lilit we call snapper.
Snapper?
Fish?
Yes.
Oh, it's fish, wow.
Wow.
So we're all wrong.
All wrong.
What's this one?
So really,
This is the pork rib. Chicken.
Taste it for me. How does it taste? Describe. Fish. See, throwing this barbecue sauce on top of it. Oh my god, Arthur.
Do you know what?
Someone
I don't
knows?
know.
Who knows what that is?
I've never seen that fruit.
KB knows, right? Bro, think snake fruit.
Snake fruit?
Yeah.
Ah.
It really looks like garlic. Like if you put it next to garlic, I feel I wouldn't be able to tell.
Is it sweet?
It is. Try some. Go ahead. You want to have the big boy? You want some coffee? Just a little.
How do I?
There's a whole KB looks like a type of guy that if you give him something, he'll
I'm
eat
just
it.
gonna take it.
This is very good.
How do I? It's like melon,
just
right?
eat it.
Yeah. I'll just eat it.
I feel like I might actually steal one.
It is really good. Melon. It is really good.
Okay.
You guys prefer like a regular hotel over this?
Genuinely, yes, because I feel like I would be able to focus on Dota 100%.
For me, it's totally different. I feel like it's so nice to have like this kind of surrounding to the few minutes you get off Dota, like walking in between places and stuff. It's so serene that it's like it helps you relax. Whereas like when you're in a random hotel somewhere in the world, I feel like you get to see nothing of the place you go
I don't
to.
want to just put in negatives, but it's like this whole experience, this place, the people, the scenery, the landscapes, like everything's like non plus ultra is like insanely beautiful.
Yeah, because usually the tournaments in the hotels are always in like cities and stuff, right? The one closest to this maybe like Manila Major. I'll sound like a boomer, but I think you were there.
Yeah,
but it's not even like a vacation area, but it's just the vibe kind of feels like that.
I think Bali would be a great place for the next TIs. I would love to come back here.
What do you say?
I can't do it.
So I've never been to Seattle TI, and I'm pretty hyped about it. I feel like it's cool that it's back to like where it started.
Yeah, me neither. So
yeah, Bali's a place where you can make friends very easily. That's what I learned today. Even the most intimidating and famous people become your friends over a quick meal.
Over a quick meal. Honestly, we also don't hang out in this group of people usually.
I was gonna ask how they chose.
But no, it's like I think it was actually pretty chill. Like if you guys see me around in the pool,
come
hop in with you. So this has been the boys trying out some nice food in Bali at the Ayana Estate. Signing out here from the lads and fell to Bali. Still, I feel I'm rusty. I'm rusty.
Good, dude, good.
How long do you think we have to hold each other for?
I don't know what to say now.
That's all for today.
Screens are everywhere. You can be anything you want to be with them. Screens don't replace reality, and they give you the opportunity to live two lives at once. Your own and your heroes. See how they become champions and win with them. Winners of the International. OG. Team Spirit. 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
好久不见，好久不见，好久不见，欢迎你接受我们的同时按摩采访环节。
好，就直接坐下。
对，就坐下，脚放这里。那你自己个人会经常做按摩吗？
我会偶尔去做按摩，但也是 SPA， 但我没有做过像这个样子的。
那么这次按摩是他说是好像比较更合适软一点的，所以可能你就会舒服一点了，对吧？
对。
除非你不回答我的问题，我就会让他来硬的。
啊，别。
比赛的时候有关的，因为当然作为职业选手有很大的压力，再包括你是中国队的职业选手，所以那方面的压力大概会大一些。
还好吧，没有说那么夸张，就想放松一下就去一下呗，就。一般情况都是跟队友一起出去吃个饭，然后或者是一起玩其他游戏，同样是威慑里，就是 CSGO 啊。
就你要是一辈子只能吃一道菜，你会选择是哪一道？
哇，这个问题感觉问到我了，感觉好吃的实在太多了，可能只吃一道菜的话，就只吃火锅吧。
是吧？这我可同意了，我也大概会选择火锅。
感觉还可以再加一个。
再加个
实在不行再加一个吧，再加个烤肉吧，烤肉感觉也挺蛮吃的。就只能说，我对于烤肉来说，也只是就喜欢新鲜感吧，就是可能很久没吃了，然后吃一下。
你最喜欢看的是什么节目？
我最开始看的那个动画叫《灼眼的夏娜》，我看了国漫，最近在看那个《画江湖之不良人》，我都很喜欢。
你什么时候是开始先玩游戏的？是谁给你介绍游戏玩的？
我有个姐，她那个时候就跟我经常一起玩那个学习机游戏，你知道吧？就是那种插卡的。我还有发小，经常跟发小一起玩游戏嘛，就一起。当时他玩那个魔兽世界，不是魔兽世界，是那个魔兽沃3，玩着玩着就发现里面有其他的图嘛，然后后面就找到了DOTA 这个图，就一直玩，然后后面有 DOTA 2了，也开始玩 DOTA 2嘛。
啊，那时候你肯定还很年轻啊，对吧？
哎，我只记得版本，但我不太记得年龄。那个好像是6.61B 的时候玩的。
哇，家人和父母那时候是怎么看的？
玩游戏肯定家里人都看不惯啊，肯定就是不行啊。没办法，自己比较贪玩，后面就打职业了呀。反正家里人就看我拿到钱了，比如说我的比赛拿点成绩，然后给自己家里寄点钱嘛。他们知道你赚钱了，他们才知道这个是没有问题的。
就是能养活自己，而且还能请他们去吃火锅，那他们就想这个就合格了，对吧？合格了。
是，那肯定是这样的呀。
也算是老将了，对吧？那就祝福你和这支星辰队伍在这次巴黎 Major 能就是突破重围，希望能直邀取 TI， 对吧？这样那个在国内的那个选拔赛就没那么可怕了，对吧？
国内好像目前很不乐观，是吧？加油吧！
Here at the Bali Major, and I'm sure some of y'all have been curious as to what the setup is for these teams within their player rooms. So let's take a quick tour into the evil geniuses side of things. So come with me, let's see what's happening in here. By the way, because it's such a fancy and amazing hotel, everything is pretty much top shelf, even the bathroom. I mean, look at this. We've got this incredibly large bathtub, got a little bidet attached and installed on the thing. Who has a painting in the bathroom? What the hell is this? This is pretty hella fancy. It's quite nice, but you're not here for a bathroom tour. You're here to see how they get down as players. Unfortunately, EG has already been eliminated from the Bali Major, so they're not playing any games today. However, because Dota is a full-time affair, even when you're not in a tournament, we still have some players practicing right now. Chris Luck and Matthew are sitting here grinding out their pubs, making sure they're ready. As you can see, there's a lot of PCs in this room. 5 PCs, of course, for the players, a PC for the coach, And you might be wondering, at any given time, we have 4 games running at once. All 6 of these computers are connected for 2 different teams, so that's a lot of bandwidth required to make all of this work, unless you have BizNet. BizNet have partnered with us for this event, and they're ensuring that the connections are as smooth as humanly possible. Very low pings, very low latency, pretty much 0 packet loss. It is wonderful to witness. These pubs are very high level. You might not be good enough to get there yet, but get yourself a BizNet connection, grind out those pubs, and maybe one day you'll find yourself playing among some of the greats, such as evil geniuses here at the Bali Major. So that's what the player rooms look like. This is exactly what's happening within the squads. And this is happening all across the hallway for all 18 teams involved in the Bali Major. Keep playing, keep practicing. Maybe one day, one of these rooms will be yours.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai BizNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Adventure, Toronto, Tokyo. How's it going?
Oh, good.
Welcome to Bali. You ready for a massage and interview?
Yeah. Поехали.
Just start right. Yeah. Okay. So, do you use massages to help you deal with stress and relax, or is there something else that you prefer?
Usually, when I'm stressed, I'm going to the gym, and it helps a lot.
Do you guys party together? Do you go, what do you do to have fun and relax?
We don't really party. We didn't have time. I would say our team is playing Dota 24 hours.
When did you first start playing, games, or when did you first start?
In school, like second graduate, and it was a computer club, and my friends invited me, and I really enjoyed it. From this time, I really enjoyed the computer, Senior classes, and I was already good rank, like top 100, and I was feeling that I can make it. But didn't believe enough, but I had the feelings,
Was your family supportive of you choosing this path?
No, they was taking away the computer from me.
So did you have to go and find the computer pieces?
They was hiding it,
They're hiding it?
The pieces of the computer.
Yeah.
But I always find it.
You always find it? I love that. This is experience many of us have. It's finding the power cord or the internet cable, and you can play again.
Yeah.
So, did that change? Did there come a point where your family supported you? Was it? I hope it was before you won TI, right?
Yeah, it was before, but even when I joined Team Spirit, I didn't tell them. It was I was hiding it from them because they wanted me to teach or to study. Yeah, so after a half of the year with Team Spirit, I told them, and from this time they was supporting me as a professional player.
If you couldn't play Dota, what would you do? What would you be most interested in?
I don't know, maybe some IT, something like that, or manager.
What were you interested in as a kid? What did you want to do as a kid? If you could do anything you wanted, what would that be?
As a kid, I wanted to be a billionaire.
See.
I don't know. I just really love playing Dota. I think if I wouldn't be a professional player right now, I would play this for fun. Maybe not that much, but definitely I would.
What's one place that you really want to travel that you haven't seen yet?
Japan for sure.
Oh, you haven't been to Japan?
Yeah, maybe when I will retire, I have a planner already. maybe in few years, we'll see that I will like live in Japan for a year, go to the school of the language, language school, and we'll see. I want to have this experience in my life.
Is this why the other players in your region call you Toronto? Because you haven't been to Tokyo yet, right? So
I
you have to earn it. All right, that's cool. Well, best of luck to you and BetBoom. I know you guys have to get at least top 8 and then hope for some help from other teams to make TI. But hopefully you'll do well, and we'll get to see you compete at TI again. And thanks a lot for joining us for this interview.
Yeah, thank you.
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Hey Jack, how are you?
Welcome to Bali. You ready for the massage and interview?
Of course, давай, погнали.
How often do you get massages?
Maybe 8 or 9 massages. 9 massages in a row. That's what I mean. Not in a row, like every day.
That's a lot of massages in one day. Did they hurt after a while and you stopped getting it, or what? What happened?
Some woman came to our boot camp. It was in Russia. Asked us, or 7 massages or 11 or something like this. After 9, I decided that it's enough for me. Because it was not like easy massage, not like...
It's like really hard massages, right?
Yeah.
What do you do when you are really stressed?
I'm watching some streams on Twitch or some other games. Might and Magic free.
Oh, Heroes 3! I still play the old campaigns sometimes, it's really fun.
Yeah.
I remember in True Sight, I remember watching some of the speeches that you gave. Are there things that you will try to do together with the team if you think people are, a little bit stressed or need a break or, just to build the team? Are there things that you guys like to do together as a team?
Usually we're not spending time together. We had a lot of boot camps last period, and we need to take some rest from each other too. If we want to do something together, we're going to drink.
That's good then. I noticed that I think usually Russian-speaking players and South American players like to party more, so you guys always go party together. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. I think the last TI you played at before Romania was TI7, and then you make it to the biggest TI with the most prize money, and you win it, right? I kind of want to try to understand, like, what did you learn during that time, all those years, to not give up hope and to keep trying to be the best?
First one, it's really hard to be a strongest team. After TI, I had a bad period. We needed to make some change in our roster in Team Empire, and there was no players on some position. I not remember. No, I tried to play other positions, post 3, post 2. At some period, I remember that we had some contract. I decided not to stay in Team Empire, and after like 1 month, I got invited in Team Singularity, but my English is not very good, and that could be my first team where we're gonna talk on English. But I decided just to try. I believe that I learned English a lot from that period because we talked a lot about a lot of things, and not only about Dota.
That's an amazing journey because there's so many players, and I've always heard people say that your region has a lot of very strong core players, but it's hard to find leaders, right? Like yourself, captains. And did you find that it was hard to keep people maybe hungry or motivated after winning? Like, because there's a different set of challenges after you win, right?
That when you lose something, it's a biggest boost of motivation because it's really every one of us really don't like to lose.
Yeah, that's cool. That's good. That's probably one of the better motivations for there to be, because you just want to compete. You're a competitor and you want to be the best. And, thank you so much for taking your time to come talk with us. And you're very close, I think, to guaranteeing TI, right? And so you have a chance to do it here at Bali. So best of luck out there, man. Thanks.
Thank you. Where are you?
I see. There we go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Bali Major, where we brought 18 teams here to this event, and 4 of them were Western European teams. And that's all that's left. The 4 Western European teams remain here in our tournament. My name is Tsunami, and I will be guiding you through our upper bracket final, along with some friendly faces that you may recognize, like Fear and Winter, but a new one, KP. Welcome. And now I have an opportunity to get mad at you. KP, we graciously invited you to our Southeast Asian panel during Tour 2 when you were lost at sea between teams, and then you abandoned us. How could you do that to us?
Well, I'm sorry, I guess if I have an opportunity to play, I'm going to choose that first every time.
Which is what you said. I remember Winter, we brought him on, and he had nothing but off lane on the mind. He was grinding out the MMR, and it ended up working out. He found the team.
Classic players, you know, they just come on panel one game, shit talk the other player, and okay, bye.
I'm out, boys.
This is probably why Mike got you, because we had Mike for Tour 1 of CDPC.
This is like the panel curse, where like you go on the panel once and then you play again.
You understand the pattern. This is the pipeline.
Exactly. Maybe he's gonna come back.
That's what I've been hoping for, man.
I mean, what? You just want me to leave, don't you?
I want to see you on the stage at some point. So you can no longer be on my
maybe it's the janitor or something.
No, I want to see the gyrocopter here.
Yeah, the gyrocopter. I mean, if Rezo was able to go up for a series, why can't you, Fear? What's stopping you?
I mean, nobody asked me.
Nobody asked. Unfortunately, Nouns and Shopify were eliminated too early before anything could happen. But as for this series, KP, it's a pleasure to have you because, yeah, we're getting into upper bracket finals. Like I said, it's 4 Western European teams. For this one, it's Tundra versus Gaimin. Do you have any expectations coming into this? Do you have any favorites coming into this?
I slightly favor GG, but not by that much. I think they're just overall more solid on paper, and you know, coming out of like Dream League and like previous majors, they show that they're really consistent, right? So I think they do have an edge, and I also would put these teams probably like top 3 in the world right now. So it's gonna be like a really, really good match, and a lot of the heroes actually overlap. Not everything, but yeah, it's just gonna be interesting to see how they like interact with each other.
Before this event, would you have put Tundra top 3, or it's just seeing their growth here at Bali?
I mean, me personally, I think like throughout the year, I still think they're like really good, even though sometimes they had, you know, like rocky tournaments, stuff like that. I still think they're really, really, really like good. So for me personally, I would have put them top 3.
Okay. How are you think AUI has been slotting into it? Because I think that's been the topic of discussion for most of this event is like, technically they're playing with a stand-in, but is it really a stand-in? And then like, how is the snaking AUI support relationship changing? Is snaking the 4? Is he the 5? What's your take on the whole thing?
I think it's really natural because AUI as a coach, I think, I'm not 100% sure, but the impression I get is he's still playing a lot of pubs and stuff.
Yes.
So it's only natural for him to, you know, play for the team, I guess, like when Sakurai can't play. So, like, as a spectator, as a player, it looks really natural. You know, even if they're like changing snaking to like pos 4, I think it doesn't really like change that much. Like, they're still like Tundra. Yeah.
All right. And as for Gaimin Gladiators, I'm sure you guys already know a lot about them, but do you want to see them again? I know you do. Let's have Snare bring out our teams.
Thank you very much, Tsunami, and indeed we do have teams we have seen a little bit too much of. However, what's quite intriguing about this matchup is that although these teams have played many, many times in the DPC, and although they've met in the group stages of a major, they have yet to ever compete against each other on the main stage. So between Gaimin Gladiators and Tundra Esports, this is new unfound territory for them both, and we're going to be witnessing some stellar Dota to be brought by both of these teams. Introducing first, though, the current holders of the Aegis, Tundra Esports.
We may be known as the world champions from before, but we have more to prove now than ever. Like the crashing tides, Tundra Esports is coming.
Tundra Esports, who hold the Aegis, have yet to enjoy victory on a LAN environment to lift a major championship. They've done everything except for that. And here they are trying to get an opportunity to finally make it happen. I present to you the Thinking Persons Dota team, the masters of the map, Tundra Esports. But even TI winners do not have an easy ride here at the Bali Major because their opponent is not to be underestimated. It is the one and only Gaimin Gladiators.
We are here once more. The immovable rocks. On the hazardous shores. Crash against us. The Gaimin Gladiators and be broken.
Gaimin Gladiators have been in this exact place before many times this year. If they succeed today, they will make history for the 5th time in a row, being in a Tier 1 tournament, being in the Grand Finals. It has not been done in a near decade, but they are moments away from doing it. I give you the indomitable, the fearless Gaimin Gladiators! GG have done this now 4 times, back to back to back to back. If they succeed here today, they will be the 5th time in the Grand Finals, almost on the cusp of making history. At this point in time, it's no longer on anybody else except their opponent to try and defeat them. And we know that Gaimin Gladiators has what it takes to defeat anyone on planet Earth. If they do this, they make history for their organization. If Tundra get the victory, they also make history because they haven't been in the Grand Finals since winning TI. Let us witness who will cross the finish line first, who will go down in the books, and of course, who's going to bring us the best Dota possible. To find out, we send it back to Neil, Tsunami, and the crew. Take it away, and please tell us exactly what's about to happen.
Thank you very much, Snare. Let's get into it. It's a matchup that obviously everyone's very familiar with, but I think at one point, everyone had a rock, paper, scissors in their mind where it was between Liquid and Gaimin and Tundra, and they would all consistently beat each other, but it would rarely go the other way around. I can't say that's too consistent for Tundra versus Gaimin. Whenever these teams have faced off, like you heard from Snare, it's not happened in front of an arena before, but they did face off in Lima, and in that group stage match, Gaimin won, and then Tour 1 DPC, Gaimin won. But recently, Tundra's been kind of getting the edge. Tundra beat them in Tour 2 and in Tour 3, so it goes back and forth. Now, where these teams stand as of right now, Fear, it's kind of tough to say that, oh yeah, they're definitely a guaranteed lock for Grand Finals.
Definitely there's no guarantee lock for the Grand Finals, right? And I think Tundra really proved that by 2-0ing Liquid. I wasn't like entirely sure how good of form they are because they did technically lose to Bet Boom in that series 2-0s, and they went on. Then they 2-0'd Liquid. Okay, this team is for real now. Right. And now they're going against Gaimin Gladiators, which is another test, and I would always put Gaimin Gladiators ahead of them, especially on LAN, considering, you know, they've won the last 4 tournaments. Yeah. So that's pretty natural, but I think there's a lot to prove here for Tundra that they can get into a Grand Finals yet again, and doing it with Aoi as a stand-in, sometimes having a stand-in give you a breath of fresh air and get you past moments where you feel like you couldn't have got before. Maybe Aoi's doing that with Tundra right now. We'll have to see, but they're definitely playing really well.
And what's your take on their metas, their heroes, their drafts, KP? Because everyone kind of lumps Western European teams into like the same rough blueprint, but obviously both teams put their own flair to it. You faced off against Tundra in this group stage. How did you feel about them?
So for me, I think these teams have a lot of heroes in common, such as the Medusa, the Morphling. Well, for any team.
Everyone has
exactly.
that in common.
But another one is like Timbersaw, which is really, really hot for both teams. And then what's interesting with both these teams are that they don't like really care about showing their cores early. Like they'll just be like, oh, I'm just gonna show this. We're good at this hero. We're just gonna like pick it. For example, like back then, GG when Magnus Void Spirit was really like popular, they were just first to. Like they don't really care. And then right now, Gaimin have a few cards such as the Lesh, they would early pick, the ENG, a lot of teams respect ban them, and then on the flip side for Tundra they have the Enigma now, since they showed it yesterday, and also the Visage, right? So, but I think Visage is like maybe of less importance for GG, so I think Enigma is like the big one to look out for, because it can also be played as position fire, and I'm sure Tundra can play it as well.
Yeah, that was my take on the Liquid series in general. Was Liquid knew that the Enigma was coming, at least in game 1, and was like, okay, here's our approach to beat the Enigma with the sniper.
Yep.
And it did not work.
Yeah, I mean, they also didn't really show that Enigma was that high priority like previously in the tournament, so maybe it came as like a bit of a surprise.
Do you think it should be high priority right now? Like whenever you have a chance, you should.
Okay,
it's very high priority.
There you go. I when I was playing, I also felt this hero was like slowly becoming more popular along with the Visage, but Visage obviously I think is not as strong. So yeah, the Medusa ban is expected.
Yeah, we'll see if they'll leave the morph as well going into this one. But a big one for Gaming Gladiators is they love IO Lesh still. This is a strat they've been running pretty much all year long, and even though it's been through multiple nerfs at this point, it's still something that Gaimin will always pull out of their pocket if they need it.
Like personally, I feel like Gaimin's like a playstyle is like very good against Tundra, because Tundra tends to be more greedy, and Gaimin tends to have a lineup where they always like try to hit like a maybe 20-25 minute timing, especially with like some IO Lash. Even when they were playing Terrorblade yesterday, they had a lineup Terrorblade, TA Brute. You do not expect that type of lineup to actually just all of a sudden group together with their items and just push your tower. You know, the Terrorblade wasn't even farming in a way where it was efficient for his own game. He was playing more to pressure and take towers early, even though he's farming a lot less.
That is true. I think I view the game like there's like a lot of different ways to pressure. And for Gaimin, it's about pushing timings, Roshan, towers, and Tundra, their type of pressure is like they're gonna pressure you by out-farming you. So it's just like a really different approach.
And do you think that they have to try to adjust certain things to deal with the pressure that's coming out from Gaimin, because they are more or less the more greedy team here?
I think it's a lot draft related, but Tundra have shown that, you know, even if they're behind, even when we played against them, right, we're like stomping, like not stomping, like we're doing well in the lanes, but they always like manage to find space to farm, and then they like minimize their deaths and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how AUI is going to be annoying to find space to farm, because we've seen him do it on the Visage, where he's like cutting creep waves with his familiars hovering. We've seen him do it on the Enchantress, which is also banned out. But Tundra opt for a first phase of Pugna Tiny.
I'm actually surprised they didn't pick the Morph, because Morph is also really, really good against the Timbersaw. But I guess it's just not their style.
Tiny is. They're just worried of getting countered at 8. They want to deal with like some Naga.
People even 5-pick it, like they don't really care. Like for example, the game before, right, the Quest, they just pick it. Generally, it's okay.
Tundra has actually been pretty consistently not first phasing Skitter's hero. They've been doing support duos or maybe 33 at the beginning, but Skitter gets saved.
I don't think you can pick mini carries really early in this patch outside of the Deuce Morphling and maybe the Naga in some games. Those are like the 3 that you can pick early. Other than that, if you don't have a good lane on a carry, then it's going to be very difficult to get into the game.
True, but 2 out of the 3 are available and they still don't go for it, which means that Gaimin can now get their pick of the litter. They want the Naga, they want the Morphling.
Yeah, and it would be a good pick in this type of scenario here to just pick Morph, I think, if they want to do that hero. But Gaimin is a team that they don't look the best with Morphling. Duracio's Morph is not a hero that he's been particularly comfortable with, even though it is good this patch. I've seen him lose on it, and I don't think he wants to play that hero more than anything.
Yeah, because Morphling is like a hero that you need to farm a lot. Like you need to hit that item timing with the Aghanims, usually like 3 item timing, and usually it takes around 25 minutes. So your team tends to have to play 4v5 for quite some time.
So I think this is like a classic Gaimin opening. It's like they don't really care about showing multiple cores. And in this case, we already know it's Timber mid and Brood off lane. So it's just really like their style. They're just really, really confident in that way.
But don't you feel like it's quite common right now nowadays when your first pick, right? Your 5th and your 8th pick and your 5th pick are going to be really, really important. And right now there's so many imbalanced heroes that you can snatch at number 5, and you also want to abuse the number 8 because the number 8 pick is like arguably your strongest pick. So you want to open the draft with 2 cores and just ban plan accordingly in the second phase for them.
For some teams, I would consider Brood to be a flex, but I can't picture Duraccio playing Broodmother.
He hasn't yet, no.
He hasn't.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Unlikely. I think when you do get to some of these teams, such as Gaming Gladiators, they have like a foundation, a system, if you will, where they play certain heroes and certain roles, and they just make sure when they do this that you're just the best at what you do, right? And I think they're just always going to put this Brood on Ace. I don't think anyone else will play this hero. And maybe Ace could play the Timber, but they're just locking it in for Quinn now. And now we're going to get a Duraccio hero, probably later. He's going to be the one that sees more. But now they have like their kind of like foundation set up here. I think they need supports that have some type of like lockdown, because when you're running Timber and Brood, both these heroes are pretty self-sustainable, want to run around the map and get kills, but sometimes they just need a little bit of stun to help them out.
I hear people like to pick against the Pugna's Snap, so I think that's a possibility. Gaimin also liked opening with it previously. There's also the Undying, but Undying doesn't really have catch.
The hero has like kind of fall off in the last couple of series, like last couple of days. I think teams are starting to realize that if you pick the hero early and your draft isn't really centered around playing with the tombstone and with the timing, then the hero doesn't really give you as much value.
And a lot of the reason is the Medusa and Morph is always banned, and Undying is usually really good with those heroes.
Dude, is Morph not going to get second phase banned?
I think both teams just don't want a hero at this point.
Gaimin might, I mean, both teams might play it actually.
Wasn't there a stat where it said like Morphling was the most contested hero of the major?
Yeah, it was earlier. Yeah. As of right now, I think Techies overtook him.
Okay.
But for the majority of the group stage, it was 100% contested. Oh no, never mind. He's still the highest contested.
And as far as Tundra's Morphling, they've only played it 3 times, and out of those 3 games, Skater has only won 1 time on that hero.
I think both of their carries are very similar. They don't really like to farm as much, so they like to play more like an active carry, like Bloodseeker kind of hero. So they don't really prioritize. Maybe if it's a really good game still, they might still consider it, but overall I feel like they're not the teams that would immediately want to pick the hero early. And right now they have like a lot of magic damage with the Snapfire and Tiny Pugna. I think essentially against Timber, when the enemy opens Timber, I think it's really important for your side of the team to have a lot of magic damage so you can actually burst him in the early game. Yep. And that's what EG, they were kind of like actually Beast Coast, they were kind of doing with the SF opening against the Timber.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot to mention, actually, a lot of teams like to pick the Snap against the Timber.
As a lane matchup?
Yeah, even in the mid.
I think it has to be at this point, right? You probably don't want to put Tiny mid.
Exactly.
And Pugna.
I guess mid or off lane, the Snap, but I've never seen 33 play it, so probably mid.
Yeah, and 9 is definitely one of those players that has an enormous hero pool, so no matter what, he'll find some hero to get in the game as long as he thinks it's good for the game. So would not be surprised to see him be playing the Snapfire at all.
If it was a C team, I think we would be seeing more Bat against the Timber.
That is true. That's totally
like what C likes.
Or Silencer.
But what's your opinion on Core Bat Rider? Do you think like Bat Rider is a lot weaker on the core right now and he's just better as a support, or you feel like...
I think it's still really viable as long as you go Travels first and not Octarine, especially in mid. I still think it's like really, really strong.
So you shouldn't be too greedy with the hero.
Even like Beast Coast, right? Beast Coast first 2 Bat, they don't really care, and Dark Mago always makes it work. No matter what matchup. Even if he's playing against Quab, it's like he always makes it look good.
Oh, speak of the devil, Bat Rider does emerge for Gaimin Gladiators, which is actually, I think, the first time... Yeah, actually no, Celery's been playing it quite a bit.
So I kind of like the Tide here against the Bat Rider. Like Bat Rider really hates playing against Tide, no matter what a role. If you're support or a core, you just don't want to see Tide in the game.
10 seconds.
And they have like a really, really overwhelming kind of like a team fight right now with the Snapfire plus the Ravage plus the Pugna Netherward. I feel like they just need to run up their draft with like some active carry and you can play around it, or you can also opt to go for more like a late game carry depending on like what Gaimin finishes with their lineup here. So Tundra's draft is rather open at this moment. I think that's what you want to see, right? When you have second pick and your overall last pick, you want to be able to last pick anything.
Yep.
And I think 33, he has like 2 playstyles. One is the more famous one where he kind of just plays these micro heroes. Everyone knows that, but he has a secondary playstyle as well, as where he likes to play these frontline tanky heroes. And he'll just like never buy Blink Dagger. He'll just like get like a Heart of Trosk at some point and keep scaling and be this unkillable hero. And I think that's what he's trying to do in this game as well, playing versus a Brood, just be that frontline wall. Bat will never be able to lasso him as well. And just absorb all the damage so his team can continuously just push forward. And he likes to stay like, I feel like he's pretty much top net worth most all the games he's played these heroes as well, and he just never lets go. So that gives Skeeter a lot of space to play not only what he wants, but how he can maneuver around in the team fights as well.
Yeah, that's just his style. He's 33 really shows, like, especially if you're an offlane player, like he shows the importance of just farming, like being efficient on the map. Yeah.
I mean, do you think that sometimes like a lot of the offlaners, they try to play around their team way too much and they can't really have like a good balance between farming and...
Yeah, it's really hard to find a balance. I mean, it's not really hard. You just need a lot of practice with it. Like, even for myself, I've struggled with it a lot. Like, back then, I wasn't scaling enough, so then I try scale too much, and then I'm like scaling too much, and I'm not doing things for the team. So like, you really need to understand your team, and you have to like find a balance.
Tundra are finding a balance in their bans. They're not sure where this Broodmother might be going. They take out an offlaner, and they take out, well, a carry, unless you're Amar. Amar will play offlane Monkey King, but Gaimin go with a carry. Faceless Void.
I feel like the lane is not that easy, you know, for the Void against Tide. I feel like that lane, if I'm the Tide, I show my hero first and you pick a Void. I feel like I'm happy with that trade.
It's just in the game, I think. For the lane, I think it's like 40-60, 30-70.
It's definitely setting up 33 to have one of those games where he's top net worth and hard to kill, for sure. Because one of the things about Tide Hunter against the Timbersaws, the Kraken Shell will remove the Whirling Death debuff, so you're deceptively tanky for a strength hero against the Timbersaw. So you just will regain all that HP back, but you have to have you can't just get bursted right away, which is going to be really important to, if this Tide can get the net worth, to be able to stay on top of the net worth.
But this game, they only have like a Chrono for Tide, but they don't really have like much Chrono damage, so he's pretty invincible this game.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they go with the Faceless Void, because they can put, what, Chakram into it and Fade Bolt? Otherwise he has to get Edge Chronos.
But these like situations, they're like really tricky because both teams need carry, right? And there's 4 bans in total. So after the bans, there's actually not a lot of heroes left. So nothing you really pick really like looks good.
Well, the illusion carries still remain in the pool. There's still TB, PL, and Naga. Oh, actually, no,
Naga's banned.
But you don't really want to pick them against like Timbersaw.
Whatever you pick will have some type of answer, and that's kind of what Gaimin's pretty good at doing every draft. It's called having a well-balanced draft. They have a little bit of everything there. And that one is probably just as bad as picking any illusion hero into this.
Sven into back.
The other hero I was thinking about was Slark. I think Slark can actually be alright. Like, people think the Slark vs Void matchup is bad, but with the shard on the Slark, it's actually like a pretty, it's kind of viable.
It's very annoying, you know. You can save your teammate, you force the Void to always try to chrono you, and you could always click your R button and react. But with the Sven, I feel like it's more about like how fast they can snowball as a Sven, and they're trying to maybe play around the chrono cooldown, because every time you get a kill, then Sven's going to be able to maybe take the map, take Roshan, take your towers. I think the idea is to try to outpace the Faceless Void here. But I'm not a very big fan of the hero at the moment.
At the minimum, I suppose it provides even more defensive capabilities against these Chrono team fights. Because team fight from Gaimin seems incredibly complicated. Like, they basically have one team fight ultimate, and otherwise everyone else is just running around doing damage. They find some distance.
Yeah, I mean, they have some initiation, at least for Tundra here. I mean, Gaimin's going to have a weird game, I think. The Sven pick isn't like perfect by any means. They have their own issues to deal with this Faceless Void and how to make it work.
Oh, I want to see how it goes in game number 1 with Cap and SVG.
We are walking in a Western European wonderland. Avery, top 4 teams are all from Western Europe. Now we're about to decide who's going to be going to the grand finals between Gaimin Gladiators and Tundra. So it means we've got some teams that have a lot of history against each other.
Absolutely. They are very familiar with how the other one wants to play. However, are you familiar with how AUI wants to play?
That's true. That is a little wrinkle in the plan here. Gaimin Gladiators, this is going to be another time where they have a chance to go into the grand finals and one of their opponents has a stand-in. Just something funny about that.
Calling them out? Calling some foul play?
No, absolutely, because they run ESL.
Is calling for an inquiry here. That's what it sounds like to me. Suspicious moves being made by
Spike in the water, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, they got me yesterday, so it's unsurprising. Quinn tried to take me out. Now he's on to his next victim here. But it's going to be a good old-fashioned Western European DPC Final Four. How do you like that? I mean, I guess that's what competing in Europe does for you. It pretty much guarantees you a top 4 to major. At least that's what it seems like here.
Yeah, you want to be the best, you have to play against the best. And right now, Western Europe is, no doubt about it, the absolute best region in the world when it comes to Dota. And Gaimin Gladiators and Tundra, obviously Gaimin Gladiators are coming into this favored, but for a similar reason as Tundra's last victim was favored, they've got a stand-in. So surely Gaimin Gladiators, 2-time major winner, should be the favored in this matchup, but there is something to be said about history, and Tundra have actually done pretty well against Gaimin Gladiators over time. In fact, even recently, beating them in the European DPC.
If I think of all the teams in the world that I believe have a decent shot at taking down Gaimin this year, I feel like Tundra have always been in my top 2. I think the matchup is quite good for them. The issue is Tundra has just been super hit or miss all year, and I mean, in terms of one, having their whole roster playing, and number 2, kind of being at the top of the meta. Like sometimes they're trying their unconventional picks, and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But when you combine that little hit or miss with, you know, them not having all their players, it's just been an unstable year for them.
Sure, and it doesn't take that much inconsistency to take you out of, you know, like first place in the Western European DPC. It doesn't take that much for you to get eliminated once you get out of the group stage and go into playoffs.
So if they can get it going, though, I think Tundra at their 100% have, in theory, a decent matchup versus Gaimin, because I think they're one of the few teams in the world that, number 1, can match them on the lanes. They are very nerdy on the lanes, do a lot of little things that skew the matchups, gimmick their way to an advantageous position, and then just snowball crazily off it, right? And I think that's step 1 to beating Gaimin. And I think step 2 is you're able to meet them in terms of the 5-on-5. Like, do you understand the aura meta? Do you understand the timings of these Helmet Overlords, of these pipes, of these tanky frontliners that Ace can play, or the Zoo heroes that he can pump up his other 2 cores with, and can you meet that head on at the Roshan fights, at your towers, and push yourself towards a late game, which is generally where I think Gaimin is susceptible. I think Tundra have shown, if anything, from TI, the last TI, that they are the aura team in some ways.
Everybody else learned from them.
Yes. And, or at least in terms of understanding and theory craft, I expect them to be capable of that. So in those 2 ways, I think Tundra is very capable of taking Gaimin down, maybe more capable than almost any other team in the world, if they can show up at 100%. That's what we're going to find out today. I mean, this is the first of what could be 2 meetings from these teams, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's a lot about taking this victory and also about learning how this tournament meta is developing and what you want to propose here, because Morphling got ignored, and now teams are ending up with some diversity in the carry pool. Sven versus Void. Not a fun matchup generally for Sven, which to me says Skeeter wants to get out and have a pretty fast early game here, at least a free farm lane.
A lot of blood grenades being thrown around in this bottom lane. Duraccio tried to go for the kill on 33, but of course, without the chance to bash, not going to work out level 1. A lot of creeps still alive, so things can get very awkward if you get this many creeps staying alive while you're battling like this. AUI barely able to get out from an attempted kill at top lane. And then our mid matchup, we've got the Quinn Timbersaw versus Snapfire, which is a matchup we've seen a number of times at this point, and is something that, yeah, Timbersaw can get close on Snapfire and kill her pretty quickly, but most of the lane and a lot of team fights, Snapfire does have an advantage.
There's also a lane just designed to not let Timber run some hero over, which has generally been how this mid Timber has won games for Gaimin. Right. And it's something else you have to think about with Gaimin. You do not want to give Quinn a favorable matchup especially one that can create a pressure area that's going to force your supports to collapse on the mid and just get routed in the 3-on-2, 3-on-1. So Tundra, part of the Snapfire mid is it's a hero that they don't necessarily need to help. And at least they shouldn't over the long run, which is good because they need these supports on the side lanes. Sven and Tide are not heroes you want to leave alone early here. And they're going to do some little tricks to make sure they get advantage. Half pull top by AUI. Little gush into tree grab action bottom to try and get some physical traits. And no snaking is getting run down. Should be okay here. This is a tough lane, the double melee lane into Faceless Void.
Yeah, and also against a Bat Rider. Feel like those two are naturally advantaged against melee heroes, but they're doing their best at comboing, as you said, the gush into physical damage, trying to get time walks out of the Faceless Void, then put damage on him. And the result is actually an even CS so far between 33 and Duraccio, so doing all right.
And if they can get the Lotus here, that's pretty big. Get this Lotus on to 33, then you're super happy with the next set of exchanges here. You're also running double stick on this lane versus the Bat Void. So you are winning the regen trade a little. I don't know if Snaking's getting this one.
Yeah, Snaking is going to have to avalanche and hope he doesn't get bashed. It immediately gets bashed. All right, Duraccio takes it ahead of him, and now Snaking's going to be in some trouble here, especially if he gets body blocked in. Yep, just a little bit, and that's going to be enough for the Firefly to run him down. First blood goes to Celery.
Well, I mean, there's a little precursor of what his RNG is going to be this series. I guess you're not going to play for luck. Tell you that much. That was instantaneous.
Yeah, seriously.
Duraccio says, my friend. Might be a TI winner. But you're not a TI RNGer.
Yeah, nobody beats RNG. That's
I'm telling you, it's the ultimate Dota weapon, man. You can't outskill just raw luck. Perhaps Gaimin, the luckiest team all year. You want to look at it that way. Definitely run the gambit here. If they get another Grand Finals appearance. Even if they don't win, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I think that might be maybe the unluckiest thing. If you just win all year, I mean, history said the teams that win all year do not win TI.
That's true. What are they doing?
Yeah, so
they need to start losing some games fast. They don't have a lot of time left here. They want to do well at TI.
Yeah, they got 2 tournaments to go. This one and one more to quit.
A vicious gank.
Yeah, it is, and he had just enough. The blood grenade, I don't think that landed. Either way, I think he had enough regen.
Yeah, he has already Ring of Health plus 2 points in the armor. Quinn just playing this lane to survive the early waves and make it up later. Still, it's a mid lane that's going pretty well for 9 in terms of resources, and one where...
Hit him with the cookie. Oh. Is this long range shot going to be enough? Not quite. 20, 30, 40 HP. He's good.
That second point in armor really paid off here for Quinn. Now, Nine's going to have to TP back to deal with the creep wave, which means all the resources from the Snapfire are gone. The Timber gets to go to base. Actually, a very good exchange for Quinn in the end. He's very happy with that overextension by 9.
Yeah, certainly. He might end up being like a little bit behind in experience, but the lane should no longer be a problem, right?
And if you're not worried about getting ganked here because you come back full, that level 6 for the Snap is not doing much, especially when he's out of resources here.
Yeah.
Self-sufficient lane for Tundra, though they're not getting the max value out of what they want. Still, they are going even on lanes, and that's a decent sign for them. They can transition this into ancient stacks, triangle stacks for the Tide and the Sven. I think Tundra are going to be really happy with this. And if you're gaming, you're really wanting to snowball through Ace in the next 3 to 4 levels here. Get this Brood online, get her ult going. Try and not give away any kills to the Sven that would skew this lane, as Snaking right on cue is going to look for it, but he does not have toss here. Something to keep in mind.
Telekinesis stuns a lot of these heroes. Ace starts putting 1 damage where he can, but Tofu's definitely dead, and Ace won't be able to get a return kill. Not in a 2 versus 3 scenario.
Nice read by Snay. Knows this Tide Hunter is completely an unkillable bottom with early perseverance here and cracking up. So now he's going to try and get this dual roam going, get their supports XP, and contest 6-minute power rune. Do have level advantage. If 9 can get it, it's a lot of resources. It gets denied though by Celery.
He gets it in front of 9's face and then bumps back into Quinn for the kill. And I kind of wonder, with the core gone and the Siege Wagon pushing in, this is time to be able to push in against these 2 supports trying to hold the tower.
You just got your Timbersaw 6 off that too.
Yeah.
Just an overextension by 9. And it goes back to that play earlier where he tried to go for the Timber kill, used a huge amount of resources and teleport. That's why he's still low. That's why he has no mana.
Right.
He just died of this casual bat rotation. Crazy amount of XP for Celery for very little committal. And the dual roam from Tundra that was supposed to secure that 6-minute rune yields nothing for them.
Look at Celery. He's going to lead them to the Wisdom rune. Won't really be able to get it because Snaking has a stun. And Celery doesn't. I mean, he has Flame Break, but I don't think that beats a long duration stun.
Should be guaranteed for Snay here.
Yeah. As long as he times it right. Toss even, just to ensure it, and yeah, he does get it.
That's the nice thing about playing stuns here, and we're seeing Tiny come back in the meta. You know, I was thinking about this. Has there ever been a major TI without Tiny in the meta?
Yeah, that hero is pretty much near constant.
This hero's just so fundamentally broken. Even when he's bad, he's still good. Like,
yeah.
Toss and Avalanche are just two of the best spells in Dota. There's no way around it.
Pretty much since Tiny made a rotation to support. Some of the early Dota days, I think we're very stuck on Tiny being a mid laner. So sometimes he wouldn't get picked up. But once this hero became viable as a support as well as a mid, then it was flexible enough to be in every meta, it felt like.
Still, even those early days, I mean, I remember a little known team as Rattlesnake Gaming, where a certain Lanham earned himself a big dick nickname, and that was off the Tiny swinging the big club there. So even in some of these early TIs, he was making his presence felt, as Skeeter makes his presence felt with an early God Strength off level 6 Sven with a TP. They really do not want to give any room to the Quinn Timber pushing in this mid lane, taking the tower. That's been his MO with this hero the whole tournament. So Tundra have done their homework. They're committing to shut down the early momentum from Gaimin, sacrifice a little of the farm time off their carry to do it. Could pay off here if they can hold their towers up. And so far, these towers are pretty damn healthy for Tundra. Something that has not been guaranteed versus the Timber and the Brood.
Yeah.
These matches.
Then again, that does snowball pretty quickly, right? If Broodmother does take this tower, then you can usually pressure the mid tower after that. So it could all happen very fast, but so far, you're right, Tundra is holding up strong.
And here's another smoke move designed to try and quell the Timbersaw momentum. However, Timber has already made the move top. 3 cores converging for Gaming onto that Sven with no ult.
Yeah, Tundra's going to be here just a bit too late for it, and their carry is going to die. Maybe they'll still fight around it, though. I mean, if they get the opening for the kisses.
This is where you want to put the Snapfire to use. Tundra really need a big core kill here.
Follow it up
this
with
game
the
down.
Really nice chain stun. Very
he's
nice.
alive.
Not enough. Oh, and the Chronosphere, the final kiss, it burned him out, actually.
And this Chrono's not dealing any damage. It's just to turn into a pig and run away. Time dilation will get Dyrachyo out of there, but not what Gaming were looking for with this big triple core rotation. They will get the tower damage mid. Man, they are relentless on these objectives. It's so hard to stop them getting a tier 1 down somewhere. Is Skeeter gonna die again?
It looks like Quinn wants to commit. It's going to be a close call, but he does get it with the last Whirling Death before the saves can come in.
And that's Tundra chasing this Timber with everybody watching their carry die to him. It's so much damn space, and I think he's going to live too.
That feels so bad, especially since that last Timber Chain was his last. He's out of mana, but couldn't keep up with them. Couldn't keep chasing him down.
Yeah, that's going to be some of the downside for Tundra in this early game. Their cores are pretty static and immobile. Right, there's no mobility hero. There's no hero that really likes to rotate early. The Snapfire can do it, but Snapfire's a mid also kind of wants to just farm up the first item. The Tide and the Sven are going to be pretty clunky in this game, so Tundra, they're trying to react to the Gaming early momentum. I don't know if their heroes are that well suited for it. The flip side is that they just bring everybody in these lanes, they can push it with the hammer, which 33 already took bottom tier 1, so they're finding trades. This Tide Hunter is going to be really farmed. In that sense, maybe Tundra's not too sad if they continue to trade the map.
What do you think about this swap of the Broodmother now occupying the bottom lane with the tier 1 tower gone and Dyrachyo staying up at top?
It's a very curious swap. I don't think I've seen Ace do this a lot.
Yeah.
Generally, Gaming will just keep going to the lane with the Brood in it to plow down that tier 1, or they will fight elsewhere and let the Brood take it on her own.
Now she comes back after pushing in that bottom lane, goes through the portal with the spiders and shows up to try and help Dyrachyo here. He's going to need the help with this many heroes, but Quinn, he'll be able to even the odds here, posing the mid laner and run down the 2 supports.
These are just not good engagements for Tundra to be in. They're getting sucked into disadvantageous core fights, and their Tide Hunter just can't get here. He's too damn clunky on the map.
Yeah.
9 goes down, infested by the Broodmother here, and another triple core conversion for Gaming. This is why I was curious as to Ace going bottom, because I think this is what Gaming want to do. If they feel like the Brood's hitting a brick wall, they just bring everybody up there and say, well, screw you. Now you have to fight our Broodmother. You can't do it. You're going to lose heroes on top of this tower eventually. And I guess Tundra refused to give it up as they bring the Tide in top. This game is really centered around these tier 1s.
Okay, so wherever the tide goes, you just go somewhere else, right? Is that the game plan?
Yep. Back to mid for Gaimin.
Yep.
They bring Tundra top. They shift both cores towards mid, get a glyph. Will Tundra try and defend this tower on top of everything else in this game? I don't think so. It's just gone. Get the deny? No.
Ace have the last hit, and now with
back
the
to top
room, back to top lane.
This is really a mind game of an early game. You're trying to guess where these cores are going to go. The upside for Tundra is it's the tide up here right now. So if you want to fight around 33, this is your chance to take that fight.
Quinn's going to make it a lot easier to kill this guy, though, thanks to the Whirling Death, cutting him down significantly. And there's no rotations. They're not going to use the Ravage. And they are just going to finish him off. Snaking, trying to go through the portal, but it's on top of the Avalanche. So double kill. And a great steal so far by Tofu. I mean, one of the ways he pushed back the Tidehunter from pushing in mid was that snap steal he had earlier. And now being able to grab Avalanche, he's got a lot of great options this game.
He's going to have a fantastic game here because he has 3 cores that can all go in for him, plus a Bat Rider who is going to rush Blink and start the initiations.
Yeah.
These are the Dream Rubik games where Tundra are never going to see this hero. He's going to have free reign in the fights. He has great spells to steal. The Ravage might even be something he gets this game because 33 likes to go these frontline builds. Tidehunter's just not tanky. And the Snapfire has no teleport for this fight. If 9 wants to join this, I can see a world where Tundra try and take that if they're more set up. But goddamn, Gaimin have just run them around the map and have been the first responders in a lot of these fights.
Absolutely relentless. They continue to go on that top lane. Now Quinn is going to be challenging 33 as well. Not killing him per se, but just keeping him in check as he goes for the mid tower.
Tundra are going to smoke their Sven into this gank. This is such a huge committal for Skeeter, especially at this point in the game when you have max cleave up. You'd rather be hitting ancient stacks right now, not trying to find heroes with no blink.
Yeah, and I think Quinn has a pretty decent idea of what's going on. Tofu and Ace are both rotating over to try and help out. 33, he wants to be in position to use Ravage, but they already decide this fight is just not it.
And this is why Timbersaw is a first phase hero right here. It is causing Tundra a world of problems. He's getting every power rune, taking the tier 1s. Just seems unkillable. Only with 2 points in armor, there's a reason this hero has shot up.
Yeah, and I think it shuts down 33's pool quite a bit, right? Because they were talking about on the panel how he's either going to be playing these micro heroes or he's going to be playing these tanky frontliners. He's not going to go Tidehunter that goes fast Blink Dagger. He wants to be big and bad and sitting in front for as long as possible. And Timbersaw is the antithesis to that right there.
I mean, you can't sit in front of Rizrak here.
No.
The man don't care. He's too mentally unstable.
It's true. He sees something that big and green, it just pisses him off. He thinks it a tree.
It might be the case. Time to saw as Quinn takes top position here on the net worth chart. Tundra still looking for farm answers on the map. That's a Kiss's bottom.
Yeah, doesn't get the kill, and the Bat Rider actually completes the Blink Dagger thanks to staying alive.
The one thing we should think about this game, though, is Gaimin have built a decent amount of momentum. However, another aspect of Tundra that I think is interesting in this matchup that we saw particularly yesterday is their ability to stall games.
Yeah.
If you look at like the AUI Enchantress and Visage, I don't know if those are comparable to the Pugna here in terms of the lane cutting and being in tricky areas. He's going to do it on any hero, though, and you have 9 going for a boot to travel second. There is a stall mechanism here for Tundra. They're very good at it. I mean, look at Snaking on the top left of the map right now. He's dragging away towards a Roshan pit as a Tiny, cutting this on the back door from Gaimin. Do you want to go gank this Tiny? No.
Last though, to pull him out of position, he didn't use Firefly to make sure he put no damage on the Tidehunter so he wouldn't Kraken Shell off the disable.
This is a slow kill. Tundra could turn this.
Yeah, they are going to provide some reinforcements, and 33 might finally have an opportunity to use that Ravage as the team is here now.
You have the damage.
Yeah, they're trying to throw out all the stuns, take the Ravage for last, and now it finally gets let go to finish off Quinn.
Pugna Ward and Drain doing a lot there. Skeeter didn't even have to use ult. Still, you got to watch out for the turn on this fight from Gaimin as they are not happy you took down their centerpiece and want revenge.
Snaking turns around, does what damage he can. The hammer comes through, does land onto the Broodmother. Nice Stormbolt as well with the drain happening. Doraccio has to get out. 33 so close to just being able to throw out one last bit of damage. The Gush wasn't up in time though, so he'll turn around and get Tofu instead. A great save there by Tundra. Multiple heroes coming together at the perfect time.
Even clean up some spiders.
That fight gets dragged out. That is not the same type of skirmish we were looking at that top tier 1 where 33 goes down first. Tundra are ready to bring in the help. And you have to think about the overextensions here, especially with the Chronosphere for Dyrachyo. There's a Sven Warcry in this game. There's a Decrepify. There might be some auras from the Tidehunter later. Even Avalanche can interrupt you. A lot of disrupting mechanisms for you to not be able to put the damage into that Chronosphere here, especially when your Timbersaw is dead. Quinn is... he is your fulcrum in this lineup. He is your front line, he's your damage, he's your early game. The second the Timbersaw dies, that's just a questionable fight because you have to respect the EHP coming out from these big boys on Tundra's side, especially with Pugnaward and Life Drain behind them.
And 33's got to respect the Timbersaw. He picks up a Blink Dagger now. So pretty early for him, typically.
Yeah, this is not his casual build, but he just feels he's going to need to be the initiating power here.
Skeeter slowed down, already in half health with just a lot of pokes here from Gaimin Gladiators. They still have potential saves here of the drain from AUI. Great avalanche coverage though, and that hits the back line on top of the Sven, allowing them to chase down AUI as well. The Chakram pullback will finish him off.
You are spiders. You are absolutely getting turned into spiders here. The rundown is the scary part here for Tundra.
Yeah.
You don't have Ravage, you don't have your big God Strength to turn and take that fight. The chase down is infinite between the Bat, the Void, the Brood, they're all chase heroes here, except maybe Tofu. And I mean, he doesn't need to chase because he's just getting great spells. Another level 4 Avalanche stolen. It's time to fight. I guarantee you Tofu is like, yo guys, I am a god right now. Let's go on anything we can.
Yeah, that Aether Lens combined with the extra range from the Arcane Supremacy means that Avalanche is thrown out from miles away.
Still, Tundra's keeping even in this game relative cores-wise and continuing to rat out the sides of the map. It's really hard to build net worth advantage against this team, and it shows. They're going to find a little pick-off here on Celery.
Yeah, something to work with, something to keep more pressure on the bottom lane and start hitting that tier 2. They're going to lose Snaking over here. Skeeter shows up. Immediately storm bolted right back by Tofu.
There's a blink on 33. You got to be careful here if you're gaming. You don't want to get caught by this Ravage into Kisses combo.
You said, though, the cores are keeping up. It's the difference in the supports, and you could see that with the utility. Tofu with a 4-staff able to get himself away from any attempt by 33. AUI quickly brought down.
And this is the point of the game that Gaming's lineup becomes terrifying because the auras are online for Brood. The Greaves is very close on top of that pipe, and it's going to buff up heroes that go in and start shredding you between the Timber and the Faceless Void. Where does the damage come from if you're on Tundra's side right now? It's just got to be over time, and it's got to be big God strengths from Skeeter willing to join the early skirmishes around the tier 1s if you can get them there. Blinked on for Tiny helps because now you can toss heroes in. One of the reasons I think we're seeing this Tiny come back is if you go back to TI-11 where Tundra took it all, Tiny was one of their key heroes. A displacement hero that forced enemies to fight their auras instead of the other way around. There's a reason it's brought back for this team. It could be pretty pivotal here if you can bring a hero out of the Gaming ball, remove the pipe Greaves advantage by just isolating the Timber, isolating the Faceless Void at the start of a fight. A lot of these team fights might just come on down to snaking, and can you find the opening?
Sure.
Can you bear the brunt of this game on your shoulders? As 33 hammers mid.
Across, but finding nothing for it. Gaimin Gladiators all backed up to their triangle. Very curiously, what are they doing here?
I think they're feeling the smoke was coming down mid because 33 was pushing that tower so aggressively. This is like a classic maneuver, right? You push really aggressively solo like this, the enemies are generally going to feel, okay, the smoke is coming behind him. That's why he's playing up so far. It was actually a jabate. Tundra went top, but they jabated themselves because Gaming are happy to just defensively farm right now.
Yeah.
So both these smokes are probably going to yield nothing. They might catch 9 bottom. This is just a hard smoke to land. The lanes are not very favorable for Gaming right now because they hit on that high ground. That's the downside. Your next move becomes more difficult as Tundra have all the information in the world.
Octarine next for Quinn, while the Snapfire, the opposing mid, is going to go for BKB. Pretty necessary in this game, it feels like. Just needs more survivability. Anything for them to just be able to push into a point where maybe I could see a world where 9 specifically is able to scale and give Tundra a better chance to turn this game around later.
gonna try and bait it out here. Tundra ready to take this.
Yeah, they are.
Stack
Boss together with the God Strength. Skeeter laying into him, but the Chronosphere is going to make
into it.
They do have the Mortimer's Kisses raining down. That's going to help out quite a bit, but 33 jumping into that one felt pretty bad, and he's got to be careful of Quinn now. Got to dodge this last Timber Chain Whirling Death. Attempting Ravage goes out, but it's too late. The damage is done, and the Watermelon falls.
That's the strength of Chrono this game. And this is why this Sven Void matchup just sucks. Because even if you don't kill Skeeter in that ult, it just ruins his team fight. And then Tundra gonna have to try and bail the Sven out. And if you cannot turn properly, it's just a disaster. Also, time dilation. Really wrecking what Tundra want to do here between the Pugna and the Tiny. Like, Snaking blinks in, he gets a combo, and he's dilated for the rest of the fight. Right. You're not getting a second jump, which is something you kind of need here, because that toss, it stacked the heroes for the Stormbolt, but it did not displace a hero from this gaming ball. And then they're happy to take that fight. Of course, if 33 does not blink into the Chrono there, it might look different, but still, the Void was BKB. So he's not saving the Sven in that scenario.
Yeah, no, sir.
That's just a tough fight for Tundra, and I think it's going to shift more weight onto these toss backs instead of the toss stacking that we saw there, because I really think you have to throw these heroes out of gaming's reach and make them jump into you to set the fight up for the Tidehunter.
Right.
33 is just way too squishy if he blinks in aggressively.
Top tower has fallen.
That'll be Octarine done for the Timbersaw, and Aegis for Doraccio here. It's a good Aegis Faceless Void game. Because the time dilation is so effective, because the burst mechanisms on Tundra are not guaranteed, Doraccio can just go in these fights first, play aggressively, use the Aegis without even popping BKB and be a menace.
Nice catch. Big kill if they can get it. The Force Staff makes things a little bit more annoying, though, and Tofu gets away as a result. And now they have to just run for their lives. It's all of Gaming Gladiators look to punish, quickly sandwiching this area. They'll find AUI 2000. He's definitely dead, and still a chance for Snaking to get caught as well. As, yeah, he's going to be finally lasso pulled back in. Doraccio will pound him to dust, or I guess gravel.
Very difficult game for the Tundra supports. They've just not found a lot of momentum here as they're combining for a 1-11. And Tundra's happy to play Sacrificial on their 4 and 5 like this if the cores get fat. They're used to this type of style because they, especially since they have some tanky frontliners, they have a Warcry, they have a little utility coming out from their cores, but it does hurt their playstyle when you can't get these 4 staff, glimmers, Yules up that they really want to accelerate to here, so the dilation isn't as effective and you get multiple rounds of spells off.
Right.
That is going to be a downside for Tundra going in these later fights, especially with the net worth Tofu and Celery have found. It's going to be a BKB Batrider, and I mean, whatever the hell you want Rubik here. They're just going to have free reign. There's too much frontline.
It's so much in this game.
Where does he even go next? He already has Blink, 8th, or Force.
Maybe an Aeon dish just to make sure he doesn't die at the start of the fight.
Aeon's not bad. I wouldn't mind a Yules with the extra cast range. You can Yules the Tiny on the jump. You can Yules a target to disjoint the initiations.
I wouldn't mind being an Aghanim Scepter considering how many good spells he's stolen.
I think Ags is fine too.
Though I guess they're... Can you turn off the Stormbolt, Ags? You can, right?
I think so, yeah. It's like an auto cast now. Yeah, even on Sven you have the choice, so you should have it on Rubik too. Okay. And Doraccio's just going to force the high ground. 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. You have tossbacks here. So you got to be careful you don't get pushed in really deep into some chain stun. That's the nice thing for Tundra, as we also saw in that, what was it, almost 2-hour game, the high ground defense.
Yeah.
Their high ground defense.
They're really good at doing that.
I mean, it's warmed up at this tournament for sure. That was a very particular set of circumstances to achieve that. However, I'm sure they have already theory crafted what this game is going to look like. And their cores are staying up there. This is not where you want to be with this Sven. You generally would like to be ahead. I think Skeeter's also had a rough game. Not a lot of ancient stacks for him to clear through. Not a huge gap for him to create over these other cores. It's going to be tough to find the burst later.
Yeah, so if you approach the high ground, you're getting AoE Gush spammed. You've got some other small nukes that could be thrown around from the Snapfire and the Pugna. There's a possibility of you getting tossed back, and soon there's going to be a Harpoon for extra relocation abilities for Tundra. So yeah, that does sound pretty annoying to push high ground into.
I think that's what Tundra's banking on right now. This Ags is designed to help them stall the game, go even later, try and reach those Snapfire talents where their real late game damage is going to come online, and abuse Warcry in the late game situations. Just save the heroes in the Chrono between that and Decrep. you are going to need nullifiers at a certain point in this gaming lineup. They're not being built. You're going for Hex on Ace and just more damage on Dyrachyo. So those defensive spells are going to be good for Tundra for a while here. I just don't know if your scale's actually better. It's a damn good Faceless Void game. You don't really have a hard Chrono Save. You know, you have soft ones, but nothing. No Wyvern, no Shadow Demon, no Naga Song. I can't help but feel like if this Faceless Void is 6-slotted, this game becomes very scary for you.
I definitely agree if you are on like an open field, you know, somewhere out on the map. But I could see a way Tundra, no matter how late the game goes, if they're sitting on their high ground, I think they could always win a fight.
I mean, you're back to the old argument of, well, we don't know how to win, but we know how to not lose.
Yeah.
And now the onus is on you. You figure out how to win.
You know what? It's a good way in a war of mental attrition to start off a series, you know, just wearing them down.
Oh, you think that's what they went for? Like, all right, guys, we're not going to win game 1. We're going to make them so mad that their frustration will win us game 2 and 3.
And then even if we lose the series, when we come back in the grand finals,
yeah,
they're going to be like, oh, these guys again.
2 seconds on the Aegis here. Where'd he go?
Chaining the stuns, the toss back into the Ravage, but they did not chain it properly. Something about that toss back and the Ravage hitting at the same time.
I think the Stormhammer Ravage overlapped. He also got tossed and hit by the Ravage, so he was stuck in the air for a while.
Yeah, and he didn't. They didn't position the Meteor Hammer correctly as a result of the Ravage stopping the toss.
They gave it away. Level 2 Ravage here for Token.
Oh, they did? Oh, no.
That is not the spell you want to be giving this Aether Lens Blink Rubik in this game. Especially with yours on cooldown, God Strength on cooldown. If I'm gaming, I might consider a high ground push here. You have DD on Dyrachyo as well. It's such a big window.
Big screw up there from Tundra.
That should be a guaranteed Faceless Void kill. 100%. That is just miscommunication and lack of patience, maybe, as this game has been frustrating for them.
You know, if I'm Tofu, I'm thinking about buying a shard. Just because I have the Ravage, that would give you tendrils, wouldn't it? Jump forward,
true, yeah.
AUI. Imagine tendrils with that kind of range.
That is a well worth obs there from Celery. Finds the tiny pickoff. That's going to open the high ground even more. He's their tossback stall mechanism here. DD's going to get some value.
A lot of value as they're hitting both mid and bottom lane, so that gush spamming is a little bit more annoying. But we did see earlier the 9 smoked out, or maybe shadow bladed out actually. Didn't notice that he had that.
Yeah,
but
look at this build, by the way. Manta Shadow Blade. Oh, this is like, don't worry guys, we're going to win in 40 minutes. And I'm going to push lanes and farm camps with Manta Snapfire illusions. Or at least scout some areas so he can't get found. That's why there's an early gem on Quinn right now. He's trying to hunt him.
Sec AC, not the item. Guess it's a little too cold in the Gaimin Gladiators booth right now. It's a good problem to have, I guess.
Too cold or too hot?
Or maybe not. Maybe things are heating up in this series. They're certainly looking pretty good. 21-7, 10,000 net worth lead. It looks like they're finally ready to go. They're going to be taking on Tormentor. We're soon going to have Butterfly on Dyrachyo, and it's with level 20. If he gets to level 25, the damage shrug off is going to be incredible.
Void is getting up there. He's going to be a big problem. I still think this matchup is so Void favored in the late game versus Sven. Just not a good way for Skeeter to deal with Chrono. Especially when you're up against this time lock Mjolnir magic damage right click hero. That's why the Void matchup's so good. He just doesn't necessarily care about the Warcry. And then you get backtrack, you get evasion. It's so hard for the Sven to jump you and burst you unless he's really far out ahead.
They're so desperate to catch somebody from Tundra.
And look at the line's just instantly drawn from 33. It's like, get the hell out, guys. I'm going to push the map, stall this game. We're going to rat him up some more. Good luck snaking.
He's got a glimmer, but there's a lot of AoE damage coming in from Quinn. And he also has a gem.
And that's Hex done for Ace as well. So the lockdown, the detection, the scalability, all coming online for Gaimin.
Now, Celery was the one person who wasn't there for that top area. He's going to go for a lasso pullback, hoping his team will arrive in time, and they do. because of his BKB. He stays alive, and now Ace, Quinn, they're going to try and chase down 9 first, while Skeeter's going to be kited during his God Strength. There goes that Ravage put to use. Chain stun all over the place. He cannot get anything off.
He had BKB, TP potential if the Void wasn't there. Maybe just not expecting the Ravage. Now he gives up level 4 Stormhammer. Just not enough rat action for Tundra to stall this game. The start was too slow, and the auras are building up for Gaimin. It's prime time to force this high ground. Roche began.
Yeah, Quinn knew somebody's around here. Seller was doing it earlier. He doesn't manage to kill AUI, but he'll just stop him from split pushing another way.
And he has early bots as well, so he can just join this fight.
Yeah.
He's just making sure there's nobody cutting back here. He can refill his mana. A very patient push by Gaimin. Don't have to commit the chrono here. You can just hit the buildings. Well, he will commit the chrono. I guess he's had enough of AUI.
BKB to get rid of the Avalanche stun and goes to work. Kills AUI 2000. Now he's going to kill 33. Oh no! The Ravage actually goes off. 33 able to get away, but Quinn, he's going to show up with the Shivas. That'll clip him.
I mean, Ravage is irrelevant in this game if your Sven is not hitting people during it.
Oh, certainly.
These have just been completely desynced for Tundra in this game 1. Not finding much momentum in this game. 7 kills in 30 minutes. And it looks like that's just kind of it. I don't know if they have the damage to punch through Shiva's Octarine level 20 Timbersaw with the extra magic resist talent. He is 14-1. I do not think this is a hero Tundra are going to give Gaimin next time.
Or at least maybe try and hard counter it a little bit better.
Yeah, their answers were not convincing. They're going to go for the God Strength play with the Cookie Chain Stun.
Yeah, they do manage to get it pretty nicely with the Avalanche over the top. They kill Ace. Now a lasso pulling in 9. 9 still on the high ground, but Duraccio will make short work of it. Bump back onto Snake King to ensure Duraccio stays in melee range of that support. Now he jumps on AUI 2000, while 33 going to be targeted by Quinn. Skeeter doing what he can to challenge Duraccio, but against that Butterfly, he really just cannot guaranteed put damage in.
And the time dilations. Just destroying them on the backside of these fights. It counters so much of the reinitiation power that this Tundra lineup wants to have. There's a toss
back in with the Tendrils with a follow-up stun. Duraccio finally falls.
That's a big kill to get. 2,000 gold for that streak.
Now Quinn might be caught as well. The Harpoon pulling him back in. Slows him down with the Chakra. Maybe Skeeter needs to be a little bit careful here. They're going to go for the kill. Quinn turns around, does what he can, but he falls before he can get the return kill.
That was another streak kill.
Yeah, that's another. So they just got 4,000 gold off of the kills.
That's a way to come back in this game, I guess. It does cost you a tiny buyback, and you lose 2 sets of racks here. So I don't know if Gaimin are exactly sad about that entire exchange, but a glimmer of hope.
But maybe they get Roshan as well.
I think you have to force it here if you're Tundra.
Yes.
You absolutely have to just run to this pit, scout it out. You have God Strength back up in 10. Use the Tide Hunter buyback there.
Radiant are scanning.
One of those situations Gaming Gladiators are going to look back on and say, okay, that was an example of us being a little bit overzealous. We could have just backed up and done Roshan after getting 2 lanes.
That's the type of thing that can throw a game.
Yeah.
Might not come back to bite him here, but definitely a little lack of discipline. And they gave up Gem too, so these Glimmers become better for Tundra. They maybe get an extra keyword on the map. And this is Aegis plus a cheese. Probably, let's see who takes this. Honestly, I could see a world where you get 9 Aegis if Skeeter feels like his second life is not as valuable, but says, no, I am the carry. Give it to me.
Yeah, maybe if 9 was a little bit higher level and a little bit closer to that physical damage build. But as it stands...
Yeah, he still needs his level 20 here.
Yeah.
Big deal for Tundra to try and unlock some more physical burst and use their chain stuns effectively, because that's the way they're taking the fight. Tossing people back into a Stormhammer, into an Ava, into a Ravage, into a Tendril. Shard is up for 33 now, and he's working towards Hex. When we go back to the strength of this Tundra lineup, it is kind of the high ground defense. But tossing someone into a chain stun, the way you got around that if you're gaming was having tanky frontliners you didn't want to toss in, or an Aegis carrier. Yeah, taking Aegis away, probably bigger that you didn't give it to gaming than what it does for you here on the side of Tundra. Because now you just got rid of 5 minutes where gaming probably would have gone high ground for that last Rax.
There was also the aspect of ratting like 2 lanes at once with Broodmother, but now there's just 1 lane to focus on. A lot easier for Tundra to set up.
Absolutely.
A lot of awkward situations here for Gaming Gladiators, but, you know, gold solves all woes, and maybe just raw net worth will allow them to be able to bulldoze through those buildings.
It's a tough call. If you try and force this 5v5 on this bottom lane for the Megas and that fight goes bad, then Tundra are really back in it.
Yeah.
Whereas you can wait here, you can wait this Aegis out,
buy yourself a little more time, get a next set of items up, make this Void and Timber potentially get closer to the level 25 talents. I don't know if they're going to get there without a one-team fight.
So maybe they just wait for a pickoff like this one.
Yeah, this helps. AUI will get caught and evaporates.
And they stole Life Drain. That's great.
Level 2. Pretty decent spell here.
Drop to Sentry. Doesn't spot Skeeter in time. He is too damn fast.
All right, Skeeter has Silver Edge. This is another initiation mechanism, also something that can break some of the passives here in the reactive armor. Maybe you break the time lock if you get chronoed in return. I guess you're not, in theory, taking as much damage potentially, but it's more just him being on the front line, so when you go in and you toss or you ravage, the hits instantly start coming.
Yeah, you gotta kill something, you gotta kill it really fast in this situation.
It has to be a blink. The blink of an eye, and you make a hero disappear. Gaimin do get these lanes in.
You know what's funny? Some of that's just going to come back to RNG because, again, the butterfly on Terraccio, but also closing in on 25. So you're going to have lots of chances to dodge damage.
I mean, all these level 25 talents for Gaimin are insane. They have to be some of the best in the game. The 20% backtrack for Void, absolutely massive. The level 25 BAT talent for Brood can also be a huge one.
Yeah.
Not with utility Brood, but it is a crazy talent, right? And the double chakra for Timbersaw. I mean, you really can't ask for some better late game talents here on Gaimin side.
Yeah, that's true.
Continue to scale in the experience department.
9 does get his level 20. And did he complete Silver Edge as well? Yeah, so he's got the crit combined with the heavy shots of the little shredder.
It's a lot more damage. Can't underestimate it. Titan Sliver to buff it up even more here on the Universal Hero base damage. Not as easy to just take the head-on fight in Gaimin, particularly if the Bat does not find the initiation and the Tiny does. That's the big question. Celery has BKB. In theory, it's an uncountered BKB here. His jump should be pretty reliable, and I think it's how Gaimin want to start all these fights. Displace the hero out of Tundra's ball and make them go into the Chrono and the Timber waiting.
Look at this blind read that Gaimin Gladiators
so good.
Wrong.
They have the heck.
Meanwhile, Tundra are going to be able to jump onto Terraccio and burst him down. Look at Snaking repositioning to ensure the toss. Great stuff there from Tundra. And it was at the same time that Quinn and Celery were certain somebody from Tundra was going to be ratting the other side of the map.
That's just a great read. Great observer wards as well to scout this. And Tundra find a huge opening here. 80 seconds, no Void. He has no buyback either. He might just walk down and get a lane here if they're really confident. Aegis running out in 45. They still stack those stuns very heavily, though, which is a bit concerning when you're going for these single target chains. There was so overwhelming it didn't matter. It's something you're going to have to think about if a save comes through, if some random disjoint, someone gets lassoed. That stun overlapping might come back to bite you. Now Tundra going to look for more. 50 seconds, no Void. Ooh, Celery, you dodged fate there, my friend. Skeeter will get the Timbersaw TP.
Now they start heading back. The Aegis is going to expire, though. Gaimin Gladiators with Terraccio coming back up in 30 seconds. That does come to question again. Like, now the Aegis is gone on Tundra. Are you going to try and push high ground, or are you just going to wait for Roshan? I have a feeling it's probably just going to be Rosh.
Tundra keep cutting this lead, slowly but surely. This is one of those teams that will not go away. You have to beat them.
Yeah.
They are going to make you beat them. As another move gets dodged here, the game continuing to get stalled. That net worth lead, once up to 22K, is down to 14-13 here.
Oh, nice. Mindbreaker for 9. Little shredder damage really amping up now.
And you know what Gaimin are thinking about these combos right now, because they are really trying to itemize to deal with them. You have double aesthetic cap for the Timber and the Brood here.
Okay.
Not an item that you see a lot of times because it's a very defensive item. Like, if you're snowballing, you're winning, you'd rather go for more damage or aggressive potential.
That is so unfortunate. No MKB for Skeeter. That'd be really awkward if he doesn't have his MKB during this Roshan respawn time.
Yeah, this might come back to bite him. 20 minutes on the death.
See if it's a fast
Rosh.
He wouldn't have it.
He got blink off. Will it matter?
Cap helping out a little bit here. The team, Forstaff trying to help him. Ravage could cover some of this, but Terraccio's going to be able to get the 5-man Chrono Sphere. And he starts laying damage into 9. Skater's going to be next, lassoed up almost immediately as the Chrono Sphere fails. And that's going to be 3 dead, AUI, and 33. Neither one, I think, is going to get out alive. This Gaimin Gladiators just going to go for gusto here. run down as many heroes as possible, even through the buybacks are coming out, because one buyback will never come. That's going to be Skeeter. The Sven won't be here for this fight. Tundra going to have to push through it anyway. Snaking, covering himself with the avalanche, toss back all the way, almost into the fountain. Dyrachyo daring it. Rodabay, Toast. He needs to be able to start backing up now. Kiss is going to be return fire on Tofu, pushing Tundra into their fountain. Left with only 3 heroes alive. They have to form a defense for the next minute.
And that blink from Quinn was so damn clutch. It made them chase so much farther. You have to expend your blink and your harpoon just to get a couple Sven hits in, which just sets up the game-ending chrono potentially from Dyrachyo. And those level 25 talents are now online. Double Chakram, backtrack for the Faceless Void. These fights just became even harder.
Another lasso, Tendril trying to chain it, but they're just going for a Bat Rider. Meanwhile, they're losing more and more heroes with no buyback. Diebacks all around for Tundra, and Gaimin Gladiators will finally close out game number 1.
I mean, that was getting a little spooky there. Tundra's ability to drag these games back is astounding, but that is just too much of a hill to climb, especially versus the best team in the world right now, as Gaimin still had a lot of scale left in the tank with these talents, with another Roshan coming up that you know they were going to be in position to contest with that Chronosphere. That's just a hard game if your lanes don't go a little bit better for Tundra, and I go back to those tier 1 maneuvers. I just feel like they're getting outmoved on the map. Like, Gaimin are the ones making the plays, moving their course to the lanes, outnumbering Tundra in the early game, and they're the ones constantly responding. Okay, if you want to play a defensive-oriented style and you want to stall for that late game where you think you're going to beat them, I think that's one thing. But giving up this much in the early game to the Timbersaw and the Brood, which are just going to take huge advantage of that space, is another. And I don't think we're going to see this Timbersaw game too. I think it caused way too many problems here in the early game. In the mid game, 19-2 for Quinn here. No answer in sight.
Yeah, an incredible performance by him. We've heard Avery's thoughts on the draft. Let's go ahead and head back to the panel and see what they thought about the post-game of 1.
Well, I thought that things were going to go a little bit better for Tundra, especially in the laning phase. I thought Tidehunter's a very reliable hero. I've never seen a Tidehunter look that vulnerable before. He was not able to stand in front of anything, and then that just started the domino effect, it seemed, Fear.
Yeah, I was very confused as well, because he went for the Meteor Hammer build, and I think where it all went downhill for 33 in that game was he TP'd to mid to deal with Quinn, who was pressuring, diving, actually, the Sven, but he didn't get anything out of that, so he stopped farming. Then at some point, the Timber just was always there in front of him, and he just decided to go for a Blink Dagger because he felt he wasn't tanky enough, and it just felt at that point nobody was tanking enough. Sven was getting chased all across the map as well, and Quinn just had one hell of a game on the Timbersaw.
And then forget about even being tanky. It also seemed like no one was able to do damage. Every single time, even if a chrono wasn't perfect, KP, it seemed like, oh, okay, Tundra, now it's their turn to return fire. They would just like tap them and be like, please leave.
I think it's a combination of 2 things. One is, if I'm playing the Tide in that game, there's not really a good team item that I can build. Like Pipe, not really good. There's like a Timbersaw. Greaves, I don't really want to get it. So on GG, the Brood is getting all these team items, so the team fight is already naturally going to be in GG's favor in that sense. And also the fact that this was a 5-pick Timbersaw, right? But I feel like it wasn't sufficiently countered. They picked like the Snap and the Pugna for it, but the other 3 heroes don't really counter it, like the Sven and the Tide. And also we never really saw a Kisses kill on the Timbersaw this game. And the one time they did kill a Timbersaw, it wasn't even with the Kisses. So I think they really need to be really nerdy about countering the hero if they want to play against it.
I mean, I feel like the Snapfire's lane, number 1, like when he dove and he didn't get the kill, that was really bad. Like he used all his mana and then he missed like a creep wave that resulted in like Quinn getting a really good trade. And I feel like I also didn't really like the itemization of Snap. I feel like when you are playing against like Timber, I can kind of see like X maybe like working. Like I see only like Chris Luck actually doing that build. Like you have like Tiny, you have Tide. I feel like there's a lot of potential if you get an early X. You can actually try to burst the Timber that way. Because most of the Timbers, they don't really get any magic resist item early. They're just getting their greedy core items. So they're very vulnerable to that heavy magic damage that you're picking the Snap, right, to counter the Timber. So that I feel like has to happen once or twice in the early game to make it worth it.
I think also, sure, that we have Kisses, but there wasn't really like a long lockdown for the Kisses. So sometimes teams will maybe pick like a Clockwork, something like that, which is not like doesn't reliably counter him from timbering away, like chaining away, but it's like something that you can use with the Snap Kisses to like kind of reliably killing.
Yeah, they had individual stunts, but even Tundra looked a little bit shaky on the execution. There was that one situation where Dyrachyo was caught out, and then they kind of stacked the Stormhammer and the Ravage, and then misplaced the Meteor Hammer, which is rare execution mistakes from Tundra, who's a team who's historically very, very clean. But they fall in a game number 1. Gaimin, on the other hand, they're celebrating, and I'm sure they were celebrating in the game as well. Let's do a mic check on them.
Pugna has ult, Carrefour has ult. I'm coming though, we can dive together. We can
Kill the Pugna, kill the Pugna.
Kill
I
this
got him,
guy
I
as
got him,
well.
I got him.
Guys, for the snap.
Yeah, we're coming down.
running.
I have a Chalkerman one.
I have Mick. We don't go high ground?
Yeah,
I need to know so I don't
really
waste
hard,
my
it's
time.
really hard.
Okay, then I just go catch.
Yeah, it's good.
If I know we're not going, then I can do whatever the fuck I want. I get my big
jump for who?
I can hold.
Timber. Just run
Running out.
I have bots in 5.
They're going top.
Running?
I died. I'm okay.
I'm
Up
TP.
Ravage. One chrono?
No, not
Just
yet.
chill a bit,
They use
guys. Wait
Ravage,
for us.
they use
Up
Sven.
Ravage.
Wait for us.
They have to run.
Keeping outposts.
Maybe I reach.
I really want to catch people. Ah, so fucking close.
One Timber.
I come
I'm gonna 5-man chrono.
Oh, less
Sven.
not a Sven probably.
My man knew what he was capable of. I'm gonna get a 5-man chrono, instantly makes it happen. And that last faceless void pick ends up being very, very fortuitous. But it's the first picks that always seem to be on the mind. And it was the first pick Timber saw this game, Fear, and Tundra seemed to have a response already locked and loaded, but I'm not very satisfied with it.
I don't think Tundra is either. You first picked the Timber, we know it's a big hero, and in the end, he ended up going 19-2, and I was really confused when they picked Tiny, especially against the Timber as well. It was Pugna Tiny, then they went into Tide, then they went to Sven, more strength heroes, and the Tiny ended up going like 1-12 in this game, and Quinn, 19-2 with 41,000 hero damage. They're going to have to try something new, because that experimentation was definitely a failure.
Especially for revealing 2 cores. It was Timbersaw and Broodmother, and you'd think you'd have all the tools at your arsenal to be able to deal with that, but whatever Tundra came up with just fell short.
Yeah, I think going into next game, I'm not sure who has priority, but if I was Tundra, I think I would pick the first pick. Because actually the Timber mid was actually originated from Tundra. Like 9 played it like a lot.
Yeah.
So I think they are also like really comfortable on the hero, so I think they should try and like snatch it on the 5 pick next game.
Which is different than what I feel like I've been seeing for the majority of the rest of the tournament, where it was just the tale of carries. When it was, do I see Medusa? Do I see Naga? Do I see Morphling at the beginning? Not so much the case in this series, it seems.
Yeah, Timber is not a carry, but he can definitely carry the game for you. Like, that hero needs to be answered. You can't just let the enemy have it and have nothing to deal with it.
I think, for me, like really like hard counters would be like something like SF. I think some teams have played it mid against Timbersaw and have like completely owned it. Like Bat Rider, I think is like a soft counter, not like a really hard one. And yeah, those are like the only ones that come into mind so far.
All right, well, let's see what Tundra come up with. Meanwhile, I know Gaimin was talking about the AC in there. They must be feeling pretty cool. I'm feeling pretty cool also because I'm wearing this linen shirt. Fear, guess where this shirt is from?
Where is it from?
It's from H&M.
Wow.
Specifically, it's from their summer collection, as H&M are the proud fashion partner for the Bali Major. So be sure to check that out if you want to be as relaxed in this hot weather as I am. Thank you, KP. I appreciate the chuckle. Meanwhile, if you want to watch the Dota, let's get ready for game number 2 after the break. It's game number 2 time, everybody, between a Tundra and a Gaimin Gladiators, where if you're a European and you're just now waking up, you're like, wait, we're already done with 2.5 series? It's been a quick day here at the Bali Major, which is a pretty dramatic shift from how it's been for all the other playoffs. It's been a ton of 3-game series, which Tundra has been the only team involved in the 2-0s. One of them mattered, one of them did not matter. And if this game is to be another 2-0, they are not going to be happy because it's not going their way. However, if it's going to be like the rest of the Bali Major, it's probably going to go 3 games. Oh wait, no. We have a new 2-0. I forgot.
Quest.
I keep assuming that LGD won that game.
Maybe they should have, but
Maybe
they did not.
They really should have. Okay, never mind. The Tundra 2-0 theory is out the window now.
Yeah.
Okay, well then...
You should just rolled with it, you know?
I'll commit.
And look dumb.
There's been nothing but 2-0s. I have not witnessed anything to the contrary from Tundra.
Or we can spin it this way.
Okay.
The 2-0 train has begun. You know, Quest, they got the first 2-0 after a long break of not getting too many 2-0s from the upper bracket, and now I want to see Game 3 though, so I don't know where I'm going with this.
Yeah, between these two teams, I am also hoping for a Game 3. And KP, like we mentioned, first phases are going to be on the mind, and what I alluded to earlier is that Enigma was a high priority, and it's still a high priority.
Oh, interesting. GG are still first pick.
Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, you think they took a map side preference?
So I do have like stats on this at this event.
For first pick, second pick?
Yeah, I mean the TLDR is basically Dire wins more and second pick wins more.
Okay.
Currently.
A significant difference?
And second pick is significantly higher than first pick win rate.
Ooh.
It's like a 7% difference.
Okay.
Interesting. It's always like really interesting how like meta develops in a tournament, right? Because I'd say before the tournament starts, GG will probably first pick the ENG.
Yep.
Because it's their go-to hero. But seeing how the tournament develops, they're like, oh, Brood is actually OP, guys. We're just gonna pick it. And then especially like the item builds, right? Like used to be like Harpoon, BKB. Now all these Broods are going team items, and they like figure out like that's actually like the best build like for this.
I mean, would you say it's okay some games to get the carry build with the Echo Saber?
Yeah, I think so. Like
you just need to understand what kind of games you're put in.
I think also depends on whether you have a support hero that can go team items. Like conventionally, like techies, if you have a techies on your team, that hero can go like Greaves or Pipe, because that hero was always like really rich and he can like shove waves and farm a lot. So really depends on his support. So like last game he had a Rubik, so you don't really see Rubiks going like team items. So I think it made sense for him to get it.
Yeah, those Rubik players, greedy, last meeting with Faithful. You think they want to buy some team items?
Rubik plays, man. SMH.
Tofu would. He's like the 1-4 player that I think is very selfless. But Tundra has spent a lot of time.
Yeah, they burned a minute of reserve in phase 1.
Yeah. I mean, it's for Gaimin Gladiators. They picked Brood first pick, and last game, the best answer that Tundra could come up with was the Sven. So they're like, you know, if their best answer to Brood is Sven, maybe we can just first pick this hero, and they're going to be in a world of trouble. And judging how this draft is going, how much reserve time they're using, they may not be wrong.
Yeah. And I proposed it last time, but I will say that even though it's most likely an ace Broodmother, Duraccio has kind of been practicing it. I looked at his pro tracker. He's played a handful of Broodmother games recently. And if you're putting it first phase, then, and literally first pick, then maybe they're just leaving it out there for Tundra to be like, we don't know where this Broodmother might be going for sure.
Yeah. I think it's similar to how Tundra does their Enigma and Visage.
Yeah.
It's like also like flexible.
Exactly. But they get their Bloodseeker right away in the first phase, which was one of the answers that was banned out, because last time Gaimin got their Broodmother on 8, and then proceeded to ban out a bunch of Broodmother counters. This time, Skitter will be pretty happy on the Bloodseeker.
And so I wonder what Gaimin's going to go here as their 8th pick. They've been not really prioritizing Queen's hero early. Like they were doing that a lot during Dream League, where they just pick Queen's Ember Spirit, his Queen of Pain, whatever, and they just pick it early. But right now they're totally different in terms of like a pick priority. He's always getting like the later picks. And there we see their Enchantress again. Something that's really, really strong against like the Bloodseeker in the lane, because when you're playing against Bloodseeker, I feel it's always nice to have supports that can really kill him right away when you get a good creep. You don't want to just be harassing him the lane and he's just getting trades, he's healing from blast hitting. So Enchantress is very good at dealing with that.
I definitely feel like if you look at Gaimin's
Tundra
lineup,
Esports
this looks very
turn to
scary.
ban.
When you kind of look at Tundra's lineup, not so much yet, right?
Yeah,
and
it feels like they don't know what to do.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they talked about on the broadcast a little bit. Tundra was kind of like the aura team at TI, and that's kind of why they won TI as well. And I think that torch was passed to Game, and now they're like the new aura team.
Exactly.
And it's a lot of reasons why they're being successful. So giving them heroes like ENG, Brood, and not playing that same game against them is a trap I feel like a lot of teams fall into while playing against Gaming Gladiators. Like you try to beat their style instead of mirror their style. And not many are successful in doing that. And Tundra, they should be a team that couldn't compete with them with these type of heroes to play against it, but they're opting not to.
It's also one reason why Timbersaw is like popular, because there's no aura item that can actually deal with this guy. Besides BKB, but that's not an aura item.
And that item was severely nerfed too in this patch.
Yeah, for the longest time, I theorized that, especially with Morphling being popular and Timbersaw being popular, that Shiva's Guard would get a rise to prominence, but not the case.
Yeah, I don't know why that item's actually like so dead.
Yeah.
Like on paper, it looks alright, right?
That's what I thought.
I mean, aren't there just better items to buy? Like that's why Shiva's is like underwhelming.
Like if you want an armor item, it's usually like Lotus.
Turn to ban.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a bit too expensive. Kind of awkward to get early on.
It is very awkward, and no one really likes like having to go for the build-up as well.
Yeah,
It's
the
very
intelligence is usually like useless in the heroes that buy it. Yeah.
It's like why you normally wouldn't get it early hexy. They're just your first couple items are just so important that you need to be able to. They have to do something for you in the game. And just buying an early plate mill and saving for the Mystic Staff is generally.
I mean,
not
sometimes
viable.
when you're talking about the early hex, I would rather get a Midas and see how the game goes. Like if you're buying an Ultima, why not just buy a Midas and see how the game goes? Maybe you can. Maybe you can change your mind.
Actually, last game we were talking a lot about the Timbersaw, but in fact, I think Celery played really, really well in the bat. Like he was actually the reason why a lot of kills were like set up, and there were a lot of times where 9 actually like cookied, and then like mid cookie he napalmed back. Like I feel like he must have like practiced it or something like that. Yeah.
And he was doing that a lot with the techies too in previous
yeah.
games. Like he's just really good at
Yeah,
like
he's just really good at-
abusing the flame break and the firefly, like how well he's playing in the lane.
Can really tell he's like really experienced with the hero.
KP, I love it when a little bit of your Australian leaks out. You gave me a no, yeah? Gaimin roll up with a Lion in this second phase, so their support duo is one we don't see particularly frequently, Enchantress Lion.
I mean, they pick Lion a lot during Dream League, like as a replacement to Sky when Sky is banned. But right now there's Sky, but they still choose to opt to go for Lion. Like the main difference is the catch factor, right? You have the Hex and the stun. And if you're looking at the overall lineup, they are really lacking in terms of disable. And the burst is also very, very good against the Bloodseeker.
10 seconds.
Like not a lot of support players like to play this hero. Like his laning is actually much better right now.
Yeah. Well, who was it? Was it like
Kaka? Kaka was the one.
Kaka's the signature, but
Yeah.
he hasn't been playing recently. But there was another Lion spammer. Was it
Ninja
on
Boogie?
PG? Nah. I feel like
Is
it
it
may have been on
Boboka?
PG, but I don't
No.
remember.
Wait, you guys talking about the
Matthew?
major?
Yeah.
I mean, Matthew's.
Oh yeah, Matthew. Oh yeah,
He
yeah,
was
right.
Matthew.
You're right. Yeah, Matthew.
Yeah.
There's not that many out there, but there's small village of line spammers out there.
And they pair it up with a Jug.
Which is a classic Bloodseeker counter.
This hero is... The build has changed a lot, right? It used to be like the Maelstrom and the spin. It would be pretty early timing. In the earlier series as well, I was watching this Juggernaut play, and it feels like it's very much a late game carry now. You're playing for like that level 20 talent with the Blade Dance to just get a Battle Fury, just hit creeps. Gaimin likes to play a bit faster, so I'm hoping they don't fall into this trap of, you know, Dirachi was just AFK farming while Gaimin wants to play fast, trying to get to that level 20 talent, and he participates a little bit earlier.
I think against Tundra's lineup, you're not going to be able to sit around and farm.
I mean, who's the core?
9 is the only Spirit Breaker player this tournament on Tundra. Saksa, AUI, nor Snaking have played it yet.
So the mid Spirit Breaker, I presume, the main idea is you are trying to get an early levels and deal with the Brood. I would assume that's the plan here, because you want to have a hero that can repeatedly hunt and kill the Brood. Spirit Breaker is definitely one of the best heroes to do that. And you're fairly useful against the Juggernaut. Later in the game, you can disable him through his spin.
And 9 is the type of player that he's like the opposite of Quinn in many ways. 9 wants to play like a new hero every game.
Yeah.
Or Quinn would, like, if you let him have it, he'll just play the same hero every single game. But his options are going to be a little limited here on what he can play against this Breaker mid, but I'm sure he's got something in store. I mean, he could play like
those players are scary. Like the players who don't care about playing whatever, like their coach tells them to. Like you can play the same hero like 20 games in a row, and they'll be okay with it.
Yeah.
Those players are like scary.
I mean, Quinn wants to play those heroes every single. He doesn't even get told. He'll go into his pubs and just play it right after this match. But what is good for Spirit Breaker mid? Like some Queen of Pain or something? Invoker used to be good. That hero's kind of dead.
Puck?
There's something that can punish him in the laning stages. Probably a ranged hero that's going to continuously right-click him, I would imagine. He played the TA not too long ago, too. I can't imagine Spirit Breaker is good versus TA.
I could say, hypothetically, they could go Queen of Pain, just in case they swap this Bat Rider around and they want to send Bat mid.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point.
Too, yeah.
You need to be able to lane against both these heroes.
So the thing with Brood is, when I play Brood, I really want like a Spirit Hero mid, but in this game, Spirit Heroes are not really good against Bloodseeker, especially since Storm's already banned. So there's only like Void Spirit left, but it's not really good against the Blood.
What would a Spirit Hero offer that a Queen of Pain would do differently?
It's kind of hard for Queen of Pain to like kill heroes, like to make tempo for the team.
Well, there's only Void Spirit left of the spirits.
I mean, how about Snap mid? Like, don't you feel like if you're playing Brood, you would like a hero that can rotate to your lane? Like, presumably when you're playing Brood, you're gonna get ganked. You want a hero that can help you right away.
Just any hero that can make tempo with the supports. Because the Brood and the Jug, they're both not really gonna move around the map.
And there's they could just last pick 9 cereals too. It could just be Breaker, Bat in the off lane.
Yeah.
So
I was thinking
Gaimin
about
doesn't
that
really
as well.
know.
Yeah.
But if that was the case, do you guys think it's more likely offlane Bat or offlane Barra?
Offlane Barra, I guess, because you're playing against a Jug.
33 Bat, I think.
Oh, 33. Oh yeah, you're right. But doesn't Bat have like a worse lane matchup against Jug compared to the Barra?
I don't think it's good either, but they'd have to...
You can just do some cutting and stuff.
Yeah. That would only be if Quinn picks something here that they feel like Bat and Breaker can't answer, and they need something else. I think that'd be the only time they do that. And I think Quinn knows his matchup mid is pretty much in the air, so he's just going to pick something that can do well against just about anything. Wind Ranger doesn't really lose any lanes.
Just a solid all-rounder pick.
But now 9 gets his pick of the litter. What's the best choice? Does he take one of the heroes already drafted?
Oh, really going hipster mode now.
It's an uncontested hero. This is the first time Arc Warden has been picked or banned all Bali.
Who can explain to me what this hero even does?
Yeah, why is he?
Well, he's on Radiant.
Yeah,
so most of what you know about him is still accurate.
Oh, okay.
But whenever he hits his ultimate, things change a little bit.
The Dire one is stronger, in my opinion.
So I've heard differing opinions, specifically from Gunner, about one stronger in lane and one is stronger in teamfight.
Yep.
And so I hear that Dire Arc Warden is stronger in lane.
Yep, in all the other games. Because the third spell, the Remnant thing, it activates like really quickly.
Yeah, so you can easily last hit with it.
Yeah.
Your bubble will do magic damage, which I guess could also help early game. But then the problem is that whenever you want a team fight, you got to commit your main hero because you want to do damage.
Yep.
Yeah, but I'd imagine his weakness is still the same in the early game. Like, he's very susceptible to ganks, and you're playing against an Ench and Wind Ranger, which could easily pressure you a lot. And if Brood gets a good game from the offlane, he's going to run around with the webs and pressure you as well. But I find it like, it looks like a really tough Arc Warden game. So I don't really feel like the hero can do a lot this game.
Looking at the heroes, it's not a great Arc Warden game, to be honest.
You guys ain't 9.
No,
9 saw everything on the field.
I mean, we ate.
I feel like Tundra's just moving too far away from what they won TI with. And
you mean Wraith Pact?
Exactly. The auras grouping up, playing around timings, and now they're just playing some Puff Dota.
If there's one thing I'm surprised is why 33 is not playing much Brood, because that's his hero, right?
That's true.
Yeah, I'm actually genuinely curious.
Is it too obvious, maybe? Because that's why the Enigma seemed like a little bit of a pivot. Like, yeah, you know my Brood, but my Enigma's a little bit different.
Maybe.
But in this situation, he is playing the Bat as suspected. Not too much of a Spirit Breaker. And instead, we're going to be treated to an Arc Warden performance. I don't really know what to expect out of the hero, but I have high expectations for Tundra anytime I see them, especially in a winner's bracket final. Let's get into game number 2 with our casters.
That's right, we get a chance to see Arc Warden on the main stage in this Game 2 of Tundra versus Gaimin Gladiators. And it's been a while since 9 has played the old Arc Warden. 6 months, in fact, which would put him before the patch. Big patch that changed Arc Warden and gave us this Radiant versus Dire variant that we have.
That nobody understands at all.
Well,
That's
we
the greatest
understand.
strength
We
of
got a
picking it.
chance to cast enough Arc Warden by
Yes, that
now.
is true. I think this hero for me is still designed around abusing the Manta in the bubble and like double Gleipnir. I think those are your 2 paths to victory with this hero. You can also throw Midas in there somewhere if you're having a really good game. But in general, that's how you're going to win fights and make your teamfight presence known. That's how I kind of view the hero. It's a hero that, okay, you can do all this rat on the maps, shenanigans, you can control waves, you can contribute to pickoffs later with 5 or 6 items. But you pick this hero to abuse one of those 2 things in the early fights, in the early 5-on-5s, and just hit an insane damage power spike that the enemy can't deal with. So I fully expect that from 9. I think it's Midas, probably into Manta or Gleipnir, maybe both at a certain point. I think it could be a good game for either. The issue is I do think it's kind of a bad Arc Warden on paper. I think Brood has a good matchup versus hero.
Yeah.
At least, I mean, maybe new Arc Warden, who the hell knows, but in general, Brood has had a very good matchup. Skeeter is...
He's going to take a lot of damage with the Blood Grenade, slowing him down. He levels up the Thirst, so you're not going to get much movement speed out of that, my friend. It'll be first blood for Tofu.
Man, Silken Bowl is just so good in these rundown scenarios.
Yeah.
You catch someone in the open and just give away a freebie. It will go to Tofu, but does not go to the Brood at least. I think Aoi is also going to take a crap ton here on TP's out.
Yeah, TP's away, almost dead off of that damage.
Yeah, this already feels terrible for Tundra down here. Anyway, what I was saying is I think Brood is a good matchup for Zero because it's a summons-based hero that doesn't really care about the race, and you just run on top of him like a BKB Harpoon, or if you go the pipe build, both are good.
Sure. Yeah.
Juggernaut is a really old-school counter to Arc Warden because Healing Ward owns the poke of that hero. You have spell immunity in Blade Fury, and you can just get like Swift Blink later and jump on him in Omni Slash. So I think Gaimin have answers to the Arc Warden here if it goes late even.
And I would imagine the Wind Ranger is pretty good because part of the build you're talking about where the Dire side Arc Warden is able to give you magic damage when you're in the bubble. That's where the Manta comes in. The illusions also throw out that magic damage. It's like a really potent combo, but if you just can't hit the target you're going for, a la Wind Run, then feel like that hero is going to be a pretty good matchup too.
I think most of Wind Ranger kit is nice versus Arc Warden, except the fact this hero can get double Nullifier or double Hex. And at that point, it becomes very weird what happens in that matchup. Also, the bubble evasion can be weird for Wind Ranger. It forces her to gap close, and then you're gap closing into like double Hex or double Nullifier. So then you want a BKB as well. It can be a lot of net worth on the Wind Ranger to make this matchup work. And at that point, you're kind of just playing late game Wind Ranger where, I mean, if you have 5 slots on Wind Ranger, generally Zero doesn't care about almost anything.
Sure, yeah.
It just becomes crazy late game Wind Ranger.
Yeah, Wind Ranger, okay, so definitely not good offensively, but defensively with the Wind Run.
I think in the early mid-game,
yeah,
the Wind Ranger can be very offensive versus the Arc, and it's favorable.
Yeah.
Then I think it switches to the Arc Warden, and then who the hell knows. So we'll see what how fast he gets online this game, how much you can make use of the early Midas Rush. When do you get that online is also a big deal. You have solo mid XP, so you should get the levels here. I don't think the match will be that bad for you. And maybe this game will just become too chaotic for Gaimin to know what the hell is going on, and they'll hit themselves in confusion.
That did seem to be the Tundra game plan for Game 1.
In some ways, it's the games I've seen Tundra win at this tournament are those types of games.
Yeah.
Where at some point you're just like, what the hell is going on in this game? And then you just lose.
Well, part of that has been Tundra being able to outscale their opponents, even when we're not sure that they actually will. And this is another matchup where I'm pretty certain they've got the better late game on Gaimin Gladiators, thanks to having a Juggernaut.
It looks like a pretty damn good Juggernaut game.
Yeah.
Let's see if this core Bat Rider can also create some tempo. We haven't seen this hero in the core role too much, predominantly been a support. So if 33 can get a fast start, become really tanky on the offlane bat with like the Vanguard and the maybe Boots of Travel if he's having a really good game, then maybe the map pressure just becomes way too overwhelming here. And you can just start picking heroes off on Gaimin. I feel like that's what this lineup is designed to do on Tundra, more than the team fight. It's about the pick off on the map with the Breaker, the Bat Rider, the Bloodseeker contributing a Rusher and Rupture, and then Arc Warden coming in with the Illusion later. That part is terrible.
Trying to pull over and over again, but Celery is now level 3, so he's going to be able to take that Hellbear for himself and turn it right back around on 33. The Healing Ward staying alive, keeping Celery up, keeping Dyrachyo a little bit alive as well. Bit of a clash here, but thanks to the Healing Ward, Gaimin Gladiator should be okay.
It's a big creep to fight back against if you're Tundra. Very hard timing to deal with. And glad that he had that Lotus and an extra salve to pump through the window, be able to block another small camp here. Healing Ward is going to be an issue for Tundra the whole game. It's a really good Healing Ward game. As Tofu will give that First Blood net worth back a bit. Nice little pickup by AUI on the rune.
Yeah, it does cost 9, maybe a couple of CS here, but well worth it. Thanks AUI, I'm sure, for his service. Charge, he gets a bash off here, not even needed. Final head comes in from 33 to secure it. Trying to go for the courier as well. That was pretty bold. 33 almost dies for that bit. Unfortunately,
could have had it, but that was too deadly to man up first. He'll regen up here. Well, Tundra finding a little bit back into this early game that started out rough. Especially good for Skeeter down here because he gets all the thirst benefit.
That is true. Yeah, this constant fighting means Skeeter is just buffed up to hell.
He's getting yoked at the gym right now, healing up, having a pretty good lane here. Especially considering the First Blood gold went into the Lion's hands, so that was basically free boots for him. A godsend on this hero.
Another just casual blood grenade thrown out. No chance of a charge.
Skeeter.
Blast off coming through, but Ace pushes forward to be able to dodge it here. And the final bit of damage will not come. So the Broodmother's going to take some damage on the way out thanks to the tower. And Skeeter is zooming around. We'll see whether or not he can get any CS to heal himself up.
He's so damn fast. The boots just came in. He's 530 on this lane. Healing Ward is not doing enough top. I can tell you the trading Tundra had gotten out of this is very favorable. And they're going to send Snaking through the gate. So they want to try and capitalize on the fact that Skeeter can heal up here and maybe Gaimin wanted to try and go on him. But wisely, Gaimin read the move and backed up.
They also have a play for guarding the Lotuses here.
Extra value.
They thought Gaimin Gladiators would push forward for.
It's this really deep lane ops top that's helping Gaimin read these moves.
Yeah.
These side lane wards early on in the game sometimes prove invaluable. Shield rune will get defended here.
And Tofu really putting on his body on the line for this one. He's going to be hit by the blast off. AUI should be able to secure this, but Nine's going to be in trouble as Quinn looking to chase him down. He does manage to get level 6, but the kill happens before Quinn gets taken down by Snaking.
Literally the last right click before that stun came through.
Yeah.
Nine's like, Snake, man, pick up the pace, please.
Look at 33, man. Doing a deep lane pull. Celery's not going to let him get away with it so easily, though. Back Tofu, his death just provides an opportunity for more rotations.
He should die here, though.
It's going to be kind of close. He's out of Firefly, and now he's kind of stuck. He commits to the creep, doesn't want to miss out on the flag bearer. It's worth too much.
Yeah, I think maybe you can go for TP there, but I think he doesn't want to risk it. I'd rather just die and come back. Man, this is the downside for all the support action Tundra's got. Their Bat Riders in 1v2. They will get both Wisdom runes.
Yep, that's going to be pretty damn nice.
So Tundra's getting a lot more going for their supports this time around than last time, as the Lion tends to be a greedier on the lanes and is going to be really level starved now. So that part works out well for Tundra. The Bat Rider getting sacked, though, is something that they're going to just have to bite the bullet on. And it also means that Gaimin's cores are having a feeding frenzy out here. All 3 of the top networks in this game belong to them. They're feeling it. Shield rune on Quinn, time to push the action.
9, let's see what he could do with his Arc Warden to try and defend Snaking. It doesn't last long, that defense, but maybe he can get a return kill here. Quinn doesn't have a TP. The rotations, they can keep on poking him with these spirits and slow him down, but the win run will eventually allow him to break free. Nobody's rotating back from the other side.
This is where the matchup is good for Arc Warden. If the Arc Warden's not the one getting run down with the Focus Fire, the turnaround potential on the Wind Ranger is pretty damn good. Something 9 can play for. However, the power runes continue to go into Quinn's hands. A double damage after a shield rune. Can't really get anything better here.
Not sure what 33 was doing there, but he has somehow managed to clump up a double creep wave, which may or may not be good, because this may be an opportunity for Gaimin Gladiators just to hit the tower with some heavy damage.
Yeah, Daracho can just push this. He has ult up. He has healing ward to keep the creep wave, and of course you have an Enchantress lineup. Celery's gonna go bottom. I actually think that was an opportunity to just push the tower. I don't think Tundra could have that easily defended it, especially with no teleport on 9 right now. I think his 33 is not even getting these waves. He's just giving them to Snay, making this lane super chaotic.
Managed to slip past Celery there somehow.
Yeah, these side lanes are getting really weird for both teams.
It's a Tundra game. It's bound to get weird.
It's absolutely true, as 33 has been found in the corner of the map.
Again. Dude, man cannot get his Vanguard.
I don't
He
know
even
if
got
did
no
anything.
Vanguard at this point.
Yeah, what does it even do? I guess you have to. It just feels terrible.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to need a Crimson Guard eventually at some point, so... Ace battling through the Rupture Blood Rites. The power of that lifesteal. Doesn't have to move.
The best move is no move.
I guess so.
Just sit there. The ultimate counter.
Man, this is getting a little rough for Tundra.
Ooh, they found Quinn though. Window's down.
It's a very big kill. He's got a very big magic wand, 15 charges. That might keep him alive. All these slows.
Last Wraith.
Oh, they hug him, and he's gonna be okay.
All of that early laning factoring in here for Quinn as he has Treads, Wand, Bracer, Double Crown, 1400 HP on the max win run. Everything pays off, and Dodge is giving his life away. Would have been a huge pickup for Tundra. Instead, they're just left with an empty mana Arc Warden. 9 does finish his Midas, but the rest of this game is just nothing is going on for Tundra. You have a sacked off-lane Batrider and a 1v2 who went Vanguard. You have a Bloodseeker was forced off the lane bottom by a Brood, and every time he ruptures him, just stares him down. And you're going to start losing some tier 1s off this, unless your Arc Warden has enough resources to help you defend. Looks rough. And then you're probably going to be behind in the 5v5 Aura battle, because there's a healing ward on Gaming side. And I guess Ace is going to go right-click here, so he's actually not going to go the Auras. Maybe they feel like the healing ward is just enough.
I find that surprising given the fact you have like 2 other killer right-clicking heroes, and you've got the harder carry in Chugger.
I think Pipe really just decimates Tundra's lineup, right? What does Tundra do versus early Pipe in this game?
100% agreed.
Maybe they feel like they want more scale versus the Arc Warden if this game gets weird. That will definitely be nice going to that late game with like Harpoon, BKB Brood with the Shard. You just run the Arc Warden down. Maybe they just want to secure late game. They don't feel like they need to push the tempo too fast here.
I mean, it is a pretty good like carry type Broodmother game, right? Because he can challenge the Bloodseeker and he can get on top of the Arc Warden.
I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with this. Maybe they just don't think they're as far ahead as they actually are either.
Yeah,
they're up 4K in 11 minutes. Lanes have not gone well for Tundra at all, and the Midas Arc Warden.
The real Arc Warden. Just gonna go up to this high ground, try and bring him down with a Focus Fire. Snaking will create some space, but boy, those spiders quickly overwhelming 9. They're gonna go for Snaking. They'll get him too.
This is looking like a classic Gaming route here. Just off the Ace Brood, that there are no good answers for him at this part of the game. There's no real good spider clear. This dual offlane for Tundra, it's meant to be picking people off on the map. You're not going to have a map to go looking for the pickoffs in about 5 minutes here. And your tier 1s are going to disappear, and the hunt is going to be on. Maybe the hunt is already on.
Yeah, at this point, the hunt is on, and Tundra are going to have to just find their little hiding holes. It is looking miserable for 33 out here. Snaking, he doesn't have much to work with. Darachio's been totally unchallenged, and he's even been willing to leave lane. Like in that last fight, he was running to the triangle. Wasn't required at all, but he's got his Battle Fury complete. He's going to be massive.
They're going to take the last tier 1. Ace rotating to all 3 lanes, making his presence felt. Echo Saber coming out. Scale is only going to increase from here. They're going to 33 in deep, try and take this fight.
It's going to be a bold move.
Get Omni Slash?
Right, immediately. Omni Slash. Fortunately, the creep wave did come in. They're not going to be able to chase him down, but Snake King, he had his bulldoze immediately purged out by Celery with the enchant. Something that they're going to have to think about for this whole game.
And again, Rupture comes out, and the counter is, you just sit there.
Yeah, because Tundra isn't strong enough to actually force a fight around that Rupture.
I mean, I feel like the only damage coming out of this lineup is Arc Ward.
Yes.
And that's a tough position for 9 because he's the one who's lost all his tier 1s here at a rapid pace and needs more items. This is not a hero that fights super early with the Midas build. Just way too much pressure on this Arc Warden right now.
And the catch continues now with the Rod of Atos on Quinn.
This is getting out of control. You have lost all your Ancients. You're probably going to lose Wisdom Runes here. You do not have much space to operate in.
You know, this has actually been the major that Gaimin Gladiators has lost the most games. They've actually lost more games here than they lost at Lima or Berlin combined. And
yeah, that's like 4.
Yeah.
You know what? That's not even...
But this may be what the most dominant upper bracket final performance that we're going to see from them.
It very well might be. I mean, I guess they got through the major, right? Now it's just back to European DPC. So
that is 100% true.
Now there's no more pressure.
Which they don't ever win that, but you know.
Yeah, but it's Western DPC, European DPC on land.
That's the difference right there.
You know, they step up, others fall a little short, and the pressure's on. They've delivered all year. And tier 2 already gone.
Yeah, well, we were just talking about, oh, that's going to be the last tier 1 tower. Now they've taken 2 tier 2s in this space.
Just going high ground with the rally on the Spiderlings. There's so much damage. You're going to have to cliff this. Oh, this is absolutely out of control. I don't think they're going to stop either, because what are they afraid of here?
And this is pretty gross that he's got the rally with the spiders once again. You've seen Celery do this a couple of times with Ace. The bang, Mirage, they're going to go for the kill. They got the Chainstone with the lasso pullback. Finally, something Tundra has something to work with here.
Yeah, maybe you should have been afraid of this high ground. See if Tundra can get anything else off this.
Nice lined up stun from Tofu, but he'll still die. So 1 for 2 exchange, a massive turnaround in momentum there for Tundra as Gaimin Gladiators once again a little bit too overzealous in their high ground pushing.
I think they felt super confident because of the rally and max healing ward already up. This is a 4-4-1 jug build. Kind of tells you what Gaimin thought of this game.
Sure.
But then I go back to why not just build the aura on the Brood like you've done all the other times.
Yeah.
If you have a Piper mech there, you save the jug, he gets Omni off, you might just win the game. We'll see if it comes back to bite Gaimin. I mean, they're still in an incredibly good position. I don't think there's anything wrong with Ace's items. Maybe that just is an unnecessary push there.
Yeah, probably.
It doesn't cost them too much. They get a glyph, they get half a tier 3, 2 tiers dudes down, 8k gold lead. They're pulling creeps from top with a wolf to Quinn.
It does now mean the Arc Warden is going to start getting amped up. Now we've got the Maelstroms, so he's got some real right-click damage going in. You can complete the Gleipnir, then you've got great team fight on top of that.
And what have we said about Tundra's entire tournament? It's the high ground defense, you know. It's the high ground defense. You got to already start playing for the. I mean, I don't know if you want to be playing for high ground defense in 15 minutes. That sounds a little early, but who's to stop you if you're confident in it? Arc Warden is up there with the best of all time, the most toxic of all time.
Yeah, there have been a number of crazy comebacks through Arc Warden high ground holds, or even holding the throne.
Oh, look at Tofu's pushing. It's perfect here.
Yep, gonna catch AUIs. He tried to set up some sort of trap there. And that'll be a final tier 2 that's going to die with nobody from Tundra willing to sit around this tower anymore. They're gonna push the other side of the map.
Celery's just continually dragging creep waves around this map with his Ench creep. So making Tundra feel their own pain here. The 2 can play this game AUI.
Yeah, a really good solution.
How do you like it?
When you want to group up, right?
Exactly. It just max efficiency here. He's going to drag another top. Oh, no, timed out. Never mind.
Well,
No, I like that. I like that idea. You know, it's like a little bit of a mental game.
Tofu is so patient. He's just sitting at top, waiting for heroes to show.
He doesn't have to do anything else. There's nowhere else for Tundra to go.
Yeah.
They're all in their base and farming a single ancient camp. His patience will eventually get rewarded, or you're just going to build a net worth lead here. Maybe bad individually for him if nobody eventually comes up here, but good for his team.
Yeah, I mean, what else does he need? He's already got the Blink Dagger, so.
Aghanims. The Lion Dream.
He does already have one finger charge.
And that's Gleipnir finished for the Wind Ranger here ahead of the Arc Warden.
When are we going to see Roshan?
I think Gaimin can do it whenever they want.
Yeah.
Tundra, maybe you want to try and fight right now? This Bat Blink? They have a charge on a Juggernaut. It's just so hard to make an aggressive move. You have very little vision to work around, too. There's one Radiant Obs that's like in the middle of all these trees, so it's not doing you much good. Very awkward. I mean, very cheeky ward.
Yeah.
Very awkward ward at the same time.
Never seen that word before.
That's definitely an AUI ward. It is an AUI ward. Look at that. That's such an AUI
click on that word. Click on that word so you can show how little it sees, but also like it's so hard to D-ward.
I mean, this is one of those words like when you're winning the game. Oh my god!
Yeah, it's part that they're right.
Genius.
It's the one that everybody plants, but it's also sees a lot more, so you know it gets C-warded.
But in a losing game, however, this is one of those words like, what is it doing for us?
Yeah, when the mid wave is like constantly pushed in past that point, probably not getting too much. They finally do take that Roshan, so Aegis picked up for Quinn.
You know what that is?
What is it?
That's the fact that AUI was the coach's team. And as a coach, he's probably telling his players all the time, like, yo, look at this cheeky ward spot. Yo, we should use this in a game. And they never use it.
Yeah,
he's salty
now
about
he's
it.
like, I'll show you guys.
Yeah, so he has his chance now. He's going to plant all the weird wards. Nobody can stop him.
Well, they do very efficiently blow up the Tormentor.
Little Taser Shard. An extra net worth to counteract that Aegis. It is interesting they gave Quinn this Aegis.
Posture check. Golem, get ye gone.
Did it work?
It did. Everyone sat up. Everyone's like, well, wait a minute. I don't want to be the guy with the bad posture. Yo, shout out to all of you lovely folks here in Bali coming out and experiencing some Dota live. Much love to all of you.
It's truly a different experience, you know? Certain players are LAN players, certain players are online players, you know? You have your...
Are you saying there are remote audiences and there are LAN audiences?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
No, all I'm saying is when the crowd is out, certain players thrive, others choke. That's what Dota's all about. You know, you have your Sumails that rise to the occasion on LAN. You have your Nigma Galaxies, which rise to the occasion on LAN. If they can get there.
If they can get there, yeah.
I don't know, what's the GOAT online team in Dota 2?
Dire's top tower.
Probably like NIP or something. I don't know. That's the first one that came to mind.
I mean, like, there was the...
little finger action.
Virtus Pro team. Tofu going to be bumped back with the Rupture, so he'll take a lot of damage for that one. Quinn, Shackle Shot is up, so we can stop this TP. Snake King will be left behind. So 2 supports for 1. I mean, honestly, when you're behind like this, is not the worst thing for Tundra. They're just trying to create space for more farm on 9.
Pretty much. I mean, this game is just about stalling until Arc Warden maybe wins it for you. But it's going to be a long road to that. So you're just going to keep split pushing, keep ratting, finding some little pickoffs. Second finger charge for Tofu. Maybe he's not too sad about that one. What I was going to say about this Aegis is when you give it to Quinn, it says Gaimin are not going to go high ground early. I think they feel like the high ground defense with the Arc Warden and the lasso pull is like, why try and do that again, right?
Yeah.
And so they're just going to farm up.
I already see AUI laying up like super defensive mines.
You know what?
So we're going to get some sort of lasso pull back into light near mine explosion that's going to be killing a core and stopping a high ground push.
Solo kill for Quinn.
That's a pretty nice one.
Just sends Sriracha back to base. Luckily, it's not too far away. No, that trip is short. First class ticket.
He's got 2 minutes left on that Aegis, so maybe we'll see another high ground attempt here.
Yeah, that's an opening. 30 seconds, no carry. You can at least get another
there's the bubble.
Potentially. That's your one bubble. He's got man up with the spiders. Man, they chunked this so fast, even with the Crimson Guard.
Crimson Guard helps slow it down a lot. The charge on through, doing some
yeah, but the Purge Hurricane.
Hurricane back in. As you said, the Purge, a nuisance for that Bulldoze Spirit Breaker.
That's your last bubble here. You still have a Glyph. You're going to use it. Skeeter back up. What can you make of this? You're going to have to find a Blink Lasso here. I don't think Gaimin are leaving with his Aegis.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. Break the Lincolns onto Ace. Try and get it back, but Tofu with the brilliant Hex slows down that pull. They still have the blast off the chain, and with it, the mines can explode. They'll get the kill. Skeeter's going to come in, but he takes so much damage he has to back away. Ace finally does die, but Skeeter had to go back to the fountain in order to try and fight again.
9 sacrifices his double for the healing ward. Tells you how annoying it's been, and another impale, another death.
Buybacks coming through now. Snake King going for Quinn. 45 seconds left on that Aegis, so they cannot overcommit on this hero.
He gets hit by that last Wraith. That's a successful high ground defense. It costs you a lot of net worth here. Buyback for AUI, a lot of deaths. You get a tier 3 out of it if you're gaming, and that was your Aegis expiring in 30 seconds here. So you're still very happy with that push. Snake King gonna get turned into a frog. And he's gonna have to go back to base.
Fun times. And fun times for us, because Gaimin Gladiators very likely gonna wait on next Roshan. Because if you Tundra are gonna play for a high ground defense that is this toxic, you cannot rush it.
No, you do not want to throw this game back into the Arc Warden's hands.
Yeah, frankly, they already did it kind of once in game 1 and already once in this game too, so.
High ground's been the trickiest part for gaming in this series. I do not blame them for playing this a lot more patient, just building up the items that are going to secure that for sure.
Yeah, tricky like a speed bump.
Well, nobody's beaten this team the entire year, so we have to put things in perspective, you know? It's like if you come out of the booth and you're like, hey guys, I took them to a game 3. What the hell else did anybody else do? That's a win.
Yeah, true.
Radiant are scanning.
Hey guys, it took them 45 minutes to win the game.
Yeah, everybody's lounging by the pool in Bali. How long did you last against Gaimin? Oh, we lasted like 55 minutes. Damn, you're good. You guys are good. AUI back to ratting the lanes as we wait for the next Roshan here.
Dire are scanning.
Smoke.
What hero can they, if you could choose AUI's hero to limit the amount of ratting he does in the game, what, like if you did some sort of like reverse captain's draft, what would you give him?
The reverse captain draft anti-rat hero for AUI 2000?
Yeah, because it seems like every hero that he plays is going to accomplish this. Oh, the Gleipnir catches him. And stopping the charge is all that's needed to get this kill on Snake King, as unfortunately for him, he gets his ward dewarded at the same time.
I don't know if that hero exists. I mean, if we're talking about wave cutting, it's probably like Bounty Hunter or something.
Oh, yeah.
You know how hard it is to cut a wave with Bounty Hunter? It's so slow.
It's true, but then he would just do a bunch of like careers.
Yes, that's why I didn't want to say Bounty.
You just do Matthew things.
I don't know, man. That's a tough question. I'll think about that one. Either way, he has
really fishing for impact moves now.
I mean, you got to be fishing in this game. This is stalled out. Tundra just not finding much on the map. At least Snake King has a Shadow Amulet, so
good for him.
You know, when the times get tough.
And he had bought a second part of his Shadow Blade, but we go back into live where Skeeter has just been fingered down.
It's an opening to find Ace, though.
Yeah, turns on his BKB, so even if you lasso him, you're not going to be doing very much damage. In fact, pulling him closer to 9 is very dangerous. Almost got that kill, but they do manage to finish off the Broodmother, thanks to AUI blasting in.
Wait, Dirachi just ran right past 9.
Yeah, I saw him on the map. I was like, where is he going? Nice Force Staff up to the high ground. That'll disjoint the Omni Slash.
Did he think that was the double or something? Was he just not looking? He just showed mercy. He just let him walk in. Nine's like, shh, if I don't talk, he won't notice me. I just walk past him back into my base.
Oh, that's weird.
That was a very strange interaction. But it gets the Arc Warden out. And they get a brood kill, so I guess that's a successful fight for Tundra?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gaimin continue to find the kills and lead into
It must be so painful to be staking this game. He just charges out to a lane, tries to kill it, and then immediately gets like focus fired, shot down, or omni slashed. Or...
Yeah, but I'm telling you, these are the games where snaking is the most PMA. Because the game is going so bad that something in his brain clicks. He's like, all right, I gotta be the ultimate PMA player in this game right now to keep the game going. But snaking's PMA, I don't know if it's changed, but when I played with him, it wasn't that inspiring.
It wasn't particular. Like, you didn't believe it, right?
No, nobody believed
he was never PMA in the first place.
I don't know if he knew that, but nobody believes it. I think he's a lot better now. He's definitely growing a lot as a player and captain. Winning TI will do that. Lasso,
they almost got the range
damage that helped.
And if they win this fight, it's going to be look good. Oh, 33! He still falls. That's going to be yet another finger charge for Tofu. Now Skeeter, who raced out of the base, immediately met by the brick wall. That is a shackle shot to a creep.
Just has no BKB. He went for this Manta into the Mjolnir build. He can't take advantage of the fact that these fights are powering up the Thirst because he can't run in. He just gets stunned, he gets kited. Just no room for the Bloodseeker to operate, and the push has come at last, even without that Roshan. Snaking will continue to try and create some space.
Yeah, bump him out of the bubble.
But the healing ward is going untouched right now.
Yep, because they just can't get close to it.
Switch slash for the double. Sends a message.
Tier 3 down, Gaimin Gladiators. It's looking like the first lane of barracks for them. As Tundra cannot afford an economic setback, so they're just going to hold on to their buybacks.
They're never going to financially recover from this.
Yeah, and Gaimin Gladiators can be investing for days. 20,000 net worth lead for them.
It's just the part in the game, in the part of the series where you tell each other, you know, at least we won TI, guys. At least we got that. P33
everybody pull up your banking app on your phone right now. Check your bank account. Remind yourself of the millions you won.
That's too much. That's too far. I don't know if you pull your bank account out in the middle of the game. Maybe you do it after, like when you shake hands, you know?
That's true. That's true. Yeah, the players officially are not supposed to have.
Yeah, you know, you're snaking, you go up to shake Quinn's hand. You know, oh, I dropped my phone. Oh, my banking app opened. No, sorry, Quinn. That was just an accident right there. I didn't mean to do that. And then at least you can hold your head high, you know?
Sure.
And you might meet him again in the finals. And then there's some intimidation factor. So if you can get anything out of here, maybe some mental games will help you down the road. Still, this is looking like a very difficult game to bring back, even with the high ground defense.
No, here's what you do. I got it. If you're snaking right now, you because you know he's gonna have Quinn on Steam Friend. He links him the esports winnings all time.
Oh, yeah.
He links him that page.
I mean, honestly, after this year, I don't know if Gaimin are that far behind.
That is true. They have been winning everything.
They won a lot of prize money this year, man.
Yeah, Dream Leagues were actually worth quite a bit, and they've gotten 2 majors under their belt. Possibly soon to be a third as they are going to the grand finals.
Oh my God, that blink!
Tofu blinked in?
What the hell?
All right, Gaimin Gladiators is just way too full of themselves at this point.
That is some cocky. That is some arrogance right there.
Maybe Tofu maybe it was a misclick.
It might have been a misclick. Honestly, I think he was just, you know, watch me style on these kids. I'm a dodge this Wraith. Just goes in. The rest of the team's like, yeah. Good luck with that. I'm going to keep farming here.
Then what, Tofu? Then
I mean, they do have Aegis. They have level 20 on the Jug. They have Cheese for Quinn. Double damage on him as well. I feel like they're pretty happy to take any fight. Smoke out from Tundra. Mjolnir done for Skeeter. You always have this Blink Lasso initiation. If they find Quinn, that's huge. They'll take Ace for sure, too.
Yeah,
but on both of these cores.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's really hard to get through the Lincoln
out
enough.
Does have Force Staff.
Ace, he responds. He gets off the BKB fast enough, 33. He already used his, did he attempt to go for...
blocked. I don't know what happened there.
Did he self-Force Staff or something? Either way, Quinn in with a BKB, double damage. He wants to take the fight, but he is going to be pushed back during his BKB. Now he's going to be hit by the Blood Right. He's actually a little bit low, but the rest of Gaimin Gladiators are in full fighting force here. And they're going to show up. Take down 3 of Tundra, get yet another finger charge as well.
I think Sunny just got botched that initiation because Lasso went on cooldown. He had Force Staff Lasso to break Lincoln's and Lasso. I think.
Yeah, and the Force Staff was also on cooldown. So what did he use the Force Staff on?
I have no idea. It must have been a misclick, maybe on himself, maybe on a creep that was overlapping a spiderling. So Slash to clear out these illusions. It'll be buybacks for Tundra to get put in already. Your lasso up in 10 seconds as they stack the Lincolns on the Aegis Juggernaut here and say good luck. What are you going to do about
fight
this?
through that. We've got our own bubble going on.
Well, Manta Arcward. So this is Manta and the Gleipnir timing. This is where the hero really starts to hurt. You do have the Lion Shard to help clear through some of these illusions, however. Pretty nice from Tofu. And they're going to find a lasso on the Lion.
Yeah, pull him back in, and Tofu is going to die for this one. Snake King will be traded out. Darachu is actually pretty damn low.
Yeah, he's just dying.
Thought about poking at him. Of course, he has the Aegis, no reason to commit, while Quinn, he goes in deep to be able to destroy 33's Bat Rider. That is going to be die back there. Darachu blinking in to die on the Aegis. He doesn't want to keep that alive anymore. Quinn stopping for the rupture here. They just cannot commit to get this kill on him while the Omni Slash chases down Skeeter.
Very deep.
Darachu in deep right next to the fountain. Still is able to just spin back to safety.
There's just no punish. Absolutely none as this Juggernaut with his blink has the gap close, has the damage, has the Ags, and then throw the Lincolns right back in. Ooh, these bubbles are not protecting you for long.
No, we can see the Tempest double gets demolished pretty quickly. It's now out. Final buildings left before Megas. Tundra
just gone.
Playing for the long game. Well, it's not much longer game than laying up against Mega Creeps like
so much for the high ground defense here. And they're just going to call it. They don't want to struggle anymore. As that is an incredibly dominant series here by Gaimin. Just made it look easy, man. Tundra, they've had their moments in this tournament. They've also been very hit or miss. Not nearly as consistent as Gaimin the whole year. And it shows here. This team has still been unbeaten at Majors as they get a third Grand Finals appearance in a row. Can anybody stop them?
Right now, it seems like definitely not Tundra. We'll see who comes through the lower bracket final. I mean, hell, they've already taken down Liquid enough times. They just demolished Tundra. Really, all that's left, it seems like, is maybe Quest. Give them a second chance at Gaimin Gladiators.
The team's just way too consistent. I feel like outside of like 3 other players getting vac banned or something, I don't know. I don't think you're taking them down. The longer the tournament goes, the more they fit into what they want to play in the hero pools, the more they gel, the more they feel it. And again, every time the pressure has risen, they have met it time and time again, which a lot of other teams have struggled with in these historical lineups.
Yeah.
It's just a terrifying team. Absolutely terrifying team to go up against. Very difficult to draft against, very difficult to lane against, and even harder to take down as they continue their reign of terror.
Slipping into another Grand Finals like it's a comfy bathrobe. Gaimin Gladiators right at home here on the stage time and time again. And we're going to have to wait and see who actually gets to play up against them. But Gaimin Gladiators, the indomitable ones, will go to the Grand Finals once again.
Once again, Gaimin Gladiators find themselves in the Grand Finals for the 5th successive time in a row. Only one other team in history has ever done it. Do you want to know, Tofu, which other team you stand in history with right now, fam? Take a step. The only other team that has been in more Grand Finals than you is Na'Vi, the old school Na'Vi, the dominant Na'Vi. You are a part of history, congratulations. But you seem so relaxed about it. How do you make sure that you just stay so chilled all the time?
Hello, first of all. No?
Yeah, should be.
Oh, my bad. Hello?
There we go.
Hello, first of all.
Give him a round of applause. More. Come on. That's more like it. History has just been made. So, but this man is chilled. How, fam? How do you keep so relaxed?
I mean, we're just playing as team. We're having fun. We're at a beautiful place here in Bali. There's like, I don't know, there's no stress. We're just playing. The games are fun. Couldn't be any better than this.
So one of the things that your team is very good at doing is y'all never lose in the upper bracket, pretty much ever. What is it about, but you guys drop games in the group stages. Why do you get so much better when you get to the upper brackets? Why is it so hard to beat you guys at that stage?
I feel like we try a lot in drafts in the game. We like take risky plays. We die sometimes. We feed a bit. We throw the games. But once it gets to playoffs, where every game matters, it's like everyone really steps it up and just shows their best game. And that's when we truly shine. And also, we got this experience now. We played a lot of tournaments. So I feel like everyone's like chill about it and doesn't stress it. Like we're not nervous or we feel any pressure. We just do our thing.
So one of the things your coach has always stressed is communication, right, and how important that is within the team. What's your role? Because you have Quinn, everybody knows his personality, right? Ace has been around for a long time. Can you talk to us more about how you feel you contribute in terms of your communication and your personality within Gaming Gladiators?
Hard to say, like I don't see myself from the outside while we're with the team together. But I think I bring in good vibes, some new ideas, like I keep the boys motivated, I clown around a bit, I joke with them, and just make sure that everyone is like able to play his best game in a way. Like make sure that everyone's opinion is heard and that I know we feel free and can just do our thing.
So right now, obviously the top 4 teams at this tournament are all from Western Europe. You played them all before. Do you think that makes it harder or easier for you once you go into the grand finals, given that you have all this knowledge, but they also have that knowledge about you?
I think it's chill in a way because we all know them, we played them a lot. It's a bit sad. I also know that you're a big China fan and LGD just dropped out today. Like it's 4 European teams, which happened a lot and is sad for the international competition, but it is what it is. Those are the best teams and whoever we're going to face, they're all great teams, they all deserve to be here. But I'm proud that we pulled through and I'm here once again.
All right, I'm going to put you on the hook a little bit. There's still 3 teams left in the tournament, right? Tundra has dropped down to the lower bracket. Of the 3 teams that remain from Western Europe, who would you want to verse? Who's going to give us the most exciting games in the finals?
Okay, I don't want to be biased. We've played Liquid a lot already. It's been a while, like it wasn't the last final. I mean, they played really well. It would be cool to see them again, but honestly, Quest deserves it.
Yay!
Those guys played really well.
Quest Esports, if they make it, not only will they have gotten to TI, but it'll be their first finals as well. And if you win, you'll be the first team in a long time, ever I think, to win 5 in a row. So good luck, have fun. Can't wait to see you in the finals. Give them one more round of applause for Tofu and Gaming Gladiators. We just witnessed history being made right now. I want to hear what the panel has to say about the events that have unfolded in this excellent upper bracket final.
Well, part of it is definitely a hearty congratulations to Gaimin Gladiators. Thank you, Tofu and Snare, as they're treating us to more of the same every single time, all of 2023. You gotta see Gaimin Gladiators in the grand finals, and we are continuing that trend yet again. Although their opponents also to be determined. Is it gonna be Liquid? Is it gonna be Quest? Or is it gonna be a Tundra rematch? Because based off of this series, I can't say I would be too enthusiastic about a Tundra rematch. Tundra looked heavily outclassed today.
Yeah, I believe Tundra just in general, they kind of lost themselves a little bit in their playstyle. I want to see them go back and play more of that group up, play around 33 and his timings, have Skeeter on a hero that does play fast. I guess his hero pool hasn't changed a lot. It hasn't been the best for this specific tournament. But also 9, I think he's getting too experimental. He's like getting bored. We're seeing like Arc Wardens come out. He's playing all types of wild stuff. Snapfire, that was more in the realm of possibility. But I want to see them just play more like they did at TI, kind of more like how Gaming's playing now and match up in that type of capacity. Kind of felt like in this series, after game number 1, they kind of mentally just fell apart. But that'll happen. They have a night to think about it and come in tomorrow. And I expect to see a completely different Tundra.
Yeah, because it seems very series dependent, because yesterday, KP, when I saw Tundra versus Liquid, I was like, oh snap, Tundra's back. They're back in TI form, regardless of the itemization or the however they farm priority or anything like that. It was just something specific about this series that they were like, almost like trying to out Gaimin.
How do I say this? But I think like yesterday, also against the Liquid game, they did cheese too, right? They played the Meepo, the Brood, and all that stuff. So I think the Arc Warden, I can kind of accept it, but for me, that's kind of odd was the fact that their lanes were not stable. Because every time I study Tundra, right, especially the off lane, their laning is always like really, really stable. They're always at least 50-50. But in this game too, we really saw that they really fell behind. Even though all 3 lanes, they actually had the counter pick. So in that sense, I feel like they need to find their stability again.
Well, they will thankfully have a data reset, as they are guaranteed to be showing up tomorrow in the lower bracket finals, but heavy reevaluation is necessary. Unless they face Liquid again, then maybe you just Meepo them again and it works.
But I feel like Liquid is actually like building it back up. Like I feel, for me personally, I think Liquid is the 2nd best team so far. So I think that's my expectation for grand finals. my prediction.
What an exciting circuit we had this year. Gaming Gladiators and Liquid.
It would have, because it was Dream League Season 19, that was the final. Dream League Season 20 is the only time that wasn't the final at an international event this year. What a time to be alive.
I mean, sometimes Dota is just simple, you know, when you overthink it, you try to pick too many different stuff and you kind of lose your way, you know, and you have to take time, reevaluate, see what's the problem, and try to, even though you don't know what's the problem, you should try to keep things simple.
Which Gaimin have been consistently doing throughout their entire run as they pick up another victory. Was there, I guess, Quinn was able to do something a little more out of the box than usual because, yes, for the most part, this is Gaimin's Gladiators blueprint for every single match. But Windranger, we keep being critical of Quinn for only relying on his same heroes over and over again. Wynn's one of the more rare ones.
Yeah, I mean, they gave him a later pick in this game, so a lot of his usual suspects did get banned out. So he was in a situation that put him, like, having to pick a new hero. But Dyrachyo, though, this is a hero we don't see him play a lot of. He does love his Lifestealer, so why wouldn't he love Juggernaut too, right? And this is a hero that I've seen him with mixed results. But he was hitting high ground at like 15 minutes, and I was being afraid of, oh, you know, Jug's just going to farm for 20 minutes, right? Or to the level 20 talent, rather. But no, they were playing really fast, really aggressive, really showing that you can still go for this build, the Battle 3-1, but still be active. And I think that's one of Dyrachyo's biggest charms, and I think that's why he got the MVP for me as well here, too. Just being able to play these hard carries, but still find the tempo.
And now let's take an opportunity to commemorate this grand final by doing a little mic check on Gaimin Gladiators.
I'm coming to heal you. I'm gonna heal everyone. Big creeps, big creeps. Let's farm it. Let's farm it. Big creeps. I'm gonna heal everyone.
Okay.
You're gonna be full. I can give you mana as well. Say 5 top.
I just said 5. I had to kill the guy close.
Yo, can you smoke me back here? I want to kill them. I'm already here. I want to kill them in the triangle or in the. Yo,
Yeah.
Come through.
I'm here as well.
Okay, I'll smoke. Because
Protection.
do sentry. Oh,
we got That's unreal.
Easy money.
Kill them. Kill them.
Killing Colin right now.
What the fuck?
I got really unlucky. I didn't know Tech is a short. I forgot.
I don't know. I think we can just go.
Bad here, come to me, come to me.
Running.
Yeah, be careful.
Spirit is charging you. Holy crap.
We can still fight them here if they go.
There we go again.
Here we go again, indeed. I also like, there were 2 points of the game that I specifically wanted to know what they reacted to. When they randomly got that D-ward, when they were trying to find a Shadow Amulet mistaking, they were like, unreal. What
I had the same reaction.
Yeah. And then the second one was Tofu blinking in randomly at the end, but that was actually a much more calmer reaction than I expected. I would have been like, dude, what are you doing?
At least it was planned, you know? He was like, watch me, and then he blinked in, right?
True.
Yeah.
But Quinn also said you're getting charged, and he still
It was kind of
won.
at the same time.
I do like how you were noting, though, that this differs dramatically from Southeast Asian comms.
Yeah, like, if it's like a C team, it's like noisy as it's like everyone's like trying to like yell at each other and stuff like that. Yeah, that's just, it's like a bit of a culture shock for me. Yeah.
But I've heard opposing things about you because I consider you to be a very mild-mannered person on panel and stuff like that. But you've, specifically your teammates have said that you talk quite a bit in game. You take point at least.
I do. I think also in pubs, I think the people who play pubs with me would also agree. But I still don't really like raising my voice and yelling like that. But sometimes if my team's like that hype, I kind of have to like one up. To make myself heard.
Okay.
You know? But I don't really like that, but I guess you just have to do it. Yeah.
Keep the same energy. I feel you. I feel you.
Yeah, all this comes from the LAN cafe culture in SEA. When you're sitting across each other and you're yelling, that's when it's fun, you know?
And someone else like down the aisle is also like, I can't even hear myself, so I need to scream now.
Yeah.
And everyone just keeps screaming. This is it. This is our bracket. We still have 4 teams in contention, but we have one grand finalist locked in. It's Gaimin Gladiators, and Well, we heard Tofu wants the storyline of Quest making it all the way through. KP, how realistic do you think it is that they can make their way through Liquid and then Tundra to finally get to that grand final?
It's doable. It's doable. Like, but I still think Liquid is like the better team of the three. But I think it's like really doable. Especially since like, I mean, I guess they have to think about TI, but like looking at them, I think like they're just here to have fun, like, and I think that's the right mindset.
Honestly, I think that they're looking at this as like, even if we don't do this, then we get more practice going into the Western European qualifier because we're going to win that anyway.
And they have 2 slots.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, actually, yeah. So then who would the second...
The South America.
Right, but who would the second contender be? Because like, if Quest don't make it, obviously I would consider them to be my favorite in the Western European one.
My boy Armel from Secret.
Armel's going to do it.
He's going to do it.
Okay. I mean, they weren't able to do it with the MENA qualifier, but Armel wasn't on that team. But Armel's on the real Secret.
Exactly.
Okay, let's make it a possibility. And Fear, what's your prediction as we are not able to have you for the next series, but I'm going to grill you on it anyway. Which team is going to make it through?
I've been ride or die with Quest since the beginning of this tournament.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, ever since I did Western Europe, I saw the potential of that team. Big TA2000 fan, so I want to see him go into the grand finals.
Okay, well, we're going to have to make it happen in this next series. It's going to be Team Liquid taking on Quest, but before we do that, I just want to take a moment to appreciate the comfort of DX Racer chairs. It's world-class comfort, actually, for all the best Dota players. They are the chair sponsor here at the Bali Major, and if you're in the United States, you can use the code Bali Major to get a 5% off your purchase. But that's it for us right now. We're going to be back with Quest versus Liquid after the break.
Screens are everywhere. You can be anything you want to be with them. Screens don't replace reality, and they give you the opportunity to live 2 lives at once. Your own and your heroes. See how they become champions and win with them. Winners of the International. OG. Team Spirit. 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
here at the Bali Major, and I'm sure some of y'all have been curious as to what the setup is for these teams within their player rooms. So let's take a quick tour into the Evil Geniuses side of things. Come with me, let's see what's happening in here. By the way, because this is such a fancy and amazing hotel, everything is pretty much top shelf, even the bathroom. I mean, look at this. We've got this incredibly large bathtub, but a little bidet attached and installed on the thing. Who has a painting in the bathroom? What the hell is this? This is pretty hella fancy. It's quite nice, but you're not here for a bathroom tour. You're here to see how they get down as players. Unfortunately, EG has already been eliminated from the Bali Major, so they're not playing any games today. However, because Dota is a full-time affair, even when you're not in a tournament, we still have some players practicing right now. Chris Luck and Matthew are sitting here grinding out their pubs, making sure they're ready. As you can see, there's a lot of PCs in this room. 5 PCs, of course, for the players, a PC for the coach. And you might be wondering, at any given time, we have 4 games running at once. All 6 of these computers are connected for 2 different teams, so that's a lot of bandwidth required to make all of this work, unless you have BizNet. BizNet have partnered with us for this event, and they're ensuring that the connections are as smooth as humanly possible. Very low pings, very low latency, pretty much 0 packet loss. It is wonderful to witness. These pubs are very high level. You might not be good enough to get there yet, but you know, get yourself a BizNet connection, grind out those pubs, and maybe one day you'll find yourself playing among some of the greats, such as Evil Geniuses here at the Bali Major. So that's what the player rooms look like. This is exactly what's happening within the squads. And this is happening all across the hallway for all 18 teams involved in the Bali Major. Keep playing, keep practicing. Maybe one day, one of these rooms will be yours.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade Wi-Fi rumahmu pakai BizNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the Bali Major. And one of the things that we have been doing, of course, besides the Dota that's been taking place, besides all the meet and greets, we want to make sure that y'all are rewarded with some free swag for participating in this event. However, unfortunately, unlike yesterday, y'all ain't going to get nothing for free anymore. You actually have to earn it a little bit. So we are going to be doing a little quiz, a little competition. Y'all are Dota players, so obviously you've heard a lot of sounds that happen in Dota. A lot of people might not be aware, but audible cues in this game are extremely important. So I just want to ask, who here that's chilling in the crowd, how much Dota do you play? Who's like a real Dota fiend? Who knows everything about the game that there is to know? All right, well, you're the closest to me, fam, so check this out. If I were to just play you a random hero sound, a random voice line, would you be able to tell me what hero that was?
Yes.
Okay, very confident answer. All right, cool. So what we are going to be doing, we're going to play a very quick sound bite for him, and then we're going to try and guess it. And the rest of y'all, please don't give him any clues. Don't make it too easy for him, because if he gets it wrong, the next person will have an opportunity. So you ready? You ready?
Yeah.
All right, come, stand with me here. Come through. So, I think my production crew is ready. By the way, what's your name, fam?
Gon.
All right, Gon is ready. We are ready for the sound, and everybody just shh. Quiet in the arena. All right, roll the cue.
Better
Final answer?
Better
No. It is not Bat Rider. It is not Bat Rider, fam. I'm sorry, Gon. I'm sorry. But we're going to try again. We're going to try the next person. Let's see. Who else is down? You, sir, with a beautiful, actually, green shirt. Damn, I need to actually copy one of those. What's happening, fam? What's your name?
Max.
Mr. Max. So do you know what that hero was? Let's roll it again for you, just to make sure, 100% sure. So you only have one guess. So let's do it again, one more time. So, you got me?
Bane.
Final answer?
Yes.
It is correct. It is a Bane Elemental. And Biznet will be giving you a young little bag. So take this. Sadly, you already have one, but at least now you have two.
Good.
And how have you been enjoying Bali and the Dota that you've been seeing?
It's amazing. I enjoy Bali and I enjoy the major. It's great.
Well, thank you for participating. Give Max a round of applause, y'all, for being our first winner. Who wants next? Because the prize is scale. Mr. Man, who is extremely excited. You'll excuse me for saying, but you look a bit like one of the older men.
I am one of the older men. I am one of the OGs since 2002 Dota.
Since 2002. What's your name and how old are you, fam?
Hadi, I'm 34.
Hadi is 34, almost the same age. Old people are still playing Dota. Solo came very top 6 in this tournament, so we know what's up. So, are you ready for your audio cue, sir?
Hit me.
Since he's an OG, I'll be very disappointed if you don't get this one. So, shh. Let's see what we got. Roll the audio.
Zapped your ass.
That one is really easy, brother. Oh, to be fair, I spammed that hero, but come on, you got this.
Damn.
Razor?
Final answer?
Yeah.
It is Razor. Correct. Final answer. Whoever it was that yelled that answer, though, you owe me a beer. But congratulations.
Give him the prize.
No, the prize is yours. You earned it. So, have you been enjoying Bali? Have you done anything except for watching the Dota? Have you seen the beaches here at this Ayana Resort?
Not yet. I'm looking forward to a sunrise hike, but that's about it at the moment.
Well, fortunately, you've got stuff to put in the bag whilst you're hiking, so awesome. Thank you so much, and please enjoy the rest of the event. All right, we have one more prize to give away. And I think what we should be doing, one thing that's always exciting about doing Dota in general is whenever you have people cosplaying, because that's really cool. And there is only one person that I see nearby that has some cool cosplay. It's a Marana. She is not invisible right now. We have wards everywhere. We see you. We are coming for you right now. Please tell us your name. Please come stand here, please. Tell us your name and why Marana as a hero.
Sorry, what is it?
Why Marana and what's your name?
My name is Gianna, or Yana. Call me Yana. What was your second question?
Why Marana of all the heroes in the game? Why did you choose her?
Cosplaying her? I just wanted to do a easy cosplay that I can walk around.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Marana. Cosplay her.
I'm glad you don't, because Marana players make us buy awards, which kind of sucks. So, are you ready for your audio cue?
Okay, go. Yes.
This one is kind of difficult though, right? It's kind of hard, but the prize is definitely worth it. So
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it.
let's do it. You heard her. Let's roll the audio.
From the ghastly Eyrie, I can see to the ends of the world, and from this vantage point, I declare with utter certainty that this one is in the bag.
Skywrath Mage.
He doesn't even need a second guess. It is indeed Skywrath Mage. You had it in the bag, and you have a bag now for your efforts. So,
In the bag, yes. What is it? Can I open it?
sure, please do.
Oh my god. There's a bag in the bag.
It's a pretty big bag as well.
God. Thank you.
And it matches the color that she has, so give it up for Gianna for her cosplay and for a great answer.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. We've done this now. You know, that was just a little teaser, making sure that the audience has a bit of knowledge about Dota. However, the real knowledge is going to be coming from my panel. So take it back, Tsunami. Break down the final series of the day.
Thank you very much, Snare. And I gotta say, I have a different definition of what qualifies as an easy cosplay. That was like one-to-one with Dragonblood's Mirana, but an amazing effort nonetheless. Everyone knows their lines, except the Bane one. Blink Dagger's a little too tricky. Welcome,
not a lot
Gunnar.
of people just buy Blink Dagger, right? And the
Yes,
thing,
that
so
is
that's
true.
Not a lot I hear of. Just heard that. Not a lot of people heard that line ever.
Yeah, it also gives you nightmares, right? It's such a loud screech.
It haunts me.
Yeah.
Well, there's all the people that are playing Bane, like the Grandmaster tier people with all the voice lines. The thing about Bane is he just spends his entire game like walking from lane to lane, just kind of doesn't do much. So they have so much downtime. So they're always spamming his like ah.
Yes.
That's all I hear.
How does it sound?
Are you one of those people, Brian?
No, I don't play Bane. I'm telling you, so I coached this one guy playing support, and he played Bane, and I said, you just like to have carry players hate their lives, don't you? And he said, yes. That's the type of person Bane is.
I actually seen him doing like his, this trainings and a stream, and he's like straight up like owning his students like super high. He's like, you fucked up here, kid, like, and you should be doing this instead. And I'm like, Jesus, leave
When
him
did you
alone,
watch
man."
my coaching? I've laid up a little bit, all right?
You know, I tuned in the new Twitch channel.
Yeah?
Special one purely for
Yeah,
coaching.
I remember.
Ooh.
I had him in my chat. When I saw him there, there's a little glimmer in my eye.
Perhaps I should do a proper welcome. Gunnar of Nouns, who has been treating us to a great deal of casts, is now on the panel. Pleasure to have you here.
Pleasure to be here for an exciting Western Europe DPC.
We love Western Europe here.
I love the DPC in
I
Western
heckin'
Europe.
love the
Yeah, it's
DPC.
amazing.
We all love DPC.
What is it, season 5 now or something? Season 6 this year?
So this is the third year of having the league system.
Well, I'm saying,
He's saying that now that there's like every major just has Western YouTube.
Oh, okay, yeah. We're on season 5 of this.
Yeah, we're in season 5.
And the writers are getting really lazy, if you ask me.
Yeah, but nothing we can do. It's a little too late.
It's okay. The journey in between may be slightly more exciting, specifically because we are looking at Quest as one of the opponents. And so Quest has a much more inspirational path to grand finals as opposed to just, yeah, Tundra, yeah, Liquid, whatever. We've seen it 1,000 times. But Quest, if they are able to make it past 2 more series and get to the grand finals, they may able to directly invite themselves to TI. But first, why don't we invite them onto the stage with Snare?
Indeed, Quest Esports, they've been to the stage before, and they did manage to dispatch a pretty good team earlier on today, and that is why they are participating in this matchup here at the end of the day. Quest Esports is a team that now has their destiny in their own hands. Only 2 teams stand in front of them and getting into the TI Grand Finals. However, Team Liquid on the other side is trying to make sure that they run back their perpetual opponents of Gaimin Gladiators in the Grand Finals for yet another time this year. Western Europe a little bit too strong. We get to witness this action, we get to witness this Dota, and specifically, we first get to witness Quest Esports.
From the ground up, we've returned. With renewed focus, we will emerge. The earth will move under the footfalls of Quest Esports.
Game after game after game. Everyone kept doubting them, but they just keep on winning. And now their path is in clear. Their destiny is in their own hands. Quest Esports had one mission at the Bali Major, and they are one step away from getting to that mission. So give it up, one and all, for the new kids on the block, the future superstars. It's Quest Esports! And they might be the new superstars. They are the new kids on the block, but they gotta get past the gatekeepers, those who have been holding Western Europe up for such a long time. It is the illustrious squad of Team Liquid.
Like water, our playstyles are ever flowing, ever changing. But our goals will always remain. Team Liquid, rushing in with raging waters.
It is only fitting that they say, be just like water. The words of Bruce Lee himself, and obviously the buffest team in the world is the one that has those words. And they are here, versatile as ever, unable to give up, unable to let go of their ambitions, and trying to get into one more grand finals. Yet again, for several times this year, I give you Team Liquid! Team Liquid have been here before in the lower bracket. They are currently the kings of the lower bracket, having yet to lose a lower bracket matchup in the playoffs all of 2023. So, right now, if they do it again, we would not be surprised. But Quest Esports have a dream, they have a mission, and they have the ability to make those ambitions realized. Can't wait to see what this Dota is going to bring us, because at the end of the day, even though this might be a run back of several games in Western Europe, how often do we get to do it here at the Ayana Resort in Bali? So I want to see the best Dota possible. I want to hear what the panel has to say, and I want to specifically hear exactly how Quest Esports will get to the finals and secure a ticket for the International.
Perhaps it goes whether I believe my heart or I believe my brain, because I would imagine that experience would come out on top, which would favor Team Liquid. But if I go with my heart, I want the one that the scrappy underdogs that are fighting for every single opportunity. They get knocked down to lower bracket now. It's elimination every single series, but they persevere, and then they just need to make it to grand finals. Gaimin can take it after that for all I care. But if they make it there, that's just... that's the storyline, man.
I mean, the thing is, if they make it past this series, I will be riding the Quest bandwagon the whole way there. Because then at that point, one series away from TI. But at this point, it's time for the big boys to squelch the dreams of these up-and-comers. Team Liquid taking them down, right, Gunnar?
So you're going to do the thing where you wait till a team like wins, and then you're like, you know, I'm their biggest fan. I rooted for Quest from day one.
I mean, I'm rooting for them. I just don't think they're going to win.
That you would jump ship from Liquid. You wouldn't support Liquid after they lose.
Do we have a replacement for the next two games?
I don't believe so. For you, actually?
Oh!
Yeah, we may be able to get you out of here, Brian. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Yeah,
maybe
it's
life
gonna
ain't
be
a
tough
movie.
fun. It's gonna be tough fun to cheer for because, like, I have a lot of friends in Liquid. Brian has it too, right? But the heart wants to stay with the Quest, you know, because it's Cinderella story, and you just kind of want to cheer for these guys because they kind of deserve it to be here. They already showed that they can play tier 1 Dota, excellent tier 1 Dota, and just want to keep them going.
I mean, it's a sick team to watch for sure. I mean, you're not mistaken this. You're not seeing this incorrectly, people at home. That is an off-lane Slark for ATF. The one thing that this team has lacks is fear. They just don't have any hesitation to go for whatever they think is their bread and butter. Right?
They don't have fear. We have fear.
We have fear on the last panel, but now we have Gunnar.
Yeah, if anything, that build isn't really good because he normally goes Midas when he plays off-lane Slark, so it's not a great representation. Could be better.
You think the Midas would have been good in the game you saw there?
You know, Midas every game on offlane is my favorite.
Look,
I love my offlane.
This beast, 16-1 and 21, literally primal beast guy, was owning the last game he was playing it.
It's definitely going to be the battle of the last pick in this series. I think both teams are very good at abusing it. We saw Amar's wasn't last pick, but it was a lane counter pick with the Slark, and then we saw Zai, that was a 24th overall pick. And I think both these teams are quite good at I would say punishing weaker lanes as well as like exploiting your weakness in terms of timings. Like if you forget maybe 6 to 10 minute mark, we'd see LGD fall to Quest. We see Team Liquid like punishing the Morphling throughout the entire tournament. Both sides kind of do the same thing.
I mean, Quest is definitely good at second pick, but I wouldn't say they have like some clutch last picks that they can choose, because they usually pick from the 4 to 5 heroes that each of their player has, and they're kind of like working around that pool. While Team Liquid on the other side, they can be the ones who actually like can surprise us with their last picks and pull us something up of their sleeve, like something new, something we don't really get to see as much. Like it's this Primal Beast last pick for the offlane. Not a lot of teams are using the offlane Primal Beast, right?
Well, not a lot of teams are using offlane Monkey King, Rezo, and Quest to do that.
One of those was successful.
Yeah, okay.
I think the story of this draft more so is probably going to be about Wave Shove and like either Illusions or Zoo. I think in the Quest game earlier, they kind of lacked it, and it showed in like the way they weren't able to really play the game. And Liquid, I think, puts a lot of value on it. So we'll probably see either a Broodmother from Liquid or maybe like a Naga, some hero to push out lanes. And I think it's kind of up to Quest to respond to that in some way in this draft. And if they don't, I think it's going to be a little hard for them to play.
Well, I don't think we're going to see the Naga from Liquid. Mika doesn't play that hero.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think I've ever seen Liquid play Naga. I think the previous series, they took a page out of the playbook from Gaimin Gladiators, because that was how Gaimin Gladiators knocked Quest Esports down. You mentioned all the wave clear and the summons and stuff. They had Gaimin Gladiators' 3 cores were Broodmother, Terrorblade, and Templar Assassins. That's a lot of creep hitting, a lot of creep shove. And I think Quest, like, they do really rely on their ability to make plays. And I think a lot of teams, like, have initially decided, we're just going to have all the lanes shoved in so you don't have plays.
That's very unusual to see Shadow Demon for the first pick.
Yeah.
Like, people start to value that hero more and more, but on the first pick, we've never seen it before. But it's a very solid hero overall, and the Kaori showed that he can, steal some stacks, make some stacks for his teammates.
Is this like a Medusa thing? Like, you're deny picking Medusa? And
it's Medusa, Bloodseeker, and Juggernaut. Like, all three it has very nice interactions with, so it's kind of preventing the 6-7 carry that a lot of teams want to do. I think Liquid does their carry sometimes on 6-7 if they get like a Medusa.
Can't you Shadow Demon on 8 then?
No, it's because they want Medusa for themselves, so they basically prevent you from picking it. They might go Naga here, though. If
they should Naga, I think.
Yeah, I think against Broodmother specifically, it would be the best lane counter. Yeah.
Yeah, they picked Medusa as well into this, but I think it's because Naga was banned at the time. So yeah, Naga is way better against Brood.
I don't mind the Rubik though in lane. As long as the 4 has like a reliable nuke to hit your illusions, then the lane is much weaker for Naga until she gets a few items. So for Brood, I actually think Brood will win this lane. Like, I think it'll be like 55-45, maybe 60-40 for the Brood. But Naga will be fine. The biggest thing about Naga is that even if she kind of loses the lane a little bit, she doesn't need help taking that part of the map. Like, the Brood's not going to single-handedly boot you out. You can still retreat to the jungle camps and usually clear out the wave at least a little bit, keep your tower alive. So that's the biggest part about Naga that she's picked against Brood, in my opinion. She also sets up ganks later with the net.
It also depends on the supports. Like, you don't know if Shadow Demon's laning there. They could pick another support, seeing this Rubik.
What would you think of?
Probably more kill threat. I think the Naga is undervalued at getting net at level 2 or 3 and just killing the Brood off cooldown, because Brood's been nerfed a lot. If you actually are able to go on her and do like half of her health, she can't really move anymore. She has such low movement speed.
Yeah, you mean something like CM?
Yeah, like CM or even the Skywrath position 5 people have been playing a lot. Something with just like purely, you all in commit, go for a kill.
But did Omar play Shadow Demon this tournament?
They actually swap it quite often. Omar and Kiori have almost equal appearances on the hero.
I think they also, do they swap lanes? I think
wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised based on the way they move around the map on their supports. They're not really laning all that much.
Yeah.
So
what happened to the Hoodwing? Like, this hero completely falls.
I think she was always like the long-range poke hero, right? And she's just not universal. So I think her job in the lane...
Rubik is neither.
What?
Rubik is neither.
But I think like what Hoodwing... The thing about Hoodwing is she also doesn't really secure range creeps all that well. She doesn't have as much range as Rubik. Isn't she like 500? 550?
Just nerfed all her numbers.
Yeah.
Supports her by Quelling Blade because it got like reduced in gold, so you can just cut the tree. It's not instant nuke like it used to be. And also the offlaners that she paired with kind of fell out of favor outside of Brood, because Brood was like the biggest combination.
Yeah, I just remember because Hoodwing used to be one of the better support, for the Brood on lane. Very good duo. Remaining. Very strong. Not obviously not against Naga. Rubik is better against Naga if they are waiting for the pick. But yeah, I'm surprised that people are just completely forgot about that one.
Yeah, the weird part about supports nowadays is they have to be super strong in lane, at least the ones that are getting picked early rounds, because otherwise, there's like this, you're like racing each other to this point of like who's stronger in the lanes, and if you have a weaker support picked early, you're already playing catch up for the rest of the draft, and at any point the opponent has the option to just like double down on their lanes and say, we're going to pick Bloodseeker carry, you know, we're going to pick like a Timbersaw mid or just something like this that's like almost guaranteed to win its lane, and suddenly 2 or 3 losing lanes.
Yeah, I think a race is just a good way to describe the whole game. Like, you want to race to win your lanes and kind of group up mid, especially right now, and just kind of 3v3. And then I think at some point in the mid game, it's a lot about wave shoving, because if you push the lanes and they can't, you can race to the next tower or the next objective, and you kind of speed up the game, and the other team gets trapped in their base, they fall behind. So right now, Quest, I think, has like a slightly better draft, because the Naga and the Shadow Demon kind of push out lanes really freely. They have a nice counter pick versus the Brute, so Liquid is on the back foot, so to say, right? They have to respond to what Quest is showing.
Do you do that in the 5 position here? Like, do you pick they picked CM before. Like, they have shown they're willing to pick CM in against an Illusion hero themselves.
You can. Quest already had banned the 2 probably best supports versus Illusions. They banned the Pugna in the first phase, and they banned the Lion, which I would say those are like the best supports in the game versus Phoenix. I know Quest used Phoenix to respond to a Naga yesterday, and obviously they're the ones with the Naga, but people have been trying to experiment with these like carrying damage supports, but yeah, they picked the Crystal Maiden.
That's what they did the other day. So it just, the thing about CM for people at home is that she can defend herself from Illusions. She mitigates a lot of their damage because she has an AoE movement speed and attack speed slow, and if the Naga ever does commit onto you, you have the ultimate. So until Naga gets Orchid, she doesn't really do anything to you.
They do get Orchid really fast, though, right? It's like the first item after Manta. They'll get it at 18, 20 minutes.
Absolutely.
I mean, it feels like to me that this Naga pick is just it's just kind of broken in a way that there's not a lot of heroes that can deal with illusions nowadays in the meta, and the ones that do, they either get banned or they're not as strong anymore. Like, for example, even the Liquid, if they pick this Leshrac, he's still not as strong anymore because of this Bloodstone nerf, and you know, others that just ban supports dealing with it, and supports are struggling to even like, you know, touch these illusions. They have to like buy some, you know, Dagons or something like that to make sure they have some tools to deal with it.
I'm literally looking for Anisha Puck today. I think that's a hero that's underrated. It's got a really high win rate at the tournament so far. I was actually gonna check it out. It's at, it is 72% win rate at 18 games. And I think Puck's just one of the few heroes that people are starting to pick like multi-cores, and she really is like a carry from the mid lane. Her early game's like not that great, but I've just found that hero to be super annoying whenever I'm playing the illusion people, because she can clear your illusions with committing, like blink in, double nuke, and then orb out. So I'm curious if they'll pick that here.
Oh, this is an amazing Mirana pick.
Why?
They won a game with Mirana where there was no setup, but this game they had Shadow Demon already with
and the Naga net.
Naga net with Naga sleep, yeah, it's looking good.
Now they picked Mars, right? The
or
classic.
Doom. I think it's Mars or Doom.
Yeah, but there's a Rubik. I feel like there's always the hesitation when you don't want to get your Doom stolen by Rubik. I think the Mars gives them. It's really good versus Brood. People have been trying to pick it versus Brood as a response, and it's Mar, right? It's like his hero.
Yeah. Good call.
Straight up.
These teams definitely have their signatures.
I think Liquid now just responds to the lane they see. Juggernaut is really popular, still in the pool, and it's okay versus illusions because of the crit. You know, it doesn't get reduced by all this armor that Naga has, so kind of have a way to tank through her damage late game.
If this was Matu, he'd pick Lifestealer. Just saying.
If it was Duraccio, he'd pick Lifestealer.
That's true. If it's Duraccio, it'd also pick Lifestealer.
Okay, what would
I
make
think Juggernaut is better than LS. Juggernaut is better this game.
Oh, I just really like Lifestealer against Naga specifically, compared like in the game. With the way I view it is that Jug is better if your team needs sustain, and usually Brood provides that. But if Brood wants to go more of like a carry build, then the Jug would be better. I just don't love healing ward against.
They also have the opportunity to put Brood safe lane. I don't know if they've really played it this tournament, but they could pick something like a Underlord. It's really good for Mirana and Naga. It'll have a good lane with Rubik, and then just put the Brood in the safe lane, then counter pick mid, and it's kind of fills out their draft.
And Mickey hasn't played.
There you go.
Never mind.
Good call.
I like the Beast. It's really good versus illusions because the Ags heals you based on the damage it does. So when you verse these illusion heroes, you deal more damage to them because they're illusions, and you just keep healing up in the fight a lot.
Gunnar, have you considered a career in Pro Dota?
I've not yet.
Okay.
You know,
I was just curious. You're really good at this.
maybe I'll be on there.
Okay.
We'll
be in a
see
tournament one of these days.
Just throwing it out there. Throwing out some feelers. Very good call. Yeah, the nice rotation. I haven't seen them play it. The Broodmother carry.
I mean, people are usually afraid for the Beastmaster when they have Naga, because there's like no way to touch this Beastmaster if he gets Aghanims. But yeah, I think they're just surprised that Mickey is gonna play this Broodmother.
If he's like, is it just when he's stunned that he doesn't beat the drum? Is it silence as well?
No, does it do that anymore?
Right?
I think it's just stack based, and it always does it.
Is it just stack based?
It's all the time. It's based on how many stacks of the drums you have.
I'm not saying I don't believe you. I just want to make sure.
What about break mechanic? Does this work?
I believe the break makes it so you can't gain any, but you'll still have the.
Oh, it's like Timber Armor, right?
Yeah.
I see.
So all he has to do is press Roar, because you'll get almost max stacks whenever you press Roar, and he just.
Why do you get max stacks when you press Roar?
Roar gives you 10, 15, 20 stacks based on the level instantly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yes.
So that's why you're here.
I like how he's so precise with the numbers.
No, I love Gunner, man. You ask him any question about Dota, he freaking knows.
And so pretty much this beast is probably, I would assume he goes the just Ags BKB build, maybe a Crimson or a Pipe or something. I know some people like actually the Dom 2 versus Naga, because the Dragon can clear illusions fairly early, but I think the Ags is better. And now it's just going to be a mid-matchup.
This might be like the #1 net worth Beastmaster at like minute 15.
Yeah.
In the entire game. I mean, that's just kind of what he does.
What's there for Noob? There's Storm is okay. It's still in the pool. I don't know if he's really a big Storm guy, but it's probably one of the better heroes. It's okay versus supports, but it's really good versus the cores on Liquid, I would say, and it's a strong lane.
Yeah, you are correct about what you said. There's pulses no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's a good pack game as well, but they're gonna have GK on Team Liquid, and it's gonna be a really good DK game.
I'm telling you, I think Team Liquid will pick Puck if it's still in the pool.
Do you think Quest should steal it?
And then at that point, I think they'll get DK'd. So it's kind of up to, like, if they think that's a playable matchup. I know Liquid loves DK, and DKs have also been going like BKB Mjolnir, even when there's like not a Naga in the game. So I think that like DK's splash is like really good against Naga. We saw Nothing to Say. I don't remember who he was against, but he owned a Naga in one of his games. So I would love the Puck for Team Liquid.
I didn't see the Noob Wind Ranger this tournament.
No, it's debut.
Debut, really?
Yep, he has not run it yet at Bali.
I've been a big fan of Win this tournament. I think that Universal Hero, just good. Buys a lot of stats, goes Atos, has catch, scales really well. Kind of does everything. It gives you Roche. It's pretty much tied TA, Mars,
the
Win.
whole concept of like having this mid hero that can completely by himself like making pickoffs on the map, and your side laners kind of just like farm and get bigger.
I would just like to say how much it speaks about a hero, what point in the draft they're picked, because at the Berlin Major, Wind Ranger was like first rounded and did not have a good win rate. And at this tournament, she's been lower on the totem pole, but when she's picked, she's got 17 picks, 65% win rate. So they still go for the DK.
I think it's a much better matchup versus Wind. Beats her in the lane, doesn't really die to her early game until Wind kind of gets this Maelstrom, but people have been straying away going Atos, right? And they just go for more stats, more HP, and that doesn't really cut through Dragonite, at least until the Maelstrom, so I like that pick a lot.
I think Liquid's got momentum in all three lanes. Maybe not top, like maybe the Mars will fare fine against the Brood, but I think Brood is becoming a decent carry because she does do very well at what a lot of these carries are doing, where they just retreat into their jungle, come up to the wave, and eventually they will shove you out just by virtue of summons and good trades with the heal from the Insatiable Hunger. So I personally think Liquid's got all the tempo here. I don't think Naga can carry this game. It's going to be a lot on Noob and Amar, to be honest. Like, I think Amar is going to have a heavy weight on his shoulders, and that's something he definitely could carry.
I mean, I really like what they did against Naga when they picked the Beastmaster, and the Dragonite has really good answers against it. So, I mean, this Broodmother is not really going to do much in this game, but provide like stable damage output, but it's going to be on Beastmaster and DK basically to carry this game. And I like Liquid lineup in that sense.
Gun Daddy.
And Liquid.
I actually think that Quest scales pretty well. I think Shadow Demon matches up really nice versus Dragonite. Stealing the illusions of Dragonite late game is really, really strong. And so I think if they can make it to like 30, 35 minutes, even if they're down, 8,000, 10,000 gold, I think that they can just come back really easily from that deficit. But the question is, can they get there?
Well, both these teams had some incredibly quick GGs earlier today. Quest was able to beat PSG.LGD in one 19-minute game, and Liquid was able to beat 9 Pandas in a 23-minute game. Let's see if Liquid can continue that hot streak of speed with this push lineup in game number 1 with Cap and SVG.
The last 2 times that Quest has matched into Team Liquid was during the DPC, and that was Season 3. Quest managed a 2-0, and then they met again in the tiebreakers, and Quest managed a 2-0 again. So Team Liquid on LAN are hoping for a different story here, and part of that is the draft, Avery. Do you feel like they've set themselves up well for success?
It's a pretty even draft. I mean, both teams got some power picks in the Brood, the Naga. You have some Siggies as well. The interesting part about this is I feel like the openers both got dealt with, and it comes down to some of these later core picks, and they're core picks that players have shined on throughout the years, right? You have Zai on the Beastmaster. Did I go back to Berlin Major when this hero got patched in? I feel like Zai has been the most successful Beastmaster this year in terms of carrying game.
Okay.
Maybe not like the map play and the movement and that stuff is as good as like a Tundra Beast or a Gaimin Beast or whatever. But in terms of carrying the game, being a top net worth beast, just getting in there, the Ags build, I think Zai's been the best at that all year. And then you have Amar Mars, which, I mean, needs no introduction, right? Yeah, I feel like he was the best Mars during that year when he was on OG. And so that skill, of course, will carry over here. I'm looking at these 2 offlaners. I know we've talked about the importance of offlane a lot. I think it still just drives the tempo of the games, especially when these carries are being first phased and are being counterpicked. It just puts more emphasis on how much this offlaner can do in terms of kicking the carry out of lane, creating space with the tier 1s, and then scaling. Like, that's the big thing about these offlaners in this game. Both teams are looking for the Mars and the Beastmaster, not just to provide some tempo, but pick up the damage in terms of going late game.
I actually asked Gunnar yesterday in our cast who he thought the most important role was, and he agreed with you. He said offlane. So
he knows how to suck up then. It's a worthwhile skill in Dota 2, I must say.
I'm not sure if he listened to the cast, who's just copying you, but it's possible.
Oh, you always copy the greats. It gets you pretty far.
Man, Liquid playing very, very scared here in the first minutes of the game.
Give up 3 runes.
Yeah, they gave up 3 runes very willingly. They did not try and contest at all. And they're still going to potentially run into first blood here as Insania gets nailed by an arrow from Omar. Omar is going to head back to the lane, though.
Oh, that
power shot? Does he have another blood grenade? He does not.
I don't think Amar thought he could get in range with a spell that was going to come out from the CM. Still, this is like maybe worse than just dying here. And saying he has to TP top with no resources at all. A very good start for Quest on these lanes, and something I think they've been a little stronger than Liquid on for the course of the tournament, but not by a huge margin.
Sure.
If they can create some momentum in this early game, put themselves in a decent position, particularly versus Zai. I think if you're looking at this Liquid lineup, it's around the Beastmaster, right? In the late game, the DK will carry with the Black Dragon, but he's against Shadow Demon. He's against a lot of stun action. The Wind Ranger can even be a nuisance for him late game. But the Beastmaster, if he just gets off to a fast start, he has Ancient stacks down here, then he deals with the Naga, he deals with the objective taking for Liquid. Zai's just going to put him in a beast of a position.
And they do kind of require a fast start, right? I mean, you've got to carry Broodmother. This is not a lineup that is going to scale particularly well, or at least not outscaling the Naga Siren.
I feel like every time we doubt the scale of carry Brood, it proves us wrong.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he does have a DK mid, which can also be buffed up. Boxy, is he going to get this kill? I think he might be able to if he follows carry all the way around here. He's got Fade Bolt range.
I don't think it has enough damage, though.
Yeah, I think at this point he's probably out-healed enough.
This feels pretty bad. You're losing a lot of XP with the Rubik. I think the Shadow Demon's happier about this trade than Boxy here. Wow. The greedy support. You are getting solo XP on the Beastmaster, so maybe he doesn't feel too bad. Then he gets a water ring.
Yeah, that's something to work with.
Try and go for the kill.
Is he really going to try that one? That
uphill miss?
Maybe with the uphill misses. Yeah, he might just have it. No, Boxy actually secures the first blood just before the final hits come down on him.
Boxy's just too good, man. He knew. Even with an evade, was not enough.
Yeah, you're only going to get so many of those uphill misses to your favor.
No, Liquid get the first blood. However, the 3 cores for Quest are all finding a lot on these lanes early on. They are top of the CS chart here and feeling good about it with the extra runes to power up the net worth. Should be able to get some nice early items. And I think this is one of the things that Quest do better than a lot of other teams. They buy a lot more early stats, just on average. I mean, a lot of teams are going to prioritize it. I just feel like Amar is one of the biggest, early bracer, double Wraith Band buyers and trying to use the last hits and it's one of the things that generally helps his team pull ahead a little bit in net worth in the early game.
Early ensnare going to be used by TA2000 onto Zai here. Kaori is going to slip it in the trees and get even more stacks of poison.
You get number 4. Pop it. Not enough. Still a big 1 on Zai as well as a salve.
Get some heavy regen out of him, especially since they got the Lotus. Targeting TA2000. They think they're actually strong enough with another round of axes and a couple of hits. Yeah, you're right. They got the kill. Shattered Demon Poison is stacking up on the 2 of them, but not enough to undo the damage that is done from a carry dying like that.
This is a very favorable lane for Liquid, especially before the Shattered Demon's level 3. Maybe if you get level 2 Poison, you have a timing down here. It's just so many wand charges going into Zai. You can shove it out with the axes, and axes plus Fade Bolt are just better trade mechanisms down here. This is another reason I expect this Beast pick to work out really well for Liquid, because it should mostly free farm. Unless you get some cheeky ganks or something. I think Zai's going to have a good time. Nisha winning mid as well. 20-6 to the 19-1 here of Noob. This is a Dragon Knight favored matchup. There's not much counterplay into Dragon's Blood.
Yeah. Combination Dragon's Blood, Dragon Tail, and hitting harder than the Wind Ranger should lead to a CS advantage for him. As you can see, a bit more denies coming out from him. So he'll probably get his Dragon form first, which also puts in mind what is Quest going to do about that pressure when it starts coming out.
All right, I have a question for you, Cap.
Yeah?
I want you to answer this question with a yes or no instantly within 3 seconds. You're not allowed to think about it, and I'm going to judge your entire character off of that answer.
Oh, that sounds good.
You ready?
No. That's
you're
the
not
question?
allowed. No, you're not allowed.
That was the question.
You're
3
not
seconds.
allowed to answer that one. Should all passives be removed from Dota?
Yes.
Ooh, you actually said yes now. All right.
100%.
You're a good man.
I hate passives.
I hate
he does manage to dodge that 3rd stack there, but the 4th one is coming soon, and he does pick him, and it does kill him.
Just when I said he was going to have a good laning phase down here, if he got to the Vanguard, I think he's invincible. There's a very limited window for them to get...
Oh, a big God's Rebuke hit to the face, bring down Insania.
Dude, with the rotations, they're looking for mid-K too. Level 5 on the Wind Ranger. This is really early and not when you expect.
Yeah, the only hero that makes a rotation pre-level 6 as mid laner is usually the Primal Beast, but Noob bringing something a little different to the table.
It's a very interesting move. He feels like he can't influence mid at all, and this doesn't cost him too much because he can just wind run his way back. The issue is used resources, and this DK hits 6, and he's just going to start hitting your tower. And this is the downside of these DK matchups. What is the response to the form and the corrosive breath?
Arrow cuts in through the sign.
Okay.
Great read by Omar.
Man, this leveled arrow for Omar has been doing work already. Ballsy build, paying off.
Yeah, certainly.
Still, can you defend your tower? That's going to be the bigger issue here. They're going to fight for the power rune first. It's a haste that gets denied just in time. Nisha sleeping a little bit on that one.
Yeah, a little bit late to the runes. Noob is going to take some damage here. No wind run, so he'll take a lot on his way out here. We'll see how much Nisha wants to tank for that catapult. Yeah, he's going to take it all the way here. Glyph comes out. Rotations from Boxy as well. This all should be enough to secure maybe not the entirety of the tower, but a healthy amount of damage for sure.
This is where you wish you could have just TP'd the Morana and arrowed that catapult.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like it's just a little bit of a missed opportunity from the Quest supports. I don't think they had to stay around there and fight that. If you just go in, disrupt the DK, kill the catapult with an arrow, I think you would have saved a lot of this tower damage.
7-minute Wisdom Room is coming up, and I feel like nowadays it's just the support like double up on one side. Yeah, Noob continuing these rotations is going to maybe kill Zai here. Chase him up. Javelin tower shouldn't be a problem.
Man, he was getting almost no procs. What the hell? That was disgustingly bad. Eventually, it will get the kill though through that Vanguard. And yeah, these early Wind Ranger rotations paid off. I kind of like it, because you're probably going to lose this mid tower anyway. Sitting mid does not do anything to Nisha. If anything, you're just creating a gain point for Liquid potentially.
Yeah,
Instead,
just accept it.
You get two good core pickoffs, accelerate your side lanes, and you shut down this Beastmaster. That's just extra value. Your second death for Zai in an early game where I thought he was going to have a free-for-all. He does have ancient stacks.
And instead, it's Amar who is having the freest game of all. 4,000 net worth already.
He's so fat every game I watch.
Yep.
He is a net worth accumulator, and those are good to have on your team, I can tell you. It always feels like you can win a game, especially when it's in the off lane.
Who was the best net worth accumulator that you ever played with?
Back in the day, I feel like it was Sumail. Yeah, that guy just created gold out of nothing.
And another person who, you know, was very much known for winning his lane in a hardcore way.
Yeah, it definitely helps when you win your lane.
TA 2000 gonna be brought back into the Primal Roar. And should be killed here. They have plenty of disables to work him down.
You know who else actually came to mind?
Who?
I think Resolution. I think when Resolution played carry, man, there were so many games he was just like 3,000 ahead of the enemy carry. It just shows. Some people just know how to farm. I don't know about nowadays, you know.
Yeah, off-lane Rezo. That's a little different than old school stand-in for Empire Rezo. Now that was a special Rezo right there.
That is very true. I don't know if he's happy or mad about that shout-out. I'll take both here. Hey, at least you got a shout-out. That says something, you know.
That's true.
But Amar is definitely up there, man. This guy, he might be the fastest farming off-laner we've seen in a long time. Especially off the lane. His lane mechanics are stellar. Sitting at 61 and 24 up here. Denied so much away from Nikkei. He's not even
look how
six on the
underfarmed
Brood.
Nikkei is.
He created a 2K net worth disparity up here. I mean, sure, there was a single Wind Ranger game, but this much? This is a disgusting amount of net worth he's going to have, and it's going to be a question, what do you do with it? You buy a fast blink? Do you try and scale? Does this hero scale in the same ways that Amar used to make it scale?
Yeah, like the old
Midas
and Deso and stuff.
He's going to go Midas? What an absolute gangster.
I mean, you said it's good to have net worth generation. Nothing generates more net worth than a Midas.
I guess so. This is just... Is it too greedy? Is anything too greedy for the Midas Mars? Is that even a thing?
It wasn't a thing until Amar made it a thing.
But what are you Midasing into?
Into BKB Deso Ags.
Okay, well that sounds, yeah, if you get all that, that sounds pretty good. I just think it's interesting because I don't think of Mars as a hero where the levels are that impactful. I mean, levels are good on every Dota hero.
Sure.
It's just not, there's no crazy level.
Yeah, it's not like, guys, I really need maxed out Bulwark before we can fight.
I think he's just going to go BKB. He's debating. We'll see what he ends up doing. Always interesting here. Does he kill some more Spiderlings?
He's getting a lot of those.
CS to add to his total here.
And Midas is going to be purchased by the Dragonite, though, so Nisha is going to be building up, which is kind of expected at this point. This is standard for Dragonite.
Yeah, I think it just feels way better. It kind of ends up paying for itself pretty fast. The other issue is if you just rush Blink, a lot of times that play is very forced. It's like the early Axe Blink, and if you don't have high damage supports like a Skyraptor's lane, the move is not guaranteed. It feels very awkward. I just hate that type of gameplay.
Yeah.
Like, just take the Midas, take the space you can create off the towers and farm it up, and play for Dragonite's timing, which I think is a late-game hero. It's like Black Dragon with Manta, Octarine, or Daedalus Mjolnir, whatever type of build you want to go for here. Even MKB or Nullifiers could be on the menu.
Whoa! Nikkei didn't expect to be running into a Shadow Demon there. And Amar, finally does get off the arena. Took him a second there. Spear plus the arrow. Pretty easy. Oh, and he, the noob, joining in on the party, attempted to take it with the power shot.
And how much gold have they gotten off Spiderlings already in this game? It feels like a lot.
Yeah.
Very interesting to see it, as sometimes it's not that much this early on. However, I've been seeing Amar clearing through these waves. Definitely adding to his CS total. He finds the kill, and he went Blink. Look at that. He was debating the Midas, but he'll take the Blink instead.
Okay.
Disciplined from him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he really shouldn't be too worried about late game, I think.
The late game can go either way, just not at the rate Nikkei is farming on this Brood, man. Where is his net worth? He has been shut down very hard. And is this a Nikkei hero?
It doesn't really look like it to me.
Yeah, I'm not feeling it so far. I mean, I'm sure he can play it. I'm sure it's Sillian Liquid scrimmed. It just doesn't stick out to me. I feel like I've almost never seen him play it. You go back to those Liquid teams, there was Matumba or Zai.
Yeah.
I feel like he'd be third on the list.
Maybe he is a Broodmother player, just not at a level that he can play against Amar in lane. You know what I mean?
It's a tough matchup, too. I do think it's Mars favored.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It's like all these little things to get you out of a lane, right?
Man, this is a long chase.
Like, dodge the stun.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, it was pretty cool. He'll still die for it, but he drew a lot of attention to the very bottom right part of the map, and Quest is up 2,000 net worth now.
A lot of that net worth is in this Mars Brood lane. The DK and Beast are still finding a decent amount of farm for Liquid, and they are kind of the key pieces here, right? As bad as the Brood's game is, in theory, this Brood is not pivotal to their game plan. He doesn't have to do too much here other than maybe provide a Roshan and like kill a support in the fight. This was first phased, it got counterpicked. Your lane was tough. Ball is going to fall down to the DK and the Beastmaster to carry the weight in these early fights. Blink is up for Nisha, so that Dragon Knight is online. Do they want to look for a fight with it? How good is their follow-up? You get a good Rubik spell. Maybe it's good enough with Max, Frostbite, Fateful.
Yeah, VC deals Arrow from Mirana. That sounds great, but otherwise it seems kind of meh.
Yeah, and the move is coming from Quest first. That blink on Amaro was a little faster.
Oh god, are they going to catch Mickey again?
Do they even want to find Mickey again? I feel like you might want a better target at this point.
Yeah, you squished the spider so many times.
And smoke on smoke, blink on blink.
Nisha, he's going to jump first. Jumps onto the Shadow Demon instantly. An Arena Shackle Shot. Chaining up the disables, but that's okay. Anything to control up Nisha at this point in time. They only need a little bit more damage to finish him off, and that was enough. The Shadow Poison does the trick. Primal Roar will help them get 2 in return, though. As Insania, only 2 stacks of Shadow Poison should survive.
So not the kill into tower that Quest was looking for, as Liquid bring all 5 mid. Still lose the Dragon Knight. Midas off cooldown. Extra sad here for Nisha as he loses his gold efficiency. I'm sure Mickey is happy about getting some extra experience in gold in this game, though.
Yeah, certainly.
Blank. It was not him getting jumped for once.
And they have a chance to make a move still because he used Moonlight Shadow. I thought they would wait until the Dragon Knight was back into play because after all, Nisha didn't use Dragon Form in that fight. And they used Moonlight Shadow in Arena and stuff, so I thought this would be go time for Liquid.
That's a rare spell to get.
Yeah, certainly.
Not a steal you see often, though a very valuable one. Will not yield anything in the first result. I also like the Maelstrom Rush for new here. I think this is the correct way to think about the Wind Ranger in this game. Is just provide as much single target damage and pick off as you can to bring down some big core hero and open the fight for the Naga and the Mars. I think if he went Atos first, it's just too little impact.
I think you would have no damage to stop the Dragon Knight.
Yes, that's a big factor. The Maelstrom Rush is way better versus the DK than the Atos, which is stats and nothing else, which, I mean, who cares about tanking up versus a hero that's going to kill you over time?
Yeah.
Still good recovery here for the Brood as Mickey got almost 2,000 gold in the last 2 minutes here. This hero farms fast. That's the upside. Even if you shut her down, eventually you will find her items.
Yeah, once you get to BKB, I think there's a lot less that you're scared of, as long as you're fast on pulling the trigger.
Radiant are scanning.
Gonna be Manta, straight up heart for TA2000.
Kaori with this deep obs on their Ancients, trying to get vision and block these camps up for what the Beast wants to do in this game. Maybe see a Wisdom Rune later. Nice little obs, especially when this tier 1's still up for Liquid, so Liquid want to play around it. However, Quest see everything down here.
Yeah, they doubled up on the vision in this lane.
This is kind of a race towards the Roshan. I feel like either team can do Rosh if they win a team fight, especially nearby to the pit. Moonlight Shadow is going to let Kaori get in here, bypass this obs and the Hawks.
They're going to set up on Zai.
He's just out of the
sentry. The whole team is coming. Leading off with the disruption. The arrow follow-up is blocked by the Boars. Not easily able to get it. Gets it off of the spear instead. Great setup from Quest.
Man, they skirt around that vision so damn well. That is going to be the power of Mirana ulti this game. You get around the Hawks, you get around the Broodlings, maybe DK Illusions later. It's a good Mirana ult game. Going to help their core stay in the fight as well with the extra evasion when it comes online. People forget about that talent, but it is one of the things that made 5 Mirana really good at TI. It's decent. This game, Kaori, you have overstayed your welcome, son.
Yeah, he has. That is going to be the Dragon Form used from Nisha. So getting just a Shadow Demon for it, I'm not sure if that feels the greatest, but I guess it depends on how slow you want to play the game.
Map setup is, in theory, pretty nice for Quest. They just stick the Naga against where the Brood is.
Yeah.
And the Naga is going to slowly outfarm the Brood as well as steal camps away from Mickey with these illusions. Pretty damn annoying for him right now. He can't ever go on TA2000 up here. And it's where all of Liquid's vision is, so all your vision for Liquid is just seeing this Naga up here, but you can't really go up here and gank, or you can't interact with it too well, unless you want to devote a crazy smoke.
And that interaction's going to get worse and worse once he's got this Reaver. Huge amount of tankiness for this hero.
He's a map problem right now, and it's confining Liquid, especially their killers, to the triangle. Ags is up for Zai, so this is the period where you want to start get those fights going, looking for Roshan.
Yeah, this is where you're a lot more effective against the Naga Siren in fights. Telekinesis toss back. Fiori is going to be the victim of a spider attack here. TA2000. Disruption, dodges the ensnare, but Boxy's still stuck in the same old place.
Quest do not want to give up this zone control to Liquid, because they know the second they lose any sort of presence up here, that Roshan is just free. And I think they really want it for themselves here. If they had mana on Noob, they might have considered going in there with Focus Fire. However, he is out of mana, TP'd up here. Lack of resources hurting Quest on the map right now.
What do you feel about his build now going for the Lincolns against the Dragon Knight as opposed to completing the Gleipnir?
I think the Lincolns is okay. I wouldn't mind like Lincoln's Ags build or something in this game. Just be a backline killer with low cooldown Focus Fire. I think that is a route he can take and be pretty effective with the lane shove off the Shadow Demon and the Naga, splitting people up. I don't know if Gleipnir just does much. Like, the lockdown's okay. It's just going to be Amar going in first every time with the early blink. That's why I feel like you don't need it. You're already going to have arrow setups with Disruption, Shackle, Spear.
Right.
I don't know if you need more. You already have a net and ensnare too. It's like, how much root do you need? At some point, Liquid are going to have 3 BKBs, and you're going to have to think about that. I think the Gleipnir is a little weak versus the triple BKB timing Liquid's pushing towards here as well. So when you think about BKB already done for Amar, by the way. So he is happy to take any sort of fight. Especially one where he gets on top of Liquid's cores.
And now he's queuing up an Orchid. It's a pretty cool idea. I mean, it fits the hero nicely.
Dude, sometimes I swear Amar just queues up items to ping him to like troll his team.
You don't think he's actually going to go Orchid?
I mean, it's like the Midas earlier. Is he going Orchid third? There's no way, dude. I refuse to believe he's actually going to end up getting Orchid. What does it do? Is it for the beast?
I mean, it's even more single target takedown combined with Bloodthorn late game scaling.
Yeah, but you have to know triple BKB is coming out for Liquid, and that is the most important point to contest here. And Orchid does not help you at all with that. I would be very surprised if he goes Orchid. It does pay off in the Ultra lane with the Bloodthorn like you're talking about. It's just a long way to... I just don't know why you want it right now, right?
Sure, yeah.
That's why I feel like
I'll get the Mage Slayer or something first. BKB done for Nisha. Timing for Liquid, but they're playing into a high ground ward from Quest. Stolen arrow from Boxy. They really have so many things going for them right now. But Quest is being rather elusive and holding on to their 2,000 net worth lead.
Stolen arrow.
Ooh, almost caught Gary, but fortunately, he had his head up and ready to go.
This is a really good spell for Liquid to fight around, because they have the DK initiation. And their BKBs are all coming online. They finished the Brood, they finished the Dragon Knight. I think it's just time to go force the Roshan. If you don't have Zais, that's the one you don't need. So Liquid pretty much fully online here. And Scan does hit. Do Quest want to try and contest this? I think Amar will feel bad if they don't take the fight with his BKB timing here.
Sure.
Heart on TA2000 as well. Yeah, they're just going to mass TP and smoke it up.
See if
no time to wait for you. This is going down pretty fast.
Yeah, they scan the high ground, so if they're not in the high ground, it means they're doing the Roshan, so they're trying to speed their way there, but they're too slow.
They might still take the fight if they get a good clump.
Yeah, TA2000 may look for the song opportunity here.
They want to fight under vision. They want to drag Liquid in a bit, maybe have them split up. Yeah, I need straight into this Brood and the Aegis on the Beastmaster. That tells you who Liquid wants to survive these fights.
Right.
Pretty tough. Amar will take a Blink Dagger off the Courier from Boxy. Decent net worth advantage. Will he get caught?
Chasing after him, Nisha not in range there. Dragon form popped, but no Dragon Tail.
I think Quest are out of here. Yeah. Way too awkward. They need to get the other lanes in. They wasted some time. Got a Courier kill off it. Back to farm. Fuse the Naga on the map. Get as much out of that space as you can. As Liquid push towards their third BKB on that Beastmaster.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think you were probably right about the way Amar felt about the game, but I don't think Quest are required to contest Aegis.
No, this first Aegis does not matter. I don't think Liquid are going to be able to go high ground with it or anything cheesy.
I mean, they're already being elusive enough, and like, your extra strength of this Aegis, does it do anything to stop the fact that TA2000's pushing in all of your lanes?
It's very true. And this Shadow Demon can scale really hard in this game. Like Kaori, if he gets to an Axis game, breaks the DK multiple purges, disruptions with the DK illusions. Even the purge on Brood in the fight can be enough to kite her around. I don't think Quest are afraid of continuing to scale and go in late game. Even though this Naga in theory has kind of rough matchups, there are ways that they can get around it here. But particularly with the Wind Ranger and the Mars could be problems for Liquid later.
Now it's a Scythe queued up.
See, I mean, I told you, he just like...
Another smoke from Team Liquid playing behind the Aegis hero.
Yeah, that arrow ran out from Boxy. A little sad here for the smoke gank.
Yeah, it goes to show how long these teams have played without really interacting with each other too much.
That's been a quiet period.
It's they got to start taking towers if you're Liquid. This has gone on long enough.
Yeah, especially when you have this Aegis period. They're still waiting for Zai's BKB. I just don't think they need it. Definitely want to be hitting some tier 2s, forcing Quest into you. Maybe they're afraid if they overextend on a tower, there's all this wraparound potential with the Mirana ult that can be hard to cover. And you just, if you lose a fight at a tier 2, you throw so much in this game away.
Yeah, the bigger the map is, I feel like it has been harder to deal with invisibility in general.
It can be very strong. Good thing all the Invis heroes are straight trash.
That is mostly true, yeah.
Bounty Hunter, Ricky, Nyx, where are you? Nobody can find them. They're in the garbage.
Nyx Assassin's like, please guys, I'm the answer to Medusa. No, you're not. You're still trash.
The answer to yourself.
All right, tier 2 was taken. Liquid gonna have just a bit of a poke here at the tier 3. The first sign of any defense, they blink and bounce away.
You know, it is a rare meta when the most viable Invis hero in Dota is your good old boy Brooklyn.
Talking about, of course, Clinks is what he's referring to. That is an obscure reference to be giving people.
Brooklyn Clinks.
Nisha in a bit of trouble. He can use his BKB whenever he wants. He pops it now. They go for Boxy instead.
Reno will seal his fate. They do not get that big BK. Still, first BKB from Nisha defensively does not feel good for this kind of push-oriented 5-man Liquid lineup.
No, it's not going to feel great.
This Aegis just didn't do much other than get your beast to the BKB. There are some Broodlings starting to hit bottom, so Amar will go back, look for the high 5. No one wants to give it to him. Very sad about that one.
He just wants to keep playing with Mickey.
Just wants a friendly high 5. Amar the friendly. This guy taunts a lot too, man.
Yep.
Well, those players just spams taunt hockey. Those are the worst. Butterfly for TA2000 here. Ooh, he is far. He is very far.
I think Liquid just straight up, I mean, Zai just gave up his life on the Aegis.
What did he even die to?
Yeah, just Naga Siren Illusions. He just fought them to death. So, at this point in time, I don't even think Team Liquid can end the game, right? There's no possible way, I think, for them to deal with the Sirens, so...
They have to go late.
They have to go late. And we're going to see how good Broodmother and Dragonite are going to be able to scale into this game.
It's going to be very interesting. This DK is a very good matchup versus Naga. I think it's a fantastic DK game, other than the Shadow Demon. That's like the one X factor for Nisha, is how much is Kaori going to be able to punish him in the fights, or just break him, mess him up, put his own illusions on top of him. Outside of that, I would be very confident in Liquid scaling behind the DK here. I just don't know how much that's going to influence the matchup. This Wind Ranger one can also be weird, particularly when the DK gets broken, because then that single target focus fire damage just escalates out of nowhere.
Sure.
Like you throw a Disseminate out there, anything can happen. So Noob and Kaori are really the scaling factor for Quest that are going to, I think, make them feel pretty solid about this game. I don't know, I feel like Quest is just going to win this late. I think they can kite out the Liquid stuns, make the fight very awkward.
Yeah, that's my assumption too. Arrow, long range.
Yeah, but are you killing him with a heal?
Yeah, the illusions do play against you.
That's
the
very awkward.
Going to work, and they got the Primal Roar at TA2000. This is actually a little bit awkward now. The Moonlight Shadow, but he pops the BKB, chased after him, but he's already away thanks to the Force Staff. They do manage to get the root onto the Mirana, but it goes against Quest. Thinking they had the options there, but the drums, man, they keep you too high health against these illusion heroes.
So the Naga answers the Beast Ags and the Crystal Maiden with the ult. Sends TA2000 packing in. Omar has to sacrifice his life for the carry's sins.
Yeah, it's a rare time where you see Insania #1 in terms of all the supports in the game in net worth.
That's very true. It's probably Illusion Gold helping him out. Just farming it up on the Crystal Maiden.
Which means he's very likely to scale pretty well. I mean, he's looking at a BKB if he gets to a point where he can get like BKB, Shard, Blink, that sort of thing.
You are annoying. You're definitely annoying, especially for the Naga. Even when these BKBs run low for Quest. Still, this is the timing where Quest can strike. Hex done for Amar. That is what all that net worth went into. At least you get a good damage test here, you know? You're like, all right. See how much I can kill this Beastmaster. You were killing him. You got that going for you.
He was losing more health than gaining. Yeah, Quest in their smoke. On their quest to find Team Liquid somewhere out of the map. The spiders are going to start spreading around, getting some information just about TA2000. They're going to run into him.
Sick.
It is a deep ward that's going to be able to find a great arena for Amar. Instantly taking down Boxy. Nisha now going to be focus fired by Noob, but they're going to turn around with the Dragon Tail onto him. His win run can only last so long here, and he's going to be diced up by Liquid, who are here in force, and they bought back on Boxy for that one too.
It's very interesting Omar took Boxy over Nisha there with the Hex, because in theory you can chain it up with the arrow. I guess it can get body blocked, and the Rubik is a guaranteed kill as opposed to his DK. Maybe he doesn't die.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, Boxy has buyback here right outside their base. It's kind of, okay, we're going to take him and get the hell out. And Noob did not get the memo going in there. Pays a big price. You give up level 4 Shackle Shot as well. A very strong spell steal on the Rubik. Especially when this duration is increased with instant cast point. It's a nasty one to give away. We'll see if Boxy can make more of it than he did with that arrow from earlier. Did cost him a buyback.
I always love to see when teams queue up multiple of the same item, where they very clearly have like a team philosophy here. It's going to be the Scythe for Amar, which he has completed, but then also TA2000 is considering it as well. Even if he doesn't go for it, it just kind of says like, okay, they feel like they need just more disables to win these fights. Just an overwhelming amount of control.
I wonder if it's going to lack damage. Because this Hex is kind of over your Bloodthorn, right?
Yeah, exactly. Bloodthorn would be the other option.
And I feel like the Bloodthorn is nice when you have a Hex, because you can just go and Hex somebody, Bloodthorn them, and burst them before Liquid can react.
Yeah.
It is better versus saves, because you have multiple Hexes to deal with that. So somebody can jump the Rubik, you can jump a core at the same time, and then this Rubik Shard, which could have maybe potentially come out later, isn't as effective.
It's better against the Broodmother, I would argue, because like if he's silenced, but he's already got Insatiable Hunger out, then maybe just out life steals it.
The actual man fighting is better. We'll see if they can make it pay off right now, because this is when it's super strong. When you are guaranteeing getting the initiation, especially with Mirana, well, that's another factor here. You have 2 Hexes running in Invis. Hard for Liquid to react.
They're going to be taking this 4 versus 5. No Insania here in this fight.
There's a gem. They sound first.
They immediately see the Siren. That's going to be a big kill, but the Disruption's going to be able to bail him out. Kiori is going to be chased down here by Nisha. Meanwhile, Mickey is going to be a bit of trouble here, going for Amar, but speared back in the arena. And look at that damage coming out from TA2000. It is overwhelming Team Liquid. They cannot stop this Naga Siren, who will now use the song, not for a save, but for more kills.
Arrow and 2. They're going to get Nisha here.
Yeah,
sure.
Certainly. Insania is going to show up, freezing field, but it's going to feel pretty impotent here. Telekinesis not going to stop what the damage is coming through. Insania will be caught up in this as well. Liquid get absolutely trounced by Quest in this fight for Roshan.
Snaga's way too tanky. Just runs in, tanks all the initiation. Gem lost there for Liquid as well, which is the only thing that made that kind of go their way.
I think they got it back up on the courier.
Did they?
Yeah.
Actually got it out of there? Holy crap. Okay, I don't know how that worked when Omar was literally on top of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do salvage it. That's a consolation prize, though, as Roshan is going to go Quest's way. Boxy finished Omar on the back end of that. So he did play that sequence pretty well. It's just the sustained damage and how long it took them to go through the bulwark in the arena. Your BKBs run out. That spear landing on the Brood was huge. That's just a damn good team fight there. Understanding their timings with this double Hex and abusing Mirana ult to the maximum. It really helps get you on these initiations with the extra move speed. Liquid not being able to see these supports. They're doing a lot in these fights. The disruption save was also pretty pivotal, right?
Yeah, great play by Kiori, playing it back, getting the right blink in. Prime Roar going to be used, see if they can kill the Shadow Demon before he can save himself.
Yeah, no one to bail him out.
Now Scythe into a spear with the arena.
Arrow gets blocked by Boar.
Yeah, Noob's going to be able to chase down the back line, though. He went for Boxy, but an immediate Glimmer Cape is going to be able to buy him a little bit of time. Had the vision, got outside of it. Now instead, he turns towards the Dragon Knight, but with the Focus Fire already used, this is an awkward fight for him. They're going to start backing out. TA2000 is going to call it quits. Song of Siren used.
Snared.
Ensnare lasts forever, actually. They're going to have to fight this one, I think. Nice spear, locking down the Dragon Knight. But yeah, dragging back in with the harpoon.
Another ensnare.
Another one, man. Boxy keeping it going. This is a dangerous move. They have to fight for their life now, but the Focus Fire is back up and being laid into the Beastmaster. Might be able to get him, but they finish off the first life of the Wind Ranger. When he comes back up,
walking in.
Look at the Crimson Guard go. TA2000 is going to be able to turn and to help deal with the Crystal Maiden, but he's trying to get out with the rest of his actual hero. As Omar is going to be targeted. Dragon Tail worked by Mickey. Harpoon and back in once again. TA2000, everybody else has died around him, and they can finally focus down the Siren, who falls 4 dead on the side of Quest. What a turn from Liquid. How did that work so well?
That fight lasted so damn long. He got a second roar off in the engagement. Crimson Guard just keeping Liquid up for so long here. They kite out a lot of the damage from Quest too, because your Shadow Demon died first. That's the biggest factor there.
Yeah.
Kaori is so important to bailing out the single target initiation from Liquid and also giving them sustained damage over the fight. There was no arrow sleep connection either. A lot of the hexes were kind of used defensively to try and recreate a gap that just never got reset up.
And Boxy got to be the MVP of that second part of the engagement because he gets targeted by the first Focus Fire. Glimmer Capes get out of sentry detection. And then the Ensnare steal. Oh.
The ensnares were huge. It just kept TA2000 stuck in places for so damn long. I think he got ensnared like 4 times. It's so frustrating. He's just sitting there like, stop. Just stop it, man. I am the net god. But Boxy says, no. I will use your strength against you.
And then the
There's
second
another
Focus
one.
Fire
He just
dies
can't move.
on the Aegis. It's silly, really.
It really is. And like, okay, you have to shackle this Sia to get rid of the ulti as well. Not what Noob wants to be doing.
The funny part is TA2000's not dying. It's just Quest keep on trying to play around him. They have to. And then they die.
And the thing is, both hexes at the end here were used on Boxy because they're sick of getting ensnared. Like, TA2000 hexed him to try and TP out.
Yeah.
Boxy knew he was dead, blinked to try and catch Amar, and Amar hexed him again. It's like, no more ensnares for me. And then he had to BKB TP. So they got a BKB out of the Mars at the end of that fight as well. Down to 6 seconds here.
Now there's a massive pickup. Nisha has an MKB. That'll help a lot with dealing with these Naga Siren illusions.
That's a lot of damage here. I mean, it's either BKB or like Bloodthorn Mjolnir build. He'll go for the MKB here on top of that BKB into AC. It's going to shift a lot of this physical damage back Noob's way, who went for that Silver Edge to get the break. That break's going to be very important as you don't have a Shadow Demon Ags for a long time in this game. Do have a Nullifier on Amar. This game is just coming down to single target focusing cores, right? Like, who gets the jump? Do you break the DK and slice him in half? Does Liquid get their BKBs off and get a roar and you just focus down the Wind Ranger with Nullifier? That's where that Shadow Demon saves. This Disruption is becoming one of the most important spells in the game, as well as the Rubik save off the Telekinesis. Both of these backline supports can bail out the single target go from either team and reset the fight, and then you might just be in a really good position. Then it goes back to like Naga Illusions and Moran ulti, right?
Yeah.
How much does that set you up to find the jumps, or do you find the Rubik first? If you're Liquid, you got to find the Shadow Demon first. There's a lot of balance in this game. It's just a question of who seizes the opportunity that gets given to them.
Shivas, that'll make the Beastmaster a lot tankier against the physical damage, the Wind Ranger, plus the Naga Siren. He just wants to exist in the middle of these fights.
Scale's picking up for Liquid, man. AC plus the Shivas is going to help a lot with the HP, and Mickey, he has slowly built his webs and crawled his way up this net worth chart. He is number 2 after that incredibly rough start.
A late Lincolns for him.
He's getting scary. Titan Sliver's also really good on this hero. So if you get the defensive items in the Lincolns and the BKB, you're like a guaranteed hero kill somewhere. It's pretty hard to stop. That's the power of this Brood. If you can get to level 25 talent, it just gets better and better. Shard already online. Insatiable Hunger does not care about your life, though it cares about an arrow. Mickey just tanks it out of nowhere. Stolen Disruption by Boxy. That's going to be super
really
helpful.
Nice. Telekinesis, stop Kaori from casting any spells, and they'll get that kill, but unable to get a second one off of it. They are...
is huge.
Yeah.
Cannot be underestimated here. As good as it is for Quest, it is just as good for Liquid. This is where you want to get that next Roshan. While this spell is up for the Rubik. It's not going to be that fast, though.
We're going to have some Dragonite illusions being spammed all over the field here.
Oh, this is so annoying.
Might even trick Quest.
Look at Nisha on the left. Ninja geared up. He's going to find an opening.
By Tamar. An opportunity instantly jumps on him, and he's bulwarked the wrong direction too. They used the song right away. The BKB did go off from Zai though, and Boxy playing the edges, trying to hold him in place. The telekinesis does go off.
Disruption steal.
That is a beautiful disruption to hold him in place. He does manage to blink away though. Great move by Amar. No covering nukes whatsoever to be able to stop that blink.
Yeah, you do not have the poison to throw in there, unfortunately. You are not the grandest of all the mages.
And that was also the end of the Dragon form, so time for Liquid to back up, and they're going to return to a state. I think whenever we talk about the Liquid and like the growth and stuff, it feels like though the default is still Quest, right? Like the game, when it's normalized, it just means that Quest has more of the map control, and very likely they have the initiation advantage. It feels like they have a lot of things going their ways. Liquid's just making it difficult for them.
I do feel like Liquid is getting more out of the map, though, in a way. Like, this Naga is kind of peaking right now. So all the farm that TA2000 is continuing to take, it's not that impactful.
Like, it's not going to trickle down to the rest of his allies.
There's no trickle-down economics for Quest here, and all three of Liquid's cores are just beefing up. Yeah. They're providing damage, they're providing tank ability. All of them are problems. Whereas I don't know how much damage this Naga is actually putting out. I mean, the thing is, TA2000 went for BKB Ags and Hex. It's a lot of control, extra control during the BKB durations with the Ensnare, plus you can reel him in, I guess. I don't know if you ever sit there and reel him in, but the thing is, it's a lot of defensive or control-oriented items. There's not the Bloodthorn build. There's not some crazy spike they hit with this Butterfly, and it will start to wear off here.
Well, the nice part is he can consume the Aghanim Scepter and open up another slot, which is what he's trying to do
now. That
is
true, yeah, and then you can get Swift Blink. That'll up your damage.
Swift Blink, do you think that is the right item choice? Again, I kind of look back to that Bloodthorn. Like, that is a way to crack open a single target focus, right?
It does feel like Bloodthorn would be the best item for Quest going in these late games versus the Tricore that Liquid is presenting them. At some point, you're going to have to cleave through these heroes.
Yeah, this triple core lineup is, like, so tanky, each one of them. Did manage to get a ranged barracks off the illusions.
That's something.
They still struggle to deal with these illusions when it comes to the split push. In the team fights, they're okay with it, but they are a nuisance.
Radiant Roshan is going to be great for them. Those buybacks are pretty damn nice here. Especially when you're fighting up against that triple BKB-oriented lineup from Liquid. Even if you lose your Shadow Demon, Kaori can come back. If Omar wants to tank the jump, he can buy back and be straight there.
Yeah, it almost feels like it guarantees.
TA2000 is in with the real hero, by the way.
Shivas goes off, but so does the song. So he's going to be able to get away. Liquid.
I don't know if he was intentionally looking for that, but he broke their smoke. Hawk will get slain as well as they control this gate high ground. Okay, you're poking.
Look at all the spiders and the boars and everything, giving them vision.
This is a hornet's nest right here.
So now we're just going to have a standoff around the Roshan pit. The other lanes seem to not really have a huge amount of pressure one way or the other, so...
Top will eventually push in for Quest. It's going to take a long time. Zai gets found with a casual shackle. Broodlings are just scouting so much, and there's Morano. So this is Quest popping this defensively.
Coach trying really hard to force this.
This is a good spell to get out if you're really happy you just got that up by setting Broodlings in. Now you're not going to have it for the middle of the fight.
Yeah, Song on cooldown, Moonlight Shadow on cooldown. Opportunities present themselves, but how do you push into that high ground area and the outpost?
They still have this disruption on Boxy, by the way, so they're going to send some DK illusions in, and Nisha says, I've had enough. Going to kick him out of here.
Yep, he runs through the outpost area.
You're going to see Cores here. Finds Amar.
Yeah, he's going to spot Amar first. Start hitting him, blinks away before the spear.
Noob on the backside as well, looking for the Rubik.
Yeah, this is very interesting. If he catches one of those backline heroes, Boxy's hidden away in the trees right now.
Another disruption on the DK. He wants
Look at it, they're smoking to him.
They're going to shift positions, musical chairs. Zai says, I don't care, I'm just going to do Roche.
Boxy, the smoke is going to break on him in a second here. This is super scary. They're actually going to get the initiation onto the Mirana. Fast kill, instant buyback though. Meanwhile, Lamar on the corner here. Primal Roar. They start going for it. They're going to chain it easily. They're going to chain this one, and Lamar is going to die. The song comes out too late.
They're not going to buy and take this. They're just going to get the hell out. Noob is top somehow. I guess he botsed up here.
Yeah, he's going for the buildings.
Trying to force heroes back, but stolen song.
Oh, stolen song. That's a pickup right there.
Time to go to sleep, my friend. If they can get heroes here, they have Nullifier. And they pop the Lincolns. Yes.
Pop the Lincolns, get the Nullifier on him. He's dead. Ooh, and they're still going to be able to take Roshan unless Quest does like a really ballsy move and buys back and runs to the pit.
This is a shard song too, right? So it's going to heal a bit. This is a really good spell for Boxy to have. Low cooldown as well, 60 seconds. He can set a lot up with this. Counteract those sneaky initiations from Quest, and Nisha slowly killing this Roshan as the only play Quest have is to threaten top again. I'm surprised Amar did not commit buyback for that fight.
Yeah, same. I thought they were just going to mass buyback for that fight.
Just didn't look good enough. I guess Zai finding him on the side, killing him before he gets anything off. Just way too good of a pick-off.
I thought they would have played for Dragon Form expiring, right?
And they could have done that as well, yeah. There were a lot of little timings there.
Oh, Insania instantly eats it up. He's like, I've almost got my Blink Dagger, boys. So now, and he's almost level 18. So now, Blink BKB Freezing Field. That is a really big impact in these fights. You're actually going to be getting frostbites now on these illusions.
Shows how much faith they have in him to be the X factor in this late game, because he took that over a Brood Spinner Snare. He took it over a Rubik who can get 2 spells.
Another song could be used.
And
he caught the Mirana. He has the gem for it.
That is a gem.
And it's a gem that the Mirana has as well, right? Yeah. So now they've just taken that resource away from Quest.
And Boxy has an entire Hex, by the way. So these songs are, they're deadly. You just get turned into a sheep, you're gone.
I mean, part of it is the Aghanim Scepter, but there is a massive difference even still. If you take away that 4,200 net worth or whatever away from the Crystal Maiden, there's still a very big net worth difference between the 2 supports of Liquid and the 2 supports of Quest.
Liquid are just finding way more on the map. It's all going into Naga for Quest, and this Naga net worth is, it's just not mattering right now.
Especially if he dies here, BKB, TP out. The damage, though, they are showing that they can overwhelm the Naga Siren's HP pretty quickly now.
You need to make up some scale. You need to make it up fast here if you're Quest. It needs to come through Refresher from Amar or some sort of damage item on the Wind Ranger. Because this is looking like a game ender from Liquid right here if they get what they want out of this push. Age is still up for 3 minutes. Cheese in Nisha's backpack. And they have level 25 on Brood, level 25 on Beast. These big talents are coming in.
Yeah, soon to be level 25 on Nisha as well. Trying to stack up the poisons right now, anything to weaken up Team Liquid, while Noob is going fishing here deep in the mid lane and is going to be caught for it. Oh no.
Dead again.
Yeah, he's going to be telekinesis hexed, frostbitten, and all Liquid crew is going to come back to punish Noob once again. Quest have seemingly given up on the idea of 5 versus 5s now.
This Wind Ranger has felt useless.
Yeah.
Just not able to find the core pickoffs in the early mid game that would have propelled him to some sort of late game scale. And now he's just food, man. No BKB. Doesn't want to buy it because he wants buyback up. Is it going to help him take this fight? Little Roar comes out. Remember, this is low cooldown now. So I was going to be happy to just chuck him out and see what happens.
Yeah.
Still have Aegis for 2 minutes.
He gets the maxed out drum beats too. While that happens, Spear back into the barracks. Arrow's going to happen as well here. They're going to go for the Dragon Knight, but a toss back away with the telekinesis. That'll help bail him out. Even though he has Aegis, they don't want to lose his Dragon form. Oh, the BKB fades away and Mickey sticks onto Amar. Just needs a little bit more to finish him up, but a big heal comes out from that God's Rebuke.
Stolen song again.
Turn. Doesn't quit the song for the arrow, holds it for the full duration.
Yeah, but it's healing Nisha up. Extra value here. Can continue the siege. No buyback committed from Noob yet. What is the signal? If it's not that spear back, I don't think it exists. DK form is out. You still always have this shard save too. And man, this Tricore is terrifying late game. You have double Hex now on Liquid side. You have tank ability between the armor. And you have no lack of damage with MKB on Mickey, level 25. This is where the carry brood just, I feel like it just wins games. I don't know how you deal with the hero at this point, unless you can jump him and all in him. And that has proved way too problematic for Quest. Their Naga is falling off fast. You look at this Naga 6 slot. I don't know about you, but I don't feel like it's cleaving through much here.
No, not anymore. It is far too late into the game. I thought the Wind Ranger plus like the late game, it's usually refresher, double arena, like combined with Wind Ranger running around. I would have imagined that would help the Naga Siren still carry through some of these late game fights, but I don't know when it happened, but at some point in time, Quest just seemed to have the read that they couldn't take straight 5-on-5s anymore.
They did not get enough out of what Amar did in the early game. He just kept farming with this Mars. They didn't find the fights with his BKB timing. It cost him a lot, and it let Mickey catch back up. And in this ultra late, this is where Naga suffers because the DK is just, he's just too much beef, man.
Yeah.
What do you do to this hero at this point? He still has Aegis for 30, he has a BKB cheese waiting in his backpack.
He doesn't even have like the Manta to be able to play off of the illusions and just siege away like that. He's doing it with just his hero, and they can't challenge him.
Can't even disrupt him because of the Lincoln Spheres. Death by 1,000 Dragon Knight blows. Mars gonna try and start the fight on the Dragon Knight. He still has Aegis.
With the arrow and everything, the telekinesis throwback, they could still chase after him with the arena, but again, the song goes out from PA2000 and the song
everybody
from Boxy
slept
at the same time, so everybody slept all at once, and they're gonna come back into it, but Nisha has already been healed up a significant amount.
The old 10 hero sleep. I don't know if I've seen that one before. They don't reset the fight here. Definitely benefits Liquid as they're just healing up their DK. His Aegis was wearing out. That's a close timing by Quest. I think it was a little off still. Able to just walk it off. You get, actually you do not get that melee racks. Does get defended here. Continue to stall this game. Try and push towards some answer to the front line here from Liquid. It's got to be a refresher for Amar, right? Just double hex, double spear somebody, take him down.
Yeah, isolate him. Bring that one hero down with a focus fire, especially if that second arena can somehow keep Boxy out of the way of being able to provide that telekinesis save.
He's just doing way too much on the defensive side.
Yeah.
Save steals, disruption steals, shard saves. You can't find him. He's ninja geared. He has an Aether Lens. Boxy knows what his job is.
Bots 2 under the Mirana, fast pickup.
That's just instant.
Dire are scanning.
Dragon's got a spider behind him. Look at
Amar is spotted by the Hawk. Zai's going to open up on him. Primal Roar and the team, they'll be here for the follow-up. Now 2 dead with no buyback on Quest. Liquid will scurry their way quickly to the high ground.
This might be a game ender here. You don't have the gold for the buyback on Amar.
Look at Noob. He's so desperate to like keep them out of his base. He's going for a focus fire, but that just sets up for Boxy, who time and time again has been the answer to Noob. Can't quite stop the BKB, so he will manage to get out. That does leave Mickey and Zai in a little bit of awkward spot here. Mickey TP's out. Okay. He's clean. TA2000 can't quite catch up to Zai either, so...
Wow, they actually got out of that, man. When you do have this ensnare, breaks BKB, I guess it's just too easy with the Lincolns and everything from Liquid.
Yeah.
Heroes get out on both sides. You did not lose too much for this Amar death that did not have the buyback. And you will get a chance to contest this next Roshan. Damn, is it getting hard. It is getting tough to find openings for Quest right now as Liquid are just choking out this map. Those bots 2 kills are, they're game finishers. Off a Hawk, off a Spiderling. Find any sort of opening with the Dragon Knight, the whole team just comes in. Devastating. As they'll get another shard here for Zai. Look at that. Now you got some extra dive bomb on top of everything else in this game.
Yeah, when they're already trying to pick up so many scythe devices on both sides, having any extra disable should be nice.
And those dive bombs are useful for Lincoln's breakers too.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Get one on the Noob. He's going to have a rough day at the office here. As TA2000, I mean, he is finding net worth. Give it to that. Swift Blink finished here. Mags and Shard almost level 25. I'm still just waiting for the damage. I don't feel like it's enough. Unless you can line it all up off some double spear initiation from Amar.
Does the 25 talent on Naga help out that much with damage? Right? Isn't there the one where there's less attacks for the trigger?
Yes. which it's a little extra burst. I feel like most time people take the mirror image cooldown.
Yeah, they do. I was just thinking about that other one because they seem to have a hard time focusing down a single hero.
You gotta combine the break off of Nuke Silver Edge on the DK with Naga going in, chain some Hex, and you have to deal with the saves from the Rubik. That's the biggest problem right now. This lift back, he sleeps. He's looking up the high ground. Does he want to take the Dragon Knight here? No, he does not.
No, they've tried that too many times.
Still a cheese on Nisha, by the way.
Yeah, you're not bringing him down 100-0. You don't have that many stuns. You don't have that much damage. So that is a pointless go. Bottom lane is pushing in big time, by the way.
This is something Liquid can always leverage in this game. The fact that they have 2 lanes here and a Beastmaster to give vision of Roche Pit. The whole map is very straightforward to play.
Which is going to help a lot when Roshan is going to spawn on the Radiant side, too.
It's going to be nice to contest. As they're looking for the pickoff here, bots 2 on Anisha. Will not find Amar. He barely gets out of there.
They're going to take this building.
Eventually, yes. Got a lift.
Zai pushing out with the Shivas. Managed to get the Scythe onto the Naga Siren here. Force out trying to get him away. TA2000 pops the BKB, but now that means he won't have his BKB and won't have that magic immunity. Gets off the song, though, before Boxy could chain it.
Down to Bar. You also have to BKB TP here, and still no Abyssals up. So these are still get out of jail free cards.
They do manage to stop the Mirana, though. So they do get a pick off of all of this.
The melee racks.
Melee racks did fall, yeah.
They got that racks. They got a glyph. Not the worst trade.
Tier 3.
I mean, you don't have buyback on Mirana. I don't know how influential Mirana is at this point. Might be better just to not give Boxy the spells. I don't think you're contesting this Roche. No way in hell you're contesting this one.
Yeah, I mean, the Dragon form is going to expire at some point, but probably better just to push out the lane, see if you can maybe start chipping away at that mid. I almost kind of want to keep TA2000 on the top side of the map so we can start backdooring the mid lane next, too.
Or just cutting waves, make the pressure in a lane.
Yeah, see if you can
just
catch Liquid, slip up somehow.
It's so easy for Liquid to find you off of some random hero going in with the bots connection.
Yeah, that's true.
It's spooky. Very spooky.
So another Aghanim Scepter that they keep for the support.
Yeah,
we got
go
the
Boxy here.
And Nisha is going to consume his own, so that just leaves Mickey at this point, the only one who doesn't have an Ags. That's where a healthy portion of this 34,000 net worth lead from Team Liquid lies in, is all of their heroes scaling up together.
The name of the game nowadays, it's a 5-man wrecking crew. They're all dealing a lot of damage here. AEC finally finished for Nisha, as he'll also consume his Ags. Man, is he big. Yeah, he's not even the most farmed core on his team. Bottom.
Yeah, Mickey still 5K ahead of him.
Yeah, he bought a full Swift Blink, has another 5K gold. Can't even slot all this net worth. Just too much gold for Liquid to use. They're going to try and push this last lane down. It looks like Quest want to fight outside the base.
See if he can surprise Liquid here. Break the lane.
Out the beast.
Nisha do manage to get the initiation on his side, but the spear didn't latch. BKB goes off. Now there's still the focus fire from Noob. Might be able to bring down Zai, but it got off the Primal Roar, and their turnaround is going to commence. Zai, he's good. TA2000 calls a halt to the team fight. Song into a blink away, I think. Yeah, that's it.
They're going to have to buy back the Wind Ranger here. And they got nothing out of that. Literally nothing. I guess you're going to wear out the DK form a little bit, but this is not going to stop Liquid from going high ground. As Nisha still half the duration up.
They had that Beastmaster, the spear latches to the tower, but it was just a bit shy.
It was a little off. Now you're going to have to take another fight outside your base.
Go spot the Crystal Maiden, instantly Scythe before he can cast anything else after that.
Amar is not winning this fight.
No, he's not. The freezing field is out from Insania as he crawls his way forward. Look at the illusions being demolished. He blinks forward on top of TA2000. Way too much damage.
Shackle.
Gonna have to play for a reset here, possibly through
there's no running.
Second life of the Naga, but no, they just GG it out.
The Brood is way too big and way too hungry as Mickey ends this game 13-3 off a rough start. He climbs his way back to the top, and they made this Naga look like mincemeat, man. I just did not feel like Quest were going to scale off the Naga in this late game, and the other two cores fell behind. Those were the cores that had to pick up the slack that we talked about. It had to be the Mars and the Wind Ranger, even the Shadow Demon continuing to find the farm and winning the fights around Roshan for them to win this late game, because the Naga is going to fall off at a certain point.
Right.
And the only person who kept up was TA2000.
Yeah,
Which
I
is
mean,
great.
when the Siren gobbles up, you know, all the net worth on the map, it doesn't really leave anything else for anybody else.
No, he had a crazy amount of CS here. Over 1,100. Oh my God. He had 1,140 last hits on the Naga. The next closest in this game is 540 on Amar and 660 on Mickey. He's literally doubling up the Broodmother CS here. But honestly, I feel like it's bad for Quest.
Yes, it is. I
Because
think
it's
so too.
so much net worth going to the Naga that doesn't change anything about the late game fights. And it's just them trying to stall the game, pressure off that one lane of racks that went down. It's just not leading to a win condition here. Team Liquid get way too big, and that Zai Beastmaster collects another dub.
He does indeed. Team Liquid maybe have found something to propel themselves into the final day here at the Bali Major, but that is just game one, and Quest undoubtedly will have a better idea going into game two. We'll see what they come up with. Let's head back to the panel.
I'm sure part of it may be starting to get ready for the possibility of Broodmother being a flex pick for Team Liquid. Broodmother has just risen so much in stocks over the course of this entire major from the beginning of the group stage. I remember it was pretty much just like Shiro on LGD, was just like, yo, what if I run this as a carry? And then more and more carry players started being like, oh yeah, she's a universal hero. I love universal heroes. Maybe I should run it as a carry. But Mickey wasn't necessarily the hero of this game. Rezo, I feel like you very specifically had a soft spot for someone on Liquid.
I mean, Boxy has put on a show this game. Oh my god, what he did in that particular fight in the mid lane, where it was like a very deciding fight for the Team Liquid. If the Quest win that fight, they probably win the game out of it. But Boxy, oh my god, what he did in the fight. He netted Naga like 3 or 4 times that game, and also on the Rubik net is like 8 seconds long or something. So he basically like solo win that fight by just controlling the Naga, not making anything happen to like his teammates, not making any output from the Naga being made in the fight. And also the way they started the fight, they killed the Shadow Demon straight up with like, I think Boxy was the one initiating that fight, and so along with the Zai, starting that initiation going and straight up like turning the game after that point, and also like getting that sleep and getting the songs and the crucial pickoffs in the game, like on the Wind Ranger, on Mars. It's just, I don't know. I love watching Boxy play this Rubik. I didn't think he was like one of the best Rubikers, but now after this game, he's up there for sure for me.
Dude, absolutely. These are the types of performances, especially at this stage of the tournament, that you make your name for it. How about you, Gunnar? What do you have your eyes on in this game number 1?
I like the way that they dealt with the Naga pushing lanes. They kind of had a rough early game. Top lane went really bad for them.
Yes.
Amar kind of did his thing where he crushes the lane. And he had a Midas queued up. Maybe if he went the Midas this game, it would have been a little different on the Mars. But I think the way that they kind of took the team fights, like Rezo was saying, especially like Boxy, but I think everyone on Liquid, how they played these team fights was really good. And once they get like an advantage, I think their draft is like really easy to execute. Dragonite just gets stuns across the map, keeps getting kills, pickoffs. Boxy just keeps getting pickoffs with the song. He got like 3 or 4 random kills just for free after having it. So really nice play by them.
This is what you also referenced in terms of how they dealt with the Naga split push. You said before we even started the series, you think that this matchup is going to be defined by how lanes are pushed. And it seems that Liquid had a very clear idea that if we let Naga Siren go through, we're going to deal with it this way.
Yeah, I feel like TA2000, like Naga for him isn't like necessarily good, because like he's usually like the win condition for them. And I mean, it's maybe like Amar having that Mars is not particularly good, that he doesn't really provide that much damage in this fight, or like it's just Naga for TA2000 not working very well, because he can't really be the one that's gonna win the game. Like Naga usually is the one who's like holding the game, like making a lot of stuff happen, push the lanes, but she needs some additional carry hero to be able to win the fights and finish the game with.
Yeah, my experience playing Naga, like you're gonna have the lanes pushed in, you're gonna supply your team with the vision, and my job as the carrier is usually like pointing at the guy, this guy's defending the wave, kill this guy. But the problem is usually Naga can at least throw some damage in there. But when you're looking at like a DK and a Beastmaster, what make these picks so strong is DK is just going to stand his ground when he's netted and hit you back, and he's got this huge AoE slow splash damage. And then you got Beastmaster who's just drumming away. Doesn't matter if he's stunned or anything like that. You saw, I think it was like 20 minutes, 25 minutes when they went for their kill attempt on Zai, and he ended up having to song on TA2000 and just walk away. These are all just good game and map matchups that they're picking on the side of Liquid, and that's why I liked their draft initially. But this Boxy, man, like those song steals, like Clutch, just generally his positioning in a game like this is quite difficult. You're looking at Wind Ranger, you're looking at Mars, you're looking at the Naga Sleep with the sheep stick and everything like that.
But don't worry about it, Brian. They had 7 ninja gears in this game.
Exactly.
How is positioning an issue if you have ninja gear?
That's true. That item's freaking stupid.
But both teams had the ninja gear.
Yeah.
I think Liquid had
Liquid had 4.
Yeah, they had an
They rolled
advantage.
pretty well because they rolled 4 ninja gears while Radiant only rolled 3.
Yeah. Well, maybe they talked about it in their game as they were on the mics. Let's do a mic check with Team Liquid.
Just dying. We're just dead. Once. Dead once. Can we kill her twice?
Yeah, try. Go.
She's netted again.
I don't have. I'll find 2 seconds. Supports it.
I'm netting the bottom for you.
Yeah, kill.
I'm hexed. I can't.
Naga's
Keeping up.
I got him.
I kill Miran. Miranda dead. I null fire him.
BKB don't know.
Bottom dead.
There's some Mars up there.
Look, Mars.
Kill Naga here.
Look, Mars.
Mars.
ST will have to blink in. Kill ST when it goes in.
Yeah. Kill Mars.
Yeah, he's not even going.
Real Naga here. Yeah.
Come on.
Naga can't fight. They're gonna get frozen. Look at me. Yeah. Go. They're all dead.
I want
I need help Mars.
He's healing.
Killing the Mars.
ST rolled in.
Naga is left rooted on this BKB
Yeah,
here.
Naga dead. Or ST dead.
I'm on the Wind Runner. Wind Runner root it, guys. Wind Runner root it. Naga. Nice, boys. Fucking 1 hit, boys.
I like how the very first fight, Roman, alludes to what you were talking about, that the Rubik net lasts so long when stolen that Boxy first said, I netted the Naga, and then they had to do a cut. Even though it was the same fight, they had to do a cut because he said it again like 10 seconds later. He's like, I netted the Naga again.
Yeah. And the way he was speaking about it, like, he's so calm, like, I netted again.
I got
Straight
Naga.
up.
Real Naga over here.
As a support, or as a carry, one of the most annoying things is when a support's just like down doggy. You know, just sit there. My team will get to you eventually.
Like Shadow Shaman, right?
Yeah.
Back in the day when he was a good hero and he just gets shackled and then hexed.
I've got him over here. Oh god.
I think it was, if it was Amar on the other team with netting Naga, he would be like, he's dead.
Most interesting was they would like keep calling 2 different heroes. Like
that's nice.
Like
Yeah.
Insania would be like Naga here, and then all the cores would be yelling about the Mars on the other side, and then Insania has to repeat like 5 times. He gets quiet and he's like, Naga here, guys. Real Naga here.
By the 6th time, they're gonna get rooted.
But Boxy had it under control. He was processing all the information while just casually netting people on the way, because he's got the mentality of a champion. And you can be a champion with BizNet, the official internet sponsor of the Bali Major 2023. Shout out to them for sponsoring this event. And if you're ready for game number 2, I won't take any more of your time. Let's get into more of the Dota after the break.
I want to be a champion with business.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for game number 2 of Quest Esports versus Team Liquid, where both these teams are technically on hot streaks. They won their series earlier today, and they're looking to follow up that success now in the lower bracket semifinal. But which team has more momentum?
I'm telling you, Liquid's the lower bracket champions.
But the
upper brackets for bitches.
Book ending, though.
I'm telling you, it's like this is real life. This is no cinematic film with a script.
Man,
as much as it may seem like it, there's no script.
Amar is playing his best when he's under a lot of pressure.
True.
The more
and
pressure,
right
the
now,
better.
The more pressure is better. And right now, he's under the most pressure he could potentially get in this tournament. Because he's in an elimination match right now. And
down
last
one game.
Yeah.
Okay, before we see the draft, what's the Amar hero? Is it the Slark? What are we going to see?
Anti-mage.
I think it's Doom.
You think it's Doom for this one? Okay.
Anti-mage.
Backs against the wall. Put it
think
all
it's
on the
Doom.
line. Game 2, you got to win one more. You pick Doom. Okay.
I'm going to say they do an 8th pick Slurk.
Team Liquid's time to pick.
Straight up 8.
Spicy.
They picked
They're
Dirk.
standing out for Dusa.
Well, we're looking at a Medusa into Anti-Mage. That's the Amar hero you were mentioning, Gunnar, right?
Yeah, so Liquid's going to pick Medusa here, plus like Snapfire to
Or
prevent
Shadow
Noob
Demon.
from picking Snapfire.
Okay.
And then Quest is going to pick Anti-Mage on 8.
Okay.
10 seconds remaining.
No, I mean, I think they need to address the anti-mage right away. So it's either
5
like Shadow
seconds
Demon,
remaining.
Dusa or something.
Is there a chance Liquid just goes Visage? Because they like to get
Team
so dying.
Liquid's turn to pick.
There's no chance.
No. Okay. Medusa Shadow Demon, Medusa Snap.
No Snap. I don't think it's Snap. I
What's
think
the other one?
It's either some melee dude like Clockwork.
But you got to prep for the Anti-Mage, right? That's why people usually pick Shadow Demon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like I see Enchantress marked there on Boxy's monitor.
Whoa,
Yeah, I was
getting a little spoiler there. We don't see it yet. What do you see for this?
I didn't see
There's
it.
Okay, that's not fair. That one doesn't count. I don't give you any
I
credit.
didn't act like I
give
told it.
no
I said
credit.
I see it on his monitor. I
No,
could have
no.
said it. I could have said it without saying I saw it on the monitor.
And look, so what's Quest going to pick?
I didn't see their monitor. Yeah, we already called that.
I said this 8 picks ago. And what did you say? You said Enchantress after seeing it.
What are we, like, measuring length here?
Yep.
No, actually girth.
We'll do it after the panel.
Okay, guys.
We'll let you guys know.
So they probably... I would assume that this is going to be an anti-mage offlane as of now. They're going to bend that they can play it as a carry to kind of flex, but I feel like Amar wants to play this already. Even though TA2000 is probably asking for it, Amar just wants it in his heart.
Liquid has overall last pick.
10 seconds
Is there
remaining.
potential that if Quest reveals Anti-Mage as offlane,
5 seconds
that
remaining.
Liquid puts Medusa offlane?
Yeah.
Yes,
I think
there
it's
is.
a good
But what if
potential.
Quest does the thing where they pick another carry, and then they just put the carry in the,
In the
safe lane
offlane.
or the offlane, depending
Yeah.
on what they feel like?
Yeah.
So it's do you think it's important then that the carry of Quest has that?
They can. I mean, they do it with Slurk. Like, I
Oh,
feel like
what-
at this
what-
point they could just do it with any carry that they feel like.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm saying like there are. I guess there's just certain carries that don't function very well in the offlane. Is all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the
remaining.
biggest thing is just try to pick a hero that doesn't get destroyed by Enchantress,
Okay.
which I'm not really sure because the hero's really good
Sure.
at destroying lanes. So trying to figure out that problem is one thing for Quest.
Well, I think the best way to deal with Anti-Mage generally is to just hit him a lot in the lane,
Yep.
so he doesn't feel comfortable hitting you. And I think that's why they tried Enchantress, like for themselves instead of the Shadow Demon. Because if you saw the Anti-Mage from Band 0, then they certainly saw it coming after they picked the Medusa. So there has to be something about this Enchantress that they're thinking it'll secure our lane.
I think Shadow Demon has to go. If I was
For
Liquid.
Team Liquid or for Quest?
Yeah. It's just
both
way too
teams,
good.
honestly.
Like you think it's getting out of the pool somewhere in these next 3 bands?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's good for both teams. Really good versus both carries in the pool.
Radiant team back.
Versus supports, it's kind of mediocre. I'd say versus both. Like Enchantress can destroy you with the creep, and then dying, you don't really deal with that well. You're okay, but nothing crazy.
There's
So-
the Shadow Demon. Honestly, like, can we just turn the monitor off? We'll just let you guys know exactly what's going to get picked anyways.
So Liquid, I would assume
10
probably just need a
seconds
support on
remaining.
15. I would like catch. They don't really have great
5
catch, and there's an
seconds
anti-mage.
remaining.
If the hero wasn't that bad, I would like a Earth Spirit, but I think the hero is just way too bad right now.
Tiny? Tiny's not a bad 4, but
Not
it's
terrible.
not the best against Undying.
It's not great because you can toss the zombies. So if Dirge presses Tombstone in the fight, it's really hard for you to actually like toss people back or combo.
For free nuke though, like if they're running away from
yeah,
toss the zombie.
Sure,
on them.
you can.
It does damage, right?
It does do damage, but then yeah.
I'm just saying, glass half full approach here, Gunner.
You could also just not pick the tiny, and you could pick a stun that isn't tiny, and then you don't really have these problems. So we're probably going to see Liquid not pick the tiny.
Perhaps
and
Snapfire as like a denial pick to...
It's either Snapfire or Skywrath Mage for Boxy, I would say, for Liquid.
Because I'm saying like these heroes coming out on 5 would be nice to set up a stun that sets them up.
Yeah, it also depends on what Zai's thinking. Zai's probably already thinking whether he wants to be like a melee or a ranged hero, so it probably enables Boxy to play some sort of hero.
Ooh.
They take the Pango. This is just probably their mid instantly.
Yeah, almost certainly. Ember's already banned out. I think that kind of enabled this pick.
And they banned the Bloodseeker for it. It's also, I would say it's one of the better heroes versus Dirge from the mid lane because the Swash kills zombies.
Oh.
And so you're able to kind of clear the zombies in the team fight. It also, matter of fact, Anti-Mage hates his mana being burned because he has a really low mana pool. So Diffusal ends up being really good versus Anti-Mage. And none of these heroes really deal with the role.
Time out.
I mean, usually I understand why people pick 15 Pango, but for this one, I'm not really sure.
I gotta ask, is there something more ironic than Anti-Mage not liking getting his mana burned in all of Dota? Well, I don't have anything in mind. I'm asking you guys.
No, it's probably the most paradoxical thing.
Okay, because I agree with that statement.
Silencer laughing.
Silencer laughing.
Silencer talking.
Yeah, Silencer does talk a lot.
I like the Primal Beast. That was Liquid's response to Pango. The grab instantly ends roll. If you're able to grab the Pango who's rolling.
It ends it?
It ends the roll, yes.
What?
Straight up?
Yeah, the roll just ends.
Why?
What?
For fun.
5 seconds
I mean, Dota.
remaining.
Yeah.
I thought it just stunned you, but
No,
it ends it?
It just ends the roll instantly.
So it makes Pango by Lincoln's.
That's
Must have
broken.
I think Liquid used it this morning. And that was one of they stomped the game. It was a Zai Primal. So
Yeah, I feel like we didn't even get the chance to see that interaction.
it happened once. It was the one where he did the little like juke shoes. And he grabbed the Pango. The roll did not end there. The Primal grab ended. So, and then they take Techies, just one of the best heroes. And now Liquid, I don't think they play offlane Pango. I know some teams do run offlane Pango, but I feel like this is one of the times where you just put the Pango mid.
Radiant team back.
Yeah, no, they're putting the Pango mid for sure. So they go for the Rubik.
Rubik.
I mean, I feel like they could just take the Rubik on the 15th and
Not the Pango, right?
let the noob play the Pango, and if you want to counter it, you can take the Primal Beast or like any other niche good hero.
I think the argument is that Pango is one of the best mids, I'd say, in the game versus Medusa, because you buy this Diffusal Blade because you have a disarm and you have the roll. So you can kind of like play the fight while not looking at her. And so they wanted to deny it.
Is you ban the Pango instead of Bloodseeker and
You could just ban the Pango.
just pick Rubik and play against whatever a noob is, has to offer.
Nisha don't give an F about his matchup. This is not
I'm just
Sumail.
saying,
He doesn't give
not a
an
big
Amar?
fan.
He does not give a friendly about that matchup. Amar the friendly. I don't know if you keep me up with that. Okay.
I know the lore.
Okay, good.
And so now Quest does not have the final pick, so they will... I don't really know where this Primal is going. You can go either lane. Some people really like the Primal versus Pango mid, just because you have a way to like kill him. If you get stacks, you can slow him. The Swash has been nerfed so much that it's like 400 cash rates level 1. And they can do whatever.
I just think for Quest, it's like 100% mid.
You think so?
Yeah, I don't think Amar's played it.
Yeah,
entire tournament.
I think it's 100% mid. Too.
The Quest, even though they try to, they don't do the exact same thing every game. Their formula. I mean, I was talking to Mu on panel, your teammate. Do you remember that guy?
He was in the panel.
Yeah, he was saying that they just run like around with their rotating mid. It's like Snap, Primal, Tiny, and then their side lane cores are generally survivable / tanky. In this case, like Anti-Mage does fit that description. Amar plays these like Anti-Mage Slark type carries in the offlane, so they're even respecting it as an offlaner. Like they think it's an offlaner on Team Liquid. They banned TA.
Yeah, I think TA is just one of the better heroes versus Pango mid. We saw it. Quinn played it earlier, and he kind of just crushed the... he didn't crush the lane even. He actually got solo killed, but even in the game, it's just a really hard matchup for Pango. It's surprising, though, because I don't think it's that good versus Medusa.
Yeah, the minus armor doesn't work on Mana
Doesn't do anything for Mana Shield.
Cool
yeah,
spell.
I do like the Primal because it doesn't get crushed by like a level 3 ENG gank your lane. You have a way to kind of deal with the creep. You can kill it. You can also just dodge the gank. But a fact that you guys should know, Primal Beast charge is purgeable.
Ooh.
So Enchanters can actually stop the Primal Beast charge with Enchant.
I did not know that.
I hate playing against Shadow Demon.
In fact, you can also purchase a Nullifier and click it on the Primal Beast and you will not be able to charge. It'll
Gunnar,
instantly end.
You're a nerd.
Yeah.
And I love you for it.
It might happen one time if Inzani knows the interaction.
Oh no, we all know the audience is going to be on the edge of their seats,
Waiting for it to happen. Yep. I've gone to first blood in a pub because my enchantress knew that before.
Did you know it before he knew that?
No, that's where I learned it.
Damn, that's how we all learn, huh? Wait, so it is Manti-Mage carry.
Yep. And so now Liquid kind of gets a choice whether I would assume now they just want Dusa to go carry. They don't want to do Dusa offlane. Now they just counter pick.
Give him the Slardar. Give him the Legion.
Give him the Ogre matchup.
Give him the Axe. This is the Zyx.
Definitely not the Legion. Undying.
Oh, with the Tombstone.
The grab ally.
Yes. Somebody on Reddit said you should call it Entomb. I liked that.
But against Axe is the same thing.
As of now, it is grab ally, and so
just hard
they
counter
can just
the
do anything.
Play.
Yeah,
I would still go for the Legion.
Hard counter his ass.
I like the Axe
too hard
a
to
lot.
pull off the Tombstone safe.
You think it's hard?
Yeah. I mean, it's just like because Legion usually utilizes his duel on the side lanes where he's like picking people off, and Undying is not going to be there like behind every core to save him from the. In fights, yes, it's going to be a bit tougher, but at that point they should already have like some certain lead.
Telling you, it's the Axe.
I also think it's Axe coming out.
Coming in hot for ZJ.
Just pick the Legion, dude.
Okay, not too big of a fan. I don't think the lane is that good versus Anti-Mage, right? If you can just reflect the W.
I didn't think they'd do it. Visage in theory is like good against Anti-Mage because you're like a low cooldown push. You build like Solar Crest drums. You make high physical single target damage for your entire team. It's like a pace thing. You can see why, because Quest Esports bans out heroes like Lone Druid, Beastmaster. I think it's like meant to kind of be that for Liquid. So it's not as much the lane. I think it's more so the tempo of the game.
Yeah, I'm just worried. I think Mars and Primal and Techies are all really good versus Visage. The Techies gets Shard, disarms the birds. Primal one-shots the birds because his charge and W just burns through the Gravekeeper's cloak, just kills the birds, and Mars just kind of doesn't take damage and presses Arena, which also kills everything. So I'm not a huge fan of it. I think in the game it's fine, but the hero itself is going to have a hard time if he's not able to just walk tower to tower.
I just think it's a free anti-mage game, and Quest Esports are really good at delaying the game and not dying a lot on the, before that happens. So I think I'll put everything on TA here.
I mean, I'm with you guys. I think Liquid kind of botched his last pick, so.
Still Liquid though, right?
No, I'm going for Quest for this
Liquid
game.
wins the
Liquid wins the
series.
series.
Okay,
They're allowed to
okay,
win one
okay,
game. We'll give them one.
All right, that's the one.
Yeah, very curious what the motivation for the Visage pick was. I have to assume that, yeah, it's not a lane-oriented thing. It would have been too tunnel vision to just be like, oh, I see anti-mage. Give me the axe. Give me the ogre, the whatever.
Maybe against Undying specifically, they thought like drafting for the lane wouldn't be reliable.
It's also, I would assume it's because the Dusa versus anti-mage matchup doesn't scale. So they want to get this Dusa Butterfly and end the game. And I think Visage is probably one of the better heroes to, like, you get Aegis, you get your Butterfly, you get like a Vlad's or something on the Visage, and you just go end the game before the anti-mage, 1v5. So in that sense, I think if they're able to just win the game on this first or potentially second Aegis, it's okay. But the second it gets like to third Aegis territory, it's...
Well, there will be like a 25-minute push by Liquid, which will decide the entire game.
Yeah, the game either ends or it doesn't end, and then it ends the other way.
It effectively ends.
It's effectively over if the game doesn't end there.
And then we see Zai doing AUI strats where he just cuts waves with familiars.
And they'll lose after about 20 minutes of that.
But first, let's see if they can make the first 20 minutes happen in game number 2 with our casters. It's Cap and SVG.
It's going to be a race against time for Team Liquid, at least that's what our panelists believe, as they have the Medusa versus Animage matchup, and they do not want to be going late game, but we are going to be jumping into a potential first blood scenario already as Quest stumbled into the Liquid high ground and were met with way more heroes than they anticipated. But fortunately, they don't lose anybody for it, so well played.
You're going to really deep ward. I think it was spotted, however, so that'll be free D-ward. If Liquid know it's there.
Yeah, they're picking it out right now. They know. And I thought maybe you would give the solo experience for the ward over to Nisha.
Yeah, like why not
that would have been a cool play.
Why not give it to Nisha and just put him in a prime position? Pop off on mid.
Wow.
Still, that's a decent win there. As that look for the first blood backfires. Runes will still get split, and no first blood was given, so not the worst case scenario for Quest. However, these little XP differences make a big deal in these laning phases. You're trying to pull ahead and hit that timing push like everybody's talking about. I do agree that is what Liquid want to do here. Stack the minus armor between the Pango and the Visage. and just go to work with some Drum, Solar, Crest, Crimson, Vlad's, whatever the hell you want, and just push that high ground. Quest, they can stall this game out. There's not a lot of control for the Anti-Mage, and he has big mana void targets. That's the other problem with the push. You're pushing high ground with the Dusa, who potentially is going to get her whole team killed. We've seen some 4 or 5 man kills off a single mana void.
Yeah.
Remember that Monet Rampage or whatever? So
turn the whole
it's
game
possible.
around.
It's very possible you overextend and this game gets switched around very quickly.
And that's why I think in part, I mean, we talked about the panel, they were breaching into that conversation of like what the Visage does for you. And part of that is going to be just a presence of team fight and overall just very important to be able to frontline, I think, for this Medusa. Not let the AM have an easy game where it can jump on top of that Medusa, pop his Manta, and start going to town.
Pretty much just make that ball as strong as possible. The second he goes in, all the physical gets pushed into the AM and he just dies. That's what you're looking for. And TA2000, he's already struggling down here. The early waves are going to be pretty hard for him. I think at a certain point you can get mana burn and you can just blink on Visage and maybe all in him with the level 2 Tombstone. He's just behind on levels. As a lot of it went to Kaori somehow, and Tombstone's up. The mana burn is not.
Yeah, part of it, TA2000, I think, was outside of experience range for 1 or 2 CS when he used his healing salve earlier, so.
Ooh, this damage, man. They are low on regen. Gonna have to salve up the Anti-Mage.
They talked about the fact that, you know, like, the Spell Shield is a pretty good answer to the Visage nukes, but when do you get it in this matchup, right? I mean, if you get it at level 2, that just means you're forsaking your mana burn, and there goes part of your CSing. Yeah, immediately levels up mana burn. So it just means that this Visage is going to have some free clearance to get a lot of damage on the enemy carry.
This is such a rough start to the early lane, though. You just can't go up in CS. Way too low. The early trades. Liquid got way more out of it. And this is very decisive for the AM. Like, his start kind of creates the whole curve and trajectory for the hero. As long as he gets Battle Fury at a good time, he's going to be happy. If it keeps getting delayed, because his lane is rough versus a Visage of all heroes, you're going to be struggling. And these level 2 Tombstone kills that you were going for, just not there.
Yeah, at least not yet anyway. It also means the stronger the Visage is, the better the matchup is against the Primal Beast as well, which is a very good matchup for the Primal most of the time, as you're able to instantly put lots of instances of AoE damage onto the Visage and his familiars. But if the Visage already has high levels, high amount of auras, and even the Shard, he can kind of just drop down as soon as the threat is there from Noob.
The threat's still mainly going to be on the Dusa. That's the thing Quest have going for them this game. Part of the problem they ran into is they stalled that first game out. It's just, what are you stalling it for? The Naga was not scaling into anything. This game, the AM will definitely scale way harder and propose a big problem for Liquid in terms of popping the Dusa late game, lack of control, all of those factors we've talked about. So in theory, if you stall this game out similarly to game 1, you're happier for Quest. Which means Liquid probably want a more action-packed early game here if they can get some extra XP, extra trades. The level 2 Tombstone on bottom. Trying all in it
now, blink forward. Boxy did have some stick charges to be able to work with here. Spell Shield activated, but Zai does not throw out that big nuke just yet. I'll say mid lane matchup going. Nisha 23-4 compared to the 20-0 of Noob. So being won by Nisha, but not by a massive amount, though he is winning the Harass War too. So Noob desperately needs a refill on that bottle, which he'll get soon. Insania looks like he's going to be giving up the first blood. Omar managed to find him in the jungle and executes him. And now will try and kill himself on the neutrals, which he does successfully.
The Mud Golem can only sit there and watch as his jungle brethren steal his kill away. His chance for glory denied. A rough life they live.
Yeah, now he's just gonna live a very short life because he's been put on a timer by the enchant. Kaori?
Kaori, he's also gonna live a short life as he gets lifted into the tower. Way too deep without the tombstone up. TA2000's not gonna commit on that go unless you have that spell to clinch the deal. Gives up a freebie. This lane continues to be an issue for Quest. As you push towards Cornucopia, that's part of the problem with AM on some of these lanes. You can't get to the regen item because it's way more expensive than the ring.
Yeah, if you could have just had a ring of health by now, the lane would be probably free sailing. But maybe he can get some help from the early Primal Beast rotation, something that this is kind of a unique factor of the hero.
They're going to go again.
Going to be used with the Rubik away. They're going to try for this one, but they do manage to get the kill. Neutral creep deny from Boxy at the same time. So nobody is going to be here to clean up the wave that's pushing in. That is going to hurt a lot.
A lot of lost XP. Might even be a decent amount of tower damage. And you get to that cornucopia. Amar will find Insania again. So this is Enchantress 0-2. Not as good a start we've seen Insania have in a lot of these games where he's been pretty consistently winning the lane. This one's been a struggle. Quest making it up somewhere as Nisha continues to pull ahead mid. And gonna look for the kill with the early Rolling Thunder.
Noob used the onslaught to get over, but if he's spotted, it's gonna be difficult, and he was. He's gonna be hit. Not by the Rolling Thunder, but the shield crash, and that is actually just enough. They're going to lack the damage.
At least they'll save the regen for Nisha here. A very good 6-minute rune to pump him back up. Space for the Anti-Mage. Decent move by Noob, honestly. Took both the supports mid for Liquid. They didn't get anything out of it. Frees up a lot of side lane space here. You're going to look towards these 7-minute Wisdom runes. Gotcha. You know Kaori's thinking about it. His Tombstone's also coming up in 15, so you could also abuse the fact that, you know, Liquid kind of want to go for that and just play for the kill.
Zai being assaulted once again by TA2000, but now Boxy's back in here. Don't think you can afford too many more rotations out of this lane, giving AM a bit too much.
Visage is a very difficult hero to just leave in a one-on-one. Pretty much gets abused by everything. Boxy should be able to win this.
Get here in time. Telekinesis should be fine. Yeah,
he should have done the Tombstone on top of the rune trick.
Oh yeah, to block him out so he hits the Tombstone and he's dead. Decay, is that going to be enough for the kill? Looks like with the zombies chasing him down, Kaori is going to get that.
All right, that's that. I mean, that's just straight worth it too. Solo kill. As Amar starts throwing the tips around, why not get him going early?
Yeah, you got to get that. That mental aspect of the game when you're already a game down in this series, right?
It's going to be a hard tournament. I mean, all these European teams going up, basically. I hate to say it at this point, you know, it's like we're running the Gaimin Invitational. Why even call them the majors? Just who gets a chance to try and beat Gaimin in the grand finals? You know, that's what we're basically playing for at this point. So all of these teams going up against their European brothers here, trying to eke as much out of these matchups as they are accustomed to playing against for a chance at getting their ass beaten in that grand finals tomorrow. Wow.
I hope not.
What a opening they're fighting for you.
Blast off. Not going to go off. The power rune isn't there. It's picked up by Nisha at the top lane.
Radiant are scanning.
Early scan, too.
Yeah, what was that?
I don't know. I mean, they know they're there. Just reaffirmed. It's real, guys. They're really there. Quick D-word by Kaori. He's got a lot of levels on this Undying. 2 kills. The solo kill on Boxy, plus some extra D-wards. It's 5.5 almost. Pretty nice for Quest. They can skirmish around these towers. Remember, their game plan is probably centered around playing a bit defensively, especially in the early game, and counteracting the moves Liquid want to make with the Enchantress, with the Pango Visage, trying to push these early towers, particularly if Zai can get 6 up, which he's closing in on. So the more levels you have on the Tombstone, and the more levels you have on the Mars and the Primal Beast, that's a lot of your AoE and tower defense zone control. That is what Quest are looking for in this early game, as TA2000 is catching up.
And meanwhile, Liquid's idea is just taking early towers and stuff to be able to build up into that fast butterfly, and the butterfly kind of gives you your end game territory, right? TA2000 beautifully juggled there by Zai, dropping the familiars back to back to allow the Rolling Thunder to follow through.
Well, he got 6 and immediately put it to use in the best way possible. Secure an AM kill with that Pango rotation. Now, if you're Quest, you got to decide if you want to defend this tower. Likely means TPing the Mars in, but does Amar want to sacrifice his game for the team?
Noob is rotating over, but yeah, you're going to need, I think, one more hero. They're going to pop the glyph, see what Liquid does.
They're going to TP the AM back in. So Amar says, oh no, Amar TP too. Wow, I actually thought he wasn't going to.
Kaori starts going for it. Zai, he's going to try and run, make a break for it. The familiars don't drop in time. Noob gets on top of Zai, and likely, yeah, they'll get a kill for it. Now, that is a 5-hero rotation from Quest, so they need as much out of this as possible. Amar even using the blast off to secure a familiar kill, because that one Visage kill wasn't, they probably don't feel amazing about it, considering the heaviness of that rotation.
No, at least Tia 2000 will be able to go through the gate and take the empty lane top as it shoves in. And the Beast walked bottom, so he can TP back to mid. Fairly efficient move for Quest. Are you going to be able to make it again? I don't know about that. Which probably means Liquid just run it back down here.
Sure.
Bring the Pango, bring the Ench with the creep back down bottom, just take the tier 1. I think if you're Quest, you got to give this up. Amar does have arena option available. Just have no Tombstone. And I think Tombstone is the only way you're taking these early fights.
Yeah, they're going through the portal. They're having the same read that you are. In fact, they're going to run into the Medusa, interesting enough, who goes through the portal as well.
Well, give each other a high five on the way out. If Quest can get a tier 1 trade going, they're probably going to be pretty happy with this.
I think if you're Liquid, that means you just go back through the portal with
probably
most of your heroes, right?
I mean, you have vision control on it too. So you're really happy to do this aggressively. Look for Amar up here. He has no TP, by the way. Don't know where it went.
Yeah, they don't see him until maybe it's a little bit too late. They're going to Rolling Thunder back to him now. And, TA2000 blinking into that Rolling Thunder. That's going to be awkward. Amar being chain stunned out pretty much perfectly by the Rolling Thunder. And that is going to be one. They're going to get more off of this, too. Kiori's going to be slowed down by the Visage Familiars. They're going to drop on him. Nisha will catch up. And
he committed.
Tanky, but he's dead.
Ult and Tombstone for that fight. And Tombstone gets cleaned up by Zai. Another plus 150 at the gate. Extra experience in gold for Mikke as he joins that. Level 10 on the Dusa. He is way out ahead of this anti-mage right now. Exactly where you want him to be if you're Liquid. So you win this race to the first 2 or 3 items. You start escalating the game with early Roshans into a high ground push.
Not getting a ton of value or mileage out of this Primal Beast either, even though he's keeping up in net worth to his comparison in Nisha. The impact is certainly different right now.
1 in 0-0 is not where you want to be with this hero at 12 minutes.
Maybe a second kill here. Bumps him with the onslaught, and that'll allow the mine to go off now. The Visage Familiars are on their way.
Oh, what a stomp.
Beautiful
from the neutral.
Stomp with the Familiars following up. Omar is going to be the first one down. That was just great from the Centaur.
I mean, great job, Centaur, the 6-mana Liquid. That was not Insania Centaur. That was just a wild neutral one. Does his part, you know?
Wait, he actually came down and stunned, and
yes.
then Insania grabbed it after the stomp?
That was not Insania Centaur.
What?
I'm 99% sure that was a neutral creep Centaur that got pulled off the camp and just decided to throw him a freebie there on the ramp.
What the hell? All right, well, in that case, I feel good for Quest that, you know, they only lost the techies, but this is snowballing very rapidly. It's now they've lost the Primal Beast. They're going to be losing their mid tower. This is beginning to turn into the winning scenario for Liquid and a nightmare for Quest.
There's not much space for this anti-mage to operate in, and he's looking at a Medusa that is almost already basically double ahead of him. Right, you're a level 11 with your Manta completed, and you have a level 8 anti-mage halfway to Battle Fury. You got to feel rough right now if you're Quest. And that's going to put an insane amount of pressure on the Primal Beast and the Mars to start finding some team fights and getting some tier 1s off the map. There's just no room to push these lanes in and create space around the neutral camps because Liquid have defended their tier 1s on top of taking Quest here.
All right, the Blink Dagger's complete for Amar, so we can start seeing some maybe more favorable Quest engagements that catch more than just a single hero.
I'm waiting for the neutral Centaur impact move. Where is it? Oh, is this it?
Oh, maybe it is here.
I swear it was a neutral.
It was.
It is a neutral. It just, where'd it come from?
Oh, this is entirely
it's
different
a second
Centaur
one
that came in from Insania.
Brother, I got your back. Thank you, brother.
No. TA2000 does manage to get the... Oh, he blinks over to the side. They spotted him, but I don't think they could fight this, keep this going underneath the tombstone. Nice catch from Amar. The reveal of the Blink Dagger.
That's what they
super
need.
effective.
Absolutely. Blink stolen by Boxy. Very fun spell on Rubik. He'll get away with that. Is Insania going to be as lucky?
Slow down Insania for Kiori to get here. Telekinesis, and he blinks away. Insania won't have the same luxury as one final hit from Kiori will come in.
Decent tower defense they find too, including the big Nisha Pangolier kill with that defusal. That is a fight that Liquid were probably happy to take until it starts to go bad. Then just cut your losses. You do not want to throw too much away around these objective pushes. And that's a fight that Zai wasn't at. I feel like maybe just not the right heroes at the right point for Liquid.
Yeah, why are you fighting
caught.
anywhere without Zai?
I agree. Point? Your whole strength in this early game is combining the Pangolier and the Visage. Especially with this diffusal up. Way too hard to fight into. Early Solar Crest for Zai, so he's going this physical amp build. Drum on top of it. Right on cue. It's going to make TA2000's blinks very dangerous if he decides to go in at any point in these early games to try and get the Dusa mana pop. And the last tier 1 will fall to some Skelly boys and their bird friends.
Oh yeah, they're getting the rally up again. Uh-oh. That's gonna really amp up the familiar damage here. Very aggressive ward right next to the tier 2. They're really itching to just dive some more, man. They're going for an Undying underneath the tier 2 tower, not giving a damn. Amar, he's gonna show up here, has an opportunity for a spear straight to the tier 2 on the Visage. They blow him up. Oh, nice use of the Pulverize there with the BKB, grabbing Nisha, stopping the Rolling Thunder, and that kills most of the team fight for Liquid.
That is a pretty stupid interaction. One that Quest will take advantage of here, I guess. As Liquid, again, just underestimating the Quest's willingness to come to these fights and try and turn them with the Tombstone.
Yeah,
and
they
now
can only afford so many losses. Losing Nisha on this, it's beginning to get very bad for Liquid.
Back-to-back Pango deaths with a Visage death on top of it, losing the bird. Actually, he saved the birds. They somehow got out of there. Still, he's going to have to resummon the bottom, so they get that cooldown anyway. Early fighting items for Quest paying off here big time as Mikke is probably telling his team, yo, guys, I'm absolutely ginormous.
Yeah, please stop feeding.
Just let me get Butterfly. We can do Roche, and then we can go high ground. You're throwing away a lot of gold right now, and Quest are going to use it well.
Yeah, do not give this Animage Manta before I'm ready to go high ground. But at this point, it seems an inevitability.
He has Battle Fury. This is not the slowest Battle Fury I've seen, right?
No.
He just pulled ahead of the Visage. He's going to start farming up. He's going to start catching up. Maybe not to Medusa right now, but to the other cores on Liquid, especially with the deaths that Nisha just had. That wasted a haste power rune on top of this diffusal for 2 fights now. Noob just getting the better of him. This Primal Beast and Mars are tanky boys, and they're happy to take those engagements if you overextended the Tombstone. Liquid, a couple little slip-ups here, and it's costing them some momentum in this game. Might come back to bite them. And look, the 2 tempo cores for Liquid are now behind the 3 from Quest.
Yeah.
So you're feeling great about where Mikke is in this game, and you're going to continue to play through the Medusa's timings. They're going to be strong.
But it just means that window is getting smaller and smaller, right?
Yes. And it means when you push that high ground, the probability something goes bad for you increases.
Yeah. And Quest just making full 5-man or 4-man moves. In this case, they're following the AM, but they're trying to bring strength to every engagement that they have. Knowing that the combination of Amar, Omar, and Noob, they have a lot of firepower to bring somebody down very quickly at the start of an engagement.
They're going to find the Medusa. That is not who you want to go on.
Yeah, that's the one hero you probably can't jump.
Did not get the enchant cancel on the charge.
Yeah, gotta wait on that.
Space for the anti-mage.
More space for AM.
If these tier 1s fall for Liquid, it's going to open up a lot of space. I think Quest would really like to get some of these down, especially the mid one, which is at 2 HP, by the way.
Well, it's about to die to a creep.
Get it! Boom!
Boom! Range creep comes in big.
Absolute decimation. Where's your tower now? You should have denied it, you fools. A huge turning point in this game.
Blink Dagger next for Noob. I mean, this Primal Beast, he's able to cancel out Nisha's impact, which Amar does so beautifully with the spear, and the Mana Void puts him in the dirt.
Bird's not able to come down fast enough. Solar Crest not saving Nisha. That's a 3rd death for him in this first 20 minutes. That is 3 more than Liquid were anticipating, I think.
Yeah, they kind of needed a clean game here from him.
It's just set him back so far. He could already have BKB done by now. They could be roshing. Instead, Liquid are just kind of sitting around here. They're going to have to go to Radiant side for this 20-minute Roshan.
Which is just going to give a lot more space to Quest, because Liquid probably need to do it as a group.
Also, that's the kind of fight where Liquid want to punish the Animage for blinking in aggressively.
Yep.
And not like, you know, bursting the Medusa or something. Kind of a slow kill. In theory, TA2000 can die to just the birds with the solar and a swashbuckle if Nisha can get something off. Instead, he gets a kill on top of his ramp up, which is ramping up pretty fast. if they get this top tier 1, TA2000 gets to push in the lane aggressively, open up the jungle from Liquid side, especially with the deep ward they have. I think Quest are in a pretty happy position. And it's going to force Liquid to maybe commit to this high ground sooner than they want with this Butterfly Medusa timing. Like, are you just supposed to go high ground now with this Aegis?
Yeah, it is kind of an awkward position, right? Because normally you don't want to just get Aegis and immediately go high ground. You want to clean up your lanes a little bit, but I feel like that would just create an opening for Quest to pick you apart some more.
And he is going to get this top tier. I feel like Quest are actually happy with this trade right now.
Yes, I think so too.
I think they're feeling great. Like, you're going to have Manta on this AM for a high ground push that would come right now. And I think that makes you happy to take it. So Quest are just going to keep farming. They don't need to force anything here. They're going to hit their next timings, wear out this Aegis.
Nice play from Noob here, because he is going to try and get the Wisdom Rune and then also get a kill. He bottles it. Boxy's like, what the hell? What just happened?
It's a ghost, guys.
He blinks away out of fear.
Call a priest.
Exorcise this place.
These nice little plays that take advantage away from your enemy and shift that game timer a little later every tick.
Mar is going to go for the kill on Zai here. Zai, speared up. Noob, ready to go for it. The Familiars already trying to intercept.
Now remember, Quest do not want to take an aggressive fight into Liquid. They want to make Liquid go into them. Are you going to get Tombstone off? You're not.
You're not.
Huge
Isha
opening.
looking for more, is going to run to Omar as well, so they're going to get both the supports off of this.
I don't like that go. I think Quest had the right idea in this game, but that type of fight is not what you want to be looking for. If Liquid push into you, they start hitting your tower, then you set up, then you smoke, you jump them with the Tombstone. That type of go is, you're giving Liquid an opening, and now you're the one who slips up, you lose 2 supports, you have a 10-second window to just go high ground if you're Liquid.
Yeah, a solar-crested Butterfly Dusa is about to hit your tier 3.
You had so much space and time, and now you accelerated this push that did not need to be accelerated. They get a glyph, and that glyph is valuable in this game.
Yeah, another slip up like that, you could be losing tier 3, maybe a full out lane.
All starting to build. Hype for Zai on top of that drum.
Quest are going to need to start doing some Tundra things here. Like that Noob is already playing on the hard sides of the map, cutting waves.
Mar breaks their smoke mid on the skeletons of all things. Did finish that BKB. So double BKB initiating cores. I mean, has Noob even left this part of the map in the last few minutes? It's been out there for a while. Bested it.
Whoa, Amar in deep. Gonna have to use his BKB arena. That's gonna put some serious things on cooldown there.
Does not give us Belt to Boxy, however. Oh, very disciplined. Another small slip up for Quest. Liquid will not be able to leverage it in anything. I'm surprised they're not just going down mid and hitting this tier 2.
Yeah, seriously, that's kind of what I would expect as well.
Do you have another play in this game? Your catch is terrible. You're never going to catch the AM. You don't have BKB disable to stop the BKB TPs out from the other cores, unless Stone Gaze is there, which in theory it should never be. So your only option is to take these objectives and abuse the rally, which they will do. Rally on the birds, by the way, is very strong.
Oh yeah, this is like insane.
And your Tombstone's just gone
because of that one.
Remember, you don't have the glyph here.
They're gonna toss him back in. Amar with no BKB and no arena, he's dead.
Quest just crumbling. These small mistakes added up. The death bottom that led to no glyph.
But Noob is saving the game right now. He cut the wave.
That is very game salvaging. Yes, that was probably a Rax if he doesn't do that.
Yep.
Very obnoxious for Liquid, as again their catch is very limited still. You cannot afford to be giving up these small mistakes in this game for either team. They are extremely detrimental to what you want to do here.
I like that Amar is willing to throw himself to kill creep waves, basically to stall out the push. I think that's part of what his motivation was there. It's like he has to kill the wave to get the backdoor protection up because Noob is successfully cutting the next one.
I don't mind those type of plays if you get out and you're ready to fight.
Sure.
It's just you have to respect the speed that can come out in this push. Judge them accordingly. They'll find Noob and get his BKB.
And they're finding Omar as well, though he's going to turn around and blast off with his ally rotations coming in the arena.
Dusa, this
Only
is old.
catching the Dusa. This is going to be a little bit difficult, but he doesn't have... wait.
A silver edge.
He has a silver edge, and they don't have any detection. That just made things very awkward. Oh, they had an opportunity here. Look at Boxy operating as a ward, giving the vision of these heroes trying to TP out. Omar does manage to get away. Does Omar get out? He blinks over to the side. They can't keep chasing these heroes too much.
I don't like that chain stun, though.
Yeah, it's way too hard for Nisha to get it with the Rolling Thunder.
And that's Aegis gone. This was your first Aegis period for Liquid.
Look at Amar. He not only got out, but he continues to cut more waves. Fortunately, there is still a siege wagon.
Oh, they found Nisha. Mickey, he's out of mana.
Oh, the silver edge gone. Get him out. They had the sentry. Now Nisha is going to be caught as well. What a turn from Quest.
What were they doing there?
Divert the attention of Liquid back to Amar, and the rest of the team did not keep up with that play.
Just got blast offed into a skull basher. And 5 seconds, your Dusa is dead. You fed a huge kill away to TA2000, who is now almost on par with your Medusa. This game is looking troublesome for Liquid. They have slipped up a little bit in the early game, and that one is going to cost them big time as a 4th death for Nisha. Doesn't even get to use his BKB here. His basher is mega delayed in all 3 cores from Quest. Sure, Amar has died a couple times. He's still finding farm on the map. And the biggest problem for Liquid right now, the anti-mage gets that Medusa connection. The basher instantly pays off. I mean, sometimes a little luck does go a long way. Chain bash off the blast off. I guess that's all you need through the evasion.
Now at this point, Liquid are pretty much just left with second Roshan. And if you can't end the game or seriously cripple Quest with that second Aegis, which is not even guaranteed you'll get, then I think you just outright lose the game. I mean, you could try and push it late and see what happens, but Quests are going to be extremely favored.
You can go ultra late here. I think there's a weird point in which, like, 5-6 slotted Visage with AEC plus some right-click items. Dusa is always a scary late-game hero with Swift Blinks and stuff because you can just Stone Gaze blink in, maybe you freeze the AM, just kill him with, like, some Divine Rapier. And, I mean, Pango can get to this Basher Ags, cause a lot of problems for the BKB durations for Quest.
That's the sticking point for me. If Nisha was having a better game, then I think I would be more confident about going late, but
his game has been decimated here in the first 30 minutes with 4 deaths.
Net worth of all the cores. But, you know, it is being picked up by Insania, who is actually not that far away from all those cores.
Very true. He has a full Hurricane Pike. He has Shard online, so he can continue to find a lot of farm in this game. Like, if you look at the damage from Quest, the Primal, this hero scales weird. He can be a very tanky frontliner. He can be annoying. A lot of it does come down to the anti-mage, though. And if you're in a situation as Liquid where you bait a bad blink from TA2000, he gets bird stunned into like a Stone Gaze and dies, you're going to win that fight. So you can play for that type of scenario where you just itemize against the anti-mage, make it as hard for him to go in as possible, and try and ignore the other cores. As suddenly Quest are on the offensive.
Zai being kind of left alone here, making me nervous. Don't want to be giving up any freebies here.
Oh, there's a full BKB on TA2000.
Oh, yeah, that is going to be a great timing. He can now blink on the Dusa and I think freely engage. I don't think they have enough physical damage to threaten him.
No, not nearly enough. Unless the Dusa's hitting him.
Nope. He finds Zai right away, but the Familiars drops are going to stop him. They're going to follow it up with a spear on him. And it looks like he's going to die. They have the detection to reveal him through the Glimmer Cape.
Going for more.
Liquid picked off by 1. And 1 is really all you need for Quest, which is going to be a fast Roshan for them.
Ooh. He's going to spawn quickly.
And you have no way of Liquid knowing if it's up or not.
That is a good spawn right there.
Yeah.
A good pickoff by Quest. Pushing in the lane, finding the opening. Now there is a big old Warpine, Porcupine pushing your racks here with some birds. And actually just going to take it
off of this?
Yeah. They're getting range racks mid.
Okay.
I don't know if Quest care about racks in this game too much.
Yeah.
To be honest. Probably. I think it's kind of irrelevant. Still, it's a little bit of pressure, a little extra gold. Some mental damage done, knowing that you lost this to whatever this creep actually is. What are you looking at me like?
You know it's a pike.
It could be a Pinecone. It could also.
That's by the way, he's taken the last 2 Wisdom Runes. Last time it was Noob here grabbed it. Now TA 2000.
They have been flanking that side of the map persistently.
Yeah, and Liquid just not paying attention to those objectives nearly as much.
Because their lineup has the ball. They've been clumping a lot this game.
Yeah.
Kind of reflects in some of the levels too.
This freebie here, can he kill him fast enough? He got a bash on the first hit.
Ooh, he's heating up. Aegis for 4 minutes means he can play very aggressive too and look for these types of pickoffs. Cutting the waves deep. There's still no basher for Nisha. It went back for a blink. This anti-mage is going to make this game hell. He is going to split the map. Unless he ends up in a scenario where you're just stuck in the mosh pit first 5. It's looking like smooth sailing.
Okay, well, I think that is official. When the Aegis is picked up by Quest, that has got to be plan B for Liquid.
Yeah, you got to go ultra late now. You need more items on Pango. You need your Enchantress to help pick up the scale. You need more physical damage coming out from Zai. AC, Bloodthorn, something. And you're going to have to bait this Ambling. I think it's pretty hard to go on him here. You're going to try and go on
with the Blink Dagger, see if they can chain the disables. Amar gets off his BKB and hit it into another one. TA 2000 slowed down a little bit. They're still trying to work even on an Undying who's not dead yet. They go back for the Tombstone. Introduce the pull rise to the face, and now that's going to be the Dusa who's going to be dying at the start of this fight.
Where's the Mana Void?
BKB going to walk away, but there's the Mana Void. Took him down, and everyone else with Liquid with him.
He just waited for that BKB to run out to get maximum
and
value.
Spear off the BKB, ending 2. That is a wipe. Quest well and truly in control of this game 2 now.
That's just a desperation go from Liquid. Like, you're chasing an AM Aegis and an Undying with your Stone Gaze duration. That is never going to work out for you, as that turnaround is going to be swift, hard, and strong. Quest just jamming the spear. The Dusa's deleted for a second time, and that just feels like the game here. I don't know if you can come back on Liquid's side. You just missed your whole push timing with this Visage pick. Despite TA 2000 having a rough start, it only takes a single Mana Void to get him back in the game. That is the power of this matchup. Did not get that Pango momentum you were looking for. Amar and Noob stalling this game out. Now they are taking what would be the first Rax if they hadn't lost their own ranged one. But happy to claim it with still 2 minutes left on the Aegis here. And a double damage waiting in the river. That's going to feel real good for Noob here.
Ready to go for that next fight.
And Primal Beast, this hero always looks so good in the games where all he has to do is kind of like take fights around his tower and the enemy goes into you and you're kind of stalling for better scale. I feel like that's the most comfortable game for this hero, because then he doesn't have to make any crazy plays. He can kind of just go to the side lanes, take those fights with his supports. Maybe if you get 1 or 2 ganks off, sure.
And it ensures his allies are going to be around him, right?
Yes.
Whereas, you know, otherwise this Primal Beast can stretch out pretty far.
It also ensures that the fights are going to happen. Like, Noob knows he's going to get action in the first 10 or 15 minutes of this game, because Liquid need to up the tempo and push that safe lane in.
Right, yeah.
And I feel like the games where Primal's most sad is when there's no fighting going on. And he's just there, like, getting the first line of BKB and nothing's happening, everybody's farming. So in these type of push lineups, this Primal really bought a lot of space, a lot of time for Quest. The Undying as well, the Tombstone. And now they're in a very solid position to scale and close out this game. Still Aegis for 40 seconds here. Quest have gotten a lot of value out of it. Abyssal done for TA 2000. If you get caught on this Dusa with a stun, I feel like the fight's over. I actually think it's that simple.
Yeah, you kind of have to have... Does Boxy have the shard?
No, he doesn't. I was thinking about it.
Yeah, you kind of have to have a save at this point, right?
The issue is I think the damage is just going to be done. Like, if your Dusa gets gone on all her mana burns, you lift and throw her out. Are you turning that? I don't think so.
If you think you might be just throwing an empty Dusa into the rest of your team for a big mana void explosion.
You're lifting the bomb, throwing it back in.
Maybe you throw it the other direction.
Throw it into
Get
Quest.
it away from the team.
Now there's a play. Pick that Deuce up, throw her into Quest, they mana void her, you buy back, win a fight. Get it off of me. I don't want it. Next level plays potentially coming out here.
Most dangerous game of hot potato.
I think the best way for Liquid to win a fight is if, again, they bait the AM blinking into them. I just don't know how you accomplish that either, because I don't think TA2000 has to play that aggressive. And the times he has been when he's had Aegis. Now he has a full Scotty up. He's 3,400 HP. Might not even die. I don't think he dies anymore if it happens, honestly. The damage is not keeping up with this anti-mage's HP.
Gonna get Butterfly next. The Deuce's not gonna have an MKB in sight. There's the AC, so there is some of the scaling for the other heroes on Liquid, but you could see their net worth is beginning to fall further and further behind the Noob and Amar cores.
Just lost a lot of vision on the map. Can't get out as aggressively. Hard to initiate on any of these quest heroes. They're all
Did I
so
see that
damn
right?
tanky.
18 levels? They have an 18
Yes.
level advantage.
That's what I was saying earlier. You were saying, well, where are they getting all these wisdom runes? The wisdom runes have helped the level advantage. The reason they're getting the wisdom runes is because Liquid had to clump early in this game. And the problem with the push clump lineups is if you lose those fights, you fall really far behind on levels.
Yeah.
All of Quest cores are... You have two 24 level cores on Quest. Your highest level on Liquid is 21 on Mickey. You are really far behind in experience in this game. And that is way, way bigger of a difference than the gold, to be honest. Just so much stats you have to cut through on these heroes with really good gains in the Mars and the Primal.
Yeah.
Like, this Primal has 5,000 HP.
And he starts going to work on Zai. Good familiar drops. That'll stop the attempt by Noob and TA2000. And they'll get a tombstone out of it.
You know, this Primal is so tanky, the cheese doesn't even do much. It's like half his
Yeah.
HP.
2,500 HP heal. Maybe they need to buff cheese some more.
They need to nerf Primal V strength. Buff cheese. I think they actually should buff cheese. I think it's just one of those things where...
Kind of a trash item.
Yeah, it's just you don't want to make Roshan even more valuable, right? Like, it kind of has to be trash.
Okay, nerf Aegis then.
Could nerf Aegis. I remember a theory craft long ago where there was the idea of if you have the Aegis and it expires, you get cheese.
Oh.
Which I thought was kind of a cool idea.
I see. I thought you were going to say you die or something.
What? I'm not that bleak, man. No, then you eat the cheese and the cheese kills you. It's a
Oh,
the 50-50%.
The trickster's cheese.
That's right. But you can feed it to an enemy. There's a 50% chance it kills them. See, now it's sounding pretty good.
Well, Liquid's going to need some sort of cheesy strategy like that in order to turn this game around. And they're going to go for a fast push onto the melee barracks. Amar, he gets in there with his Hex, spears back the Dusa. Nobody's here to save her. Pulverize, gets off the BKB. The Mana Void eventually goes on, almost killing him. But Mickey is somehow still getting away with his Silver Edge. Now he turns. Okay, starts throwing some damage around. This is getting kind of weird.
Why is he not
gonna
dead?
Die eventually. Yeah, he's gonna die. It's just taking a little while.
All right, no, I mean, they get the cleanup.
I mean, look what Zai's getting in return. He's going for a tier 3.
I mean, they
What
know
is this?
they know it's desperation mode.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no point of Zai running or trying to go back to base. His heroes are dead with no buy. I kind of respect that move. You never know what happens. That fight did get a little weird, right?
It did, yeah.
It's just, there's way too much HP to cut through, way too much damage available. The chain stuns are there. Hex initiation from Amar just makes it way too simple.
It's
the
just fun
bird
that
will
they
live.
do that without buyback.
I think they feel this game is impossible in a way.
Yeah, you're probably right about that.
You get a stolen pulverize.
Yeah, but Boxy's he's tempted to turn.
Also, the upside of dying in quest space is by the time they get to yours, you're going to be back up because your level advantage is so strong. Now you're behind by 23 levels. So you respawn really fast.
So you kept your levels low so you could you would have a lower death timer. That's great. I mean, it's also Roshan respawning, so the quest is going to go do that instead.
Refresher shard for somebody. He decides to take it.
One refresher shard. Oh, we got to see the special animation. You can't quite see it.
Cool animation.
When Primal Beast pulverizes Roshan, he just starts slugging him in the face.
He just punches him, which I respect. That means there's an employee at Valve that was like, you know, I'm going to spend my day making this animation.
Well, it doesn't make sense for him to be able to pulverize Roshan. Roshan's much bigger than him.
Of course, you got to respect the lore. So instead of, you're just going to make it so he punches him in the face. Level 25 talent.
They know you're here. The courier's gonna spot you eventually. An Abyssal Blade. That'll put a stop to a Force Staff from Insania. That's not gonna save him.
Yo, bro, let me help you out. I got you.
And they'll kill the familiars as well.
Oh, high ground push on the menu here for TA2000 with his mintly completed butterfly. He is not afraid of aggressively blinking anymore. What's your answer? You have limited chain stun for the anti-mage. It's been the problem the whole game. Poke him down. You can break him, but the Hex is there.
Now they jump on him. The saves, Rolling Thunder trying to stop this AM as much as possible. Mickey does get off his BKB, so he still has a decent amount of mana left. The problem is they can't kill anything. Quest just have their debuff immunity and get out.
Did get the refresher shard off of Noob.
Oh, okay, that's something.
And both BKBs. That honestly was the type of fight Liquid won. Where you blink in from Quest, don't find the good chain stun, Mickey gets his BKB off and you can turn. You got a kill out of that, you'd be super happy. Still, you'll take it. Yeah, push towards what is a Divine Rapier for Mickey. The last hope if he can get there. I don't know if he'll get there.
Yeah, I think you desperately need Basher and Divine Rapier. You need Basher on Nisha to help stop the damage when TA2000 jumps.
Oh, he has a double damage.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy.
He's basically a universal hero right now. Oh, my God.
They're going to get the vision. The smoke is going to pop. They see Nisha. They're going to go for him. Telekinesis drop down. That gives Nisha a fighting chance until the rest jumps in. Omar and Noob just pounce on him, finish him off. Now they're going to turn back, and Sani is going to be the next victim here. Fighting back into the fountain, but TA2000 doesn't give a damn. He pops a Manta. They just cleave through Mickey's mana so damn quickly. He does have the Glimmer Cape for a second there, but eventually they'll see him. They'll take down the Medusa, who does not have buyback. Quest free to be able to play around this Radiant, or excuse me, Dire base for as long as they want, because Liquid, they have nothing left in them to fight back. You can see Zai is still desperately going for a push here.
Yeah, he cut their wave, so TA2000 has to go top.
Go, Zai, go!
And the good news is, yeah, your Pango's still 18, so he will be up again as his levels are low enough. Zai, he is taking another range Rax. You'll get it.
Let the familiars do their work. The familiars are actually going to take the melee. Now, granted, you're going to be losing your throne potentially soon, but...
Yeah, but you got another lane.
You did.
That's a morale victory right there.
Now you can look back at the summary of this game later on like Dota Buff or something, and you could see the map and be like, "Oh, we got 2 lanes of barrier. It was a close game. It was a close game."
That's the thing. If you look at it, you'd think, "Wow, Liquid, they pushed really damn well, and something went wrong." No, all the Raxes came later after the push failed. Quest in cleanup mode here in Game 2, and they're gonna force a Game 3 as both these teams try and push into that top 3. Getting spicy. It's all coming down to the wire, and now you have to think about this carry scale matchup, because Game 1, that Naga fell off, you had the scale answers, and that is what made that game very comfortable for Liquid. Game 2, you gave TA2000 a hero he's very happy controlling the late game with. You chose to go for the push over trying to counter that in terms of the scale like in Game 1. It did not work out. So going into Game 3, if you're Liquid, you kind of got to choose what you want to do here, right? Do you want to give TA2000 the scale and try and beat him again? Do you want to go for another push strat with something like a Lone Druid you take earlier? Or do you just try and hold Mickey's hero for later on and not reveal that scale matchup till farther down the stretch?
And that means it's going to be a very interesting, like, who gets, you know, second pick, for example, like who gets the overall last pick in the draft. Is that carry to carry matchup going to be so important? Or does Liquid say we made some mistakes, but we can do it? We can still play a timing lineup. Personally, I think that is a very hard choice to go back, but it'll be very interesting to see what the draft strategy is going to be employed going into Game 3. And to help us out with that, we have our lovely panel.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. The dream is still alive, my friends. Quest can still directly make it to TI, because they are still in this series, but then they have to do one more series. But for right now, the dream is alive. And like you said, Rezo, when Amar backs against the wall, he does some of his best work. We knew the anti-mage was coming. Ended up not being his hero, but he still did work on his Mars.
Yeah, I mean, he did a lot of work, obviously. He scaled well. He was making a lot of moves to delay the game. They were cutting waste altogether with the teammates. But I do think like Liquid had such a big window in this game to actually like pressure them super hard and end the game probably. But there was like way too many mistakes, I would say, from the Nisha part. Him dying like few more times, like didn't allow him to scale as much and like have this big window where they could actually go for the barracks and not like being afraid that they Quest they had a fight potential on them.
Yeah, this was the moment where Mars cut it, and we were like, wow, Mars just kind of feeding. And then the camera swaps over, and both of Liquid's cores are in hot soup right now. And we were like, oh.
Yeah, this is the